say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like her name.
No, I'm Jack.
My name's Jim. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. But that's your hair.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Thursday edition of this radio program, trying to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Entire morning squad is back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton in the back. We have Aiden running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And back from his bout with gout is Bobby Roberto Belt.
Yeah, I can't sit down this morning. It's just everything's very raw back there.
Oh, no.
From yesterday. And so very dehydrated, very uncomfortable, can't sit down. So, but I toughed it out. I showed up just like Schottenheimer would.
So strep throat.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I like
that sucks.
I was looking back at it. I think each of the last 3 years I've gotten strep in September or October. Like, I think this is just like 6 to 8 weeks after the kids go back to school, they're bringing that S home. So I told Chris, I was like, you need to, kids may be asymptomatic carriers or something, because you got to go check and see why they are, because this is every year, 6 to 8 weeks into the school year. Here we are.
I was trying to figure out with RJ what you were setting up by talking to us about the antibiotic timeline. I'm like, is he saying 24 hours? So he's going to be out for 2 morning shows. Little did I know that he was just setting up his return to his other 2 jobs yesterday.
Yeah.
As he misses the show. And then I see a picture from Cowboys practice. And then he went and hosted the Cowboy Hour last night with Nate Newton and Darren McFadden. So no morning and then working the other 2 jobs.
This is it's the 24-hour rule. I was more than happy to come in here and cough all over you guys and spread it if you like. I know you do. So I was more than happy to come in here and do that. But yeah, Doc said they're like 24 hours after you start antibiotics, you're not contagious anymore. So as long as you feel okay, you're fine.
What was the antibiotic?
I don't know what it's called. It's one of those.
Is that amoxicillin?
No, it wasn't amoxicillin. It wasn't azithromycin or whatever. It's one of these ones that I think it's the one that comes with the little black label on it because it can tear your Achilles or something.
Oh, yes.
It can tear your Achilles?
It dries it out.
It weakens your Achilles or something like that. I think that's the one that it is.
Man, they don't give out that Z-Pack anymore the way they used to.
No?
No, there's something. They said something is like we're growing an immunity to it or something like that because they gave it away too much for years. I used to take it all the time.
Look at me. Your right eye. What's going on with you?
I'm watering all day. Yesterday. I don't know if it's I don't know if I missed my allergy pill yesterday or not.
I've started with the double Zyrtec. Listen to how old this damn show is.
Does that not make you go to sleep?
No, not for me.
Double Zyrtec?
Now do you have tiger blood after I watched the Charlie Sheen documentary?
Maybe Chop's tired because it's 5 o'clock in the morning right now.
Our clock.
Something happened to our clocks in here.
Our clocks in here are wrong. Did we miss the fallback?
No, that would be on a Sunday. They've gone full on Doc Brown here though. Full on back in time. I'm gonna go back in time.
Yeah. So you think it's allergies? Is that right?
Think
It looks like you got a cyst up there.
It's watery like crazy. Yeah, I've been rubbing it probably since this time last night.
Good for you.
Got to go with the double.
Yeah, I might have to. I put some allergy eye drops in.
Yeah,
nothing works.
What a young, vibrant show we have talking about black Achilles pills and strep and allergies and all that stuff. We have a loaded program for you despite all that mess to start off the Thursday edition. 17 Cowboys injured. 1-7. We'll talk about it inside the Star at 6:20. We have the Payload. We have a college football kegger. We have Ed Sheeran tickets to hook you up with. A Jets insider from New York to join us at 7:20. The Neighborhood Watch as well. Diamond Cavs and Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com. But today we have 3 elimination games in the baseball playoffs, in part thanks to this.
3-2 pitch. Jazz runs. Pitch. Swing on. Line drive. Right field. Fair ball. Here comes Jazz. Coming around third. Rojas waving him. Jazz coming down the line. Here's the throw to the plate. He slides. He is in there. He's in there. The Yankees have the lead. It's 4-3 New York.
Who is that?
It's Dave Sims.
Okay.
He's the old Mariners guy.
All right.
Been there forever.
Doesn't sound like, that classic Yankee voice.
No, he retired, right? John Stone retired.
Yeah. I did not think I was going to be this interested in the baseball playoffs. Now, it's fortunate for us you getting these games during the day starting off. These poor Guardian fans sitting there in Cleveland with daytime baseball, but it really does bring me back to the drama of every pitch. And it sounds like a cliche, a corny cliche, but it really is fantastic when the games are close. And Jazz Chisholm defensively and then with the legs helped the New York Yankees stave off elimination. They beat the Red Sox 4-3. Earlier in the day, the Guardians even up the Tigers. This score is actually misleading. They blow it up late in that one. They beat Detroit 6-1. Padres even things up with the Cubs 3-0. And the Dodgers eliminate the Reds 8-4.
Yeah, so 3 game threes, game sevens, whatever you want to call them, right? Which this
so
is
funny, by the way, watching the Dodgers celebrate in the clubhouse after a 3-game series, a 2-0 series win, and they're breaking out the champagne with Josh Hamilton trying to find another place to be.
The trials and tribulations of a back-to-back, of winning back-to-back games just to win the series. But yeah, this is great for the sport to have 3 game threes today. Because you could start this thing out, right in the middle of the afternoon.
Like this stat, I'm sorry, Choppy. This stat, the 17th team to sweep a 3-game series.
I can't.
Why is that a stat?
I cannot get used to seeing it up there on the screen of 1 series 2-0. Like it doesn't look right to say that a series is won after 2 games.
It doesn't look right. Because a lot of these series, that's one of the things that they've been concerned about. A lot of these series and these 3-game things have only gone the 2 games. We're getting a little lucky here. We're getting 3 game threes. Obviously the elimination game is the best thing that most of these sports have to offer. It makes it the closest thing to an NFL playoff game where it's win or go home. So you might see guys, managers go to the bullpen quicker than normal today. Just like, hey, I'm not taking any chances with this guy.
What'd you take from the other games?
Well, there was a questionable call in the Detroit-Cleveland game. The guy was out at third. He was safe at third. But then they called him out at third on the replay. This gave Detroit a 2-1 lead. But they called him out after the review, and they went to the runner on home that was running home, and they found out that the guy at third got tagged out before the run across the plate. So that tied the game at 1. Now, that wouldn't have changed things, but those tack-on runs late, who knows how the game would have been altered. And, look, I thought all the good that Alex Cora did in game 1 with his pitching staff with Garrett Crochet, he did the complete opposite last night. He couldn't wait to get Bello out of the game. He took him out in the 3rd inning. This is the 3rd inning, and now you lose this game, and you just rolled your bullpen out there for 6+ innings yesterday. That can't be good for your bullpen today.
Bobby, you have any interest in baseball playoffs and no Rangers?
I have interest in Yankees Red Sox. Those first 2 games have been entertaining, and it's like, okay, all right, that sets up. That's obviously the classic rivalry. Everything else, I can't get excited for Tigers Guardians. There's nothing exciting about those 2 teams throwing their scraps out there for a Game 3 face-off. But that's the big one for me. Yeah, Yankees Red Sox. I'll be interested in watching tonight.
But that series, Tigers Guardians, and again, maybe it's just because I'm sitting there during nap time keeping it on. That's actually been extremely entertaining for me. The least entertaining that I don't have the interest in is Cubs-Padres.
Right, and I think the problem with Cubs-Padres for me, the first 2 games, has been it starts at 2 o'clock. The Cleveland game starts at noon. So am I going to switch over? Am I going to switch over to the first inning when they're in the 7th inning in the first one? So then you get to the...
You will when it's a blowout.
You will when it's a blowout. But, these games haven't necessarily been blowouts.
No.
Now, you get to the end of that game, and it's like, all right, do I want to pick this game up in the 4th when I don't really have a feel as to what's been going on? Or, am I not interested in it because it's the teams? Because those teams, the Cubs are a big brand, and the Padres have got superstars up and down that lineup, or at least names.
That was the frustrating thing checking in on the games yesterday, because it's like we're in locker, we're on the air, we're doing Cowboys crosstalk, we're doing things like that. So I kept checking on like you check in on the Guardians game, and it's like, oh, it's a tight game, and then it's like I pick it up next second, it's like, oh, they're up 5 now at the end, and then it's like you're watching the Dodgers Reds, and it's like checking in on that game, it's like, all right, 3-2 close. Then I go back and I pop in on it a few minutes later, it's like, oh, now they're up by like 5 or something like that. Yesterday those things got out of hand in a hurry, a couple of them.
Managerial news is coming in. A lot of people were wondering whether Bruce Bochy was leaving here and going back to San Francisco. Buster Posey was asked that very question at the podium.
Yeah, I talked to Boch a couple days ago and just, told him that where we are currently, and I don't even know what Boch's plans are, if he wants to continue to manage or not. The door's always open here for some sort of role, but the way I think things are coming into picture in my mind with where we want to go next, I don't see us going that route with Boch.
He's such a liar. I don't know if Boch wants to manage or not. Why were you talking to him a couple days ago? Like, clearly there were back channeling involved in discussions that were to be had. I'm sure he knows after that discussion if Bochy wants to continue managing or not.
I'm trying to think. You're making a movement.
You Buster Posey. You keep your meat hooks off, okay? There has been this internet rumor floating that he is coming after the Tennessee baseball coach, Tony Vitello.
Oh,
they met at Coors Field like a month ago.
Oh.
I think one of our former players pitches for Colorado or something, and
did they meet in a coffee shop, all Nico Harrison style?
And all these rumors are floating that, hey, maybe they can entice him. Which, I mean, he's been fantastic, won a title, but just keep your hooks off.
I'm trying to think of another manager as legendary as Bruce Bochy on the resume that could be getting disrespected multiple times through 2 different job cycles. Bruce Bochy went and won all those titles in San Francisco, and it felt like he had to settle for the Texas Rangers job. People are not lining up to go and get him. Now, he is 70. He wins a title here, which no one thought was possible. You do it in 3 years, and now it's starting to feel like Bruce Bochy could be pushed out the pasture. What other coaching? Phil Jackson in demand, going back to the Knicks for a 3rd stop.
Belichick.
Yeah.
It was those 2. That's the only other one that's close. Belichick getting 2 hiring cycles in a row where the NFL was just like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
And it sucks for Boch where it's like, yeah, you've won 4 titles. You just won one 2 years ago with a team nobody predicted, and you're already getting the treatment of like, well, would you like to be special advisor?
Right.
How fun is that? You'll get a sticker. We'll give you one. It'll be good for you, Bruce.
Yeah, it's like, Wash, he's 70, he's a little bit older, and he's just coming off like heart surgery. If you wanted to put him into an advisory role and offer him one as opposed to, skipping the hiring cycle, I get it. He's old. He's a little bit older, and he's not as healthy. Bochy just won a title. It makes no sense.
Meanwhile, Ken Rosenthal reporting that Albert Pujols is believed to be the leading choice for the Angel job. One source close to Pujols suggested the decision may just be his to make.
Yep.
So it looks like Albert Pujols could be going to the bench.
Right. And, if you go back, like, we used to have an era where, like, some of the great baseball players like Ted Williams and Babe Ruth, they wanted to get into managing. That has not been the case in recent years. Like, who is the last all-time great that said, I can't wait to get into managing?
Rocco Baldelli.
Yeah, like that's the kind of player that gets into it. This would be very interesting if he goes there, because he is not far enough removed where these guys have no idea who he is.
I got to find who it was because he was the only one talking about it the day that the Wash announcement was made. But there was one of these Spanish language reporters. I don't know if it was an ESPN Deportes guy or
Chicolin.
or what. No, it was not Chicolin. Who had reported a month ago that, hey, when Wash is in all likelihood let go, watch out for Pujols. And then the day it happened where Wash was let go, he said Albert Pujols is in line to be the next manager of the Angels. An announcement is expected soon. And so I was like, oh, wow, that's interesting. But nobody else was reporting it. So I was like, all right, I guess this isn't really going anywhere. But now it seems to be heading that direction for the Angels.
I have no idea what he brings to the table in terms of we don't know. But that might be the worst job available of all of them, just because they don't spend money the way they need to, and their roster stinks. But that will be credibility there from a player standpoint.
Will the Cowboys have any players left to take on the Jets on Sunday? And the truth on Trayvon Diggs comes out. Diggs, a week later, admits why he came off the bench against the Green Bay Packers. Inside the Star on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Roberto next on 105.3 The Fan.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Laser Blade.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
No.
Said that. Spice Girls.
Doesn't sound right.
In a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3233. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Bobby Belt skipped out on the morning show, but did head on over to practice Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Then the Cowboy Hour with Darren McFadden and Nate Newton. He is back in our room here on Sean and RJ. Your official home of the Cowboys is 105.3 The Fan. What is going on with the injury list for the Jets?
It is a lengthy injury report yesterday from the Cowboys. They've got just about their entire offense, it looks like, other than Dak Prescott, is on the injury report. Here are all the names that appeared on the injury report on Wednesday. Tyler Booker, Tyler Guyton, Malik Hooker, CeeDee Lamb, Miles Sanders, Tyler Smith, Kevontae Turpin, Kalen Carson, Jonathan Mingo. Those are positives, actually. Those were activated practice windows for IR. Trayvon Diggs, Kenneth Murray, and Deron Bland, all popping up on the injury report with several injuries. And the vast majority of those guys were DNP. They didn't participate in practice at all. It sounds like there's going to be at least a couple weeks. I heard Nick Harris saying yesterday that the Kevontae Turpin injury is thought of as similar to the one that Deron Bland just dealt with. And Deron Bland obviously missed 2 weeks with that. So Kevontae Turpin probably going to be on the shelf for a couple weeks. Tyler Smith had an MRI on his leg and said he's hopeful that he can go. And Tyler Guyton is still in concussion protocol. So you are just stacking up the injuries for the Dallas Cowboys heading into this game.
Just trying to even things out. for the Jets. That's all it is. Just trying to make this, the NFL.
I don't think we're good enough to even things out.
Oh, no, yeah. The NFL is, you shouldn't even be able to bet on this league for crying out loud. It's so, you can see right through it. Right now, this is bad. I mean, it's bad to have all these injuries. Now, how many are going to actually impact it? Wasn't yesterday Wednesday? It's Veterans Day off. The Romo Wednesday.
Yeah, Turpin's going to be on the shelf. It sounds like, which I know you don't care about.
I do care about. He's a great weapon.
Yeah, you could just toss Kevontae Turpin into the junk pile.
Absolutely not.
Is he a great weapon at receiver?
He's a bit play receiver.
Yeah. Who would you start? Everyone's healthy at the number 3 receiver today.
Everyone's healthy. Oh, still okay. Everyone's healthy. So still Tolbert.
Still Tolbert.
Yeah, he's been appreciably better. Just go look. As a receiver, he's a better receiver.
Has he been better this year?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Turpin has not been given the same opportunity though, too.
It's because he's not better.
But when he's been put in there, like
it's like saying I mean.
I'm pulling up all the clips of last year Choppy when he went on that 2-week run of get Kevontae Turpin out there and throw slants to him, damn it.
You've got to get him out there and do those plays, but he can't be your primary number 3 receiver. Especially when CD is out, he definitely can't be your primary 2.
Good sign for Lamb, no longer wearing the boot and doing rehab work during the practice. By the way, the spread not moving, even with the 17 guys on the injured list. It is still 2.5. Malik Hooker was spotted in a protective boot during practice, so that's probably not happening. And the first player to take over, number 11, after the Micah trade, Paris Campbell, the veteran receiver, was signed to the practice squad.
Boy, they're handing out that number. Just the disrespect giving that out.
Yes.
That soon to a player like Paris Campbell. But now this is, there is a possibility. I don't know that's a likelihood. We'll find out more about Tyler Smith as things go on. The concussion protocol can always change for Guyton. There's a possibility 80% of your starting offensive line is out on Sunday.
Oh.
So
80%? That would be 4 guys.
Yeah. Be Cooper Beebe, it'd be Tyler Booker, Tyler Guyton, and Tyler Smith. You would only have Terrence Steele out there.
RJ Choppy sharpening up those math skills for our very
gotta do it right.
ears.
Kids in algebra 2 or geometry or something. I gotta remember these things.
The big story that came out yesterday, Trayvon Diggs explaining a week later why he came off the bench against the Packers.
A rough week. I guess coach holding me accountable, and I accept it. It's cool. But back on track this week. Ready to work.
Rough week like in practice.
Yeah, sure.
Rough week. You will be starting this week.
Yeah.
What was that full exchange, Bob?
It was, he said he had a rough week, and they said, rough week of practice? And he went, sure. And then he was asked if he would be starting this week, and he said, yeah. So he is, the demeanor yesterday when talking about it, he had this little smirk on his face, and afterwards it was reported by Nick Harris, I believe, from some others, that Trayvon Diggs had said that it was an off-the-field issue, and that he knew on Thursday that he was not going to start the game.
So yesterday, it was a pump the brakes hump day for yours truly.
Okay.
I had immediate initial opinions on 2 NFL stories, this being one of them, and then I pumped the brakes a little.
What was your initial?
So let me give myself some perspective. Let me try to give because my first initial response to this was get Trayvon Diggs out of here. Enough. Get him out. Send him on over to Green Bay. Send him on over to New England, wherever you can. And stop with 3rd or 4th round picks on my timelines, please. He can never bring that back. Never. The value that
he had 10 touchdowns.
That value
10 picks one year.
That value is way, way, way too high. So my first initial reaction: enough is enough. This is it. He'll never be back next season. And then I was trying to think: did Trayvon Diggs go off on Brian Schottenheimer or one of the coaches, or behind the scenes, or in a meeting room because of the play of this defense? I'm trying to give him a possible out. Did he snap over the scheme?
What was his crime?
Or the way that things were? And if he did do that, would I really come down hard on him? Would I be mad at a player losing their ass behind the scenes for saying stupid scheme, stupid system, stupid adjustments? We're just sitting out there like sitting ducks. Everyone knows 93% of the time we're going to be playing zone. Did Trayvon go off because of what Matt Eberflus is doing back there? And Diggs was asked, would you like to run more man?
Yeah.
You want some more man?
Yeah.
Because you're historically been a man guy.
Yeah.
How comfortable you're doing the zone? Is it a matter of getting more comfortable?
Yeah, being comfortable, being uncomfortable.
Right.
One of those type things. Yeah.
You talked about positioning. Is that because there's been a lot of guys in and out of the lineup, adjustment to a new DC, or what is the positioning style?
I feel like just getting accustomed, to the system and where the routes are going to be, where the routes are going to end up, putting yourself in position to make plays. I wouldn't say it's more complex, but when you playing man, you're right there with the person. You're literally right there. He go over the field, you go over the field too. And then you're covering an area, so you have to cover an area and be in position to make the play. So I feel like it just comes with repetition, getting the feel for it. I feel like as the week's been coming, it's been getting way easier, and I feel like we're on our way to getting the ball and being on our way to making plays.
So that's what I was asking myself. Did Diggs have a problem with the state of the defense, which is horrific? And should I really, be blasting him for that? So that was my sign of maturation yesterday.
It says, it was very
not to excuse you can't sit there and destroy your superiors verbally and make a scene and break stuff, but we obviously don't know what happened.
Yeah, Newey Scruggs had said yesterday, he was like, I don't know, whenever I think 2 drives that you've missed, I automatically assume you were late for a meeting or something. And so, it could be that. It could be he was late for a meeting.
The old Michigan punishment.
There you go. That's it. It's a cheat, and then all of a sudden you get 2 games.
It could be something along those lines. Diggs yesterday, I thought he was, like I said, his demeanor was interesting. Like when you see him talking about it, he looks a little...
I can see him the way he sounds.
Yeah. And so
he's sassy.
But there was a little, I think it was... He said he accepted the correction. He said, I think coach was trying to hold me accountable. I accepted. It's cool. And I think that he seems more upbeat and positive. And Brian Schottenheimer spoke positively about him after the game and said he thought he played well and gave him credit in the press conference yesterday as well. And so I think they're going through a little bit of a sharpening process with him.
I've been throwing out the question, is this defense as bad as Mike Nolan? Is it as bad as Rob Ryan? John Machota put together some numbers from The Athletic. This defense versus 2020, Mike Nolan was the DC. Third down percentage, teams are converting this year 58% of the time. In 2020, 46% of the time. Takeaways, both teams had 2 at this point in the season.
Ugh.
Yards per game, that defense gave up 430. This defense has given up 420. Pass yards per game, that defense gave up 258. This defense has given up 297.
Ooh.
Rush yards per game, this defense is giving up 123. That defense gave up 172. 172 damn rushing yards a game. And then finally, points per game. This defense is allowing 33. That defense was allowing 36.5.
36.5.
It's pretty bad.
So it looks like that defense was probably even worse.
Yeah. I mean, this one still has like old school Big 12 vibes to it. Like no lead is safe.
Yeah.
At the end of the game, it's just going to be back and forth, back and forth.
Are we that old that it's old school for Big 12 defenses to be terrible?
Yes, we are that old that it is. It's old school for Big 12 defenses to be bad. That was the heyday. That was like 08 to like 2012.
Of bad Big 12 defenses?
That was the highlight of it.
I was going to say, like 2020, we're not that far removed from a couple of years back, Big 12 being awful defense.
Because, Bobby, you were wondering why, Kyer Elam was not the target here to be benched.
Yeah.
He led the secondary. He led the corners in snap count against the Packers. Well, here you have your answer, Trayvon Diggs, disciplinary reasons. Kyer had 60 snaps. Stewart had 55. Diggs had 53. So there we go. That's an Inside the Star recap from yesterday.
Yeah, Bland obviously coming back from an injury, and then you mentioned the Diggs punishment issue. Then, yeah, that would be the rotation, the subbing out in all likelihood that you were looking at. But Elam is the guy to me that is your biggest problem right now.
If I'm Matt Eberflus and I'm coming in and I'm instituting my defense and I'm running this amount of zone, am I first basing that off the corners? Give me the levels of decision making that are going to go into the defense that I'm putting out there that we're seeing. If I'm Eberflus, do I start and say, all right, Bland, Diggs, they'll be better off passing off man coverage. They'll be better. Trayvon, he can't stick with a guy individually, so I want him to hold down a zone. And then you take it to the pass rushers in the defensive line, or is Eberflus starting with the defensive line? I'm trying to figure out the thought process of applying, because we always say, right, the best coaching adapts the system to the talent. This was just seemingly going to be Eberflus' system. How do you start that decision?
Yeah, I think this is not unlike the way others do it. They come in, they put their scheme in, and if they learn that guys can't do things, or they learn that guys aren't a fit in certain aspects of it, then they'll adjust it. Dan Quinn came in here as one of the top usage rates among all defensive coordinators in cover 3. And he got here, and about halfway through the season, he realized, I can't put these guys in cover 3. That's not what they do well. And he's flipped to being one of the highest man cover rates in football when he was here for the rest of his tenure, because he realized, all right, this is how I get the most out of these players, and this is how we can make them productive. And so I think Eberflus is just going through that system right now and trying to figure out stuff like don't put Donovan Wilson in the deep middle.
Peyton Russell says he has found the next host of the G-Bag Nation. That's next in the Payload. Thursday, 6:40 means Peyton Phillip Russell next on the Fan.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment? I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It's Thursday, another edition of the Payload. 6:40 every Thursday at this time. And gentlemen, they say size matters. But I guess that also applies to college dance teams as well. Aiden will have the pictures up on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube. But the rivalry between Florida A&M and Alabama State in football was taken to a whole new level over the weekend. At halftime, like many colleges, the bands of both schools will play on the field along with the dance team. And this happened Saturday as a dance team called the Honeybees of Alabama State took the field. And these ladies, they're a bit larger than other dance teams, okay? They're, it's just how it is.
Plus size dance.
Plus size, they're double XL. And this is how the Florida A&M PA announcer welcomed them onto the field Saturday.
Congratulate them. They're now the new face of Ozempic.
The new face of Ozempic. Now, look, I guess in the FCS, it just means more. Rivalries just mean more there. But, I mean, it's not like, it was Alabama State. It's not like it was San Antonio State or anything like that.
Those big old women down in San Antonio.
But, guys,
Peyton laughing at his own drop.
I was waiting for that. I was cutting up the audio. I was like, Aiden, I got a perfect drop here for this.
So was this announcer, was it the opposing dance team or the home team's dance team? Not that it really matters, but I'm just curious.
My understanding was it was so they were playing, I guess, at FAMU. Shout out Nate Newton. And it was the Alabama State dance team, which had the plus side, the Honeybees, right? So it would have been the opposing dance teams.
You heard the crowd immediately react.
Oh, there were some cheers.
Oh, man.
Immediately react.
It's a rivalry. It's fun, though. It's football. But, you make the fat joke, especially with the women. If you want to make fun of the O-line, go for it. The head coach, go for it.
So I guess I should backtrack again. This is my week of backtracking here. My initial thought yesterday was fired. See you later. Then I said, RJ he's never firing someone off the first offense. So I'm reading his email and he's like, how long? I was wondering to myself, has this guy been there for 30 years? Does everyone love him? Was this a simple mistake? And I guess it does factor into me if it's the visiting girls. It is a fireable offense. You could be gone and I wouldn't blink and I'd understand it. But I wonder if that program's parents would say you need to go because he said it about the other girls and not that school's. If it's that school's
earthquake
dance,
I'm sorry. Oh, this is great.
If it's that school's dance team, I'm like, you got to go. Because anytime you open your mouth, people are going to be sitting there remembering you calling them the new faces of Ozempic. Doesn't matter if it's the other school's dance team. Does this PA guy have to get fired? How long has he been there?
So from what I understand, his name's Joe Bullard. He's been there like 3 decades.
Okay.
So
this is like the great Roger Emmerich, and he made a mistake. Like, look at the Olympic girls.
If this is like year 1 or 2 or even whatever, you season his early parts. It's like, okay, that's different. There's no link. There's no lineage.
Waxahachie Wagovies.
Yeah, if you got somebody there 30 years, it's all right. This is his only mishap. Then
there's a big mishap.
Big mishap. It's dehumanizing.
Very big for sure.
It's dehumanizing. It's completely inappropriate to say. I from what I've seen, and some of this is like, even in his statement said, playful jesting have long been a part of the HBCU culture. Maybe they do something like this, although I have no idea. I truthfully am ignorant here.
I would be totally opposed to him getting fired.
Totally opposed?
Totally opposed. It's smack talk.
No.
It's the other crew. They clearly lean into the photo that Peyton just put up there. They lean into that.
Aiden put it up there. I didn't put it up there. That was all Aiden.
Whatever. It's clear like they lean into that aspect of what they what they are.
You got to
And
give
so-
me three. Well, first off, what Aiden photo number one?
Oh, he threw the honeybees up there on the
Aiden, put
fan
it back
cam.
up there.
Yeah, the video of the girls.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah, so
what
I'm saying,
about
like, you
it?
can tell by their whole branding and everything, they lean into it.
They're dancing. That's not leaning into getting insulted and being called fat girls.
They're wearing spandex.
Yeah, they're a dance
Literally,
team. You got to give me three other instances. I'll backtrack again. If you give me two or three other instances in this league where they take things to this degree. If you give me three other instances in the past, then I'll back off and say that the guy can keep his job. Otherwise, come on now. Like, let's be serious. This is a disgusting thing to say. It's ridiculous. So you all can be all funny, jokey. I'll be the serious one in the room. You can't sit there and call high school kids or young college people fat girls over the PA mic. But you can give me other instances where this is a little bit. Maybe it's the Savannah Bananas of college football.
Yeah, I have no idea. Like I said, I have no idea about that. From what I've read, you know, like these kind
Look,
of
they're playing into it. They're wearing dance uniforms on the drill team.
Yeah.
They're asking for it.
No, I didn't say
Look at
they're
them shake
asking
themselves
for it.
as a dance team. They're asking for it.
Bobby, are you saying this because like there's no like they're not?
I
Like,
mean, they're
No, it's because I'll tell you why he's saying it. He doesn't even have to complete the sentence.
because I'm one of them. I can say whatever I want.
He appreciates
You're a honeybee?
he appreciates this type of humor. He doesn't want to punish comedy. So there you go. That's why he doesn't want anyone to lose.
I
their
will
job.
not, and then seeing how you've reacted to that joke, I won't tell you what I would have renamed the honeybees. So I'll just keep that to myself.
I agree with Sean, by the way. Disgusting act by the
Yeah.
announcer,
You
so.
really sound serious about
The
it.
president of Florida A&M has put out a statement, but no disciplinary actions for Joe Bullard has been taken just yet.
Okay.
But all right, it is a
You
payload.
got total reaction or
Oh
not?
yeah, it's like the Mavs Maniacs. It's the same thing. They kind of lean into it, like Bobby's saying. It's a fat joke. Stop being soft. Jimmy-
Okay, well you have your little
Jimmy-
girl. You have your little girl at her ballerina contest, and have the PA person say, "Here's old Carrie. Give me a food reference.
Biggie Smalls
Carrie Gold.
over here.
Carrie Gold. Here's old
Carrie Gold.
That's good, yeah.
Here's Carrie. Here's Carrie Gold. Old Butterball out here on the balance beam. Let's see how the balance beam holds, and then you see how tough you are on the fan.
Okay,
Was that
so
a crack? Was that
when
a
your
crack?
little girl's being
From the
called.
469 HBCU alum here. Insults frequently thrown during these times, but this one was over the line.
Okay.
Just a rivalry.
So I
man.
win.
It just means more out there in the FCS. All right, guys. Aqib Talib. Do you guys believe in karma? Are you an actual
I will
believer
be-
that you do something
I
wrong?
will,
It's gonna bite you in the butt.
I will see that sometimes it's like not what's it called where you see something you're like that's gonna happen. It's like not a
Speaking
Foreshadowing?
into existence.
yeah, something like that.
Clairvoyance.
Yes. Yeah, I will see like okay, I can see how that was karma.
Well, Aqib Talib believes in it, and he says that may be why Tyreek Hill, the Dolphins, got hurt on Monday Night Football. This is what Aqib had to say on the Arena Gridiron podcast.
I always said, these football guys don't play no games. You know what I'm saying? They do not play games. They don't make no mistakes. You got allegations of beating your wife. Hey, that is real. I don't play like that. I'll be off this show. If I get a call right now about somebody beating on sister, wife, daughter, any one of them, you know what I'm saying? So I don't really play like that. And football guys, they brutal. They don't make no mistakes, man. So, hey.
So you're suggesting
they tease you a
God
little
got
bit.
even?
Karma.
No?
It's karma, man. Hey, man, hey. You seen that tackle happen 1,000 times.
1,000
A
times.
billion and then he snapped his whole leg in half. Then to be 32 by next year he'll be 32 when the season start. You make your money on speed. That might be the last we see of Tyreek Hill.
I'm saying.
Honestly.
That's what I
saying.
seen that. That's
it
the
might,
first
it
thing I
might
thought.
really be the last we see of Tyreek Hill.
Might be worst take of the week, I think, unless you guys agree with it.
That what karma got Tyreek? You think that's the worst take, or the fact that Aqib Talib is the one saying it? Aqib Talib did. Now I need to know in the rest of this podcast if he said, "Take me for instance." That's all I need to hear.
I know, right?
And that Aqib said, "Look at my rap sheet and look at what happened to me." Because as Clarence Hill tweeted, you are the last one to talk unless you threw yourself under the bus for all the stuff that you were involved with, including, right? Wasn't it a youth football coach losing their life around here?
It was his brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, his brother did that.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Garland, March 11, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, accused of firing a gun at his sister's boyfriend. Bond, in this case, shot himself in the leg. There's a lot of Aqib Talib stuff. He was taken off. I don't believe he's doing Fox broadcasts anymore.
No.
Okay, so did he throw himself under the bus on this? The best Tyreek Hill meme yesterday. RJ sent it to us. I posted it. There was like 10 nurses in a hospital, all pregnant, posing, and they're like, this is what happens when you treat Tyreek. That was good.
So good.
Whoever
came up with that.
By the way, just to finish off your tease, you were saying that the PA announcer was the next member of the G-Bag Nation in sensitivity?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Just because he was making the fat joke, and I had to get that out there.
All right,
but yeah.
there you go.
But I don't think Gavin would hire him.
I have nothing bad to say about Dallas resident Aqib Talib.
Yeah, he's one of those dudes. Pac-Man and Aqib.
Yeah.
I think the two local people, you're like, they may get wind of this.
Yeah, we don't just say.
And we're scared.
All right, last story here, guys. More audio, funny audio here. We had an all-time interview moment after the Broncos-Bengals game, also on Monday Night Football. Broncos running back J.K. Dobbins was doing the on-field interview with John Sutcliffe, I believe his name, of ESPN, and he usually does Spanish-speaking interviews, so he tested the Spanish-speaking skills of J.K. Dobbins, and this was the result of that.
Con J.K. Dobbins, a ver, se hablaba correr 100 yardas. ¿Qué significa finalmente a Bronco was able to correr 100 yardas?
Todos los días. Es todos los días. Mi primera jugar con 100 yards. No sé qué.
100 yardas.
Yardas. Yeah, sí. Pero gracias a Dios. Gracias
señor.
Mal.
Oye, Bo Nix, you were able to move it. Primer down, segundo downs. Hubo más cadence.
No tengo mucho que decir, pero Bo Nix es especial. Tenemos que siguiendo con great play. We're gonna keep going.
Oye.
I love the confidence. You know, he went half Spanish and then great plays, just those in English. You know, I give him A+.
That was pretty good. He'll be in Trump's next tweet.
He's no Amon-Ra St. Brown doing the flawless post-game German interview.
Was it?
Was it really?
He's dual citizenship, and he did an interview with like German TV and just like spat it out like it was nothing.
Gather the foreigners.
Pretty good.
Was that part of the cut? Part of the Amon-Ra family cutting it?
Yeah, gotta cut it. Yeah.
The Payload every Thursday here on Sean and RJ, putting up big time numbers on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's DFW Sports Station with an Ed Sheeran ticket giveaway, 720 in the Expressway. When we go commercial free with the Neighborhood Watch, the most local stories in radio at 740. But I may be apologizing again to Shador Sanders after what he pulled yesterday. A.J. Brown speaks as well, and we have NFC quarterbacks in and out for your fantasy lineups and the standings against the Cowboys. Around the rest of the NFL is next.
Jets has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course it's sorry. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Good morning, Metroplex Thursday edition with the entire morning family back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. Got you on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with an Ed Sheeran ticket giveaway coming up 7:20, commercial-free Expressway. I was about to say that you have another bad quarterback playing Thursday Night Football, but Mac Jones has been good this year for Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. Mac Jones is going to play because Brock Purdy is out again, this time with a toe. Ricky Pearsall, my guy, who I absolutely love in fantasy football, he's out with a knee. Jennings is out as well against the LA Rams. San Francisco continues to be hurt.
Yeah, the Cookie Monster going to be quarterbacking.
The Cookie Monster.
The old Mac Jones Cookie Monster. Some of these Thursday night games, that they've been hit or miss over the years, but especially when you get an injury or a series of injuries for a team, and now you're on a short week, and you might not have your starting quarterback, or depending on which week it is, these teams aren't having their starting quarterback. Makes for some bad football.
Yeah, and I mean, San Francisco, like Sean was just saying, they've been so ravaged with injury. That doesn't even mention the fact that John Lynch, I think it was earlier this week, it may have been late last week, was saying that yeah, they still really have no handle on when Brandon Ayuk is going to be back either. Like, I mean, San Francisco's just, they're completely ravaged with injury. That's after they've purged half the roster to begin with. I mean, they felt like, heading into last week, they felt like, to me, just a very weak 3-0 at this point. Now, maybe if they were healthy and they could have things more consistently in place, they would be a bigger threat, but I still think they're weakened from what they've been in past years. But to me, that's a vulnerable football team in a big way, not just for this week, but heading into the rest of the season.
Guess the spread.
Rams 5.5.
No.
I think it's let's go 7.5.
8.5. 8.5 in Los Angeles. Two teams at 3-1, but San Fran will not have Brock Purdy and a bunch of different weapons.
Where it opened? Let me look at see what it opened at, because that is wow. It opened at 1.5.
No.
How
can it change 7 points?
Purdy, baby.
Well,
Purdy difference.
The quarterback would
not to Mac Jones.
Right.
Couldn't have gone from 1 to 8.5.
Let's see, but that 1.5 could have been in the preseason.
Okay, so not opening on Sunday.
No, not opening on Sunday.
All right.
No.
Well, speaking of quarterbacks, this to me is the story of the day, and where I'd like to hear the most from the Tolos and the Franklin LaFranco injury attorney text line. Dylan Gabriel, Bobby, we're out for this, was named the new starter in Cleveland with how horrible Joe Flacco looked against the Detroit Lions. The media went to Shador and asked him how he felt about it. Availability in the locker room. Shador Sanders, what's the exact word for this? Pantomimed?
Yeah, he was pantomiming.
He was pantomiming all of his answers. He's moving his mouth. Choppy's giving you an example right now, pantomiming or miming on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. He's not saying anything while moving his mouth to give his answers. And this blew up on social media yesterday.
It did blow up with a whole lot of, oh, I get it now. This is why you're not starting. This isn't how a quarterback acts.
I thought you were going to say something else. I'll get into it in a second.
Yeah, like
that was my initial reaction too.
This isn't how a quarterback acts. Now, is he doing this as a shot?
Yes.
At people?
No, one person.
One person. Yeah, Rex. Probably Rex.
This was Rex Ryan's rant on ESPN the other day, and Adam Schefter confirmed Shador was responding to this.
Stefanski is one of an outstanding coach. All right. But why the hell isn't he putting Shador Sanders? We're all waiting to see the Shador Sanders be the guy or Gabriel, whatever. Something's missing. Something's missing with this kid. This kid talks. He runs his mouth like I could be a starting quarterback with his arms crossed like this. Get your ass in the front row and study and do all that. If I know, the whole league knows. Quit being an embarrassment that way. You got the talent to be the quarterback. You should be. You should be embarrassed that you're not the quarterback now.
Shador hears that, responds to it yesterday with the pantomime. Before I give all my full thoughts, Bobby, what do you think?
I mean, I'd love to know that since he was just pantomiming, like he could have been saying really aggressive things about Rex Ryan.
Yeah,
like I mean, he could have been using all sorts of foul language and everything else. It's not a bad play. Generally, like I mean, I agree. He like last week when he was like, basically, there ain't 32 better than me. When he said that, you could see him, like you could almost see it on his face, like him going like, "Don't say it, don't do it," and he just couldn't help himself. He's like, you know, I am better than a lot of these quarterbacks that are playing right now. You look at the state of the league, it's like, gosh, just please know that he may be right in general because Rex is as big a mouth as anybody and shouldn't really be talking about how anybody pops off. But like he continues to make things just harder on himself unnecessarily is how I look at it.
So I told Bobby a couple of weeks ago, I may have said it to both you guys at a commercial break. I'm like, something to me seems off with Shador in terms of the maturity. Like I know he's a young kid, and I never define an adult at 18. I think that's one of the stupidest things we do as a society. But
Peyton's not one. He's almost 30.
Yeah. Or my brother.
Got to be minimum 25 before you're an adult.
But there's just this super like immaturity to Shador with the way he answers things. It's almost like sometimes like a 13-year-old to me.
Yeah.
And I said that to you a couple weeks ago. That was my instant reaction yesterday in seeing that. I'm like, this is so immature. And this is weird. This is weird. And then things got put together 2 and 2 that it's in response to Rex Ryan. And you had a lot of the internet say, hey, he's having fun. Gerald McCoy to defend him. This is funny. He's having fun with it. Then you had people say, well, why is the media going to him? Blame the media. Well, Dylan Gabriel was up at the big coaches press conference table. But he did speak to the media. I will defend the media. You have to go to Shador Sanders in the locker room and say, what do you think about Dylan Gabriel being promoted? Yes, they chase Shador down for a lot of stupid stuff and don't need to ask him about every single little thing. Yesterday was justified. But then when I said, okay, he was responding to Rex Ryan, I said to myself, don't even give Rex Ryan that time of day.
Does it matter?
Don't give Rex Ryan that time of day. Praise Dylan Gabriel. Give the comments. So again, a day of maturation for me. I actually erased my tweet. Where I was like,
don't do that.
Yeah, I was like, this is weird. And then I thought about it, and I was like, should I give him some props for having fun? Because this wasn't just some, like, out-of-the-blue reaction. It was to Rex Ryan, but don't give Rex... Because now Rex Ryan gets what he wants. Now all of Get Up this morning will be Rex Ryan, and someone on Get Up and First Take will be pantomiming themselves to have a TV bit.
You don't have to like react to the media. Like a player should never react to the media. Like the media doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The other thing is like this is also part of. I think that teams were hesitant to take him as a backup because this is not what you want out of a backup quarterback. You want your backup quarterback to be completely, just like ignored.
Yeah.
And anonymous. You do not want your backup quarterback to, first of all, you don't want the media to want to go to your backup quarterback.
Yes.
This would not have happened with 30 other teams.
Cooper Rush.
The media is never going to go to Cooper Rush and say, well, what do you think about, Snoop Huntley taking the backup role? Over you. Look, they would never ask him that.
The play always, if you need to clap back at Russ, it always is just the foot thing. Just
at who, Rex?
Yeah, if Shador needs to clap back, all he can say is like, yeah, look, I may have put my foot in my mouth. Like he could have just done that and gone with foot puns like Wes Welker, and he would have been just fine.
Nick Sirianni had a very clunky, seemingly unprepared response to the A.J. Brown saga. Yesterday was A.J. Brown's turn to address it in the locker room.
Obviously, Sunday after the game, I let my frustrations boil over. I didn't speak to the media. I had a chance to correct my frustrations, and I continued to let it boil over. That's on me. I take full accountability on that, posting that. My message on Twitter wasn't directed at anyone in the building. Not my coaches, not my quarterback, my GM, nobody. Like I said, I take full accountability. I have open communication with all my coaches and with my quarterback as well. Me and my coaches, KP, Nick, we discuss weekly about trying to get this thing on the same page.
The Eagles are the test case for winning cures all. They win, and it doesn't matter. They're still they should still be in honeymoon period. It's the 4 games after you just won the Super Bowl for a second time in 7 years. It's the second time you went back in 3 years, and it's still a mess over there all the time. And now I would take a mess in a Super Bowl title. I'm not being
we had in the 90s.
I'm not being dismissive of that, but it is who then? AJ, who are you talking to? It wasn't directed to anybody. Then who?
Right.
That who did you feel like, you know what, they're going to check my Twitter, this one person I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
And I'm going to tweet this very passive aggressive Bible verse, which I don't think that's how Bible verses are supposed to be used either.
Yeah, he
I don't
goes
think
that
supposed to be passive aggressive.
He goes that Bible verse that can be used for anything. I have so many memes in my phone. They said, "Do you want to be here?" He goes, "Yes, absolutely. I want to be here."
They asked Jalen Hurts, they're like, "How's your relationship with AJ Brown?" He's like, "Good." And they said
he's dead inside.
Yeah, they're like, "Well, good how?" Expand on that. And his quote was, "We share a great passion for this game, and we're focused on this week." Oh, that sounds like you've got a great relationship, dude.
Look, it's almost like every other year with this team. Like they have a good year, and they implode. And they have a good year, and they implode. They can't stay happy. And where's Big Dom? Big Dom's got to put all this to bed.
Right. He's got the headset on.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to go to AJ. Yo.
And the cell phone out. Okay, RJ, this one's for you. Dr. Choppy in the house. All the medical experts. Tua was asked about that hit he took the other day, and he got up and he was smiling from it. And Tua then made me think of Doogie Howser and the game operation.
The brain, I guess everyone would be wondering, how did I feel on that hit and whatnot? Felt perfectly fine, felt great. You know, throughout the years, that was one of the bigger things we hadn't addressed, was making sure that I got, you know, a good amount of carbs in my body, and, you know, so that as I drank water or as I drank the right stuff or whatever it was, the doctors were talking about the liquid that your brain sits in and all of that. But I guess for me, from what I come to know or come to understand from what the doctors were talking about, is, you know, your brain kind of sits in fluids. And, you know, if I'm eating eggs, bacon, and sausage, and there's not much carbs, like if there's no bread or whatnot, you know, you kind of drink water and it'll just flush out of you. So you can't stay hydrated that way. But the carbs kind of help soak that in and stay there.
Is this like is he talking about the concussion water from like Russell Wilson years ago?
He's talking about the brain juice needing carbs to soak up and not flush out of your body. I seed to you guys.
I have no idea. Sure. I love a good carb. My brain's got to be all the chips that we eat and salsa. Man, got to have like the cleanest brain ever.
I think he was actually relaying clearly something he was told about his diet to help brain health, and I think he's just awful at explaining what the doctor said to him. I mean, there have been a couple times I've heard Tua explain something before the concussions too, by the way, that where I hear him explain something, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like Tua at times does like say some bizarre stuff where I think he may just kind of be a little clunky in his explanation of things.
So they're saying that concussions can lead to dehydration. Staying hydrated is important, right, for overall health. And then when it comes to like reducing inflammation in the brain, the water and the hydration can help. I have no idea.
There's nothing about carbs in there?
There's no chance, though, his doctor said, look, Tua, we need you to eat some bread so it'll soak up your brain water. Like, there's no, that's not what the doctor said. That was his interpretation of it.
Around the NFL here on Sean and RJ, we are also your home of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's head on out to New York for our Jets Insider. Are they looking at the Cowboys as their first win of the season? Commercial free in the Expressway with an Ed Sheeran ticket giveaway as we preview the Jets with our guests from the NYC after this.
the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We are officially commercial-free in the expressway for the rest of the hour here on Sean and RJ. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We're going to hook you up with a concert ticket giveaway. We'll have the Neighborhood Watch at 7:40. But right now, let's preview the Jets Sunday right here on this station with Brian Costello, Jets beat reporter from the New York Post. I like the detail in his Twitter headline, the added sentence of, I don't write the headlines. And of course, they always go right to the New York papers for the best recaps in sports. Good morning, Brian. How are you?
I'm good, guys. How you doing?
Doing pretty well. What is the headline that you did not come up with that you caught like the most grief for?
There's been a million of them. The New York Post headlines, particularly on our website, they can be rough sometimes. And, people ask me sometimes when they come to New York, well, what's different about New York than playing other places? And, if you throw 3 interceptions in Jacksonville, you're going to get criticized the same way you're going to get criticized in New York. But in New York, if you go out to dinner with, some actress, it's going to be in the newspaper and it's going to be on the New York Post website. And that's the kind of stuff that usually gets people annoyed, is the stuff about their personal life. But in New York, you can't really hide like you can in other cities.
So is the headline right? We're always searching for ways to do less work and find better, easier jobs. Is the headline writer's job like their only job? Is there one person for all the news stories, or do they have to do a lot of other stuff?
Those all editors come up with the headlines, and there's a whole group of them, and they proofread the stories, they lay them out in the newspaper, they do the photos, and now with the website, there's a whole different group of people that do the website as well. So now it's a lot of different people.
I'm calling this the Culture Bowl on Sunday because the C word defined Brian Schottenheimer's offseason, and Aaron Glenn was Mr. Culture, starting off with the 0-4 start there with the Jets. Brian, are there legitimate signs of some type of culture turnaround, or it feels like the same old mess?
Look, he's brought a different approach. He's been stricter in the offseason. That he's talked a good game so far, I'd say, but you need to see results at some point. And I'm not saying at 0-4 anyone's you should be panicking, but he does need to see more results on the field soon. The problem for Aaron Glenn right now is it's not just 0-4. It's been a bad 0-4 in terms of penalties and turnovers and dumb mistakes, which has kind of been the hallmark of Jets football for a long time. So I think fans would be okay if they were losing close games and playing really well and just being outclassed by the Bills and the Buccaneers and the Steelers, but it's been ugly. And Monday night they played another 0-3 team in Miami. They turn the ball over 3 times. They have 13 penalties. They fair catch a punt at the 2-yard line. It's been dumb football. And so I think that's what Aaron Glenn has to fix right now for people to truly feel good about his culture.
Well, it's not just culture, Brian, but you've got the defensive aspect for Aaron Glenn, where it's like he's brought in here as, here's one of these bright defensive coordinators who's going to be a great communicator. And the defense has struggled a lot, it looks like, for the Jets this season compared to recent years. Is there panic on that front? I mean, if everybody feels good about the culture, is there panic about what's wrong with this defense? Why isn't this working under Aaron Glenn yet?
There is. It's not so much about Aaron Glenn, though. Just to understand, the Jets were clear hiring him. Hiring him was not about his defense, right? This wasn't like Chicago hiring Ben Johnson because he's this amazing X's and O's guy on offense. Hiring Aaron Glenn was to hire a leader, was to hire this guy that was going to clean up the mess and what you guys talked about, the culture, change the culture, change that. The Jets have been down the road where they hired a great defensive coordinator like Robert Saleh. They hired Todd Bowles when he was the hot defensive coordinator. They made it clear when they were making this hire, they were not out to hire the best coordinator. They were looking for a leader. And Aaron Glenn came in and he handed the defense to Steve Wilks, a veteran coach. He hired him. And Aaron Glenn, I wouldn't say he's hands off. He's involved with it, but it's Steve Wilks is calling the defense. So I don't think people are so much pointing the finger at Aaron Glenn with the defense, but yeah, it's been bad. And Steve Wilks is now, people are starting to look at him and going, did they hire the right guy there? Because they're giving up 30 points a game right now.
Brian Costello, New York Post, joining us here, 105.3 The Fan. How is he in game? Is he a go for it on fourth down like as Dan Campbell was when he was in Detroit? Is he a very aggressive? How is he in game?
Yeah, he's been a mix. There's been some fourth downs where he's punted where I thought he'd go for it. And, like, if you're looking at Dan Campbell would go for it, right? He's still, Aaron Glenn, like we just talked about, he is a defensive coach, and defensive coaches tend to be a little different in that regard, in my experience, than the offensive coaches. So there are times when you're like, okay, 4th and 6 in midfield, is he going to go for it? And he punts. And he hasn't been totally aggressive so far. But he's also, it's not like he's completely old school either. He is going for it on some fourth downs. Their play calling hasn't been particularly good on the 4th and shorts, and that's been a problem. But he, so far, it's kind of been a mixed bag with him in that regard.
Is the quarterback for next year on the roster right now?
I'd say no. I think Justin Fields will be here next year. They gave him a 2-year contract. They gave him $30 million guaranteed. So I think he'll be here. But my gut is they're going to draft a quarterback, and there's going to be a quote-unquote competition next summer. We know how that goes. And, maybe Justin Fields starts the first 3 games, and then the quarterback comes in the 4th game, like we're seeing with the Giants right now. One of those situations. So, but I think Justin Fields will probably be here. He might start the season next year. I don't think he's the long-term answer, though, at quarterback.
How has Fields been playing?
Very up and down. It's really, he played really well against the Steelers. Both throwing the ball, running the ball was impressive. He did nothing against the Bills. Like he couldn't hit the side of a building that day. And then he got a concussion at the end of the game, so he didn't play week 3 against the Bucs. And then in Miami, he really didn't do much for the first 2-3 quarters, and then he had a really nice 43-yard highlight run for a touchdown, and he moved them pretty well in the 4th quarter. The hard part to tell right now is, are these defenses kind of taking their foot off the gas late in the game, and the Jets are taking advantage of that. But he's made some nice throws. It's just not consistent right now.
Brian Costello, New York Post, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline to preview the Cowboys on 105.3 The Fan. How are you looking at the Cowboys as a matchup, Brian? Are you looking at it as like a coin toss, very gettable? Do you think the spread is not big enough? How are you looking at matching up specifically with Dallas?
Yeah, I thought the spread wasn't big enough. I thought Dallas probably deserved to be favored by more. I think they're similar teams right now in terms of both defenses aren't playing well. They both have new coordinators. It seems like things are, there's an adjustment period going on. The offenses have been better. I think Dallas's offense is better. To me, the difference in this game is Dak, right? Dallas has a quarterback playing extremely well. The Jets have a quarterback who's been okay. So I think, with bad defenses, if this game ends up being a shootout, the Jets can't hang with the Cowboys in a shootout game. So I think most people view this as a very tough game for the Jets. There's this history. If you guys remember, this isn't a very significant game for the Cowboys, but for the Jets, in 2019, they started 0-4 with Adam Gase as coach, and they beat the Cowboys at MetLife Stadium in the 5th game. Sam Darnold had a long pass to Robbie Anderson, and Jamal Adams played at the end of the game, and they beat the Cowboys. So that was Gase's first win that season. So I think the Jets fans are kind of looking at that and going, well, maybe that happens again. But I think it's going to be tough for this Jets defense is kind of reeling right now. I'm not sure if they can get their feet under them against the Cowboys offense.
Brian, Sauce Gardner said he thinks he is being targeted for penalties because the Jets aren't playing well. How much stock do you put into that?
I don't know. I mean, remember we had this whole discussion last year with the Chiefs, like were they getting all the calls? Remember that going to the Super Bowl? Yeah. And so I think it does happen to a degree. With Sauce, I think it's more he does grab. He's a grabby player, and I think he got away with it his rookie year, and then I think people probably pointed it out to the league, and the league has called him tougher the last couple of years, and he does grab. And I just don't think he gets away with much. So he's got to fix that. So to me, I don't think it's Sauce. I think if you guys watched the Dolphins game Monday night,
yep.
There were some calls against the Jets that were tough, and some non-calls were tough. So, like, Garrett Wilson gets called for pass interference when he shouldn't have. It was like he touched the guy. He didn't really push him on the touchdown. And then Justin Fields gets drilled out of bounds and there's no call. Like most quarterbacks, I mean, you get that call. He doesn't get that. And then the 2-minute warning there, the tight end caught the ball, Jeremy Ruckert. He goes down, and like a good 10 seconds after the whistle, a guy hits him, and there's no call. And it's like stuff like that. I don't know. Aaron Glenn said, we've got to earn those calls, which I think is a good way to approach it. But I just think the Jets are not. When you watch these games, there are some calls the Jets just don't get.
Brian Costello, New York Post here on The Fan. Are Sauce and Garrett Wilson both playing up to the hype in the contract? Which one has been the better player between the two? And have they both been playing really, really well?
Garrett Wilson's been playing outstanding. Like, he's played better than I've ever seen him play. And the amazing thing about the way Garrett has played is, I would challenge you guys who follow football closely, who's the Jets' number 2 receiver?
Braylon Edwards.
Robbie Anderson.
Alan Lazard.
Alan Lazard's a good one. He's not quite number 2. He is on the team. But yeah, they don't have a number 2 receiver, right? So Garrett Wilson has 27 catches right now. The next wide receiver who has the most catches has 4.
Dang.
So if I'm Matt Eberflus, right? I'm sure you're getting plenty of calls about Matt Eberflus right now.
Yeah, you don't want to be
I'm
that.
Sitting there. I'm sitting there on Tuesday. going, okay, how am I going to attack his offense? It's like, okay, we got to stop Garrett Wilson. Like, and every defense coordinator is saying that. They just haven't done it. He's had 80 yards in 3 games. He scored touchdowns in 3 of the 4 games. He's playing very, very well right now, and it's impressive because he doesn't have much around him. And so he's been good. Sauce has been up and down. He had a really good game week 1. He was matched up against DK Metcalf. He gave up a touchdown on Monday night to Darren Waller, and he's had the penalties. So I wouldn't say he's lived up to the billing of the being paid like the number 1 cornerback in the NFL so far. But Garrett's been outstanding.
Brian, the Cowboys have had some trouble rushing the passer. They used to have one. They traded him, though, about a month ago.
I heard something about that.
Yeah, it was kind of a big deal. What is the Jets' offensive line like? I know it's a high pedigree offensive line. They spent some higher draft capital on it. They went and signed Josh Myers, who was a second-round pick a few years back. What has the Jets' offensive line been like, particularly in pass protection?
They've been pretty good. They've been good. They have Armand Membu is at right tackle, who was their first-round pick this year, and Olu Fashanu is the left tackle, who was their first-round pick last year. So they've got some. Like you said, they've spent some picks on them, and they've been good in pass protection. Joey Bosa had some success against them when they played the Bills, but really T.J. Watt didn't do much for Pittsburgh. Now the Buccaneers blitzed the crap out of the Jets, and they struggled with the blitzes. They really did. So I think if you're looking at that and you want to take that, that was a Todd Bowles defense, which is known for blitzing. People could take something from that and do that, but overall they've been very good. The problem is, Justin Fields holds onto the ball longer than anyone in the NFL. His time to throw is the longest in the NFL. So that's where they get into some trouble. I don't necessarily think it's the pass protection, but he's got to get rid of the ball quicker. But so far, I think the right tackle is a rookie. He's been very, very good.
Brian Costello from the New York Post joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Brian, so your first year covering the Jets was the 2011 season?
Correct.
What do you remember about Brian Schottenheimer and your impressions of him that final season there with the Jets?
He was on the hot seat basically the whole year, and it was that was the first season the Jets didn't go to the playoffs under Rex Ryan. They'd been to 2 championship games, and then things kind of fell apart that season. They sort of put more on Mark Sanchez's plate. And it didn't work. They wanted to throw the ball more, and they brought in Plaxico Burress and Derek Mason, and they let Jericho Cotchery go, and it just all fell apart. And he was the guy who was taking the blame. And they played a game on Christmas Eve against the Giants, which is famously remembered up here for Victor Cruz scoring a 99-yard touchdown. But for the Jets, they ended up dropping back like 62 times, something like that. And it was like, you knew Schottenheimer was done after that. And so then he was the one who got fired at the end of that season. And I saw Shotty at the league meetings in March, and I told them I really owe you an apology. I was like, because I hammered him like everybody else that year. And since then, no Jets offensive coordinator had lasted more than 2 years. They've been through so many different offensive coordinators since Shoddy left, and I was like, we didn't realize he was doing a pretty good job because they had a young quarterback, and they got to the 2 AFC Championship games, and he had a coach in Rex Ryan who was defensive minded and just wanted him to run the ball and never throw. And it's been one bad offensive coordinator after another since Shoddy left. So he's a very good guy. He was a good guy to cover. He never took anything personally. So I was happy when I heard he's getting a shot with Dallas, and I'm curious to see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that was going to be my next question. When you heard the news that Brian Schottenheimer was hired here in Dallas, was that something that when you heard it, you thought, all right, he's going to have success there, or do you think there's still going to be some challenges there? How do you basically anticipate this Schottenheimer era playing out now that you've covered him for that year before?
Yeah, I was shocked. Right, like most people, I was shocked because it's when Shoddy was with the Jets, he was a name that was thrown out as a head coaching candidate. I think he almost got the Bills job at one point, and so I was surprised. But I think he's a good coach, and I think he knows. He learned a lot from his father, obviously. But there's so many things that go into this. Like I've been through so many Jets coaches now. It's very hard to predict success for these coaches. I thought Robert Saleh was a really good coach, and it just didn't work. And so, I knew that Micah's situation was brewing, and that was a tough one for him to navigate. So I'm not sure, how much success he'll have because there's so many variables that go into this. But I do think he's a good coach, and I think he'll be a popular guy with the players. I do think he'll hold them accountable. He's got some old school to him because of his dad, and he did come up in that era, and he's been around a while. But I also think he's smart enough to adapt to some of the newer stuff.
Brian, did you put together trade packages that would have worked for Quinnen Williams and Micah Parsons after Jerry said he spoke with New York?
No, that was after the fact he said that. But no, there's no way the Jets were trading Quinnen Williams. And when the Micah stuff really started percolating, my boss, of course, was like, are the Jets going to be in on him? And there was no way the Jets could do that. They just paid Sauce Gardner. They just paid Garrett Wilson. Like that was a lot of guaranteed money going to them. So there was no way they were going to be able to give Micah the contract he was looking for. And I think the Jets really like Quinnen Williams. As good as Micah is, I don't think they were doing that. And they used first round picks on edge rushers in 2022 and 2023. So they have some guys there that are not as good as Micah, but that they like and are developing. So I didn't think that was going to really happen.
Would you rather have Woody Johnson or Jerry Jones running your football team or owning it?
Oh boy, let's see. That's a tough one. I think I'm going to plead the fifth on that one.
Man, hang on. Who was the? Hang on.
It was your colleague, Paul Schwartz.
Paul Schwartz. You New Yorkers are supposed to have the biggest stones of anyone. Schwartz dodged the question when I asked him about Mara, and now you're dodging. What are you guys going soft there? What are you doing, Brian?
Well, I don't think there's a good answer there.
They think we're controlled by Jerry.
Yeah, I know, right?
They think we're controlled by the owner. You guys want to answer for either owner?
Can I say neither?
No. All right. You can come on. Get the editor on to give us the headline and the selection. Hey, man, fantastic preview. Thank you so much. Enjoy the game and the rest of the season.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Brian Costello, New York Post. These New Yorkers,
Man,
what the heck? We're the Cowboys flagship. They don't the Jets paper or the Giants paper, right? There's no tie in there.
I wouldn't think so. I mean, they have beat writers for both.
Yeah.
Not next thing I'm not going to go.
But that shows you, honestly, I'm being serious. That shows you why we give Jerry Jones so much props. We can answer that question, and they don't even want to answer it. On Dallas radio, neither of them will answer Jerry versus their owners.
We're global.
I think Paul Schwartz, just from 30 years of covering the Maras and having seen Super Bowl titles, I think he genuinely does think that the Maras are good owners. So I think that he was like, Brian, clearly, like, you are dealing with a very punitive group over there with the way that Woody Johnson operates. So yeah, I probably, if I was covering the Jets, I wouldn't necessarily want to poke my finger in the eye of the Johnsons regularly, I would imagine.
So you're going to be soft too.
No, that's why I don't worry. That's why I don't cover the Jets.
Let's hook you up.
Baby, my Heart could still fall as hard at 23.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Ed Sheeran at AT&T Stadium in Arlington on October 24th of 2026. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The answer, by the way, to that question is Jerry Jones. 10 out of 10 times for me.
Over Woody?
Over Woody.
Yeah, yeah, Woody's
Woody's
not
Brick?
good.
Brick. You got Brick, his 18-year-old
Brick.
son who's running the organization, remember?
We got Steven.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Brick is doing Madden ratings and stuff.
Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
I tried to bury it. I tried to bury the story. It was not very positive. It didn't reflect well on my Flower Mound community.
I cannot believe y'all. I was so mad y'all did not cover this Friday.
Well, here's the Friday. The only reason why we didn't is because I was like, well, it's a local segment. We'll do it during Neighborhood Watch next week, and so because we had missed it on the first Neighborhood Watch, it had happened like Wednesday night. I didn't even see it till Thursday morning after the show that this rant had gone viral. And man, this is bad. This is just a quick snippet of it. This is a woman in Flower Mound who was harassing a DoorDash driver in a Walmart parking lot.
Because you're an illegal and you know what? You don't live in Flower Mound and you're door dashing. You know what? Why are you entitled to be here with an illegal car?
And she goes on and on about.
And you know what?
That over and over again. You know what? You're an illegal and you're taking away just going after this poor woman who was just sitting in the parking lot doing her job. The woman's name was Chris Scandella. And she posted the video to Instagram on the 23rd. Its video has racked up over 260,000 likes on Instagram. She said, when I saw it was being recorded, I took out my phone and started recording too. She was giving an interview to KERA here locally. And she said that many people asked me why she was so angry with me. I don't know. She still doesn't know. She still has no idea why this woman was being this way. Yeah, I mean, I do as well. The daughter of this woman, whose name is apparently Tanya Chadwell, according to stories. The daughter of this woman, Tay Chadwell, posted an apology on Facebook. She wrote, I am completely and utterly embarrassed and saddened by my mother's actions and do not condone or support this kind of behavior at all. A Flower Mound Police Department spokesperson confirmed that neither party filed a police report, and Flower Mound Mayor Cheryl Moore said the town with a population of around 80,000 is inclusive and that Tanya Chadwell's words don't reflect the community's values. She said, quote, we have many community events, many opportunities to come together, and we invite individuals from all ethnicities, all races, all religions. We just strive to be inclusive with everyone. This is a bad look. And this looked like the best word I could come up for the way this woman looked in this video is unhinged. She just looked like either there was something off with this woman, or the other aspect is she just gets so viscerally angry seeing this woman just sitting there in her car that she couldn't control herself and just started freaking out on her. But she looked like a woman who just was not in control of herself at all the way she was reacting.
She's
miserable. Yeah,
she's racist.
Yeah, that's why. She's 100% a racist.
Like I was hoping that the internet did their thing. I keep looking for refreshers of finding the job and feel bad for her daughter, finding the job and the harassment and that she was let go or something, but I haven't found what I'm looking for. I haven't gotten my ultimate satisfaction from this. This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
DoorDashing?
And this is one of those videos where
DoorDashing.
And that's on video.
Yeah.
I know.
Imagine the interactions not on video.
You know what?
You know what?
Dumbass.
This is it's one of those things too where typically when you see a video like that, somebody will always say, oh, you know what? There's two sides to every story.
You know what?
There's two sides to every story. Or there's context. This camera could have been turned on in the middle of it. We have no idea what it is. There's very clearly when you watch this video, there's literally no context that would explain away what this is and why it went this way.
Didn't even look hammered.
No.
Or she sound hammered. She looked hammered. She didn't sound hammered.
She looked and sounded racist.
She looks miserable.
She does.
She looks like a miserable. This is. I don't even think. I wouldn't even say that she's like the HOA Karen. You know. I don't see that for her. She just looks like that miserable neighbor.
She's a loser.
100%. So that is the story out of Flower Mound that I was trying to bury. Obviously, I was not actually trying to bury it. It was just time. Work out.
Nice words.
I got it out there. I put it out there. All right.
It's probably West Flower Mound. That's not your side.
Yeah. It seems very more. I know exactly where this was. I drive by that spot every morning. I drove by it this morning coming into work. All right, George Strait, the king of country music, king of Texas music, you could argue. He has held the record for a little while now of the largest concert crowd in U.S. history, and that is no longer the case. He has been surpassed by another country artist, and one with a hot temper. No, not Morgan Wallen. This gentleman.
Something in the orange tells me we're not done.
This Chicken Fries X.
This is Brianna Chicken Fries X. This is the one who was dating the Barstool girl and was freaking out. This dude has I know Morgan Wallen's the one who has the reputation as the hothead. Zach Bryan is the unhinged, insane hothead.
And did you see the Morgan Wallen police video from from the chair incident? He's in the back and he goes, "That's me on the radio. Turn it up." Yeah, man, I'm jamming out. That's me. So Zach Bryan passed George Strait.
Yes, he did. He was putting on a concert in Michigan, and the official attendance was 112,408, and that eclipsed the mark set by George Strait in College Station last summer. George Strait's concert crowd was 110,905.
You gonna show up there and play two songs that you know?
Is that it?
I know
he's Zach Bryan's a good artist.
But I mean, I would not think that he is gonna have 112,000 people. Like, he's really good. There's like two songs that I like. But it's not like he has the catalog that George has or the catalog that Morgan has or Luke Combs or any number of artists.
So there was all this bad footage of Zach Bryan after the Brianna Chicken Fry breakup. And then there was last month, he got sideways with Gavin Adcock, one of the other country artists, at the 2025 Born and Raised Festival. And you may have seen this one. This was last month. He was like trying to jump a fence and fight him. Oh. And he said, "If they open this effing gate, I'll effing kill you." And then he did. He jumped the fence and charged at him and tried to basically choke him out because they'd been having some big disagreement over some stuff that had taken place on Instagram or some just back and forth sniping on that front.
Wow.
But this dude is like an all-time ridiculous hothead and is essentially unapologetic for it.
He looks like Bam Bam Bigelow.
He's essentially unapologetic for it. He went viral for the whole way he got a contract, the way he broke out. He was one of these guys who went viral off like Vine or something like that initially. And so he was somebody who fame kind of hit him unexpectedly. And man, he has had some issues being able to handle that the right way. All right, this is Neighborhood Watch here on 105.3 The Fan. How much just in general would you guess a local high school football coach makes in the state of Texas? This is big business here in the state of Texas, but...
like use DFW area, I would assume around 140, 160.
140 for coaching the height? No, that has to be way too high.
And a lot of them will take on other responsibilities. So, like if they're the head football coach,
do you have to be a teacher to coach?
So you don't. Football a lot of times is a separate job. Now, so like sometimes the football coach will do, hey, they're running dismissal today. You know, they're breaking up fights.
Okay.
They got lunch duty today.
But it's not like you have to be like the history teacher.
No, not all of them. Some schools might, but like in my kid's district, the football coach is not a teacher.
I'll say 65,000.
No, some of these
is this average?
No, these are just the highest paid high school coaches in North Texas.
Never mind. RJ's right. Highest paid? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
No. Yes. 6 figures.
Here are some of the individuals, some of the salaries, according to the Dallas Morning News, where they took a look at how big the salaries were for North Texas high school football coaches. Of course, the top earners.
Riley? Is Riley Dodge?
The father and son. It's Riley and Todd Dodge. Todd Dodge, who is, of course, the Southlake Carroll legend, had gone on to North Texas as a college coach and then ended up around Austin and has recently come back around for Lovejoy. Riley Dodge makes $175,000 a year after taking over the duties of athletic director for Carroll ISD last fall. 7-time state champ Todd Dodge, he makes $165,239, a very specific figure. Rounding out the top 5 are all Class 6A coaches. Terrell athletic director Marvin Sedberry makes $159,000.
The athletic director at Terrell?
Rockwall Heath athletic coordinator Rodney Webb, he's at $158,862.26.
Wow, Peyton.
Randy Allen at Highland Park. You would think Highland Park would be the ones just shelling it out.
Yeah.
Randy Allen's been there since 1999. He makes $157,000 a year, and those are the top 5 here in the state of Texas. But man, this has become such big business. I drove by the Allen football stadium the other day. I was just reminded of like the money that pours into this area and the things that in terms of the attention and all of the commerce that surrounds it. But I honestly was kind of surprised. I thought there would be somebody here in North Texas who was making like 200, and I'm kind of surprised there isn't.
A lot of people saying that on the Franklin injury attorneys fan text. The head football coaches don't typically teach; assistant coaches do. Don't forget these guys drive buses a lot of times. Sometimes they'll drive the bus.
The coach
will get so they don't have to pay a bus driver. They get their commercial license.
More NIL money.
A lot of them are athletic directors, like as you mentioned, like /AD.
Yeah,
and that was written by Greg Riddle from the Dallas Morning News, who I still have not figured out why he has me blocked on Twitter.
Oh,
I think it probably had something to do with when I was doing the Keller softball stuff. And I was making jokes about like Denton Geyer and like the Eaton Eagles, like we're going to be eating Eagles tonight. And I think he just must have gotten worked up about that because he blocked me sometime around that time.
Commercial-free Expressway Thursday edition with the Neighborhood Watch and the return of Roberto here on Sean and RJ. Steve Sarkisian explains what's wrong with Arch and all the other big-time quarterback prospects. RJ has it as part of the college football kegger next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I feel like this is your haircut. That's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
I'll start off with the intro.
Okay, very good.
It's the college football kegger here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt back with us from his bout with gout. We have Peyton and Aiden in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. What's wrong with all the young stud quarterbacks? Which one of you sent the rating that Arch was he's a top 40, number 40?
Yeah. Actually, I think he's number 41. Number 41.
According to?
According to ESPN. ESPN was ranking every single
Marcus Mosher,
Power 4.
Marcus Mosher would never get hired there.
Bill Connolly. I like Bill Connolly. Bill Connolly is kind of like the
former Texas governor.
It's Governor Connolly.
Yeah, because you don't remember his first name.
I don't remember his first name.
I can tell you didn't remember it.
It's John. That's right. It's John Connolly.
John Connolly.
Yes.
Very good.
No, Bill Connolly's kind of like the is it Ben Solak? Kind of the college game. Does a lot of analytic stuff, but he was ranking the top every single Power 4 quarterback. I was like, all right, cool. I want to see where Arch is, and I also wanted to see how they ranked. Some of the guys who have just leapt onto the scene, like Trinidad Chambliss at Ole Miss, who was like a FCS transfer.
Did you look at this list?
No.
Whew. I just saw who number 2 was.
Yeah. So number 1 is the USC quarterback, Jaden. Is it Maeva? Maeva. Number 2,
Diego.
the Pav father.
Yeah,
Diego
baby.
Pavia.
This is the ranking of the best quarterbacks right now in college football?
1 month in the season, based on their play so far this year, Diego's got a QBR of 88.4, 306 rush yards. He has 15 TDs in 4 games.
Well, he's got the biggest balls in the sport because of the headline he created yesterday. He came out and said, if we play our game against Alabama, it won't be close. I was like, damn. And this is on the road. This ain't in Nashville this year. If we play our game, it won't be close.
Right. Now, like, you compare it to last year's Bama team. Like, Jalen Milroe could do a lot on the football field. Right? But Ty Simpson is really solid.
Ty Simpson's been really good the last few weeks.
Really, really. And when he plays his game, they're very difficult to beat.
It's not even close, some might say.
Right. Game day's there. Game day's there this week.
Wow.
Bama and Alabama and Vandy. When was the last time that happened?
It opened at 13.5, and now it's 10.5. But this Pavia quote will be...
That's too much. I take Vandy.
At 10.5?
That's a lot of points. I think even if Bama wins, you can get a backdoor cover out of Vandy there. I mean, 10.5 points.
They just beat Georgia on the road.
I know. But I wonder. Now, this is also a revenge game for them.
Yep.
But then again, how many guys return year to year in today's college football? I just think that, when you beat Georgia and you're Alabama, and I haven't gone and looked at Alabama's schedule beyond this week.
Yeah.
But they might have a big game They might have Ole Miss next week. They might have a big game next week that they look over.
Tell me what you would do, honestly, as this local bar in Tuscaloosa. So, Manziel is the idol for Pavia. Little short guys, running around, attitude, all that stuff. And Manziel's been hanging with Diego a decent amount. Johnny's going to Alabama on Saturday for the game. And this local bar, Two Dimes. It's the newest bar on the Strip. I didn't know Tuscaloosa had a Strip.
Oh, yeah, they all got a Strip, man.
But it opened in August, and they're hosting Johnny for an event. Well, Alabama fans are protesting the bar. Number one, Manziel, he's a hated enemy of ours. But number two, he's clearly here supporting Vanderbilt, the enemy, and Diego Pavia. We're not going to that bar. We're not supporting that bar. So honestly, be the bar owner. Are you hosting Johnny Manziel for this weekend event and the long-term repercussions it could have, or are you not?
Strict diet of blow.
I would host him. I would host him. I want to make sure one, two things. Is this a brand new bar?
Opened in August.
Okay. Trying to get your name. This is all about name recognition, right? Trying to get your name out. But you're trying to bring people in. People are going to show up for Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they're going to show up.
But what about after?
I don't think if the place is good, they got good drink specials.
Is a place like Tuscaloosa going to hold it against you? Are they that serious? They sound like they're that serious to hold a grudge to hurt your business.
But the kids might not. The students might not. Right?
Okay.
The students might not.
All right, so you're hosting it.
I would do it. Yeah, it's Johnny Manziel.
I would not. Look, reading this feedback here that was on social media of everybody around the campus who said they're boycotting this bar. No, I would not do this.
So they got Vandy this week. Then
it's like
Bama.
us having an In-N-Out commercial on the fan.
Right. Bama. So they have number 16.
People are like, no.
Number 16, Vandy this week. Then they're at number 19, Missouri. They're underrated. And they host number 15, Tennessee. And then at South Carolina. And then LSU and Oklahoma. That's a pretty brutal schedule.
Wait, hold on. I got to double back on something. You would host Johnny Manziel at the bar in Tuscaloosa. But, like, you don't think that he has the name recognition to carry a bar in College Station.
I'm saying the students don't know who he is.
But you would host him, and you would risk that in Tuscaloosa, but not, like...
Well, because on game day, it's not students.
So who in Tuscaloosa is going to the bar for Johnny?
Oh, that's... I mean, all the people, the alumni who come in for the game.
Not students.
Yeah, I mean, students... Like alumni weekend... football weekend.
Is this alumni weekend?
No, I was just saying football weekend. Like at least when I was in school, right? The bars were overrun with boomers.
People are so dramatic. Johnny's a chill guy, says the 817. Nobody's saying it like Johnny's going to come in here and destroy the bar. It's like he's in here for Vandy, basically.
We're determining the pettiness of Alabama fans.
Yeah.
Are they really, would they be that petty to boycott the bar and try to shut it down and cost them thousands and thousands of dollars of business? That's what we're asking.
Yeah. I would never watch a Texas game at a bar that would have hosted John Mateer's buddy or something like that.
What?
I probably wouldn't watch a Longhorns game there. Because to me, I automatically view that as like, all right, that's an Oklahoma bar then. Right. Like I just viewed as that's the enemy.
Yeah.
I would view it like I view Peyton's Texas fandom. Like it's not real.
Yeah. Oh. Steve Sarkisian, I thought, with a fantastic answer and explanation on why Arch and the other young stud college quarterbacks aren't thriving.
One thing that came out of this weekend as well, and I'm looking around the country at the high-profile players, I don't know if any of them are living up to what everybody said they were supposed to be. But we're in this era right now of everybody's got a phone, so everybody's got Twitter. There's 9,000 podcasts going on. The coverage over college football is more and more intense than it's ever been. And so players are getting put up on these pedestals really quickly in their careers. And I felt like this weekend I could feel some guys pressing, not so different maybe than Arch was pressing early on, to where they feel like they have to live up to, whether it's whatever they're allegedly making through NIL or because this is what the media is saying I'm supposed to be or I'm not being. College football players are getting critiqued and criticized more now than they ever have in the past too. And so this is a different era that we're in. And I think that we've got to do a great job as coaches of, I don't want to say shelter, but we got to protect our guys, and because they're not pros yet. All right, and the majority of them probably will be, of the guys that I'm talking about. But we've got to do a really good job of putting them in the right mental space to where they're still enjoying playing the game of football with their college football teammates. And so, to me, that's the point to these guys, and I think that they got to play for the love of the game, because they do love the game. They need to play football and not work football. And I think that that's something we've been working on with Arch, and I'm sure there's a lot of other coaches around the country that are going through similar things in that realm.
I love that line. You got to play football, not work football.
Right. Now, because, he did the red shirting, he did the sitting behind. So he is behind guys who have played. He's third year, right? This is his third year at Texas. So just look at his uncles. His uncles by year 3 had already played like 30 college games. He's clearly behind where they were at year 3 at the same age, right? So he's clearly not lived up to that. But how was he compared to those two when they were in week 5 of their, of their?
I mean, no one cares
plays.
About that.
No
one cares.
But the reality is that, like, he is right. You have to play.
Yeah.
Like Deion said, I never got better by watching somebody else play. You do have to play to get better. Has he lived up to it? No, but I think we're also expecting him. We all fell for it, myself included.
I did.
Expected him to be better.
You did.
Early.
I did. And Sark's referring to the coverage.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's so much expectation right now on this crop of quarterbacks. But I had this conversation with John Machota a couple weeks ago when we were in Philly, where he was talking about how we've hit this lull in college football of like the true star quarterback. That like college football's always had like usually one, oftentimes more than that, one guy who it's like, that dude is, whether or not he's a future NFL player, he's a marketing star and he is a big-time player and he's a guy that strikes fear into you when you're going to play him that week. There's not a lot of that in college football right now. I mean, like, Diego Pavia is great. Like he's really fun, he's entertaining, everything else like that. Diego Pavia being second on that list, I think, speaks to also where quarterback play is right now in the country.
Look at the Heisman favorite.
Yeah, Heisman winner last year was not a quarterback. The year before that, it took forever before they were like, Jaden Daniels, I guess. Like the last star quarterback was probably Caleb. And they were disappointing at USC. You felt like you could beat them.
College football kegger here on 105.3 The Fan.
You keep going down the list. You get like C.J. Carr has been tremendous. Julian Saint, John Mateer at 12. I think it's a little bit low. And I wonder what would have happened had he not gotten dinged up, even though he really hasn't missed anything just yet. Joey Aguilar, Carson Beck. This is the guy that, like, to me is the face of this year's transfer thing, where you get an aging quarterback. He is aging. He's like 100 years old. But he goes right in there, and he picks up right where he left off at Georgia. And now you've got yourself a really solid team and a solid player.
By the way, 5 weeks into their first season, Peyton and Eli were both playing better than Arch was, it looks like.
5 weeks in their first season?
Yep.
Well, I mean, look, it's not really fair to compare. These are number one overall picks. But that is just the way it is.
He's supposed to be.
No, that's true. But let's get
Got
to
the
Arch.
last name.
He has the last name. Let's get to Arch. I was just looking, like, where does Arch rank in not the quarterbacks, but the Texas quarterbacks on this list? Sawyer Robertson at Baylor comes in at number 21. Josh Hoover at TCU is next at 23. Marcel Reed at A&M is 26. Morton at Texas Tech is 28. You got to keep going down the list. Kevin Jennings, SMU at 35. You got to keep going down the list. You get to Arch. What is that? He's the 5th or 6th best quarterback in the state this year so far.
I mentioned when I was walking in after the game a couple weeks ago, where Arch was he had those 11 straight incompletions or whatever. And I was walking into the stadium with Clarence Hill, and he's like, I would take, this is Texas grad Clarence Hill, he's like, I would take every starting quarterback at a Texas FBS school right now to play for Texas tomorrow over Arch, just in terms of executing basic things.
Connor Wegman at Houston, too.
He's like, I would take the UNT kid right now to like go out there and tomorrow just do the basic things so that we can win a game. Like, that seems like a sure bet right now more than Arch.
College Kegger here on 105 through the Fan. Paul Feinbaum. There is a story out there that he is considering leaving ESPN to enter the Alabama Senate race. Bobby, I'll let you have the floor.
Stephen A. Smith, Paul Feinbaum.
Stephen A. Smith for president.
Leave
Paul
for politics.
Feinbaum for VP.
Yes.
I mean,
he could win. He would win.
It's
In
not
Alabama?
even. Yeah. It's not even a. It's not a report. He flat out said, like, yeah, I'd consider it. Like he told Clay Travis that. And so, I mean, Tommy Tuberville got elected. Yeah. So, I mean, there's
Paul Feinbaum's a god there.
He's put in a lot of work to really just slobber over the Southeastern Conference voters out there. So I'm sure they love him. And this would give him the out to say, all right, I'm done. I said I would leave if the Big Ten was the best again. And they're the 3 best teams in the country, basically, with Oregon, Penn State, and Ohio State. So, yeah, this gives him the out to go ahead and leave.
I am not going to let you put Penn State. Penn State should not be a top 10 team.
Because they lose a double overtime game to Oregon?
Because first of all, we should get rid of preseason rankings. If you got rid of preseason rankings, you're not putting them there. They were awful for 3 quarters in that game. Drew Eller sucked until the 4th quarter. And they played absolutely nobody else. So how do you get a fair take on what they are?
I mean, like they're one of the more talented teams in
They're very
college football,
talented.
and because of that they went toe to toe with Oregon, who everybody agrees
They didn't
is
go
good.
toe to toe with Oregon.
They did. They went to double overtime.
They were getting blown out.
They went to double overtime.
What was the biggest lead in that game?
14.
Was it 14? College
17-3 or something.
College football kegger right here on 105.3 The Fan. Why Anthony Davis may now be the next one to get traded by Nico. That and some Diamond Calves, followed by Below the Belt right here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
817-333-3233. With Franklin, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin, the go-to car traffic attorneys in Dallas.
All right, this clock is throwing me off now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm looking at my commercial breaks, and for some reason, the clocks in here are an hour behind. So it says 7:21 instead of 8:21.
We're just practicing for the fallback to standard time.
They're just trying to get us to work an extra hour for KNC.
Yeah.
And not realize it.
Now that baseball season's over, KNC's got to find other ways to be able to skim on their clock.
That's right. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Aiden, I would like you to put up the photo of Anthony Davis. Mavs Media Day, NBA training camps kicking off. And we already have an Anthony Davis eye story, as AD has been told that he's going to have to wear protective goggles or some type of eyewear for the rest of his career.
And now it's going to have you can't make it that clear stuff that Richard Jefferson had, right? Where it was the clear. Looks like it's
the Rip Hamilton.
Rip Hamilton.
Yeah, that was the mask. No, this is like he's going like who one of the goggle guys like
Polonese, Kareem. Horace Grant.
Kareem. Yeah. Oh, Horace Grant. Yeah, that's the number 1 seed.
See, that you go on. But when they had that old like face guard that looked like it was sticking to your skin with the sweat, and then they came up with like the Kevlar ones that looked like really kind of Phantom of the Opera. Those looked cool. That's what you got to get.
So the internet is now having their fun, not Mavs fans. They're like, how do we trade Luka and keep his weight here
Speaking of big guys,
to put on Anthony Davis? And I guess Anthony Davis is 15 pounds heavier than normal. Now, he gave a very Shaquille O'Neal-like explanation. I'm going to need Mavs fans to go back through the career of Anthony Davis to show that he always does this. Shaq consistently showed up heavier because, number one, he didn't probably want to train a lot during the regular season. And he said, I'm going to get in shape during the year. And then by the time the playoffs roll around, I'll be in prime, optimal shape, and we'll win MVPs. And Anthony Davis is saying, look, I've already lost 5 pounds during training camp. So if I came in at my optimal weight, I would be 15 pounds underweight during the season with all the running and the playing, which is why I never understood how Luka never lost weight during the season. Your job is to run. How are you not losing weight? You're exercising every single day. And AD said, I don't want to lose too much weight, so I come in a little bit heavier. I feel good and all that. I just don't remember this is an Anthony Davis storyline ever before, and he played for a pretty high-profile team before this.
Oh, the Pelicans?
Yeah,
they
Pelicans.
were high-profile.
Yeah.
See, Luka.
By the way, Zion looks amazing.
Yeah, Luka didn't get in shape because he never got back on defense.
He only ran half the court.
It was that carb load. He had that Tua carb load, and he was just filling up.
I never heard of the Dallas 15. Reitman talks about the Dallas 15. I never heard of that. I never heard that phrase.
Right.
And that makes sense.
Someone said he found the barbecue. We do have great food.
Great. The Mexican food. I could fill up on chips. That to me that's my weakness. The fact that I fill up on chips makes me feel like a little bit less of a man.
Nah.
The greatest man in the world, the most interesting man in the world, he never filled up on chips.
I don't.
But you're not interesting.
I don't see.
Is that the Dos Equis guy?
Yeah. That's one of the things.
He didn't eat chips?
That was one of the commercials. It says he has never filled up on chips. It's like, that's my goal.
This is, I'm looking through. So I just Googled Anthony Davis weight. And then I put a time filter on it to where stories that are no newer than October of last year when he would have been entering the year. I don't see a single story here talking about him being out of shape.
I know.
There's the only thing that mentions weight is Anthony Davis is bulked up. He's trying to be stronger in the paint. There's nothing in here of like Anthony Davis, liked some of the food around town this offseason.
By the way, and again, I don't know what's wrong with me over the past 24 hours. I'm just like, my brain is working backwards. I could be okay with this. If you told me that Anthony Davis wanted to do more work in the paint, I'd support this actually. Because one of the criticisms of AD is he floats too much on the perimeter and he doesn't take advantage of his mammoth size and athleticism. So if I knew that part of his offseason plan was, I'm going to start gonna start doling out some damn punishment. I'm gonna start pounding dudes. I'm gonna start backing up that rear end.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna start back 3 seconds. 3 seconds. 3 seconds.
Caked up.
Bam.
Yeah.
Is that a lot?
Explosion. Dunk. I'd be cool with that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I love that. No, Anthony Davis, he's not going to all of a sudden change his mindset and mentality to be Charles Barkley backing down for 7 seconds. But if he did, I could support this because it would mean less threes from someone who's 7 foot tall.
Frankel, injury turns fan text.
Fortune favors the bold.
Too many brisket sandos. Been eating brisket sandos. He had to lay down for 6 weeks straight after his eye injury. So that.
But I'm always amazed by people who Tyreek Hill's not going to get fat. I'm always amazed by the people who have blown out legs and ACLs and they still don't gain any damn weight.
The Anthony Davis concern was keeping weight on when he was younger. Like the question was like, is he too skinny? Is he Nerlens Noel? Like is he that like kind of just rail thin dude? It was never that.
Also, when you're an athlete, if you're just laying in bed, you're gonna lose so much muscle. You're gonna atrophy. Like you're gonna lose weight, not gain weight. AD gained weight, Luka lost weight. Nico's punching air right now.
That photo of him though, with the goggles on, and now that his normal shirt, which looks fitting, now it just looks like a guy who's like at the pool who doesn't want to take his shirt off with the goggles. Like, I'll get under the water, but I'm not taking my shirt off.
Meanwhile, so I don't care about this story. I think he'll be fine. I'd prefer him to have a little bit more weight. If it meant you did more work in the paint and in the post, I thought I read that Lively said he grew 2 more inches. Like he thinks he's 7'3" instead of 7'1". So we'll see about that. Meanwhile, the screams and calls are getting louder for the WNBA commissioner to resign.
Yes, Stephen A. Smith told her she had to resign. This is Kathy Engelbert, and this is after Nafisa Collier said, hey, she basically told me that Caitlin Clark should be on her knees thanking me for getting this TV deal, that Paige Beckers and Angel Reese should be on their knees thanking me, and that the only reason why she has a $16 million shoe deal is because of the WNBA, completely ignoring the fact that Caitlin Clark was a bigger star at Iowa than anybody in the WNBA. So the chorus of people that are calling for her to resign after her statement was a complete non-denial of the Collier comments. They are getting louder and louder. I don't know. I mean, you can't up and resign if you're her. I mean, that will completely change the player empowerment. You think the players feel empowered now, but then now imagine they get their commissioner to resign.
If she said this stuff and it's true, she needs to go. If the other league problems are legitimate that everyone is calling them out for, pay and travel and standards and refereeing and all these other things that everyone's making fun of the WNBA about, then I believe she should go.
I'll tell you this. The physicality of the league isn't that
I can't wait to hear you finish this sentence.
Gosh. What?
Go ahead.
Isn't that what people have asked for in the NBA? Is more physicality?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, you would actually watch.
No,
the physicality of the league is pretty good.
I will
Thanks,
watch,
Reggie.
Ben McDonald will watch the NHL game before he watches the WNBA game.
But who's complaining about the physicality? You mean in terms of the referee issue?
Yeah, that's one of the things that Collier was talking about. Her coach got thrown out.
Yeah.
On that one play they were talking about. Obviously, the players have talked about on Caitlin's team protecting Caitlin.
C. Anderson just tweeted me, AD fattened up to get traded.
He wants out. Man.
Yeah, he ain't getting out on this roster. So that is the loud noise surrounding the WNBA.
Let's go to my favorite story of the week, and the one Sean is the most concerned with.
Yep.
This is actually, I was going to include this in Neighborhood Watch because it is a Texas man, apparently. But this is, how shall I say? This is from 7 News in Australia. They covered the story of a 33-year-old Texas man who has developed a rare condition that he waited 2 years to seek medical help. And this man's condition is that all of the bodily fluids that secrete from his body, and I do mean all of them, pleasurable and otherwise, secrete from behind him. And that was going on for 2 years. 2 years. This is also talking about going to the bathroom. The stuff that's supposed to come out of the front was coming out of the back.
And the stuff that's supposed to come out of the back came out the front?
No, everything was coming out of the back. Nothing was coming out of the front. None of it. And it was only after 2 years of this, he was like, oh, it's whatever. 2 years of this, he then had his boys down south. He started to just feel some pain down there. He was like, I should go to the doctor for this. I have felt lots of pain down there before that I tried to blow off and go, I'm not going to the doctor for it. If I had this man's issue for 2 seconds, much less 2 years, I am running to the doctor, and I do everything I can to avoid the doctor.
So are you telling me, and by the way, you've done a nice job with this so far.
Thank you.
Are you telling me when this man has relations that happens that way?
Yes.
No way.
Yes.
What is the diagnosis?
So the condition is called I'm going to use a medical term, a rectal prostate fistula. And it is a rare condition affecting about 5 million people. No way.
No.
There are not 5 million people doing this.
No.
In privacy
No.
and not have this go. But they
5
said,
million?
Basically, they said it's an abnormal connection between some of the organs in there, and it caused issues. They said if he would have let this go on much longer, that he probably would have died.
Wow.
And so,
Died?
Yeah, they said that it was something that.
Don't you think?
Yeah,
Your whole
that's not-
system
that
is
plumbing is not
reversed
supposed to
inside.
be- yeah.
Yeah.
Move on.
Yeah, that's not what's supposed to be going on there. And so, yeah, this is something that ultimately could have killed him, but surgeons were able to repair it, and he is now on the mend. But it was only after he was like, man, I'm kind of sore. That's when he was like, I should go.
How do you explain that to the girl? She's she's like looking around. It's like something about Mary. Like,
Here's Choppy. How do you explain?
Where did it go?
Why is the bottom of the bed?
She's just looking over, sees a fountain.
Just a fountain.
It's like a geyser. It's
the Pope here? The Vatican here?
Talk about how the coffee world is catering to Bobby Bell.
Holy cow.
Oh, this is great.
Maxwell House.
No.
Maxwell House Coffee.
Formerly.
For 133 years has been Maxwell House Coffee. But they are changing their name to Maxwell Apartment.
Damn right, you went to
I can't even
centers.
say this with a straight face. I had to check to see if this is,
You had an easier time composing yourself during Bobby's last story than this.
I know. Well, that's true. 2/3 of American adults drink coffee every day, which can add up quickly. All right. And they wanted to make sure that all people can have the great tasting coffee that coincides with their smart choices in their lives. Basically, they want to be inclusive because they think Maxwell House is alienating apartment dwellers.
Yeah, for sure.
I never thought the term Maxwell House meant an actual home.
Me neither.
That's y'all's house privilege. And you guys need to check it.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yes, check
You
your house
guys
privilege.
you guys don't even think about the words that you use and the impact that they have.
Maxwell Apartments?
Maxwell Apartment.
No, not apartments, apartment. Just
Maxwell
singular.
apartment.
It's meant to be targeted just to you. This is my apartment. This is my Maxwell.
So
this is
can
my
I still buy
coffee.
Maxwell House? Or because if I go and buy a Maxwell Apartment, I'm going to be giving off the vibes that I'm an apartment dweller
That's right.
and that I don't have a home.
Exactly. That's what you're supposed to give off. It's not supposed to be a dirty thing. You're supposed to be okay with it. You shouldn't be worried about what you're giving off. Everybody
Then
should
leave it.
be
Then leave
everybody should be equal.
There we go.
That's what it is.
Speaking of coffee, like Spittle will sometimes give us some coffee to brew in the morning from his special collection. Did you see how he went and got Corey Major's Coke Zero yesterday?
Saw that. Yeah.
Off our show. It is very nice, but it's like,
off Dear Choppy.
What do we get?
Yeah.
Off our show, off our segment. So should I have been like, oh, my wife always drinks the last Johnny Walker Blue.
I'll take some Topo.
Yeah.
You know,
No,
I
don't
always
say
down for
yeah.
Some LaCroix, key lime. Let's go.
By the way, Maxwell Apartment, to celebrate this, starting on September 29th, they began offering a 12-month lease offer of Maxwell Apartment, where on Amazon.com, while supplies last, for under $40, you could stock your pantry for the next 12 months with Maxwell Apartment.
Adjusting to the economy with housing prices and the interest. Mike McCarthy is coming for revenge on Bobby. Next in Below, B-Belt, right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to Underdog.
Insurance has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt
is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Back in the lab? No. Mike McCarthy is going back in the barn. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. The Revenge Tour. Mike McCarthy's chance to rub my nose in it in 2026, apparently, is coming our way. David Moore, who is semi-retired, but I guess not totally anymore. He's writing for D Magazine this year as like a special contributor. So not a full-time gig like he was doing at Dallas Morning News, but he's still contributing weekly stuff over at D Magazine. And one of his weekly contributions, right before the game this weekend against the Packers, Mike McCarthy broke his post-Cowboys silence. This is the very first interview that Mike McCarthy has done on the Dallas job, and specifically related to his departure in Dallas and his plans for the future. He's obviously done the Pat McAfee stuff and touched on some different things there. But this is his opportunity to speak out, and he waited 8 months to do so. And apparently, as he told David Moore, that was on purpose. Said that he wanted to wait around because he didn't want to shape this as a my side of the story kind of conversation when he finally sat down and talked about it, which is admirable. I think that's a good way to play it. Probably you don't want to come off as anything's bitter or like, oh, let me spin this back at him or let me take this angle and cut this. And to the Cowboys' credit, I don't think they were terribly in the aftermath too direct. Like, they've been much harsher towards the narrative with Micah on his way out than they were with Mike McCarthy.
I'm really surprised how cool McCarthy sounded. He met with them like months after to talk about the all-season program and everything. I thought Mike would have been a lot more bitter, threw a lot more shots, had a lot more problems with the way that Jerry and this organization did things, but that does not sound like it's the case.
No, and he said it was very important to me that I leave there the right way. He said it was time for both of us to change and to go in different directions. So he is still sticking to the line that we've heard, which is mutual. We both agreed like we probably needed a change.
But people have reported that both in the early part of the negotiation thought and wanted for Mike to stay.
Yes.
That it wasn't just from the very jump, let's give him an offer, let's force him out.
Right.
You know, like that they tried to make it work, actually. I found that a little bit surprising.
He is here still. He is in the DFW area, apparently. He, in fact, makes note to say that he is paying taxes in Plano.
Yes.
So he said that he is still contributing tax dollars.
Nobody leaves here, baby. Once you come here, you just don't want to leave.
You gotta stay.
Darren McFadden, who we interviewed last night on Cowboys Crosstalk, that was a lifelong Little Rock resident who then went to the University of Arkansas, bounced over to Oakland, and then just spent 3 years here in Dallas. And after his playing career was done, he moved to Prosper. And he and his family live in Prosper now. They decided we're staying here after they'd been here for 3 years. And so, that's the thing. People get here and they want to stay. Yep. And Mike McCarthy has stayed here to this point. Obviously, raising his girls who are still school-aged and being very involved there. But he did say he has every intention to coach in 2026. That is still what he's seeking to do. Now, what does that mean? Doesn't mean that while he's running around and doing things with his daughters and their athletics and different things like that, that doesn't mean he can't still get back in the lab and get back in the process. They write that during his season away from the game, though, he is having a 4:45 wake-up call. He set with the Packers and Cowboys. It's now 5:30, so there's a slight accommodation.
Hear that, Brian Schottenheimer? It's how early he's supposed to get up.
Starbucks had been his first stop on the way into the office. Now he'll feed the dogs before making his coffee run, then return home, take the dogs for a walk. He works out from 8:15 to 10:30. 2 hours and 15 minutes. He sets aside 11 to 2 for whatever business he needs to conduct or to study tape. He picks up his daughter from school at 3, then attends whatever practice or game his daughter has. The time in between is set aside for friends. He got a text from one the other day and is looking forward to shooting skeet and trap early next week. But the study is still ongoing. He says that he is preparing. He's doing his regimented work of, all right, I'm sticking to my schedule. You're there. He's still waking up. He's got his workout plan. He's still studying tape. He's still preparing. Do you think in 2026, Mike McCarthy will be coaching in the NFL?
Glad you asked that, Robert. I anticipated that very question.
So you're writing down the teams that might have...
Writing down the teams, and you both are going to answer the yes or the no. Okay. Because I like that by the way, we're already like 5 games in. I'm already starting to get football depressed that it's going to end soon.
We're quarter.
Our buddy Josh Pate just picked Florida to beat Texas. That's upsetting to me.
Florida has a history of like starting off really poorly and then saving Billy Napier's job, but I don't know.
You don't know what you're going to get at quarterback.
You don't? You have no idea?
Can the Gators score 20 points?
So what you're saying is we have a tendency to call Florida a little early, and then
here we go.
In the end,
I think all
right. I like
always
that.
Turns out right.
I like that we're 5 games in, so you can kind of match what you think McCarthy could bring. Because if you asked me this before the season, I would have said absolutely not. You tell me, does this situation call for Mike McCarthy's skill set, which RJ is higher on than the rest of us?
Let's hear it.
The Miami Dolphins.
Yeah,
Wouldn't be bad. Whoa.
Miami needs, I think, Mike is.
I can be objective here.
Whoa. No, you can't. You literally have never been.
Bobby's got a conscience.
Yeah. Even if you don't think Mike is a good offensive mind or a great offensive mind or whatever, he is I think objectively is a stabilizing figure.
Okay.
For a franchise.
Finishing piece for Cincy.
No.
Over the top piece for the Bengals.
Right geographical fit. Like, I think he's a fit for Cincinnati. I don't think he's the push that team over the top kind of guy.
If he gets a coordinator, like if he doesn't want to run the offense himself, brings a coordinator in, I think he'd be really good for Burrow. He was good for Dak.
I mean, Joe Burrow doesn't need Mike McCarthy.
No, I know. But, I mean, how about like just getting them on the same page to start the year?
Baltimore. Over the top piece in Baltimore. Tough, gritty, Inner Harbor guy.
Oh,
you like these teams I wrote down?
Yeah, I don't. No,
you can put question mark.
No, I know that one. I don't know how to feel about that one. I'm kind of split, but I would lean towards no.
I'm torn on. It's either for me. This one's weird, and I'm gonna make you guys scratch your heads. It's either no or I like this better than Cincy.
Okay.
My big question there is I think he's built for the AFC North. Sure, that's a fit. Like him being in Baltimore, being with a team like that. To me, it's like the issues that have kept them from reaching their potential. I don't know that those are things that Mike McCarthy's going to fix.
Cleveland.
Yeah, that's
a possibility before he came here.
Yeah, that's a McCarthy job to me. Cleveland.
I think, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things like, would you take it? But yeah, he would because he wants to coach.
Houston.
No.
Not good for CJ? Why you say no? CJ needs something.
I don't know that that's a good fit. I don't think, for some reason, I don't know that you can go from D'Amico to McCarthy. It's just...
Well, it's opposite. They usually hire opposite.
I know. Something just doesn't smell. It doesn't pass the smell
Houston,
test.
if they fire D'Amico Ryans, they need McVay. Like, they need McVay. They need Shanahan. They need, like, brilliant play design guy to come in there and help CJ.
Titans.
I mean... they're so far away. I don't think it matters.
I don't think it moves the needle.
San Fran. 49er ties.
You know what? He's got ties. Yes.
It's just a year. No.
The Mike McCarthy possibilities. Where and who would he end up with next year trying to return to the NFL? Final one. New York Giants.
I think he would do. I don't think it'd be the best fit the Giants can have. I think that's a Giants type hire.
Yeah. It's a Giants type hire.
He'll represent the franchise with dignity, and they eat that up.
That's not a New York media hire.
No,
he would not. I don't think all the scrutiny and.
I mean, you're not going to get more scrutiny in as much than here.
Not nationally.
I mean, no, not in terms
of local
of,
is
like the spotlight is more intense in Dallas. The criticism is more intense in New York, and I don't think the criticism being that intense, that consistent, I don't think he wants to put up with that.
But I do think that like the Giants would love a guy like him. He is not going to rock the boat. He's classy. He's not going to do anything.
So, Bobby, let's see if you're willing to say it.
Okay.
And this will show your true growth after your bout with diarrhea yesterday, if you had time to contemplate.
It was just violent back there.
Do you think that Mike McCarthy will have a head coaching job next season?
I think Mike McCarthy will be part of the interview circuit. I don't think he gets hired.
Okay.
Bobby's got a conscience.
All right. I just want to see how far you go, because before I think we both had said absolutely not. I got updated win totals for the NFC East from Bet Online.
Ooh.
And remember, we were going to put everything on the over.
It was 7.5, right?
It was 7.5. Did you see me tweet this out?
I saw it on my own. It was 6.5, right?
6.5 now. They've dropped in terms of an expected win.
The Athletic yesterday, their model, their like analytics model that projects out, they put Dallas at 6.5, and that put them, because they were doing it as part of like which teams are in line to have top 10 picks, and Dallas does. They said that Dallas is in line for the 9th pick if the projections are right.
How do we feel about 6-11 or 7-10?
Well, it'd be 6-10-1.
Oh yeah, sorry.
6-10-1. That's right.
Yeah.
Look, the schedule shakes out in a very difficult manner at the very end of the season. I still think they need to be 7-3, or I guess 6-2-1 now, I guess.
Yeah.
So they've got to win a few in a row here.
I mean, a 6 or 7 win team, I can feel completely differently about that depending on like how the season is executed and what we're seeing. Like, do we continue to have issues with what seems to be, like we talked about earlier in the show, Trayvon Diggs, who apparently disclosed yesterday he was essentially being punished for some sort of off the field issue? Like, are those sort of things cropping up, or are those things, do we see improvements in those? Like, does Trayvon Diggs' attitude improve as they're going 6-10? And is it like, oh, look, he's turning a corner. The effect is here. Those are the kind of things that I would look at. But overall, that's about what I think this football team is right now.
So you got to look at it. I'm giving them Jets, Carolina, Raiders, Giants. I mean, that gets you to 5. You got to steal 1 or 2 more. And I don't even think stealing is Arizona or Denver. I don't trust those teams.
Well, I
think Denver's better.
Denver's better.
And it's on the road, but I don't think it'd be crazy to say that the Cowboys win.
The over-under win totals for the rest of the division. Philly's 12.5, Washington's 9.5. Jaden Daniels back at practice for the Charger game this weekend, and the Giants are 4.5. So Below the Belt is back with the return of Roberto here on your official home of the Cowboys and the Rangers. Everyone thinks the Rangers have their next manager. RJ Choppy has an outside-the-box name in Diamond Cavs. And is this guy going to get fired by ESPN for not loving hockey while talking baseball? Final hour, Thursday edition, after this.
After we get you over to...
Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
have lower V products? I don't remember that.
No, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very...
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Roki Sasaki sets and fires. Soft liner to short. Betts is there. That's a win for LA. The Dodgers are going to the National League Division Series. The Dodgers are going to Philadelphia as they move on in their quest to run it back in 2025.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be erratic about the only team not willing to have a little fun or to let us have a little fun? That would be the Dodgers. The only team to sweep in this wild card round. We got 3 Game 7s tonight, baby. Or 3 Game 3s, but it's a Game 7. You know, it's got the games. Game 3 doesn't have a feel. It doesn't say it has a feel to it.
No.
Game 7's got a feel.
3-7.
3-7. This is
You should go home, is what you should do, Peyton.
Okay. Just like you yesterday.
Oh! Wow.
Yeah, and you on Mondays after Cowboys games.
Oh, hey!
It does make you look bad that was it
Jacob's
Jacob?
in here for 22 straight hours.
And is that legal?
Okay, he stays up here though. That's
what
what
does that mean?
He's not working up here. He's staying up
He
here.
did Rangers into Cowboys, slept, and then came on and did ours.
He didn't work Cowboys. He stayed for the Cowboy game. He didn't work the Cowboy game.
Oh, Bobby.
Oh, wow.
In your face.
Oh, man. Dodgers 8-4 winners.
You did that with Chris Strong, though, plenty of times. And I know that.
Well, screw him.
Shohei's going to start Game 1 of the NLDS against Philadelphia. But we got 3 Game 3s today. All this afternoon. Well, they're going to stagger them like 2, 5, and 1, 4, and 7.
Got to get that 3-hour window.
Got to get that 3-hour window. Guardians beat the Tigers. Padres beat the Cubs. Yankees beat the Red Sox. So, again, 3 Game 3s today.
What's your rooting interest in each one? And if you don't have it, then just say you don't have it. Tigers, Guardians.
Guardians.
Guardians. And I'll tell you this. I think they're obviously the hot team, the great story. But Scooble also is the one thing that wants the Tigers to win, because that is an old school, dominant, true ace, right? He is that old school guy where he will go out there and throw 120 pitches if he has to.
Why Cleveland, Bobby?
Because Reet Mill will be in here tomorrow morning, and that'll be funny to me. No, honestly, it is. We get 15.5 back. If you scale all that and then you lose to the team you overtook at the end, I think that'd be kind of cheap. So I kind of wanted them to win just to finish that off.
Padres, Cubs.
Cubs.
Why?
Always had a soft spot for the Cubs.
Man, I do have a soft spot for the Cubs. The Padres, though, like the Cubs Brewers, that wouldn't interest me. Padres Brewers would. Padres have got a lot of star power to it.
I mean, Dodgers Phillies is going to be fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Red Sox Yankees.
I mean, the Yankees. I mean, I love Aaron Judge. I think they've got better top end pitching. They're better. I think.
Although they're starting who today?
Cam Schlittler.
That is not the name you said during the break.
I think I left that an L.
His name's his name.
Okay, SCHL. Schlittler. Schlittler.
Someone's going to screw up with that one. Someone's going to miss a lot.
Yankees. I want Aaron Judge. Like, the longer Aaron Judge is in the playoffs, the better.
By the way, he's batting .500 this postseason. He has 4 singles. That's it. He has not had an extra base hit.
Never mind. Get him out. I don't want him anymore.
You know what?
Yeah, he's done. He's done. I don't need your singles. Cal Raleigh wouldn't do that.
So on Game 1 of that Red Sox-Yankees series, Aaron Boone got a lot of criticism for taking out Max Fried. And how about this? I noticed this. So this is from Andy Martino, who is like one of the better beat writers for that team. And he says, one thing to clear up is that the analytics people did not dictate his lineup or in-game decision last night. In fact, he made several moves that contradicted what the analytics folks would have advised, like or dislike the move that came from him. I have never seen an organization just throw their guy out there to the wild like that. They just completely threw him to the wild, to the wolves, by distancing themselves from the lineup. Right? Like they're saying, hey, this wasn't us. We didn't put the lineup together. We didn't tell him to sit all the lefties. We didn't tell him to take out Max Fried to go to Luke Weaver. I have never seen the front office the next day after a playoff game throw their guy under the bus like this. That's bad news.
Isn't it just consistency, though? Like, if you are trying to just say, like, Aaron Boone is in control. But, like...
So not trying to create the
I mean,
idea.
it's just, it's like Aaron Boone's not being told anything. He's the manager. He's in charge, and he's making these decisions.
How did he phrase it? This is Andy Martino, but he's a reporter.
Yeah. And he said one thing to clear up again is that, quote-unquote, analytics people did not dictate his lineup or in-game decision last night. In fact, he made several moves that contradicted what the analytics folks would have advised.
I can see this both ways. But my first initial reaction is yours, of someone in the organization telling him, this is not what you're supposed to be doing. This is not what we would have said to do.
Right.
But it looks and sounds much worse than a loss.
Yes.
And they won.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's always Brian Cashman, and I'm so tired of hearing about Boone and Cashman every other day.
It's
every other day.
Something about those two every day.
It's New York, too.
They do sound like just a really bad, like, cop duo from NYPD Blue.
Right?
Boone and Cashman.
Boone and Cashman.
Boone and Cash.
It is the Diamond Cavs here on 105 through the Fan. So during the playoffs so far, you've got obviously ESPN doing all the different crews that they have for these games, and one of them is Jess Mendoza and Ben McDonald. Now, Ben McDonald, of course, was a pitcher in the 90s, pitched for the Orioles with Scott Erickson and Mike Mussina, a good staff. And then he went on to Milwaukee.
You can't give me a more obscure name than Ben McDonald from back in the day who was broadcasting. I'm like, Ben McDonald is a broadcaster?
I had no idea, right? I had no idea he was doing the games. Well, they were doing a promo for NHL on ESPN. Hockey starts next week. They're doing a promo for it, and Ben McDonald could not be more bothered.
And the Blackhawks return to the ice next Tuesday, NHL opening night against the defending champion Florida Panthers at 5 Eastern, 4 Central on ESPN. Triple header that night, Penguins, Rangers, Avalanche, Kings. Ben, I know you got an opinion on this. Panthers three-peat this year, what do you think?
If you say so. I mean, good luck to them. Are you asking me if I'm going to be watching?
No, you'll be watching, of course, because you work for ESPN. You'll be watching Friday night.
There is zero chance I'll be watching. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Where will you be?
I will be somewhere, but there's zero chance I'll be watching.
All right, thanks, Ben. We'll be watching. Thanks for the rating.
Unbelievable. You never hear this, especially from ESPN.
Yeah. So I want to.
That was not the most stunning part of it, by the way. It was how the guy pronounced the Chicago team at the start of that clip.
Kevin Hagelin has stormed into the studio from the KNC Masterpiece. What's up?
Well, I was listening to your story, and it reminded me of another promotional attempt that frequently was stymied by a fellow employee whenever we would do Buffalo Wild Wings and give away Cowboys tickets every single week. Every single week, Mike would go, but remember, if you win them, you can't give them back. And I was like, dude, we're trying to promote this.
Yeah.
And so it felt very Ben McDonald-esque
Yes.
when he's like, I'm not going to watch. And the way he was like, you can't give them back. So
I was watching this live, and I did find it a little cringy. I was like, what's going on here? Why isn't Jessica Mendoza's name in these headlines, by the way? Because she also goes, thank you, Kevin.
No, stay here. Stay here. I need to balance this.
She goes, why would you ask me? All I care about is baseball. So she also admitted to not watching the hockey. This should be a big bag of nothing. If ESPN makes a big deal over this, or if someone tries to call for Ben McDonald's job, you're a loser. Charles Barkley does this with his own product, and we all laugh.
Yes.
He says, I'm not watching. They're like, Charles, why weren't you watching the second game of the doubleheader? He's like, I'm not watching that crap.
Those big old women down the center.
They're like, how are we going to talk about it here on TNT? He's like, I'm watching the hockey.
They do a who he play for segment.
Who he play for segment. And now we're going to kill and crush Ben McDonald. Are you about to oppose me and get destroyed?
No. I didn't know how far down the rabbit hole we were going to go on Jessica Mendoza. But on Ben McDonald.
Jessica Mendoza said the same thing as Ben McDonald.
Well, but Ben McDonald got a chance to change it, and he was like, no.
I blame the play-by-play guy for this.
I
blame the play-by-play guy. He knows that Ben McDonald doesn't watch hockey.
That's true.
And he walked him down the path and then kept going.
He trapped him.
Yeah, so if it's me and you doing the game and you're not watching any hockey, and I think you could get in trouble for not kissing ESPN's ass by doing this, I'm not setting you up like that.
Right.
So I'm blaming the play-by-play guy.
That does make sense.
I thought about this way too much.
Again, Bobby, I love Mike, but I knew when we had certain promotions or giveaways when to not pivot to Mike.
Yes.
Because he would be like, I guess.
That's
He would literally say, don't watch the Cowboys, with Jerry coming up next.
Yeah.
That's the well, he didn't have to stand in that. He would just go to McDonald's and get his Egg McMuffin. But no,
and now he's got to be a corporate kiss ass for another professional team.
It's like when the Masters occurs. Like, you're just gonna talk to Chop during that segment. You're not gonna ask me how long I was watching the Masters.
Yes, and I'm half joking with Mike. He is more critical than anyone than most in that position, but half.
Diamond Cats here on 105 to the Fan.
Will Ben McDonald get a talking to behind the scenes?
They might say to him, hey, just don't say anything next time. If you're not going to watch, that's fine.
Or just don't. Honestly, I agree with you. The guy who keeps circling back on but you're going to watch it, right?
Yeah.
No, you don't have to say that. Unless there is an edict along ESPN of guys really trying to get people engaged in hockey, talk about how you're going to watch the game. Unless there's that sort of an edict, that would be bad.
All right, so there's 8 managerial openings now. Braves, Orioles, Twins, Rangers, Giants, Nats, Rockies, Angels. Okay, so you got your managerial openings. The Angels are, a lot of people think the Angels might be the worst of the bunch just because of ownership questions and being the second team in the city and not having a whole lot of pieces to work with.
And the rumor is Albert Pujols?
Albert Pujols is the rumor. He wants the job. I think it's actually a very interesting hire because you don't see these guys who have made $500 million in their career want to be bothered with managing anymore.
And yesterday, he did TV, so he still wanted to work. Yesterday, the Giants said no to Bruce Bochy.
Right. Buster Posey is like, that's not the route we're going to go in.
Bobby, real quick. Ron Washington, Skip or Wash?
Or Boone.
Boone. Boone is the direction I would go. I still love Wash. Okay. And if you're talking about trying to fix culture and everything else or create clubhouse cohesion, Wash is the guy. It's just obviously the question about his health.
I have one name to throw out there. And it's such a long shot. It's not going to happen. I don't know that they would go down this road either. I don't know that he would go down. I know he wants to manage. Everybody has said he wants to manage, but he is kind of holding out for the St. Louis job. But Yadier Molina wants to be a manager. I love catchers as managers.
Everyone said he was going to be a manager.
Yeah, and he is a very smart baseball guy, right? He technically smart as a player, so he could coach you up. His team, coaching you up at the big league level is a big part of player development. But also baseball smart, so not just the technical side of it, but also the savvy with that.
Man, I think there would be some Rangers fans that would feel dirty about hiring anybody off of that Cardinals team.
Perhaps. The reality is
get over it.
Yeah,
you should get over it.
Get over it.
I just don't think there. I think there'd be a lot of fans would be like, absolutely not.
Of course, you're right.
Of course there would.
Yeah.
No,
you're gonna hire Eli to be the Cowboys coach.
If Michael Young went and managed the Angels, as Bob Nightingale tried to say, and that's not happening, and I'm waiting for the Tolo to come out of hiding who bet me $500 so I can send it to Sandler's charity. He said Michael Young's going to take the Angel job. Imagine Ranger fans freaking out. Freak out.
Yeah.
Freak out.
If Michael Young managed the Angels.
Yeah, so, but if Molina, like I said, he wants to manage, great baseball guy, and there is talk that if he doesn't get a managerial job and Albert gets the Angels job, he would follow Pujols and he would become the bench coach or something else. And now, boy, you want to talk about I don't know what recruiting tools they would use, but if you're a free agent and you're like a good player, do you want to go play for Albert Pujols and Yadier Molina?
I mean,
that sounds, you know what I mean?
What did you think of Pujols on TV?
I honestly don't really remember him on TV. I don't really remember.
But you
him
watched the network.
Yeah, I don't remember
Didn't say anything
that stood out.
It's like Mike McCarthy. I meant to say this at 8:40, and I appreciate Mike being pretty good on the show with us. Mike McCarthy so far has given a big bag of nothing. Not generic, safe on McAfee. The David Moore piece, no insult to David Moore. That was a big bag of nothing. It was a puff piece. It was a favor to Mike to try to get his name back out there, just like whoever did it
Pelissero and Peter King
in the shed or the barn. But you don't necessarily judge what your manager's going to be off their TV work.
It's like especially with managing now. What is it? It's not. Is it X's and O's? It is just knowing the game. Is it managing personalities?
Diamond Cavs here on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ.
I just wouldn't follow Pujols to the Angels after the previous decade, but
did Pujols ever get in trouble for anything, by the way? No, right?
I don't remember.
Were whispers out there? Names?
There were whispers. I think John Heyman accidentally deleted a list at one point.
Oh, yeah.
Are the Cowboys going to have enough players to face the Jets? And what does Tommy Yarsh think about the Trayvon Diggs truth that came out yesterday? Tommy joins us from DallasCowboys.com after this.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford and...
I mean, of course I got it. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Panthers, never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to Card Trek attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with a KNC Masterpieces coming up at 8:40 here on Sean and RJ. Trayvon Diggs and the truth on why he did not start against Green Bay coming up in audio as we welcome in Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Tommy, what's this injury report look like?
Well, it's a little bit lengthy, guys. There's a couple of names that popped up that we weren't necessarily aware of before practice started. Kevontae Turpin's dealing with a foot injury. That's probably going to look more week to week. I kind of think it might be similar to what we saw earlier this year, not last year. I want to clarify that this year with Deron Bland, where it was kind of just all right, we'll see how he's doing, but not expecting that to be anything long term. Tyler Smith with a knee injury, he was not at practice. Another one that I don't think is necessarily severe. It might just be more of all right, let's get him some rest and make sure that he's good, considering we're already going to be down 2, maybe 3 starters on the offensive line. And then, Tyler Guyton, one of those offensive linemen dealing with a concussion. Malik Hooker probably won't play this week with a toe injury. CeeDee Lamb probably won't play this week with the ankle injury. Miles Sanders, we'll see. I think he might have the best chance, along with Tyler Smith, out of anybody in that group in terms of who did not participate yesterday. But we'll still see for that. And then the good news is they get some guys off of IR who opened their 21-day practice window, and Kalen Carson and Jonathan Mingo. So, it's still, Brian Schottenheimer said it yesterday, they're banged up, and hopefully they can, for their sake, they can get healed up here in the next couple of days and get some guys back.
Is there one in particular that concerns you more than others?
Honestly, not necessarily. I don't think any of these are long-term ones. I think that the fact that Tyler Booker and CeeDee Lamb have not been put on IR is encouraging, if anything. And not to say that they can't still get moved there, but I think that, considering a high ankle sprain, and especially for an offensive lineman, that there hasn't been any sort of movement, before the last game, so it could be kind of checked off as the one of the 4 games that they have to miss. I wouldn't necessarily say that there's anything that, I'm really worried about as a long-term deal. I think the Tyler Smith deal, if that's what he was dealing with earlier in training camp, then that's not too worrisome, but certainly you don't want to see that continue to flare up. And then with Turpin, the second injury in a couple of weeks, is it more of a workload deal with him? Can he handle being a kick returner and a wide receiver and those responsibilities? I think he can, but if the injuries keep piling up, then maybe you've got to change how you work him into the offense and work him into special teams. So all just kind of balancing things out and seeing where guys are at. But naturally, throughout the course of the season, you're going to get banged up. It's inevitable. It happens to every team.
Going to play this audio from Trayvon Diggs and get your reaction to Trayvon yesterday explaining why he came off the bench against Green Bay.
A rough week. I guess coach holding me accountable, and I accept it. It's cool. But back on track this week. Ready to work.
It's a rough week like in practice.
Yeah, sure.
Rough week. You will be starting this week.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, I guess it was a rough week. Whether that be, on the practice field, off the practice field, this is a cornerback group and secondary group in general that has struggled through the first couple of weeks. And so I could very well see it just kind of being more of a kind of a mental reset, or maybe trying to light a fire under him. Like, hey man, we need you to play great, and we need you to be the alpha in this secondary for us, because we need a turnaround right now. And so I think that's probably more what it was, and I think it worked. I thought Trayvon played pretty well when he kind of came into the game a little bit more towards the tail end of the Green Bay game. He had that almost interception that he would have gotten had Maris Leofau gotten off the field in time. And then I heard him later on talking about, I want to play more man and things like that. And naturally, yeah, you do, because Trayvon's played so well in man over the course of his career. But, the truth of the matter is you're going to have to play both. And granted, you probably want to see more man with the guys that they have right now in Deron Bland and Diggs. But you have to be able to do both and be flexible in both. And I think they can be, but it's still just a learning process. So, it sounded like it was just, kind of a reset sort of week of sorts for Trayvon Diggs. And it sounds like everything is back on track now.
Tommy, I know you've been in there the last 2 years, and so you can't necessarily like reach back to 2020, but I'm sure you've heard and you've probably seen yourself over the last 18 months or however long it's been. Trayvon Diggs' personality maybe shift a little bit, or demeanor, or his locker presence, or the way that he seems to approach things. What do you think explains sort of the shift for Diggs? Do you think it's frustration with these different concepts that they keep rotating, how they've changed schemes a couple different times? Is it something there's some level of dissatisfaction with his role? What do you think it is that has changed for Diggs that has seemingly changed kind of his disposition with the team?
Well, I think it might be frustration with the fact that, he's been dealing with so many injuries too over the course of the last couple of years, where it's a wanting to be on the field and return to his peak form that made him a Pro Bowler, a couple of years ago, and not being able to do that and having to watch for a long time, especially in back-to-back years, that can be tough. And then when you're doing that and there's all this change at defensive coordinator, you've got 3 in 3 years, and you lose Al Harris too, who he was very close with, and so everything there's been a lot of change, and for some of that change, Trayvon Diggs hasn't been able to be on the field. So I think a mixture of all that can be frustrating, but I don't think he is. I don't get the sense that he is frustrated in Dallas or anything like that. I think that it's been frustrating to see the defense struggle through the first 4 weeks of the season. Naturally, I mean, when you're giving up 450 yards through the air to Russell Wilson and Caleb Williams throws 3 touchdowns on you, it's not easy to deal with that. And all those games where Trayvon Diggs is questionable coming in with injuries, and so I think the mixture of all that is what's made it tough. But if it doesn't, I don't think it would take much to right the ship. If they feel like they're as close as they are, it could take 2 interceptions, and then we're seeing a completely different look on Trayvon Diggs' face.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline every Thursday at this time. How are you looking at this Jets matchup?
Well, I think it's a little bit concerning considering how many injuries they have, especially on the offensive line. The Jets have a really good defensive line. Obviously, Quinn Williams is there. Will McDonald has had a really good start to the season off the edge for them, former first-round pick at Iowa State. So this is going to be a tough game for Dallas, especially if they're this banged up. This is going to be another one where George Pickens has to come big. Nate Thomas has to have a really good game if he plays in place of Tyler Guyton or wherever they can slide him in on the offensive line. And then obviously BB and Bass, Hoffman and Bass are going to have to step up and be able to take Quinn Williams out of the game. But then defensively, Justin Fields is a very interesting matchup because sure, he can get out of the pocket and beat you with his legs, but when he's throwing the ball, he's one of the better deep ball throwers in terms of a dual threat quarterback, I think, that you'll see. He's got a deep threat in Garrett Wilson that he can get the ball to downfield. And with Dallas's cornerbacks, last week I thought they did a better job of taking away the deep play, but who's not to say that those struggles can't reinstate themselves this week. So it's going to be a tough matchup. I think this game is closer than a lot of people think. I know the Jets are 0-4, but I think 3 of those losses are by 1 possession. And it just kind of seems like they've had some tough breaks to start the season. So, Dallas's offense is going to have to come up big here again.
Tommy Yarsh from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Week 1, it was the debut head coaching game for Brian Schottenheimer. Week 2, it's your home opener, first time coaching at AT&T Stadium. This week might have more emotional weight to it than some of the others, obviously returning to the Jets where he spent so much of his career. How big do you think this game is for Brian Schottenheimer and some of the things that he's talked about this week in terms of going back to New York?
I think I think deep down below the surface it'll always mean a little bit more, but what he's going to tell us is it's another game, and these kinds of things where we're just trying to go and get a win. But really, any time that you go back somewhere where you've been and maybe it didn't end well, or that you get the feeling that hey they didn't believe in me, that you wanted a little bit more. I think that was the case for Matt Eberflus going back to Chicago. Deep below the surface, of course. And then last week, Micah Parsons coming back to Dallas. And so that's not to say that you have to press necessarily when you do those kinds of things to, try and do more or do extra. I think Brian talked about that earlier in the season too, before that Chicago game, saying that's not what you want to do if you're overcoaching, because he's made those mistakes before when he's gone back and coached elsewhere. So I think he's going to approach this with the similar mindset that he has for the rest of these 4 games that they've played up to this point, and just deep below the surface, hey, this one means a little bit more.
Your Chicago pizza influence has carried over to the Metroplex as Bobby Belt went and ate at a place in Allen. He absolutely loved it. Will you go with Bobby to a pizza place in New York this weekend or Jersey to compare objectively?
Well, there is no comparison. First of all, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where we go in New York, and that's no disrespect to New York pizza. You like what you like, but there's no comparison to Lou Malnati's. There never will be. It's perfect in every way, and I've been contemplating the last couple of days getting some of it shipped down here.
Whoa!
So.
He was so close. So the team, when they are getting onto the airplane, they have food ready for the players. It's only for the players. And they had little personal Lou Malnati's pizzas when we were leaving Chicago.
On the plane?
No, like walking to the plane. So the players would pick them up and they'd have like a little personal pizza to eat. And I swear, Tommy was thinking about risking it all to go over there and just snatch one of those pizzas.
It might have been worth my job. It really could have been. I mean, I was strongly. Bobby saw me start to drool when they parked the truck back there.
That's
and they
torture.
started.
I offered to distract for him. I was like, I'll distract Glieber, Craig Glieber, who's their travel guy. I was like, I'll distract Glebe. You just go over there, you just grab a box.
Tommy, will you at least leave open the room that a New York dog could match or beat the Chicago dog?
What's a New York dog?
No, what even
on the street corner?
Yeah, I was gonna say, come on, man. We don't. There's no comparison. There's no comparison there. Chicago dogs.
Chicago dog's disgusting. With it's peppers and
that's wrong.
Like a finger and whatever else they put on that thing.
I don't think they have fingers on there.
You got to be able to separate the two, because there is no such thing as Chicago style pizza. There's one pizza. There's just pizza. Okay.
Well, that's not true.
It just is. It's not a deep dish. You got deep dish. That's a completely different category.
You don't think that's pizza even at that point?
No, there's one kind of pizza.
Is a pizza?
It's the New See, that's not a thing.
It's not a thing.
That's not a thing. There's one kind of pizza. It's a pizza made in Italy. That's it.
Oh, Italy.
All this other crap doesn't count.
Italy.
But so it's just a regular round
Neapolitan type.
That's pizza.
Says the man who can't eat marinara anymore.
Well,
He's trying to dictate pizza terms.
If he does it, he'd end up like today.
Yeah.
Thank you, Thomas. Great stuff.
All right, guys. I appreciate y'all. And don't eat that New York pizza, guys. Bobby, don't do it.
Man.
Don't do it.
Tommy Yarsh. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar Royal Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. You have to eat the Chicago pizza as like a planned setting. It has to be an event. You cannot walk on the street with a piece of Chicago pizza.
If pizza does not need to have a fork. If you have to have a fork with it, it's not pizza.
Jesse Holly's already telling me, he says crispy pizza in Jersey City is where I need to go.
The pizza in Jersey, I've always believed, is better than whatever is in New York. It's greasier.
Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece is next.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Man. Some of the stuff that is just said. Does this happen with G-Bag?
Not at all.
Right before you go on air, something crazy is said?
No, G-Bag says that stuff on the air.
That's right.
Yeah, it's been different lately.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we have so much show today.
Do you?
Yeah, we actually have the Campus
It's
Connection.
A Thursday.
It is Thursday. Campus Connection at 12:20 today. That's going to be
12:40.
12. Okay, yeah. It's
one.
The Expressway's at 12:20. It's the whole show. It's like 40 minutes of radio without any commercials.
Commercial-free.
Yeah, it's commercial-free content right there for you, and then so much more.
What's the segment about?
College football.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll basically be a kegger.
Hey, you
I got a question.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Or statement.
We're off to a terrible start, guys.
We are.
Guys, I was listening to y'all's show this morning.
That's cool.
And y'all were talking about...
You're the best teammate in the building at listening.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I just wanted to say that.
Y'all were talking about Alabama having a Johnny Manziel party at a bar somewhere. And you said that would be like if a bar was having a John Mateer,
a friend of John Mateer,
Mateer.
whoever like the John Mateer confidant was.
Yeah, and you were like, that's not for me because you're a UT guy. That's an OU party essentially.
Yeah,
and it brought to mind a story. I was running a bar in Uptown.
Wow,
and it was Texas OU weekend, and I'm behind the bar wearing my OU hat, and Texas won. Texas wins, and my bar gets flooded with fraternities from Texas. And I'm pouring drinks and everything, and I look around, and I see about 4 or 5 UT frat guys and one guy wearing an OU shirt. And the next thing I know, this dude's laying on the floor. And he starts scrambling to get up, and I whip around the bar, grab him by the back, the belt.
The scruff of his neck?
No, the belt. the scruff of his belt. And I just grabbed him and just slid him out the door, just like right down the stairs, out into the parking lot, and then started walking out there. And this dude jumps up and he's like, I'm going back in there. I got to go defend my honor. And I was like, nobody says that. And then I said, hey, man, you need to go somewhere else. I can't protect you in there. Like, there's more of them than there are of you. And I'm not going to, if you go back in there, that's your problem. His girlfriend came over and she was like, yeah, we should go. And I was like, thanks a lot. And sent them on their way. I go back in, still wearing the hat, because those guys don't care. I'm picking up bottles and making Long Island iced teas and getting them drunk. They're like, I love this
Three
guy.
in each hand,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. It was 4, but yes. Yeah. And so they're like, I love this guy. So that experience is, you don't want to, it's not great being drunk in enemy territory a lot of times.
So we need to explain all this for you because Corey is the best teammate at listening. Corey is.
Came on your show today.
Oh, yeah, that's a really good point.
did.
That's a good point.
All over it.
So Manziel is supporting Diego Pavia, Vanderbilt, Bama this weekend. A brand new Bama bar is hosting like a Manziel watch party or an event. And Bama fans are furious. Number one, Bama, A&M, Johnny, what he did to us. And then he's supporting the enemy in Vanderbilt.
Right.
So we were asking, if you're the bar owner there in Tuscaloosa, are you hosting this Manziel event? Okay, backlash. Are Alabama fans that petty, bitter, and with that long a memory that they're not going to frequent your establishment? And that takes us back to an RJ theory over Johnny's bar at College Station. You all have to weigh in on this.
This is the worst.
Oh, perfect. Kevin
This is the worst take that Choppy's ever had.
And I shouldn't even ask you that question because you love Johnny.
He believed that there was no advantage to Johnny Manziel opening a bar in College Station because no student in College Station now would know who Johnny Manziel is.
Complete and utter insanity.
I understand what he's saying though. It's not about the school.
These
the
kids
students
were 8 years
now.
old.
It's about the alum that are coming back.
Florida students today know Tebow.
Yes.
Vince.
That's because he has a statue. Vince.
The stadium got rebuilt because of Johnny Manziel. Everybody calls it the house that Johnny built.
I don't think anybody calls it that.
They do. I was just there last year.
Again.
I was there a couple years ago.
Don't listen to the Aggie
I don't think anybody
as to
calls
what
that.
Aggies know or
Look,
don't
the
know.
guy literally did a man on the street in this state, and somebody said, I don't even know who you are.
That is a bit. Just like every single one of those of like, what do you do for a living? And you're interviewing a freaking singer. Like
the one where he goes, I'm just a guy.
Hold on. So you're
just a guy.
You are going to believe TikTok interviewers as more authentic than having the potential of somebody knowing who
that
Manziel is.
interview was real. It was just a kid who had no idea. But that doesn't speak for.
That doesn't speak for everybody.
All right, the percentage of incoming freshmen at College Station that know Johnny Manziel, percent. Give me a number.
Like would recognize him walking down the street.
Know the
or
name.
Know the name. Know the name?
80 to 85%.
Yeah, I would say
then that's the point that we were discussing with having the bar.
Would Johnny
with having the bar is like you got to remember on game day, especially.
No. His bar in College Station.
Yeah, look, you know the name, but you don't know necessarily what he.
You already lost. You already lost.
Would Johnny
I never
Manziel-
see you stutter and stammer like that. You lost. You admitted defeat.
Would Johnny Manziel education ever be part of Fish Camp?
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, I mean, look, even when he goes to the baseball
it's basically
games,
freshman
he still
orientation
gets
for all of their
mobbed out
traditions
there.
and everything else. Freshmen brought in or like taught about all of their traditions and information. So you would be taught about Manziel there.
So if they're taught about him, then that's a different story.
So you lost.
But
we got a
in
text.
terms of this bar, in Bama,
yeah,
like the one thing to remember is these bars on weekends for college games, the road team takes over your strip anyway. Like half the time, the road team is taking over your strip.
Yeah,
so they don't even care. They won't care.
Yeah, but you have to function.
You have to function
the
all
rest
the other
of the
days,
week.
all the other days of the week.
972. Every Aggie knows who Johnny F in football is. Are y'all serious? No, we're all very serious. Choppy's the one who's unserious. 817. My little cousin just applied. It's on the application to say who Johnny is. And then here we go. 682 though. This is dovetailing into something different that I didn't know was a thing apparently. 682 is saying, have y'all discussed how Corey hates how Peyton talks?
Well,
And
I know they have a long.
And Corey nodded that apparently you must have said something.
I know they have a long-standing feud.
The other day, was this Kevin Walker or Alec? I think it was Alec. Alec's fantastic for what he does. Wow. I love Alec.
Barely remembered him right now.
But Alec the other day, he was doing his liner, and he said, truck wreck attorney. And I don't know if y'all have ever listened to Peyton when he does the truckic attorney. Truckic attorneys, and I don't know why. Look, man, I like you, Peyton.
No, you don't. I don't like you. And Ed Werder's going to hear about it.
I think he sent me a clip of audio and then sent Ed Werder's phone number. But he says truckic attorneys, and for some reason, I'm sure I do stuff that irritates people. Yeah. For some reason, that's the one thing that when I'm driving in, because I listen, I Tolo. That's the one thing that I'm like, say truck wreck.
The one for me is with him is for some reason when he's reading. No, it's not a bad thing.
Peyton.
No, it's just I don't know. It's almost like a tongue twister for him when he says, "This is 105.3 The Fan." Whenever he says 105.3 The Fan, it's almost like he's like about to have a tongue twister with it.
This is not.
But he doesn't stumble on it. He doesn't stumble on it. He just says it. He says it differently than he says every other sentence.
You almost didn't include the T in that sentence right there. You said sentence.
Sentence. Yeah, sentence.
Yeah, like penance.
I will say that
you don't pronounce the T in often.
Well, you don't go around going often.
Greg Olson doesn't pronounce the first T. He's always it's important.
Does he?
Oh yeah, it's the second. Yeah, it's important.
Like important. Tight end Greg Olson.
Yeah. Listen to him.
Greg Olson.
Listen to him. Yeah.
All right, you guys have to decide. You've covered a lot of high school and some college sports.
True.
This is an announcer at where?
FAMU.
Yeah.
FAMU versus Alabama State.
It's never going to fly.
This is the PA announcer Nico Harrison.
This is the PA.
Joe Bullard.
This is the PA announcer. Y'all tell me that this guy has to lose his job after 30 years.
Congratulate them. They're now the new face of Ozempic.
He's talking about the drill team.
Yeah.
Dude.
So I would argue that his only way out is to be like, they're the after people. Right? Like, isn't that the way he's going to
They're the what?
The after people. Like, they lost all the weight.
He lost the fifth grader, and now they're looking good.
Yeah, like, I think that's his only way out.
He's rude and he lies.
I could see how this might have flown like 20 years ago, but I don't know how he thought he was going to get away with that for the opposing team.
Does it make a difference in protecting his job that it was the opposing team instead of saying it about your own school's girls?
I guess that's better. A little.
Yeah, if you said it about your own school's girls, that administration has to, I think, fire you.
I feel like firing him is a little harsh, but I don't understand
was a bad
his
joke.
thought process about how this was going to play.
I support all attempts at humor. If you're trying to be funny, it's not offensive.
Yeah,
that's how I look at it.
It was just a bad
and
joke.
what was their name again? The Honeybees or something?
The Honeybees.
With
Yeah.
a Z?
Honeybees.
The what?
I thought it was the Honey Bears.
No, it was the Honeybees.
Oh.
At least it wasn't the heifers.
And you survived today. You had goosebumps throughout the morning.
Yeah, I had to go before the show started. I was in the toilet, on the toilet, not in it. And then I had goosebumps for about 8 o'clock on.
What does that mean?
You ever had to you had to go so bad that you get some goosebumps?
You get the chills, yeah, dude.
Yeah,
it's scary.
I don't think so.
Because the left side, you could feel like the intestines, ringing it out.
So I asked him in the first hour, as I always do, "What'd you have for dinner last night?" He goes, "Salmon." That wouldn't do anything. Fish probably would be one of the higher possibilities, seafood, of doing it. But then about an hour after that, he goes, "And we did make homemade ice cream."
Yeah.
I said, so fish and ice cream, that combo made.
Yeah, it was like an hour later.
Hour later, okay.
Like an hour later, with the Ninja Creamy.
Are you lacto intolerant?
What?
Lacto?
This is the wrong segment for you to be making fun now.
Lacto intolerant?
Peyton speaks. Lacto intolerant?
Can I circle back on the honeybees real quick?
No.
Please.
No one cares about your joke.
But no, it's not a joke. It's not a joke. It's answering a question we had earlier.
What?
When we said they lean into it, and you said, how do they lean into it? Somebody just texted us in, and I went and looked it up. Apparently, they do have a weight minimum on the honeybees, that you have to be minimum 250 pounds.
Well, I feel like that kind of changes the dynamic a little bit of this.
A weight minimum?
Yep.
That's kind of discrimination.
You got to make weight. It's no different
do they
than
perform all
training
the
camp.
Lizzo songs?
Wow.
Is that
minimum
what
is 250?
Is that what else we're doing?
Their minimum is 250.
215 or 250?
250.
That's the lowest they can weigh.
Who said that?
It's in the New York Post.
That drop he played?
I
didn't hear it.
They can't weigh less than 250? That's what that means, right?
No, look, it's like
maximum 250.
There's like releases here from Alabama State.
Man.
Students must have a 2.5 GPA or higher and weigh at least 250 pounds.
For the drill team?
Really end this right now.
So they say take your GPA and multiply it by 100.
Really high academic.
Jeez.
That's what it is.
That's a heavy drill team.
What was drill team?
The old Dan Patrick bit.
What was the drop that he played?
He played a whale sound.
The whale sound.
That's just for our guest tomorrow.
That is not what that was
Brian
for.
Schottenheimer.
The honeybees on the show tomorrow.
Laufenberg, the KNC Masterpiece is next. Get us out.
Doesn't sound right. Is it Saffron Squad?
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Having so much fun, it ought to be illegal. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
Dude, I remember one time Bill Parcells was doing a press conference, and after I got done with the press conference, we laughed so hard.
Yeah.
And Mickey said, I should really be charging you to intern for me right now because of the entertainment you're getting.
Yeah.
We should be charging the Tolos. I'm announcing right now, there will be a paywall. You just send it to Corey.Majors at Odyssey. All the money goes to Odyssey.
There's no chance
The Odyssey will do that?
that you will give any of that money to Odyssey.
Kevin.Hagelin at Odyssey.com because he will do the right thing.
I am just going to funnel it into the Peace-a-thon fund. All right?
yeah.
Like, we're in that time of year.
No, this is free radio, man. This is free entertainment. You
I
get to
love
laugh with us. Just like Kevin said, it should be illegal how much we get to laugh.
And instead, we give you stuff. For example, tomorrow we're going to be at Uncle Julio's in Dallas off of Lemon. We got all kinds of giveaways there. I hope you guys join us tomorrow. We've had a blast at Uncle Julio's. And then Saturday, you got Flagtober. And you know what? I've been listening to the promos. I've seen the ads. Tolbert Garage Door in Mesquite, Saturday morning, 9 to 11 with Brian Broaddus. Kind of feel like I need to be there.
You going to be there?
Yeah.
I dare you to
Tolbert
be there.
just really helped. Colby just really helped me out with my garage door as well. And I love Flag Tolbert. So I think I am going to help, and I'm going to be there, and we're all going to hang out and party, and it's going to be a blast. Sound good?
Sounds good to me.
All right.
What's the rest of the locations, Kevin?
Zach is going to be in East Dallas from 11 to 1, and you can go to 105.3 The Fan for the complete
There
schedule.
you go. That's what I'm talking about.
There
baby.
you go. All right. So here is my question. And depending on how people feel about this, we might break off into another topic. We'll see. But my question for you guys to start is there reason for hope with the 2025 Dallas Cowboys? I know it's only 4 games in. On the old system, we'd be a fourth of the way through the season. But I still think there have been flashes, not to say that this team is going to be competing for a Super Bowl, but that this team can be competent to, dare I say, better than competent this year. Have you guys seen things that you feel like there's hope for this season, or are you like best case scenario 8-1, and we need to accept that?
I think the offense can be a championship caliber offense. Is it completely a well-oiled machine? No, but Dak is playing at a very high level. The offensive line's blocking the run game very well too. That's effective. So I think the offense can carry its weight. The only thing we need to happen is the defense to figure it out.
Be average.
Dude, if they were, just think about that if they were an average defense,
oh yeah,
you're maybe 3 maybe you're 4-0. I don't know. They were an average defense in the opener against Philadelphia.
Yes.
They actually were, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
They were average.
I
You
agree.
could have won that game.
I
It
agree.
didn't work out. You could be 3-1 right now. But that's the only thing. I think I'm seeing some signs of hope that they're starting to understand what their roles are a little more. And I don't know if it's understand their roles or what Bobby said this morning, and that is maybe Eberflus is starting to understand his players a little better. And that, I can't put Donovan Wilson as the center fielder out there. I have to have him somewhere else. He's not a guy that can do that. He can hit hard, but he's not the one that I want patrolling out there. Maybe I do need to have more man situations, more coverage than I need these zones. And Kevin, over the last few years, it has seemed like it's taken a while for the defensive coordinator to figure out his personnel and how best to use them. So if he can figure out how to use this personnel appropriately, then yeah, I think it's still so early that there is hope for later. But that's just because there's so much more season left. Anything could hit. It could definitely go the complete wrong way.
Right.
But it could go a lot better too.
Now, Alec, I want to get your take on this as well, and then we're going to kick it over to the people, Frankel and Frankel, injury attorney. Text line 877-881-1053, or the Twitch or the YouTube. Vegas does not see reason to hope. In fact, they have dropped the predicted win total over-under from 7.5 to 6.5. Now, I realize part of that, of course, is built into trading off Micah Parsons. And then their probability of making the playoffs has dropped from 23.5% to 15.4%. So Vegas says no, and they've, in fact, backed off their numbers. Once again, I'm factoring in the Micah trade, too. Do you see reason for hope with this Cowboys team?
I see a reason for hope in a couple of different ways, Kevin. One way that I do is because we've been talking about it for weeks now. Look at the injury report and see how many of those important names are at important positions that you are struggling at. So I do think, and even if it's not an overnight thing after these guys come back, like a Kalen Carson or like a Savon Ravel, if we just lower the expectations for a couple weeks after they come in, then I think you can start to overinflate those things because hopefully they're doing really good things at that point and the defense looks more well-rounded. But the other thing that would give me hope and does to this point early on in the season is the fact that it feels like whenever you need to score points, you've found ways to score points. It hasn't been consistent through all 4 quarters of every game yet, but it seems like this offense really does know how to respond, and they do understand the urgency of each moment and each drive. Like, hey, we have time. We don't have to force things versus, hey, it's late in the 4th quarter. We need to really move the ball downfield to our best players and score points. They seem to know how to do that so far.
Now, picking up on some of the themes that you guys were laying out there, one of the reasons this popped into my head is I started thinking, all right, you've got 2 very winnable games the next 2 weeks, though, again, with the Cowboys, who the heck knows? And you were able to largely neutralize Micah Parsons. You've got players coming back from injury, as y'all just talked about. And if you can eliminate some of the ridiculous penalties, I realize you're going to have penalties, but some of the ridiculous penalties, like the Sam Williams face mask, the Leafau unnecessary roughness, and improve on tackles, I see the reason for hope, although I certainly understand the counter argument is that's a lot of things that you just listed. Like, I'm not going to just say, if they could fix this one thing, maybe we can really turn it around. That's a lot of things that I listed. And I saw people back to back, which has me wondering. One said the Cowboys are going to win the division, and another person from the 972 said they're going to win 6 games this year.
Yeah. But a lot of people have had that thought. 6 games is kind of where it's going to be.
Between that and win the division, that's a pretty wild swing.
I can't see them winning the division.
I don't either.
Philadelphia is currently undefeated. They haven't even played a good game yet.
I agree.
The first half of Philadelphia's game against Tampa Bay was their best defensive game I've seen so far, the first half of it. And the second half, Baker had, I got to start throwing the ball around. They haven't even had a good game yet.
Right.
Let alone an elite game that Philadelphia actually, I think, can play. And then the rest of the division is, I have no clue how Jackson Dart's going to turn out from here.
Sure.
And I don't know what Jaden Daniels is going to be, but the Cowboys have too much to catch up on, and plus that tie could probably hinder them.
From the 817, does a tie count as a half when betting the over? Yes, I do believe that it does. So you might see a very strange situation where they move the over-under to a whole number for the Cowboys as to, once again, avoid all of the pushes. Now, to go along with this, Alec, can you give me number 10? Because we have quarterback power rankings, and I want to see, honestly, where would you put Dak right now?
And they're at the 28, and they need a touchdown. Snap to Prescott, back and standing, and fires it left, and it's caught. Pickens circles away. 10, 5, Pickens, pylon, Pickens. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
Now, this is going into week 5. I understand it's hard to separate these, but I would say for Dak in particular, don't bring along all of your baggage. Don't bring along all of your baggage of seasons past and everything. Just based on these 4 weeks, I want y'all to ponder where Dak would go in the quarterback rankings. In the meantime, you know how we like to do this. Can you tell me any of the worst 3 starting quarterbacks?
Is Spencer Rattler.
Spencer Rattler has rocketed up to 27.
All right, so not one of the worst 3.
Only one of the worst 6? Huh? Hey, we're looking for positives in New Orleans, damn it. That's the best I got.
That makes one of us.
And like I told you, he started his career 0-10. That group includes 2 future Hall of Famers.
Jake Browning.
Jake Browning is now the worst quarterback in all of football per CBS. Alec, what do you think about that? And who else would you put up for candidacy in the worst?
I do think that is very fair. It's a cruel world when you play quarterback in the NFL, and it's not really your job to actually go out there and play the whole game. I'm wondering, since Cooper Rush came in to the game for Lamar Jackson, did Cooper Rush get put on this list?
Cooper Rush is number 31 on the list, followed by Bryce Young at 30, Cam Ward at 29, and Dylan Gabriel, who hasn't actually made a start yet. But it shows the expectations. He hasn't actually made a start yet, and he's 28. So in your face, quarterbacks below him. And look, we have to go back to this. I think you have to look at it both ways if you're going to say this. From the 9-0-3, they're 1 second and a 64-yard field goal away from being 0-4. I don't disagree with that. But then you're 1 second away from being 2-2.
Yeah, I said it in a quarter of an inch the other way. # Mighty Ducks. Because what do you say? A quarter of an inch this
That's
way,
right.
and I make it.
That's
Quarter
right.
of an inch the other way, and you miss it completely.
So 1 other second the other way, then you are 2-2. All right. Where would you put Dak Prescott based on the performance of the first 4 weeks?
Top 5, I think.
I think that's probably
That's
fair.
where he deserves to be in the top 5. Just the way that he's been playing. He's been playing very well.
Alec?
And I'm very hard on Dak.
Nice.
Because, what does that mean? I'm very hard on him.
Because that'll help him get better.
Okay.
Tough love.
I've expected a lot from him. And I haven't gotten what I've expected most of the time.
Sure.
But what I'm watching, what I'm seeing right now, I saw a dude play a very good game against Green Bay. And unfortunately, his defense has let him down. Now, Chicago was bad. He made some good throws. The rest of the team wasn't there for it either.
Right.
But Chicago was a bad game. And then Philadelphia, I can't blame on him. Like that, there were CeeDee Lamb definitely had some struggles there. He hasn't put together a complete game. I think maybe Green Bay was his most complete game. But there have been a lot of them where I've been like, that quarter wasn't his best.
Yeah, the first quarter was rough. I also think part of that was because of some offensive fear from Schottenheimer and the crew not to have Micah blow up their entire game plan in the first quarter. Alec, do you think Dak is worthy of a top 5 spot?
I do think he's worthy of it, but I don't think the rest of the NFL and the rest of the country would think so, just because they're going to look at the win-loss record. So I think a lot of places would have him more like 7 or 8.
All right. Now, quarterback power rankings go like this. Josh Allen for CBS, at least. Josh Allen, number 1. Patrick Mahomes, 2. Jared Goff, 3. Jalen Hurts, 4. And Jordan Love rounding out the top 5.
Jalen Hurts, huh?
Yes.
All right.
Sometimes, to Alec's point, I think you look at the record and...
Well, I mean, the position isn't just a throwing position.
Exactly.
Anymore.
Jalen Hurts is a very unconventional quarterback that has led to a lot of success. Stafford is 6, Herbert is 7, Mayfield 8, and Dak Prescott number 9. Despite leading the NFL in multiple passing categories, he slots in at number 9, though that does put him ahead of players like Jaden Daniels at number 11.
Move on. It's weird because last year, wasn't Joe Burrow with a bad record, like one of the top 3 all year long?
And I think retroactively, they were like, we probably should have given him the MVP. Now that I see how terrible this team is without him, we probably should have switched that up. But it's too late. It's too late. You can't go back and change it. All right, so Dak Prescott fits in at number 9 right there. And I do kind of think that
Congratulations, Dak.
Your top 10 plaque will come in the mail. I don't know. You probably don't get an award for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
We should do that.
Who do you fear
We should give a plaque to one of the Cowboys players each week.
I mean,
the KNC plaque.
Yeah, if you run a plaque store.
Yeah, do you have plaques?
It's not the dentist. Let us know. See? Think about it. Coming up next. Who do you fear on the Jets? And where do the Cowboys hold an advantage? Next on The Fan.
The more time you get.
is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crowding the line here. They do bring pressure. Fields launching to the end zone again. Jump ball. Garrett Wilson. Touchdown.
Of course, Garrett Wilson caught that ball, and I think he's probably going to lead the way. So I'm excited to hear some people's feedback on this. Who do you fear on the Jets, and where do you think that the Cowboys hold an advantage? Corey, if we're talking about who we fear from the the Jets, does that conversation start with Garrett Wilson for you?
Offensively, yeah.
Okay.
Breece Hall is a really good running back, too. Does he not look like he's put on some weight? I don't know if you've noticed that.
I'm trying to do a FAMU honeybees kind of deal.
He
right
looks a little thicker in the midsection than he typically has, is all I'm saying.
That's a yes.
And because he looked like a very trim running back before. And I just noticed a difference. I'm just saying. Not shaming, I'm asking. Maybe he wanted to put the weight on. Maybe he was like, in order for me to actually make it through an NFL season, I need to be a little thicker.
Well, body shaming Corey Majors may or may not have a point, but it's been effective because Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall have each produced at least one explosive play in every game this season. Explosive play, for the purposes of this, is defined by a 12-plus yard rush and a 16-plus yard completion. Hall and Wilson have a combined 16 explosive plays, and that is second most behind only the Rams' combination of Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. When you pair that up against a run defense that struggled mightily in the second half of the Cowboys game against the Packers, and a pass defense that struggles pretty much at all points, that sounds like a terrifying combination to me.
Yeah, Garrett Wilson he makes the regular catches. He makes the weird catches, like that one that he made was a Monday night game that he caught one-handed in the back of the end zone. You're just like, wow. Was that the one that you just played? Yeah, he's a very special receiver. Justin Fields is not a special quarterback. And
I agree.
He is one of those where if you say he's a running quarterback, that's all I've really seen him excel at so far.
Okay.
And I've always wanted to see a little better passing from Justin Fields. His first instinct is to bail. And maybe it is because his offensive lines have not been good enough, but his first instinct is I can use my legs. Now it's a benefit because he can do it. I just haven't seen the quarterback that I thought I could get the most out of in college. I've not seen that in the NFL.
With that in mind, then, do you think another possible outcome is he's like, I know I can do this well? Like when you talk about he's apt to bail, is he because like, I know I can do that?
Yes, and that goes to the point of don't ask your quarterback to do anything he can't do. That's a Bill Belichick, Bill Parcells. I'm not going to ask you to make a throw I know you can't make, especially in a big moment of a game. So when you are good at something, you do those things. However, I still think at the position, and this goes to what Shanahan said, at some point you have to deliver big throws in the pocket.
Okay.
And I can't trust him to do that. But he should trust Garrett Wilson a lot. They were teammates at Ohio State. They should have a lot of trust with each other, and they should be developing that and growing that too. I think Mason Taylor's a pretty interesting tight end also.
And you just saw you can get beat up by the tight end, obviously.
Yeah. So I'm not saying he's a world beater, but I was very interested in watching him the other night.
Now, Alec, I've got a question for you.
Oh, no.
Do you think Las Vegas, it's a real football question. Do you think Las Vegas should fear the over on this? Because the over-under is set at 47.5. And I want to put that in perspective for you. We all know how bad the Cowboys defense has been, specifically their secondary. Fair? Feel like everyone would agree on that.
I'll agree.
Good. The Cowboys are 32nd in the NFL against the pass. They give up 12 yards per pass, which is terrible. Consider this. The Jets are 29th in the NFL and give up 10.9 yards per pass. All right. So the Cowboys give up 297 yards passing per game. And I just told you the Jets give up almost 11 yards passing per attempt. These are two of the absolute worst pass defenses, even though Sauce Gardner is there, in the NFL. And I can't help but wonder if this is going to be a scoring palooza.
It better be, just because of the scouting reports of both of these teams. And then I know the Jets haven't had any success really this season, but a lot of their games have been close.
Yeah,
and they've been high scoring.
Yes.
So that team can score points. It feels like just how I talk about the Cowboys. That team can really score points if they really want to, and they can do it with ease at times. They can't defend anything. I think this could end up looking like the game they played against the Steelers to open the season, like a 34-32 thing.
Ooh, okay.
It really could, where just in the second half, everybody's like, you know what? How about every other possession we score? That would be cool.
All right. Interesting.
It's going to be fun. I think I would rather it be a high-scoring affair, honestly, than it be.
Because you think you have a better chance to win?
No, I just want to be entertained, Kevin. I don't want to sit there and watch a 9-6 game. I love Brandon Aubrey. I don't want to see him kick a field goal for the rest of the year.
All right, let me ask you a quick question. This is a basic football philosophy question. I mean, hopefully that means you'd be really good or really terrible. Why is it that games like, you go to that Monday night game several years ago, we talked the other day about the 2013 Cowboys loss to the Broncos 51-48. Why did those games always get dubbed as instant classics when like a 10-9 game almost never? Now, I realize there are a lot of 10-9 games that you're like, this game sucks because these offenses are terrible. But surely in the history of football, especially as of late, we've seen games where just the defenses were that damn good. How come nobody considers those games classic?
You show up to a baseball field to watch one of two things: home runs being crushed or pitchers duel. And if you get two no-hitters, you're like, holy crap, we're watching something special tonight.
But that doesn't seem to apply on football.
But in football, you show up to watch teams score. Nobody shows up to watch teams not score. The whole goal of the game is to get the football across the line.
The goal in baseball is to get hits and runs.
Yeah, exactly, Kevin. It's two different things. So here's the deal. In football, it's one thing. In basketball, they decided nobody cares about watching the Spurs stop people from scoring. We want 140-point games. That's what people want to see. They want to see three-pointers. So everybody did it, and now they're like, okay, there's too many three-pointers. But in football, you show up because you want to watch teams score, and you think, I just watched Peyton Manning and Tony Romo, two great quarterbacks, go out there and dissect a defense, instead of I just watched Roquan Smith and Myles Garrett go at it and stop it. You think the offense sucks if you're watching a game that ends up being that way.
Is it because of the individualistic nature of what you were just talking about? Because I feel like in baseball, in the pitcher's duel, well, it's like one pitcher, hopefully. And then in hockey, if you see a goalie dominate, whereas in basketball and football, it's probably going to be like multiple people or a group of people.
Go back to that Kansas City Rams game. It's not the Kansas City Rams, by the way, but the Chiefs Rams, and what that you were pointing that one out. Where was that in L.A.? They were supposed to be in Mexico and ended up being back in L.A. The fires are going on. It's a high-scoring affair, but we felt like we were watching two great offenses play and go at it. We didn't care about the defenses in that game because we felt like we were watching two great offenses play. And so I don't think I'm watching a great offense in the Jets. I think I'm watching a bad defense in the Cowboys if the Jets have a lot of points.
Okay.
But I do want it to be exciting, and that I don't want it to not be exciting. On the defensive side, Kevin, Quentin Williams and Will McDonald are the two guys that are a little terrifying for me.
Oh, in your face, Sherwood. So let's talk about Quentin Williams for just a second. So he goes into week 5 as the only interior defender with a pressure rate and run stuff rate both above 10%. And I know you might think like pressure rate 10% is not the craziest, but remember, this is for interior defensive linemen. If you go across all defensive tackles with 70 plus snaps against the run and the pass, his 9 run stuffs are the most in the NFL. So believe it or not, this will kind of be a strength on strength battle. I wouldn't have thought going into the season whatsoever that I would have said that the Cowboys rush offense could be a strength, but the Cowboys are one of 4 teams to go for at least 100 yards rushing in every single game so far this season, with Buffalo, Denver, and Tampa. And so you have what for the Cowboys is shockingly, I'll stop saying that soon enough, but I'm still surprised by it, a shockingly effective run game against maybe the best, probably the best interior run stopper in the NFL, or if not the best, certainly one of the best. His run stuff rate this year, 13%. That is far and away for Quentin Williams better than at any point in his career.
So, like, only 13% of the time he's stopping the run? Is that what you just said?
No, stuffing the run. And a stuff of a run results in no gain or a loss. All right, so
only 13%?
Okay. I see what you're doing here. I'm not going to look at you when I say this. So that means if Quentin Williams stopped a rushing play for 1 yard, it would not count as a stuff. But it's fair to say you would be thrilled as a Jets fan, yes?
I mean, don't you kind of want that number to be 100%?
Oh my God. I really thought it was either going to be that or, I don't know, I'm not a Jets fan. Like, I those are the two answers.
I'm just saying, I feel like the numbers for the Cowboys are going to be pretty decent if only 13% of the time.
All right, you know what?
From
now on in these segments, I'm going to take just one statistic that I know is going to be misinterpreted or defined down, and I'm going to raise the number artificially to give it a better reflection of what Corey would find impressive. Quentin Williams is stuffing 83% of running plays this year.
Well, that is impressive.
Okay, that's not the real.
He still has some work to do, but
the answer is 13%, which is very impressive.
940 stuffing. Thanksgiving's next month, Kevin.
Oh my God,
Kevin I'm not a Jets fan. You know this. You almost predicted it a moment ago. Up in New York, do they call Jamie and Sherwood? Do they call him the Forest?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's a Robin Hood thing.
Well, yes, Sherwood Forest. I understand, but
rob from the rich.
Oh my God,
give to the poor.
Okay, well, who is the rich in this scenario? Neither the Jets nor the Cowboys are good. There's no rich team in this scenario.
That is a good point.
But Sherwood, and I know you're going to crap on these numbers, he has at least 10 tackles in 3 straight games.
That's impressive.
And in this
no, that is good.
And in this last game, he also had a pass deflection, and so he's somebody that's going to be problematic. So if you're looking across the Jets defense, I personally would start with the concerns about Sherwood and Williams.
Yeah. Will McDonald's had one. He had the block field goal run back for a touchdown. This defense has some good talent. I thought they were better when Saleh was their coach, but they do have a talented bunch of young players that are kind of right in that window of. They still have a lot of they need to be influenced by greatness, and they just aren't in New York for whatever reason.
And you don't anticipate that changing anytime soon?
I want to know that next level that they can get to, and I don't know if they know how to get there because I don't know that they have the influence from somebody else to do that.
If I give a positive Dak Prescott stat, do you think people are going to get upset?
They'll call you a homer.
All right, well, I'll just tell you the numbers. Dak Prescott has completed at least 30 passes with a 70% completion rate in each of his last 3 games. That is so rare that the last 3 people to do it, and tell me who you think doesn't belong in this category, is Drew Brees in 2011, Patrick Mahomes in 2013, and Kirk Cousins in 2018.
Wow.
So, in the last 14 years, this is only the 4th time a quarterback has done that. And so I realize the Cowboys have been forced to pass the ball more in some of these games, but to complete 30 passes a game at a 70% completion rate is absolutely tremendous.
Yeah.
So that's improvement.
Yes. Agreed, Jerry.
Actually, Jerry, you're right about that one.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up
3,
next.
2, 1.
Oh,
Kevin
my
is
God.
such a homer. Can you believe that, dude?
I don't know how actual facts make you a homer, but here we are. Coming up next. Huge Steelers fan.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, then that proves I'm not a homer. Next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, the most wonderful time of the year.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
And Machado cranks the first pitch to deep left field. Ian Happ will watch it go. Manny Machado destroys the first pitch splitter. The Cubs do not turn to the bullpen, and Machado hits it over the bullpen. 3-0 San Diego.
Whoops. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. And let's start with that Padres-Cubs game. Now, we told you going into that the Padres had all kinds of offensive woes with only 1 run scored in the last 33 innings. With that in mind, they exploded for 3 runs to win the game and force a Game 3. In fact, that was a theme of the day, as only one team closed out their wild card series yesterday. Would you like to talk about that team?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
All right, let's talk about the Los Angeles Dodgers. Please, will you give me cut #1, Alec?
Here in a rally to do it. Hernandez with a base hit up the middle. That'll score Ohtani. Here comes Betts. Freeman to third. Hernandez into second. And it is 7-2 Dodgers.
The Dodgers have both won both of these games in emphatic fashion. I believe they doubled up Cincinnati both times, as Cincinnati has yet to win a playoff series going back to 1995.
Wow.
And they continue their epic losing playoff run. Yamamoto, top notch, 6 2/3, no earned runs given up, and he had 9 strikeouts. And maybe most importantly of all of this for the Dodgers is not only do they win, but in advancing in just 2 games, that means now they will start the divisional series with Shohei Ohtani pitching Game 1.
Yes, that was a very big deal for them.
Agreed.
Which we kind of predicted would happen, right?
Yeah.
It's like the Dodgers have the most talent, on their roster, on the mound, on their bullpen. Like, they're just a really good all-around team. Mookie Betts is really good, dude.
He is.
And to see his numbers, I believe, was it put out percentage or put out rate this year? He was the best. To see a dude move from right field to the middle infield and become one of the best at it is pretty special to see that. And that's just turned out very well for him. I'm just really sad that Teoscar Hernandez wasn't at the plate when we were at the game on his own bobblehead night. I'm still upset about that.
That was sad, and his kids were there and everything. And
he just needed a night off on bobblehead night.
They brought him out there to take pictures and everything, and then that was pretty much it. All right, Cleveland.
I wanted to ask a question, though, about Cincinnati. Is this time up for them, or is this a beginning of something for them?
I still think it has the potential to be the beginning of something. I think the main thing that remains concerning for them is the back half of the season for Elly De La Cruz.
Yes.
Like, Elly De La Cruz still looks like he can absolutely be a stud, but back half of the season, last couple of months of the season for him were particularly disappointing, and then they get swept out of the playoffs in pretty emphatic fashion.
Is that unfortunate that they got a bad draw, or do you think any other draw would have been still difficult for them? Because it's the Dodgers.
Yeah, the way they were able to put some runs on the board, though I know they kind of benefited at times from some errors. I think they might have been the weakest team in the entire playoff field.
They still have work to do.
Yeah. All right. For the Guardians, man, they look like they were season on the brink, but go ahead and give me cut #4 because they had a 5-run offensive explosion in the 8th inning to even that series up.
Swung on, hit a ton. Deep right field. Got a chance. Gone! Brian Rocchio, Sunday game winner off the foul pole. Today, game leading solo shot to the seats in right. And Cleveland's got a 2-1 lead.
I know a lot of focus is going to be on the nightcap tonight because you have 3 deciding game 3s, but it's the first game to me that holds the most intrigue. Think about it. The Detroit Tigers, who lost the biggest lead in Major League Baseball history for a division, are playing the Cleveland Guardians, who, of course, overcame the biggest deficit to win a division in history. And it's all on the line in Game 3. Cleveland, are they going to be able to just drop Detroit with authority today and be like, we ruined everything you work for this season? Or is Detroit going to be able to win and be like, that was a fun, neat little story for you, Cleveland, but how does it feel now because we ended your season anyway?
Yeah, man, that's an interesting approach to that because it kind of reminds me of a little bit of Rangers Baltimore a couple of years ago when Baltimore was like this, and you were like, oh, everybody was rooting against or saying, no, the Rangers can't do it. And then they did. It didn't help that Spencer Torkelson didn't. I just wanted to say
that the way that Mike would say it?
Just wanted to say his name because of the way Mike would say it. But he was 0 in that game, and that's bad for them. But Naylor can crush, dude. It's fun to watch him play. The Cleveland team, Kevin, for me, is the most fun.
You could have said funnest
story. Yeah. It's the most fun story for me. Just the group of guys that they are. I really like that group, and I hope they win. But I understand where you're coming from in the payback moment.
And I'm not saying that it was the only fun game yesterday, but I will say, to use Corey's word, the funnest game yesterday. Go ahead and give me cut number 2 because the Red Sox were looking at walking into Yankee Stadium, bouncing them out in 2 games and being about their way. But with the game tied 3-3, it went down just like this.
7th pitch of the at-bat coming to Austin Wells. And he lines one into right field. Fair ball. Chisholm to third. He's being waved. Eden coming home. Here's the throw. He's safe. And the Yankees have a lead on Austin Wells' single.
Now, the reason why I say the most wonderful baseball time of the year, I will make an argument. This today might end up being the most fun day of baseball all year.
Agreed.
Like, we'll see how the divisional series play out. And I just saw somebody text in, they are already amped up for Dodgers and Phillies. And I get it, and I feel kind of bad. With all due respect to Brewers against either the Cubs or the Padres, nobody is going to care about your series, and I guarantee you people will refer to the other series as the de facto NLC champion and National League Championship Series. Not saying that's factual, but I bet they do.
Don't you feel like that Thursday Night Football should just not play and they should shift all the games to a little later?
That would be interesting.
They're like, you know what, we're doing Friday night, guys. Sorry about Plano and Plano West homecoming game. Like, we're going to do Friday Night Football instead because these are too important.
Because of my work schedule and your work schedule, I don't mind it.
Okay.
Because Cleveland, Detroit starts at 2
o'clock.
So theoretically, if you DVR that thing, go right home, you can start it up. You'll be able to catch up. But Cleveland and Detroit at 2, the Padres and Cubs at 4, and then Red Sox, Yankees at 7. And the beauty of this is I know there's only 3 games as opposed to the 4 that we had the last 2 days. Every single one of these is an elimination game today.
Yes, and that's elimination game baseball is the best.
Agreed.
And it's heart-pounding for whatever team you decide to root for, if you watch the game from beginning to end, you are going to be invested in every pitch. And that's why you're right. At 2 o'clock, I don't even know if I'm going to leave. I'll just stay here and watch the games. I feel like that's the only way to do it because otherwise I might miss a pitch in the Detroit-Cleveland game. But Kevin, with New York and Boston, I just didn't feel that New York yesterday when we were discussing this, I did not feel that they would be swept. I didn't feel that they would lose 2 in a row in this instance, especially against Boston too. I felt they would bring it for the last game. Unfortunately, we got another series. We got 3 series now, Kevin. They, like you said, that are fun.
Look, and not that people would have just thought he's a bad player or anything like that, but a solid start, to be certain, for Aaron Judge to start off the playoffs. He's not hitting with power, but he is getting on base, and obviously that's going to be a huge component for the Yankees to win either tonight or going forward. Another day, if you want to look forward to it, I think on Saturday, there's going to be all 4 of the divisional series are going to be in action. So this is going to be a great day. No baseball tomorrow, and then another humongous day on Saturday.
You could have Aaron Judge hit 1 home run or get on base 4 times.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the get on base 4 times just because you've seen that and how effective it is in this series so far.
I think it becomes a psychological problem. I haven't been able to get this guy out.
Yeah.
If he hits a home run, it's a solo shot, like Bochy said about DeGrom. Solo shot.
Sure.
Okay, that's 1 run. We can figure something out here. But whenever you can't get a dude out, you start thinking, what do we have to do? And that happened with Josh Hamilton. Well, I guess we have to walk him every time. And then the rest of the team takes advantage of it.
And then one more note of interest. Buster Posey had said that he was glad to meet with Boch. He would always talk with Boch, but made clear that it was not as a candidate for the Giants' managerial role. Because I think a lot of people...
Excuse me?
Yeah, I think a lot of people just assumed that he would at least interview for that, but Posey said that Bruce Bochy is not a candidate for the Giants' managerial
I have 2
job.
thoughts.
You think that means he's going to stay here in the advisory capacity?
He comes back as the manager here.
Oh, my goodness.
After, the emotional roller coaster we went through.
Mm-hmm.
Or Buster Posey is trying to use leverage. He's like, I'm not just going to give you this job. Like, we'll figure something out here, but you're going to come in here demanding whatever you want because you know I want you. I'm not going to do that. This is how you play hard to get, Kevin.
Huh. Okay.
Otherwise, she thinks she has you.
I will say I don't think that is what's happening.
All right.
But to be fair,
you
have been married significantly longer than I have, and so this is the leverage
She's
you
been
use
playing
in your
hard to get for a
relationship.
long time.
Okay.
I love it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
I love the chase.
Right here on one. Do you still cheat? Never mind. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Hazelbanks.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It's our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. What's going on?
Well, I'm a little irritated this morning because your
Uh-oh.
former intern is trying to undercut the statistics that I presented to him. We were talking about Quinnen Williams and his very impressive run stuff rate
Right.
of 13%. And Corey wants to know why he can't do better.
I feel like 100% is better than 13, Mickey. I don't know.
So, will you please tell him that is way higher than at any point in his career, and 13% run stuff rate is impressive.
Well, if you just look at, just take a regular defensive player's snaps and then compare to plays they made, right? So say you get 50 snaps in a game. Well, if I get 10 tackles, that's pretty darn good, right?
Yeah.
But what's the percentage?
20.
20? Yeah, it's 20, right?
Yes.
I don't know. I'll leave math to him.
And so what you're looking at is plays made per snap, basically.
Yeah.
You know, if you get an assisted tackle or a tackle for a loss. So he had 11 run stuffs. What are those considered solo tackles?
Yes, run stuff is a tackle that results in a loss or no gain for the offense.
Yeah, that seems kind of high. And that's per game?
Yeah, 13%.
That's pretty high.
Yeah, Corey.
All right.
Think about that.
Oh, I don't need
I mean,
to.
we're not even talking total tackles. We're talking a tackle for nothing
Yes.
or minus, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty
That's
impressive.
really, we have other stuff to talk about, but I really needed you to just chastise Corey.
Well, I'm not
for
going to chastise him, but I think it's still pretty impressive if you can do that compared to the number of snaps you take.
Are you saying, though, you wouldn't take 100% on tackles, though? That's all. The only thing I'm saying.
Yeah, I want to see that guy, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes, that guy would
I
be-
felt like that was Ndamukong Suh in the Big 12 championship game, like all
made
those
every
years
play.
ago. Yeah, I want to go back and look at those numbers. That might have been 100%.
I mean, even if compare it to sacks, right?
For sure.
If I get 2 sacks a game, that's 34 sacks.
Yeah,
right.
That's unbelievable.
And
Nobody's
what's
done
the
that yet.
record at 24, maybe 22?
22
I
and a
think
half?
so. Yeah, 22 and a half. I think
22
that's
and
right.
a half. Okay. Over 17 games. That's like 1.3 a game?
Yeah. That's
So that
actually
doesn't
really good
sound
math
like a
there.
lot, but that's pretty consistent, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm kind of curious what the safety position is going to look like for this team this week, Mickey. How are we feeling here?
I would imagine the way they finished the game with Wanye Thomas getting more snaps, and then maybe depending on down and distance or whatever, Marquise Bell will get a few more snaps also with Donovan Wilson. So. I like the fact that Wanye Thomas will get more snaps. I just like him as a player. You saw what he did on special teams.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's been a long time coming with him. He's got kind of sneaky speed. I remember talking to him about when he came out of college and the Cowboys were using it on kickoff returns. And I said, kickoff returns? And he goes, hey, look at my numbers at Georgia Tech. And he had a bunch of kickoff returns for touchdowns in college. So he's got some kind of speed. I think that's what's going to happen there. I think my concern right now is the offensive line.
Yeah, my concern is if they'll have anybody who's capable of playing on Sunday, because that injury report...
How about capable of starting?
Yeah, that injury report was kind of jarring. I realized it was only Wednesday, and some of it's precautionary.
Promo Wednesday.
Ooh.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
hoping. I'm really putting a lot of hope.
I mean, the concussion thing with Guyton, it's hard to gauge, right?
Yes.
If he's in protocol and he doesn't do anything by, physically by Friday, he's not getting out of protocol.
Yeah.
That means you'll have Nate Thomas, Brock Hoffman, TJ Bass, and then I like seeing Tyron Smith having an MRI on his knee. Now, that one seemed like maybe precautionary. We'll see what he's able to do today. But, what if you're without 4/5 of your starters on the offensive line?
Yeah, and that...
and then you're going to sit there, well, why didn't you score 40 points?
Feeling like you had a lot of depth there at one point, too.
Well, the depth's on the field. Now what do you have, right?
Yeah, no, Tyler Smith popping up on the injury report was concerning. So do you feel like we'll learn more about that today then probably?
Yeah, probably. I didn't get to watch practice yesterday. That's normally the padded practice day, and Thursday's usually shells. So we'll see how it goes today on the line. But, because I was thinking, we talked all about Dak and Pickens and, the wide receivers and Javonte Williams, but the offensive line played well. Despite having 2 starters missing, and by the time the game was over, 3 starters were missing, right?
Yeah.
Against the Packers' defensive front that was considered pretty darn strong, even before Micah got there. So they did something right, and they had those backups ready to play. So, maybe a pat on the back to the assistant coaches, having those guys good to go. I thought that was impressive when you went back and looked at it, and for the 4th game in a row, they rushed for more than 100 yards. I know it wasn't 180 or whatever, but it was more than 100 yards, and it was effective. I don't think always the amount is important when you're rushing, but if the effectiveness of when you want to run or when they know you want to run and you're able to run the football. And all that worked until they got down to that darn last possession in overtime when the blocking broke down at the 5-yard line.
Now, the good news is something that never breaks down on this team, Brandon Aubrey. He was named Special Teams Player of the Month.
I told you that 2 weeks ago.
You thought it was already over.
It was done.
Yeah.
He said Special Teams Player of the Year.
You know what? I support that.
For one game performance, right?
Do you think he could ever be so good that they would be like, never mind, we're just going to name him Offensive Player of the Month? Now, I realize it's specifically special teams, but he's scoring points.
Single-handedly wins more games.
That should be considered, with all due respect to Bijan Robinson, who obviously had a monster month. But like you said, this was a no-brainer like 2 weeks ago. But Brandon Aubrey, 11 for 11 on PATs, 9 for 9 on field goals, 4 for 4 on field goals of 50-plus yards for 38 points. That is incredible.
And I wish they probably have it, but I don't know who's tracking it, kickoffs.
Yeah.
His ability to put the ball between the 20 and the goal line, right? Now, he had the one game that I don't know if he was so fired up or whatever, but the ball was getting into the end zone, which means it comes back to the 35. His ability to drop the ball in the landing zone has been incredible with consistency and without kicking the ball out of bounds when it comes to the 40, right?
Yeah.
So that part of it too. It reminds me of, we do our podcast, and on Friday we have a pick to click, right? And last year we said you just can't take Micah. It's just not allowed.
Yeah.
And I think this year we were getting to the point, well, you just can't take Dak. And it's like at some point it's going to be, you just can't take Aubrey every week, right? For his consistency, it's amazing. And I saw this, and I didn't read. It kind of got by me during the owners' meeting about how they kind of changed the the rule on how you can prepare now the kicking balls? Did you see that?
You get like 60 of them, and then you get to have them.
Well, I don't know if it's 60, but
I think you get 60 at the facility.
You have as much time to prepare them as you want. Before, you had 60 minutes before the game, and you got to pick 3 balls, and then the officiating crew had to okay them, right? Certify these are the 3 kicking balls. Well, now they can spend all the time they want preparing the kicking balls, and they're not in a rush in 60 minutes before the start of the game. And I saw where Vic Fangio said, well, this is increasing, kickers' ability like 3 to 5 yards a game. And it's like, I get the yardage thing, but you still got to kick the ball straight from 60 yards.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter how far it is, it's still got to go straight. And I don't think, rubbing up the balls has anything to do with it. That helped it go straight. Now, it may help from a distance standpoint because you got a little bit more give on the ball when you kick it. It's not like kicking a piece of brick. Or it doesn't come out of the box like it did when Romo dropped the snap, right? Nice and shiny and glowing.
Thanks for bringing that up.
That one always sticks in my mind. So I thought that was somewhat interesting because I know back in the day, the game balls, like when we were out at Valley Ranch, they'd put them in the dryer with the fabric softeners sheets in there to kind of get the glow off of them, the shine. And then they would take them in the racquetball courts and take a baseball bat and slug them into the back wall of the racquetball court to loosen them up.
Wow.
That's how they prepared the footballs for the game, so the quarterback can have a better feel for it, right? Now, they didn't play with the, the PSI, the air pressure.
Yeah.
But they tried to soften the ball up so the quarterback can grip it and it wouldn't slip out of his hands.
Makes a lot of sense. By the way, real quick, it says seasonal supply before the start of each season or this season. Each team was given 60 new kicking balls.
Okay.
That can be broken in, as you said, over several weeks, used during practice, and then they select 3 for the game, so they can pick whichever 3 they like.
And then the officials have to sanction. Okay,
Exactly.
These 3 are good. You didn't mess them up.
Yeah.
But now, I think I read where when you prepare the balls, you can use water, towels, brushes, and tacky sponges to
does that just mean
get
they're
the
in
shine
poor
off.
taste?
Yeah, poor taste sponges. That makes sense.
So anyway, sorry I got off on that tangent, but when you brought up the kicking thing, but yeah, good on Aubrey to get that award for the month of September.
How did you feel about Trayvon Diggs taking complete accountability for?
Yeah, that one, it's like somewhat when they weren't going to go 3 cornerbacks because the Packers love going 2 tight ends.
Yes.
Right? Same as the Bears, by the way. So they started the first 2 series basically almost in base defense, and then that third series, I think it was 1:18 left in the first quarter, Diggs came in at cornerback. And there was a couple plays that I saw where when they went to nickel, Diggs and Elam were on the outside and Bland went inside. So we'll see how it goes. I just heard that last week, there were times during practice he was riding the stationary bike. So I don't know if it was a knee thing and they were trying to, save his snaps or whatever, but, kind of use whatever word you want to use, that when they opened in 2 cornerbacks to start the game, he wasn't out there. So it's like, all right, get with it. You delayed your preparation by not being here. And it's not all about recovering from an injury or a surgery. It's a little bit about getting back to playing football, which he hadn't done all that much. Remember the year before he was out with the ACL?
Yeah.
And then you're coming back off of surgery again, and you decided to do it on your own instead of being here, which he got fined. Well, not fined, deducted $500,000 from his base salary. So at times when you see him out there, he just didn't seem like he was playing with confidence. Now, you might say, well, the knees still bother him or whatever. But, go back to the game before when he went to the line of scrimmage to bump the guy on 3rd and 8, and he slipped and fell. To me, that's like, I didn't go up there with a lot of confidence to touch that guy. And so I think there's some of that going on, of getting used to playing football again.
Excellent stuff, as always, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow, and be ready with that prediction.
Oh, I got to have a prediction, huh?
You'll be all right. You've done a really good job so far.
Yeah, really good, right?
Yeah, we've all really predicted.
Hey, at
these
one
games.
point, the score of the game was 27-23. Okay, now it was only the third quarter, though.
But he did have it right at
I was right there if it just ended the game.
That's a good point. One of these days, you're going to get it right. We're all going to.
And by the way, I'll admit to you, then when we did our podcast, I picked the same score. But when I saw Roger Staubach walk into the building, I said, "Oh, I'm changing my pick. I'll take the Cowboys."
Yeah, you better not pick against the Cowboys in front of him. He's going to let you know.
I don't think Roger heard what I said. I looked at it was a sign from above, like, okay, this is a sign they're going to win this game. And then they tied.
Gosh, what a deflating ending to that story, Meg. All right.
I love it.
Thanks, Mickey. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
All right, I'll talk to you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola, master of taking what you feel like is going to be a positive and then blunting that impact just a little bit. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the real reason why this man is one of the best kickers in football. Next on The Fan. Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow, Uncle Julio's in Dallas off of Lemon. Would love to see you out there, whether you want to drown your sorrows or celebrate with some margaritas, crush that chocolate piñata. We got giveaways happening. Corey's going to be there and amazing content tomorrow. Uncle Julio's in Dallas off of Lemon.
Be there or else.
Yeah, or else.
Well,
we're going to take this next segment away from you. No, I'm just kidding, Alec. That would punish you, and it's not your fault. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, how one of the best kickers in the NFL, not named Brandon Aubrey, got that title and secured his job. It's a lot more random than you would think, but when you hear it, it'll make a lot of sense. We're going to hear from Pittsburgh Steelers kicker Chris Boswell.
I just cut him from my fantasy team.
Oh, wow.
Well, it's because it's a bye week.
Oh, well,
So
that makes sense. But
yeah.
kickers are people, too. Make a roster spot for them. I dare you. I dare you.
People, too.
Then I couldn't pick up DeMarcado from the Cardinals.
Oh yes, because that's gonna save your league. It's gonna save your team. I'm the delusional person that says when there's a big injury and I get the second guy up, whenever I get that like running back 2 off of waivers, I'm like, yep, I'm winning it all, baby. And then I never even start them because they're not actually good at football. So yeah, but guys, question of the day today. Some very odd national holidays today. It's National Produce Misting Day.
Oh.
So yeah, if you like to mist your produce or you just like to go to the grocery store and see that happen, today's for you, I guess.
Did you ever go to the store and the first time you saw that you freaked out?
Yeah.
I was like, why is there a shower happening on the produce right now?
Mm-hmm. Especially the ones that have like thunder sounds play.
Yes.
Too. I'm like, is it storming outside when it is 99 degrees and
carrots
sunny?
need that? They're like, oh my gosh, we don't believe that it's actual.
This is fake. And then they hear the thunder and they're like, all right.
Oh, you know what? Maybe they're right.
Produce rejects fake rain. That's my favorite new conspiracy theory.
Have you ever
That is
just put your
amazing.
hand in there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that what happens is all my germs are now on your carrots.
Oh, no.
It's kind of evil. It's like the whole.
And who knows what they do with those carrots?
Yeah. What's worse, that or taking the ice cream and licking it before you put it back on the shelf?
That's
Yeah.
worse.
What?
That is
Remember
worse.
that was like right before the pandemic started too. So that was awful timing.
Re-rinse the produce. Nobody is skimming the top of the ice cream off because they're afraid of lick.
I don't know why I like that so much. Let's get to the question of the day. Gentlemen, today is National Name Your Car Day. Name your car day. So I can already tell where this is going to go for Kevin. Do you name your car? What is your car's name? 877-881-1053. Or if you have a favorite, maybe you had a cooler car back in the day they had a really cool name for. Because I certainly did. My first car was a yellow with black racing stripes Camaro RS.
Bumblebee.
Yep. So I just called my car B. Because that's what they refer to. You get to first name basis after a while. After about a year of driving the car around, it was just B. It wasn't Bumblebee anymore. It was just B.
I had my first truck I called Sally. I don't know why. I just thought Sally was a cool name for a truck.
Huh.
And I would ride Sally ride. Get a new truck today. Very excited. Finally, yeah.
He's going to call it the Shaggin' Wagon.
Jeez.
But I did have a 1991 Chevy Cavalier. I didn't get it at Platinum Chevy, but this was
what?
Well, I don't know that Platinum Chevy was around at that point. But it was a 1991 Chevy Cavalier. It was teal, It was a very teal color, and it was missing every hubcap except for one. But that hubcap, only half of it existed. The other half had broken. So I always felt like it looked like a razor or some sort of blade cutting through the concrete. I called it the Teal Runner, and that's what we all said.
That's a car with some character right there.
Dude, it did.
Like
It definitely had character.
Man, that was just like my dad when I was growing up in grade school. He had a Kia Soul that he put probably close to 200,000 miles on. Wow. And there was a literal bullet mark from a road rage incident that happened like way away from him. There was all kinds of marks that he could tell you the exact story. Oh yeah, that got there because of this 6 years ago. And like that, I just love cars that have a story like that. That's incredible, Corey.
Had a dent in the door because Adrian forgot her purse, and I was like, oh my gosh, and I kicked it. Not the purse, the door. I was like,
why'd you kick the door?
I don't know, because I was young and dumb, and I've grown up since then.
Oh, really?
Have you? I don't know. Yeah. I don't know.
I will contest that. Kevin, you didn't seem too excited about the idea of naming cars.
Yeah, I guess that's just for me, but I'm also not like a big car person. Like, I think they're very utilitarian. Like, they get me from point A to point B and do the things I need them to in life. I like my car, and but I like it because it's super efficient and it's always working for me. I don't like it because I'm like, look how sweet my car is, ladies.
Please use that for the future.
I will be
I
saying
said I
that.
don't do that.
Well, I can isolate it and make it sound like that's exactly what you do. It's called production, Kevin. But let's see, 877-881-1053 for National Name Your Car Day. Do you name your car? What have you named your car? The Big Red Beast was the name of my big F-350, so a giant truck from the 405. Big Red Beast.
Let me ask you a question, because that makes me think of Clifford the Big Red Dog.
I love that.
So Clifford the Big Red Dog grew bigger because of how much he was loved. How come he stopped growing?
Because nobody loved him anymore.
Oh, no.
That's sad.
Mm-hmm.
And do you think those books were an analogy?
For what?
Anything that grows bigger when you love it.
All right, back to the fan text. Thanks for that, Kevin.
Not until now.
Yeah. Now I'm going to go to sleep tonight thinking about any kind of childhood memory of mine.
Yeah. Look up what schnozberries are in Willy Wonka. That movie's rated G.
All right. From the 817.
Remember in The Lion King?
Yeah.
When Nala and Simba were like, they're having a good moment, and can you feel the love tonight? Then what happens?
Yeah.
They roll down that hill and they're looking each other in the eyes. One's on top of the other, and you're like, hold on. Did they sex?
But to be fair, that's nowhere near as disturbing as the other things you could look up about Disney and its founder.
All right. This took a turn. Yeah. From the 214. My goodness, Kevin. Yeah.
Bet you wish you hadn't read that text now, don't you?
I absolutely do. I was just trying to do the segment, and then you took it a different direction, as you are very good at. Let's see, 877-881-1053. National Name Your Car Day. Do you do it? And what do you name your car?
Are you afraid to read these texts?
Yes,
now?
I'm trying to think these through. From the 817, 1976 Chevy truck I called Le Trash Truck. French for trash truck.
All right, now that I support that.
That's quality. Oh, my grandfather had a white truck. All right, it was a white truck. It was an old Chevy truck.
Did he drive on Wednesdays?
No, but he probably did.
Yeah.
The bed of the truck was made of wood, and it was all rotted out, and it had a brown spot on the side. And I used to call it the peanut butter truck because it looked like there was a peanut butter smear on the side of it. I love you, Wendell.
All right.
Alec, let me take you back to whenever you brainstormed this segment.
Yeah.
Is there any chance that you thought this is the way it was going to go?
No, but it never goes the way I expect. And that's why, hey, I mean, consistency is cool and all, but, you know, I'd rather the chaos be elicited from this segment.
Yeah,
Why not?
Kevin.
All right.
Ever since it was a night show segment in the 10 o'clock hour, that's what I've wanted it to be. It's just pure chaos. So I guess I'm getting what I asked for. From the 214, I drive a Burgundy Ram, so it's named Ram Burgundy.
That's good.
I like that.
Man,
That's quality
speaking
work.
of
quality work,
the crosstalk we had yesterday, I asked what San Diego means. Broadus gave us like a very historical definition of it.
Sounds like a shortstop.
Yeah.
That cracked me up so much. I don't know why.
Good. I don't know why either. And my current car, gentlemen, which I did get from Platinum Chevy, I have a Blazer that is white with black accents, and it has the red line edition.
That is
package.
your car.
Yes, that is my car. And I put an Imperial logo on it, like a sticker.
Oh, nice.
So I call it Stormtrooper.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Yeah, it kind of gives me the vibes of a newer generation First Order Stormtrooper.
Yeah.
You know, with all the sleek lines and everything,
Yeah.
how beautiful it is, and then the little red accents, you know? And plus, I'm a dork. I know how to party, man.
Sure.
Got a Star Wars tattoo for a reason.
Do you miss every lane you try and get in also?
You know, that would be very bad because then I'd probably be on number 4 like Kevin. So, yeah.
Hey, that was other crappy drivers.
Or number 2 like Big Lou.
What a great pull. What a great pull.
I really want to meet Big Lou.
I bet you do.
I bet he's just a corporate conglomeration, but
Aw.
still.
Well, that makes me sad now because I really buy into his bit.
Yeah.
I really do. Some great names coming in, 877-881-1053. James, the UPS driver from the 817, has a 96 Impala SS. Her name is Cherry.
Oh, I like that. That's nice.
I like these. And now there's some names that I feel like could definitely be spun into other jokes by Kevin Hagelin.
Hey,
so I'm just going
I
to respond
want you
to
to
them
know
through text.
that the one that you just said, I had another line of discussion I was going to go down, and I didn't.
And there's also some names that are not radio friendly too, so I really appreciate
sure.
those that I'm just going to keep in the back pocket and maybe steal from you one day because they are clever. I just can't say them. Guys, something I also probably shouldn't say, so I'll spell it for you. The Steelers long snapper, yes, their long snapper has a podcast. I'm going to call him Christian K.
Okay.
His last name is Kuntz. So to avoid any possible mistakes, just going to call him the Christian K podcast. He had his battery mate, if you will, his kicker, Chris Boswell, on the show. And he was talking about his experience going to Pittsburgh. And he had to actually earn that job as the kicker because he was the 4th kicker during that season that they had play a game. They went through 4 kickers his first year with the Steelers. And he said it's pretty easy when you have a guy named James Harrison on the team.
It's a different setting. And when I first came in here, James Harrison, like my first practice, I signed on like a Friday or Saturday. I got to go home for the weekend and come back. And Debo, my very first practice, stood over the holder. So the holder's waiting to get the snap, standing over his shoulder. And it's just, I dare you to miss this kick. I dare you to miss it. You miss this kick, you washing my back in the shower. Yeah. And so, I mean, that just the whole time. And even after I, obviously had a decent season that year, but team meeting room, when I used to go, I would sit here and Debo would sit here and he would just stare at me. Mike Tomlin's up there,
Yeah.
giving his team presentation, and he's just staring at me like this the entire team meeting. Just intimidating.
That's terrifying.
So yeah, I think James Harrison would motivate me to be pretty good at my job too.
Yeah.
But he did. It was a longer conversation, but he was like, 4th kicker in one season, so everybody was kind of side-eyeing me. Like, all right, are you going to be the one that figures it out? He's like, when you have James Harrison telling you, I dare you to miss this kick, and if you forget what James Harrison looks like, just imagine a brick wall. Because that's quite literally what he is. Yeah. He is a freak of nature, even outside of his playing career. He makes great social media videos of him just doing strong people stuff for fun, just because he can't playing volleyball with medicine balls.
Yeah.
Like, he is unreal. He's not a real
with
person.
Huge chains wrapped around his waist.
Yes.
And just you're like, oh my God, and little children hanging from those chains.
Oh, yeah. So a terrifying human just staring you down saying, I dare you. Go ahead and miss that kick. I'd be a pretty good kicker, too.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy and the KNC investigation into the record-setting pace of block kicks in the NFL. We're going to do that next right here on The Fan.
Giants has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maybes?
Sweet Herb?
No. You said that. Was it Spice Yellow?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
McManus for the extra point. Catch blocked. And they can return this for 2 points. And here comes Bell, and he's going to do it all the way down the right sideline. That's a 2-point return for the Cowboys safety Marquise Bell. It was blocked by Wanye Thomas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
And today, we bring to you a special KNC investigation into the record-setting pace of blocked kicks. So obviously, we're going to use that one, which feels like it turned the tide in that game, believe it or not. Even though the call was understated, the Jones family seemed like, okay. And that ended up being a big deal. We told you it was the first time in 94 extra points that McManus had been blocked. He had previously made 93 straight, which was the longest active streak in the league. But why, Corey? Why are all of these kicks being blocked?
Because nobody's very good at blocking people who are blocking kicks anymore.
Now, I actually think that is a very fair possibility. I really do. So
also, players are longer than they've ever been before.
Would you not say that about the people that are defending them as well? Or
Nope.
do you? Okay. All right.
If it makes my answer more correct, then no.
Okay. All right. Well, then we will ignore that part. So I'm going to start with Christy Scales, because Christy Scales was looking into this, and she asked why there had been a surge in blocks. One opinion she got is the lack of experienced offensive linemen in the league. So whether that's through injury or just annual roster turnover, blockers have less time on the task and they have less time working together as a group. So inherently, you could see how that would be problematic. But you were just talking about this other part. The size and skill of interior defenders has increased. So perhaps there can be more favorable matchups.
Yes.
So there's a couple of reasons for it. Now, I believe it was the Athletic, sorry if it was NFL.com, did a breakdown of there's been 12 block kicks already. Now, it's going to add up to more than 12 when I lay it out for you, because sometimes there are multiple factors at play about why a kick gets blocked. All right? 5 of these kicks were because of poor blocking. 3 of them, overloaded lines. 3 because of hurdles. You've seen that. Look, that is obviously the most eye-pleasing of them all when somebody's just like, jump. And then 4 of them were low kicks.
Okay.
So the problem with that is they're all between 3 and 5. So you can't just say it was poor blocking or overloaded lines or hurdles or low kicks. It means all of those combinations have been in play at just about an equal kind of occurrence. And so you can't just say kick the ball higher, we'll be good. Because there's people jumping it over. You can't just say, hey, watch out for an overloaded line. Well, guess what? Sometimes you have poor blocking. And so there's lots of different theories, but not one universal flow when you watch the games as to why these kicks are being blocked.
I definitely take consideration that there are probably more creative special teams coordinators than ever before, too.
Fact.
Especially now that the kicking rules have been changed. Not for field goals or extra points, but for the kickoffs. Once that happened, I feel like other special teams coordinators were like, what else could I do differently? And they're coming up with more creative ways to attack that. And
do you think they see those potential mismatches quicker then?
Yes. Definitely. They're seeking where is the spot that we can attack this line, or do we have somebody fast enough to get around that edge? There's lots of different ways to do it, like you just pointed out. And I think there are more creative guys rather than this is the way we've done it.
Yeah.
I'm just special teams coach. I really what really am I?
Well, look, I mean, an And in fact, it's the exact opposite on the other side, right? Like now you have to take a look and be like, all right, we need to be more prepared than ever before. Because as you've seen in the first 4 weeks, it is an onslaught of kick blocking. And you can look back specifically at the Cowboys game and be like, that could have been one of the reasons we turned it around.
Yep.
Now, I'm not saying they couldn't have come back if it was 14-0 instead of 13-2. But when you go to the fact that the game went to overtime, then it was a tie. Not difficult to figure out the importance of it.
What do you think about this from the 9-7-2, Kevin? Everyone's kicking longer, so
Yes.
lower launch angles.
So and that's for the longest time. That was one of the things is you were more apt to see a longer kick blocked because you were going to attack it, as they said, launch angle at a different spot. And so I always thought the biggest thing was if you cleared the line of scrimmage on your kick, maybe you're feeling pretty good about it. Not to say that it will go in or anything like that, but if you look at a lot of these kicks, they haven't all been lengthy kicks that have been blocked. Like some of them have been extra points. You've also seen it in punts. So I think that is part of
the
it.
Cowboys was an extra point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it, but I'm not going to say that's like the main reason, because I think by doing this study, what I learned is, and this is probably agitating for people, there's not really a main reason. It is a amazingly equal combination of factors that have caused these problems. So if you're a special teams coach, you're like, oh, great. Well, that just gives me more stuff that I actually have to focus on.
Yeah, so it's separate but equal.
Okay, I'm not doing that.
One of the things when you talk about launch angle, though, I would love if they would start keeping launch angle stats like they do in baseball for kickers.
That does feel like an exit velocity kind of thing that we should get.
Because
that's like we could probably make that.
And I bet Amazon Prime, like their bonus coverage does something like I've never seen it. But like when you watch Brandon Aubrey and Harrison Butker's of the world kick, it seems like they're above the uprights. A lot of these things are high.
Yeah.
And they're they're going through at the top, and you're like, that thing probably had 40 more yards. Whether or not it did, you're just thinking that. Maybe it's an optical illusion.
Right. Well, if you think it could have been good for 40 more yards on most of these kicks, I will go ahead and step out on a ledge and say that is, in fact, an optical illusion.
It says you.
All right. I think you guys did well the other day when we were doing NFL overreaction or reality, because you talked about how good Bijan Robinson was. And in case you missed it, he was the NFC Offensive Player of the Month. And, of course, Brandon Aubrey was the NFC Special Teams Player of the Month. How big of an upset is it that the NFC Offensive Player of the Month didn't face the Cowboys? Because it felt like...
Well, does that not tell you that maybe they weren't that good against other people?
Well, that is kind of depressing.
A month is more than one game, Kevin.
Or it makes you terrified about playing the Falcons.
Because Russell Wilson got fired.
And that is that makes me feel worse.
Caleb Williams didn't start hot and then wasn't hot after. Yeah. Jordan Love was kind of he was hit or miss.
Yeah, I thought he was good against. Yeah.
Jalen Hurts has been.
Jalen Hurts has a unique style that I do not think is apt to win him awards like this.
He didn't even get 100 yards.
He did. He got 101. What I told you was more jarring is the fact that he had 0 yards passing in the second half. But guess what? They still won. And I still think Jalen Hurts won that exchange with Chris Jones. And he's like, you didn't even get 100 yards. And he won. He said, hey, we won the game, MFer. And that's a great response. All right, a couple of other things happening in the NFL. The 49ers did, in fact, rule Brock Purdy out for tonight's game against the Rams. I don't know if that takes a lot of shine off the game.
Just watch baseball.
Yeah, or you know what? Actually, that might not be a bad idea. Or if you are concerned about the fantasy implications or whatever. And then there's Shedeur Sanders. I had multiple people send me this video, and I didn't understand it at first because I was playing it in my car, and I was like, why can I not hear what he's saying? And so I didn't understand until later that he was just pantomiming all of the answers and stuff. And I thought the big thing was somebody asked oh, how much should Joe Flacco impact you and Dylan Gabriel? And I thought he said not at all. But then again, I went back and watched the video and realized he was just D'ing around and pretending the answers. I was going to ask this in NFL overreaction or reality. I'll just get to it right now. Do you think these first couple of months have proved why so many teams had concerns about the ridiculousness that might come along with him and his family?
Feeling like he's unserious?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and he got mad because of something Rex Ryan said. Rex Ryan is a moron who says stupid things all the time. Has been fired like 800 times. Don't worry about what Rex Ryan has to say about anything.
Do you think he falls into the very Jerry Jones, very Mark Cuban category of you're not relevant if you're not out there?
I agree that is probably the case. The issue is those other two people that you listed are in control. Shedeur Sanders is not in control. I'm not saying if he would have kept his mouth shut the whole time, he would have been starting this week. But I think there's a better chance that if he would have just towed the company line instead of being like, here's my mime show, or here's why I'm better than other quarterbacks who are already starting, like that doesn't help. And I'm rooting for him because I think he fell way too far in the draft because people were trying to teach him a lesson. But then you see all this stupid bull crap and you're like, well,
maybe they're right.
I don't want that to be the case. I would like for him to succeed, but doesn't really feel like he's helping out.
Did you pull a lot of Shedeur Sanders rookie cards, Kevin?
I do actually have a lot of Shedeur cards, but I wanted him to succeed before that. Because I said,
I know.
Like if he would have got drafted in the third round, I'd be like, oh yeah, okay. But like when he fell to the fourth and the fifth, and I was like, that's too far.
It's too far.
You tried to teach this person a lesson and you went too far with it. And so now I'm back on board with supporting Shedeur Sanders. But stupid stuff like this makes it more difficult.
I get it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm really excited to see how y'all react and how the people react to this idea. Is the Cowboys defense going to prevent Dak from changing his narrative?
What?
877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair, okay?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Is the Cowboys defense going to prevent Dak from changing his narrative? And so I've thought about this a lot. I've compiled a couple of different stats and arguments one way or another. But one of the things that Dak always says is, hey, I'm going to write the book on me and I'm not done, or I can change the narrative, like things along those lines. What do you think? What's the narrative for Dak Prescott right now? Like if you took the entirety of his career, if for some reason he retired when he's playing awesome right now, what do you think would be like the synopsis of his career?
Can't win the big game.
I think that is very fair.
Mac Brown, for the longest time, was really good coach. Going to get you 10 wins a year. Can't win the big game. And it could be the big game against OU or the big game in the whatever it was. He was just missing that quality. And that is where Dak is. And Kevin, there's a lot of inconsistency in it too. So I'll say that's the first thing, because we can't have a conversation. Okay. Let me reset here. At one point in my life, I decided whether or not Dirk Nowitzki wins a championship, I'm going to spend the rest of my life watching him and enjoying watching greatness. Because Dirk was exceptional, and he was ours, and it was the first thing we'd ever had that was like that. Dak has moments that you're just like, wow. Like I really see moments where I'm like, wow. And I've decided I will like the regular season. I will enjoy watching him play at this level. Yes, at the end of the year, you're going to be right if you say, yeah, but he can't do that. That's fine. You're right. But I will enjoy the 17 games or watching him through this process of it. And then I'm probably going to be let down. I know that. But the idea is, can we enjoy that or no? I don't think a lot of people can.
No.
I don't think anybody can, because they're afraid of what's going to happen at the end of it all, because they don't want to see that letdown happen. And it's happened too many times for Cowboys fans.
From the 214, Dak equals Romo. From another 214, just like Romo. So I go to this. The problem for Prescott, as you said, is the postseason. Dak Prescott is 2-5 in the postseason, and he's gotten the Cowboys no further along in the postseason than Tony Romo.
And in those postseason games, doesn't it feel like he's started slow in the losses for sure?
Correct. And I know, look, I just want to go ahead and throw this out there. I know you have games like the Tampa game where he was phenomenal.
He was awesome.
I don't think anyone is sitting here saying he's been awful for every second of every playoff game ever.
Right.
All right. But surely one would hope we could all come to the point where he has been subpar in these postseason games compared to where he should be. All right. So let's take a look at this year, because this year, go ahead.
I have a question to you and to the Tolos out there. Do you feel like he just beats up on bad teams?
I don't. I've heard that narrative a lot. I don't necessarily think that is true. I think sometimes the garbage stats narrative is true because frequently he has found spots where the defense has put him in a hole. and he's had to have amazing comebacks. But there are some times, that aren't really comebacks. There are definitely times, like take that Green Bay playoff game. There are some weird people out there that like to misrepresent what he actually did in that game by being like, have you seen his stat line? It's pretty good. And I'm like, all of that came when it was like 40-8 or something, and Green Bay just stood out there and didn't care anymore. So if you walked away from that game and been like, oh, Dak played well, I don't know what football you're watching.
Yeah, and I think when like the Cowboys, they say it, they believe it. A lot of times, though, you'll hear Jerry maybe tomorrow. I believe we can because we have Dak, and I do feel most times pretty good that Dak's the one that is going to have the ball in his hands and is going to be the quarterback for this team rather than Cooper Rush or somebody else. But I feel pretty good most times that he's the quarterback. Not always, but in most instances, I feel like you have a pretty good leg up. There are other occasions where I'm like, well, obviously their quarterback is a top-tier quarterback too.
Right.
And they have the leg.
Right. And so I wonder if this season, though I've already seen some people say he plays well in the regular season. And look, you can argue with people until you're blue in the face about that, but you're never going to change anyone's mind until you see something happen in the postseason. All right. Right now, his QBR, it's early, of course. His QBR is 74.2. That is on pace to be his best QBR since his rookie year. And I think we can all agree that rookie year was unbelievable. Maybe the high point for Cowboys fans in the last decade or so. Right now, his QBR is fourth in the NFL. He leads the way in numerous different categories, including passing yards, completions, attempts, completion percentage. So many things clicking right now. But whenever we talk about this, and I go back to the first segment of the day, hope for Cowboys. And the first thing that you said, Corey, was, well, I mean, I see reason for excitement and optimism on offense.
Mm-hmm.
And so I always wonder, because CeeDee Lamb's going to come back. You've seen George Pickens start to show out. Alec mentioned this the other day. You've seen Kevontae Turpin look like an actual wide receiver instead of just a gadget guy. He might have more,
Dalen Tolbert's made some plays.
Yes, absolutely. And your running game has been better than anticipated, and you've been able to weather the injuries on the offensive line thus far. So I look at all of this, and I'm like, if he kept playing at this level, this could be a chance for him to break his narrative, but are we going to get to the end of the season and the team is going to be 7-9-1, 8-8-1? And a lot of times nuance gets lost in this conversation. It's going to be like, well, Dak wasn't good enough, and he'll have these eye-popping stats, and everyone will be like, you could have done it in the playoffs, when maybe this could have been the time he could have done it in the playoffs, but defensively left you nowhere.
And maybe the only reason you were there was because he got you in that position to be just like both sides. Maybe the only reason you were bad was because the quarterback wasn't good. Well, maybe the only reason you were there was because the quarterback was able to take the rest of the talent or lack of talent and make something out of it. Kevin, I know I wrote this years ago whenever he was a rookie.
Yep.
The idea that he's going to own all the records in the record book. And people were like, what are you talking about? He's never going to be close to Romo. He's taking them.
Yeah.
Like all these records that I said that he's taking them over as we speak. And I said he needed 10 healthy years. He hasn't had 10 completely healthy years. But he has had a lot of years he's the longest tenured quarterback in the league.
In terms of on the same team?
Longest tenured, yes.
Okay.
On the same team.
Gotcha.
Well, not the oldest, not the longest, but the longest one at his position.
Okay.
He's been with the Cowboys for that long. And I've said he's playing with a different confidence. He looks different. I think he understands what his responsibility is. And that is, this team, I have to carry this team. And they're all relying on me. And this whole city is relying on me to do something. And I think he's ready for it. I really do. But then again, when that playoff game comes around, is everybody else ready for it too?
So I wonder if you could, this is best case scenario, right? If you do get some of these defensive players back, like we talked about the practice window opening up with Carson. We've heard Jerry talk all about the return of Ravel and Overshone coming back. If you could.
And the development of 41.
Yes. Ezeraku. If you could get to even close to a mediocre defense, do y'all believe that this offense can continue at a hot pace when their defense is mediocre? And the reason why I ask it like that is because sometimes you're able to run your offense at a hot pace because the game's not particularly competitive. Sometimes it's because your defense gives the ball, gives up a score so fast that you get the ball back and have more snap attempts than usual. Let's say this defense gets to about average. Do you believe that this offense can stay in a class that is among the best in the NFL?
Games get away from you in what quarter?
It feels like the third.
Okay. No. Because I think when the Cowboys have had their best, and even, look, this 40-40 tie is not the best thing, the best outcome.
Sure.
But they didn't stop running the ball. They kept running the ball. And they were running the ball effectively, and they were like, well, we're not going to abandon this completely. I think sometimes the fact that you get behind, you start to go away from it. But that's something that benefits Dak, is they have to stay honest with it. So if you can keep that close. So I don't think that I'm afraid, Kevin, that Schottenheimer will at some point panic in the season and say, I have to just turn everything over to Dak and let him throw more than I want to. Now, he does lead the league in attempts. Like they have the most attempts, great percentage, as you pointed out.
He's completing 73% of his passes. You can throw the ball as much as you want if you're completing that percent of your passes.
They're 12th in rushing yards. They're doing some positive things offensively. I don't think you can keep this up because at some point you run out of what you're trying to do. You get out of what you're actually good at because you feel like you have to do something else because you have to make up for the lack of on the other side.
And
the best way is honestly protecting the defense by running the ball effectively.
I actually don't disagree with that. From the 903, and this is what's complicated about the world of statistics. We're saying a hot pace. It's only been one game. The other game he was good was against the Giants. He was good against the Eagles. It's just unfortunately when you look at the stat line, that plethora of CeeDee Lamb drops.
And the fumble by Miles Sanders.
I think really kills the stat line for that in the fantasy world that we live in. And if that's the case, fantasy football world, I should say. And then if that's the case, wouldn't you say he played really well in 3 of the 4 games? I mean, I feel like that's a pace that you'll probably take, especially when you see the numbers. But I do see from the 682, basically we're going to waste Dak's best year. And from the 214, it's sad because it doesn't matter what Dak does this year because the defense is trash. It's only 4 games, so I don't know how the rest of it's going to play out. I just wonder, looking at it right here, seeing the offensive weapons, seeing the numbers that they put up, is Dak going to have another top-notch regular season? And it's not going to matter to anything.
Yeah, because he couldn't even finish first in MVP voting because his team won't have a good enough record.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, look, we talked about that with Joe Burrow. I think you could argue that Joe Burrow should have had an MVP. And they're like, well, but your team's only mediocre. So I wonder, are you going to see Dak in this offense with eye-popping numbers and the season ends at 8-8-1 or 7-9-1? And people are going to go, see, because Dak is not good enough. Because the only way you're ever going to change that is in the playoffs. Well, what if your defense can never get you back to the playoffs?
Dude,
well, not never, but like for a while.
Nobody predicted 8-8-1 this year.
It feels like
that would be as Cowboys as it gets, and nobody predicted it.
I feel like people did predict it.
Are you as a joke, right? They haven't had a tie since the year after 1968.
I'll say the person who said 7-7-3 was joking, but I think obviously that would be amazing as well. But I think the people who said 8-8-1,
because even that one's a tie, which is funny. Like that's
yes,
funny.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. This is why the defense, like, we're giving Dak a lot of credit because the defense is so poor.
And I think through 4 games he's earned it. Now, 4 games does not make a season, but I think so far he's earned it. And that's one thing I wish. We talk about this all the time.
But in addition, he's not getting any negative because the defense is so poor.
I think we
are overproducing the positive because
you're probably right.
We have something else to blame.
And then if you got to the mediocre defense, then maybe would the scrutiny be a little bit different. But look, We have talked about Dak when he has played poorly. I think it's only fair, as we've done for years and years and years, to point out when he's playing well. I go back to what he said on Sunday night. He talked about passing Aikman for the most career completions. And he was like, hey, that's awesome. It's something I never take for granted. And he eventually said, but at the end of the day, I want to win games and I want to chase Roger and Troy and the accomplishments that they have. And it feels yet again like you're nowhere near that. And I appreciate that he says that. And I appreciate that maybe the offense could be in that position. But like, who looks at this team and been like, yeah, now's the time? Maybe Roger Staubach would look at this team and say,
Brian
now's the time.
Schottenheimer.
And maybe Brian Schottenheimer.
He's like, yeah, this is it.
Okay.
Jerry tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what? I'll ask him.
Mike McCarthy.
I'll be like, do you think now's the time?
Mike McCarthy's like, I can't believe this was the year
that they were going to put
they were going to put it all together, and I'm not there for it.
Buy into us.
Thank you, Mike McCarthy.
For the KNC masterpiece. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway where we do NFL overreaction or reality, plus the debut of our brand new college football segment, The Campus Connection. All of it next right here on The Fan.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
That fun squad?
Not Canadians?
Pre-club.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
All right, here's Love back to throw. There's light pressure. He pumps. Ball stripped out. Rolling around at the 15-yard line. Who's got it? Cowboys got it at the 15-yard line with 13 seconds to play. Houston came away with the football.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for some NFL overreaction or reality. And in about 15 minutes, we will debut our brand new college football segment, The Campus Connection. People demanded more college football. We are here to present it to them. Now, NFL overreaction or reality. Despite still giving up a ton of points, a ton of yards, a ton of everything else, you have seen the Cowboys defense getting better.
I want to say yes. I really do. But like part of it has gotten better and then another part has gotten worse. Okay. Right now, the Cowboys are kind of concerned whether or not Kenneth Murray is going to be able to play.
Yeah.
He's had some bad moments this year. He's had some good moments. I think the fact, Kevin, that they are inconsistent still is the part that keeps me from saying reality.
Okay.
Because there is not... Dude, tell me you didn't want to give up after you saw two receivers running free down the field together against Green Bay. You were just like, I was at that moment, that was what, the first play of the game?
Yeah.
I was like, this one's over with, dude. Two receivers? One, I'm like, I get it.
You and Mike, huh?
Two receivers? I wanted to quit.
Mike, by the way, still keeping up that same there's always next year vibe.
For all sports.
Yeah.
It sounds like.
And I love it. All right, so to your point, the Cowboys defense gave up 5 passing plays of 15-plus yards in the first quarter alone, and you killed that interception, and you weren't getting pressure. So all of that being said, Alec, despite all of that, you have seen the Cowboys defense getting better.
Overreaction. I think I'm with Corey where I've seen players and I've seen spots where they have improved through the past few games, but I haven't seen the product as a whole change. You know, like the counting numbers, as some may say, and the box score and whatnot, they're still looking the same. You're still giving up a lot of points. You're still allowing a ton of yardage. Your run defense has been the spotlight of it all, but outside of that, you haven't had any kind of consistency from the linebacker position outside of, I don't know, maybe week 1. It felt like they played pretty well. But yeah, I haven't seen the group as a whole really change much. It seems like 1 step forward, 3 steps back with this defense. Like you said, they get an interception. What do? They can instantly turn around and allow points, right after that. So I don't think I've seen enough.
Ezraku is probably the perfect example of the entirety of the defense. In that you're watching him develop. He is developing. Sure. He's getting better. But this is the NFL. And whenever you miss, these teams make you pay. Good teams make you pay. Bad teams can make you pay in the NFL too. That's true. And so that's where I am, is that Ezraku, he'll have a moment where you're like, man, that was great. And then he'll get pushed down into the middle of the line and the run bounces outside.
Yeah.
And so like that's the inconsistencies of he kind of encapsulates the entire thing right now. But I think by the end of the year, Ezraku's going to be a good player for you.
NFL overreaction or reality, you care about or are interested in any way an NFL professional flag football league. Now, Roger Goodell said that's going to happen in the next couple of years, says the NFL will launch a professional flag football league. I don't know if that means more like the big 3 or more like actual, like these are the best flag football players in the world, but you've never heard of any of them, and now we're affiliated with them.
Dude, I just want more flag football. That's all I want. I
want
co-ed flag football, ed flag football, whatever it is. I love flag football.
You're going to watch this?
Every second.
You are.
What channel is it on?
Such a liar. To be determined, but don't you think that the NFL, for future bargaining purposes, could be like, also you have to show our flag football games?
Yes. Absolutely, and that would make sense. Like, why hasn't the NBA done that with the WNBA? Like, really, like, because they own it, right?
Yeah.
Like, if they wanted to promote their
well, they had a
business
stake in it. They don't own the whole thing.
But yeah, I absolutely could see something like that.
Alec, overreaction or reality?
When would you schedule those games? Before a football, but like. 9 o'clock in the morning instead of pregame. You can get 9 o'clock. You get an hour football game, and then you get your pregame.
You know what's funny that you say that is Roger Goodell said that today while he was in London, and that's when those games start. So maybe when you don't have your international slot game, you'll get the flag football. I don't know. That I'll follow up on that. Alec, Overreaction Reality, you are interested in an NFL-sponsored and owned flag football league.
I kind of like Corey's idea of the NFL having an undercard. That would be kind of cool.
Right.
You know, especially if you are attending the game and you get there way too early to try to get a good, standing room only spot, good vantage point. Then you're watching some football before your football, and then you're going to go home and watch more football. And I'm here for more football. So I'll say reality, especially if it does turn into like a big three kind of thing.
I could see that.
Like if you just sprinkle a couple of names even that I recognize in there, I'll be intrigued.
Yeah,
because then I'm gonna make myself a fan of some guy that I've never heard of because he's really good at the game itself. So I think it's a good opportunity to grow.
Sure. Tyreek Hill's career could be done.
Yes.
But he could run out there and play some flag football, and that'd be fun to see.
I see the appeal of that more than I do, the Switzer Wranglers filled with a team that you're like, I've never even heard of any of these people, and they're awesome.
You're right. But the reality probably is that most of the ones that are playing flag football right now would torch NFL players and teams.
Absolutely.
So you're not watching it, huh? You're out.
I don't care.
You'll watch all these other fringe sports.
True. So I don't have room for more.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. These tennis matches aren't going to watch themselves. Actually, I probably should have said that about the Ryder Cup since those ratings plummeted. All right, overreaction to reality. The Seattle Seahawks, by goodness, deserve more respect as an NFC contender. I don't care if they are starting Sam Darnold. I saw you shake your head no.
Oh, go ahead, Alec. Go ahead, take this one first.
He's an overreaction.
Yeah, overreaction. Again, I don't see enough there to hang with some of the explosivity that happens within the NFC. I just think that the season is unfortunately too long for them. 17 games, I don't think they're going to be consistent enough to prove that week in and week out. And it feels kind of like it's almost like a baseball schedule with them because it's like, okay, you could have 2 really good weeks, but if you had 2.5 bad weeks a month ago, you still have ground to cover.
Yeah.
With the Seahawks, it feels like if they have 2 really bad games, that's all that she wrote for them, their playoff hopes, and any sense of consistency there. I don't know. If DK Metcalf was still there, I might feel a little bit different because I think Sam Darnold needs all the help he can get. But no, I don't see it.
Kevin, Alec, I just took a look at their schedule.
Here we go.
Oh, no.
The Buccaneers are going to be tough.
Yes.
Like, the Buccaneers are a good team.
Agreed.
Baker's questionable right now. I know that because he's my quarterback in fantasy. Bake it till you make it. It's undefeated right now. The Jaguars might be tough, too, because they're playing better than we've seen them play. Texans, Cardinals, Titans, Falcons, Panthers. Like, that's teams that are still left, and they've already beaten the Saints. And I guess they beat the Steelers. Like, that's quality. Yeah. I think they might be in a playoff team, dude. I think they're going to be a playoff team. Contender? No.
Oh.
Playoff team? Yes.
You're so close. I was going to get to say in your face, Alan.
No, I didn't. Well,
since he's in London right now, overreaction to reality, someday there will be an international Super Bowl. We already got an international WrestleMania.
As in played on another soil.
Correct.
Than America.
Correct.
That would be the stupidest thing ever.
Okay, well, I didn't ask if it would be stupid. I asked if it's going to happen.
No. Overreaction. It was the dumbest. Kevin, I think
I didn't invent this idea.
I think you're a smart man. I can't believe that actually even. Why would you let the greatest American sport, aside from baseball, is baseball not a great American sport?
No, it is.
America's pastime.
I just really feel like you're undercutting your argument by being like, this is the best one, except for that other one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, why would you let that be played anywhere else? Would you ever see the World Series played anywhere else?
Yes, you've seen it in Canada numerous times.
That's an extension of America.
Oh, Welcome. All right, so
they got this huge bulletproof vest just draped around them.
Fine. Then why is the NFL having all these international games that they expand every year? Why are they going to create an international division? Don't tell me you don't see where this question is coming from.
It's ridiculous.
Okay.
Roger Goodell, I don't even know what you're thinking right now.
So you're noted as an overreaction. Alec, what say you?
I'm going to go reality. Boom! I think it is going to happen because I said the same thing. Kevin, you'll appreciate it. I said the same thing about WrestleMania. I said it's never going to leave the States, right? Because time zones and everything, they care too much about the domestic product. And then where are we going in 2 years?
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, we're going overseas. So
they have a lot of money, man.
Exactly. Whenever the money starts,
get it done.
Yeah, whenever people start handing you blank checks, you got to take advantage of it, especially when you're the NFL. Because remember, like Goodell said, their competitor isn't the other sports leagues. It's Google and it's Apple.
That's still a weird quote. I don't like that. I mean, you're right. I still don't
kind of baller. Kind of like it.
Oh my god.
From the 830, can we have the Super Bowl in Puerto Rico so Karens can say it's not in the U.S.?
So we talked about this on air. I'm almost positive. If not, Corey, was it your idea to have the Alan Jackson halftime show or whatever on CMT and then let Bad Bunny?
I saw somebody post that. They were like, just have a CMT halftime show and then have this halftime show. You make everybody happy. Everybody will be happy. They get their own halftime shows.
I don't understand why all of these people are A, acting like they never heard of Bad Bunny, and B, acting like we just picked some random person from obscurity. Bad Bunny has been super popular for many, many, many years. They didn't just pick some random person and they're like, you know what would really piss off the Republicans? This. Like, what are we doing?
And act like they're paying for this halftime show?
Yeah, it's free. If you don't want to watch it, then don't watch it. Look,
wow.
Wow. You know what? Fine. I'll take it a step further. Make both sides mad. If you want to cancel Disney, well, you kind of look stupid because that delay was 6 days. So then you had to resubscribe and maybe pay a higher price. If you want to cancel Disney because you don't like what they're showing, just do it. If you want to cancel Netflix because you don't like what they're showing, just do it. You don't have to make a big parade about it, all right? Just cancel it. Next, overreaction or reality. The Titans will have the first pick in the draft again next year. They lost to a previously winless team 26-0.
Yeah, but the Saints are here.
That's true.
This is tough. Do they play each other this year? The Saints and the Titans?
I have not looked that up.
Oh, because that could be the un-Super Bowl.
Yeah. I mean, whether you think it's, Sellers or whoever.
They do, Kevin.
God.
December 28th will be the un-Super Bowl.
Merry Christmas.
The battle for the number one overall pick.
That's the equivalent of coal in your stocking.
Who will crap on the field worse for the number one overall pick? Or will they both be like, you know what, dude, we already have our quarterback. The Titans will be like, we have our quarterback. We just need a top 2 player. So y'all can have it. We'll win. Y'all can get your quarterback, Kellen, and it'll be fine.
Okay.
And they're in Tennessee. Man. What was the question?
The question was, will the Titans have the first pick in the draft again this year? Except It wasn't a question. It was a statement you have to agree or disagree with.
Disagree. Overreaction.
Alec?
Because they're going to lose. They're going to lose. They're going to win against the Saints, and the Saints are going to have the number one overall pick.
All right. You know what? Because of that stupid thing that you just said, I'm invested in that game. Thanks a lot, Corey.
I've been invested in this. I've got this circled on my calendar.
Dude,
Kevin.
he's got it tattooed on his chest right above his nipple rings.
That's right. But it's not 9 o'clock, so I can't take my shirt off to prove that I don't have piercings there. But I do have the tattoo because this is like a lifetime achievement for me. I'm going to say,
if I paid for you to get those piercings, would you want them?
No.
Okay.
No, not even
close. Because he doesn't want them to be right.
Dude,
that's
see, exactly.
Look at you.
Exactly. I have to deny everything and be as mysterious as I possibly can, Kevin. I take away all the mystery.
True.
You can see through the shirt. But to answer your actual question, I'm going to say reality. I'm going to split the difference here and say, because Corey, you kind of talked about it yesterday, I think. The Saints aren't good, but can't believe I'm giving them credit. They look like a group that knows what they're doing. They're just not good enough.
Okay.
Their players just aren't good enough. The Titans have no idea what they're doing, and they're not good enough. So I think they're just a little bit worse because they have no sense of direction.
All right, I've got one more for you, and we're going to bring in Carter Freeman. We're going to talk college football in just 1 second, but I want to get involved in this final question as well. Overreaction or reality? There will be a head coach fired by November 1st. Now, we've gotten to the beginning of October, so you still have about 4 more games of potential trash to add in there. So overreaction or reality, there will be a head coach fired in the NFL by November 1st.
I believe, Kevin, that it's shifted for me because I thought it was going to be Mike McDaniels.
Now it looks like Callahan.
It looks like Callahan now is the most likely candidate for that because he's had every opportunity.
Sure.
And
Cam Ward's not going to take the fall after this many games.
And Kellen Moore is not going to be out. He's got plenty of time in New Orleans, so I think that he's the most likely candidate. And I don't think Dable, now that he's turned things over to Jackson Dart, I don't think he's going to have his time.
You get your choice of any coach. Will any NFL coach be fired by November 1st?
Yes.
Okay.
Reality.
Alec, what say you?
Reality. People get impatient very quick. You know, I don't think their status this week totally adds up to, any kind of mounting pressure later on. People can just get fed up really, really quick. So I think someone will be. If I had to put money on it, it would be Mike McDaniel. It's a mess there. I think Callahan, they give maybe even a week or two longer before they get fed up, but I think McDaniel's been there too long.
All right, Carter, what say you?
I'm also going reality, and I disagree with Corey. I don't think Dable's completely safe. I still think that, I know they play the Saints next, the Giants do, but then it's Eagles, Broncos, Eagles, 49ers, Bears, Packers, Lions. Like, there's a lot of losses they could have in there. That is a tough spot to put Jackson Dart in. And it seems like even though they are giving him this leash, it's to save Dable's job. And I think he could still end up being fired before the end of the season. But I'm going to go reality because I do think Callahan will be gone before November 1st.
All right, that is a spicy and emboldened Carter Freeman because we've added another college football segment. Go ahead and give me cut number 11, if you will, because it is time for the Campus Connection.
They're in there now. McCree and Lions. They'll run with Mayava.
All right. Now, I think we all agree we love college football. But we only kind of had it on Tuesday. We didn't really preview a whole lot of stuff. I think this is a perfect opportunity for it, especially with Texas OU coming up soon.
It's OU Texas. That's how you say it.
I'm sorry about that.
You know what's crazy? Adrian always corrects me. I'm an OU fan. I still say Texas OU. I don't know why. Even though alphabetically it's supposed to be the other way.
I will give the team, if Texas wins the game, which they did last year, I will concede for a year it can be Texas OU, if you want to say it that way. But in my heart, it's always OU Texas.
Okay. I did not mean it as a slight.
It's the first Thursday segment, and Kevin's putting us off on a bad foot.
All right, let's try to fix it. Is it Vanderbilt, Alabama? I guess I kind of want to know if Houston is any good. Is there, if you had to focus in on one game that is the most intriguing to you, what is it and why?
I think it's Florida State Miami is still my number one. That'll be the night game on, I think, ABC. That one is just fascinating because I was thinking about this for our Fan University show this upcoming Saturday, talking about what have you been the most wrong about throughout the first month of the season.
It's a good segment.
And I'm debating, is it how good I thought Clemson would be when they're not, or how I thought Miami would stink, and now I think they're a top 2 team in the country.
Yeah.
Because Miami has been supremely impressive. I love their lines of scrimmage. I love their weapons. I love their quarterback. Which is something I never thought I'd say about Carson Beck.
I was going to say.
He's been phenomenal.
Yeah. That quarterback, man, if we talk about people who have changed perception on them year over year, I feel like Carson Beck is really high, if not on the top of that list.
And he's talked about how he feels now like he's learned he doesn't have to be everything for the offense. And that's he did too much when he was with Georgia last year after he lost a couple weapons. But now he's got great receivers, he's got a good running back, and the defense for Miami was such a liability last year, and they have completely turned that into a massive strength. So Them going on the road to Florida State, they're coming off the loss to Virginia with one of the wildest field storms you'll ever see in your life. I still think about that.
Yes.
But Florida State, they had an awful day tackling in that game on defense. It was dreadful. Their offense still outgained Virginia by 70, 80 yards on the road. It was over 500 yards of offense for the Florida State team. So, I'm not completely writing them off. It was a double overtime loss. It was a crazy game on the road. I don't think Florida State is a 11-1 going to win the national title team. But I also don't think they're 6-6. I don't just want to immediately flip with them. So I think those are two very good teams that we're going to see on Saturday night, and they're rivals too.
Now, I picked that specific highlight because ESPN came out with their Power 4 quarterback rankings, and USC tops the list, followed by Pavia from Vanderbilt at second. Who has been y'all's most impressive quarterback so far of the college season? Because I think Fernando Mendoza from Indiana is probably in the conversation as well.
Yeah, for sure. And he was a guy that I didn't really think much of at Cal last year. I know he had a decent season, but I didn't think he would go to Indiana and have the success that he had. I think it's amazing they put Trinidad Chambliss at number 3, who's the former Ferris State quarterback who's moved to Ole Miss.
Ferris State, huh?
And the thing about him is, he won a lot at Ferris State, national championships at the D2 level. I know that's not going up against SEC tier talent, future NFL players, but you're still winning at a high level. And I think that's what's helped him have the success at Ole Miss, along with Lane Kiffin is a good offensive mind. So that's helped him translate really well. But I bias, I'll say John Mateer. There were a lot of questions about him coming from Wazoo to Oklahoma, if he could succeed at the Power 4 level. And unfortunately, we won't get to see him this weekend. But, through the first 4 games of the season, he's basically been everything that's advertised. And CJ Carr at Notre Dame, they're 2-2 now, lose their first 2 games. But as a freshman making his first couple starts, he was very, very good in those games.
In one of those losses, they scored 40 points.
Yeah.
But for Mateer, he's only 12 on the list because of what you referenced. The injuries make it trickier.
What do you feel about Jalen Daniels out of Kansas? Is that just kind of schedule based, or
I've just been out on him for a long time because he could never stay healthy, and it was always, if he stays healthy. Well, he couldn't, and then he finally has stayed healthy, and he hasn't lived up to a lot of the potential that a lot of people thought he had, because Kansas already has 2 losses, and last year he had just a dreadful start. He got better as the season went along, but he was dreadful to start last season. So him, I know he can run, I know he can throw. He's in his 6th season, I think. He's been at Kansas the whole time. He didn't come from anywhere else. He started at Kansas. He's going to end his career at Kansas, which for a single player to stay at a school for 6 years in this era is just kind of wild.
I just like that 16-2 touchdown to interception ratio.
That is very impressive.
And a lot of times when we look at those histories, like Sam Bradford, his Heisman Trophy year, he had 4 interceptions or something ridiculous. So you were just like, good gosh.
Now, if he has,
what about Raiola? Is he good? Is he?
Man,
or is he just? Well, I'm not.
What a loaded question, because at times vary. At other times you're like,
I think he is so much better than what Nebraska had before that people think he's awesome, and I don't think he's awesome. I think he has limitations. I think he holds onto the ball too long, for sure. I think he gets cute with his throwing motion, and he misses easy passes. In the couple games I've seen, there's just times where he doesn't seem. He wants to make the best play possible when he just needs to make the simple play.
Right play.
And I think that's hurt them, especially in the Michigan game a couple weeks ago. So he's a million times better than what Nebraska's been rolling out for the last, 25 years, it seems like. But I still think there's limitations with it, and you've seen that against Michigan. I think you'll see it again later down the season.
Why isn't South Carolina any good at offense? They have Lenore Sellers, who we talked about could at least have been in the mix still for QB1 going into the draft. They have a whole bunch of starters back. They have not gotten to 400 yards of offense in any game so far this season. 64 other FBS teams have been there. And that's somebody that I had really high hopes for. I'm not saying it's just his fault, but that offense has been hugely disappointing.
It has been. Their offensive line has not been good. Their run game has been similarly bad. They lose Sanders, their lead back from last year, and they haven't really figured out who their lead guy is this year.
Right.
And they have Nick Harbor, who's an awesome, awesome athlete, can do awesome things at receiver. But even going back to last year, a lot of the offense for South Carolina was, hey, Lenoris, go do something cool.
Yeah.
And a lot of the time, he would do it because he had better pieces around him.
Yeah.
So you lose some of that. It just has not translated so well this year. Then he gets injured against Missouri, and that just sucks. But came back last week and was fine. But yeah, he's at 27 on this ESPN Power 4 quarterback list. I mean, like you said, he could, potential number 1 overall draft pick.
Yeah.
But a lot of those guys from the preseason ranks, Lenore Sellers, Garrett Nussmeier, Arch Manning, they're Cade Klubnik at Clemson. They are all way down on this list.
So Joey Aguilar good?
I think he's a product of the system.
Oh.
Well, so is Hendon Hooker.
That's probably.
And
Josh Heupel's a genius is what you're saying. Guess where he went to college?
Up to a certain point.
I guess I'm really rooting for
Snow College in Utah.
I'm really rooting for Joey Aguilar because in the essential quarterback swap, he was way less of a diva along the way. And I'm like, I hope that works out. Now, you just mentioned somebody. Go ahead and give me cut number 12 if you can, Alec. What do we hope? What do Texas fans and scouts hope they see from this gentleman against Florida?
Manning coming near side, having to scramble, runs back the other way, trying to get somebody open. Stops, fires back across his body. That one's picked off for the end zone. A flag comes out around the 5-yard line.
What do we expect?
Super Bowl.
Now, put aside, you would love to see him throw 0 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. Texas fans, scouts, etc. What do you want to see from Arch Manning?
I just think you want to see him look calm. I just think you don't want to see some of the hesitations. You don't want to see some of the herky-jerky stuff that you saw in some of those early games. You just want to see him go out there and look just calm and collected, and it's going to be tough in an environment like Florida. I've been to that stadium. Even when Florida's bad, it's still a loud place to play. 90,000 plus people in there, but you just want to see him look like he belongs.
And you saw that offense.
You saw that against Sam Houston State. So you got that against, in your final tune-up game before you start conference play, but you just don't want to see the hesitations. You don't want to see the pump fakes. You just want to see him make confident throws.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he has control or complete grasp of it all.
Okay.
Or that he's on the same page as the rest of his offense a lot of times. And it looks like sometimes they're doing one thing and he's like, oh crap, I was supposed to do that,
Yeah, and some of the receivers maybe haven't helped him, like blocking downfield, or there's been drops as well. And there's been times when the offensive line, which is still breaking in new players, has been not up to snuff, but you're hoping through the first 4 games, you figured some things out. You saw the fruits of that in your last game. You get a bye week to further look at the film, check things out, and then go on the road. And Florida's struggling, man. I mean, that is, G-Bag was talking about it yesterday. Desperate team theory is probably what you're worrying about with them. But it has been a struggle bus on offense for Florida the entire season. Another guy who we had high hopes for, DJ Lagway at quarterback, has stunk this season. And that's Billy Napier's specialty, is offense. They're a good defensive team, but Florida's offense is just dreadful.
Kevin, I want to make an announcement.
Okay.
Because my friend, our guy, Brett Vito, wrote this story. UNT's president announced Wednesday that the school will end classes at noon next Friday because of their kickoff at 6:30 against South Florida. And I think that's very important because whenever the president of the school says we're saying school class is canceled early so that we can watch football, that means they're committed. They're committed to the football program.
Are their fans committed to showing up?
I hope so. I'm actually looking into seeing how many of these tickets I can pull to purchase, obviously.
Oh, I get it.
Because it goes to my university.
I get it.
But yeah, they said we're cutting school early. I love it.
There's been a movement on Twitter that I've seen to try and just get as many people out to the stadium as possible. UNT's never sold that game out, or that stadium out in its history. It's maybe 15 years old at this point.
Really?
So, but this is against South Florida. This has got to be the biggest game in school history.
Eric Chiafalo is in the room.
I did not touch your food.
No, I know you didn't. That's because I haven't left it out of my sight since I got here. I just want to say credit to my alma mater. Our
alma mater.
Alma mater.
Go in green.
But if you have classes on Fridays, you're doing school wrong anyways.
You're
you are
dead on.
totally doing college wrong.
Somebody said college doesn't have classes on Friday. They definitely do.
The
it's
smart
just
people
you try
just don't
to
schedule their classes on
schedule it
Friday.
away from that.
You go to art school, so you have Monday, Wednesdays, and Tuesday, Thursdays, like I did.
By Thursday at 3:30 in the afternoon, it's the weekend. It's what it is.
So midway through y'all show, earlier than midway through your show. It's the freaking weekend. man.
For college. For
Yeah.
college.
So that's when the
That's all I'm gonna
tailgating
say.
starts for this UNT South Florida game next Thursday. Around this time, you guys start drinking. We sell out DATQ Stadium, and we go beat South Florida.
Ooh, could we call it what you're drinking? We've stopped thinking.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Yes.
Something to consider. Thank you
See you
very
guys.
much for jumping in there. And Carter, thanks to you. Where can people hear you this weekend?
Be on Fan University 9 to noon. We will have Texas Tech head coach Joey McGuire. We recorded an interview with him earlier this morning, so we'll talk to him at 9:40. We'll be previewing all the big games, and like I said earlier this week, you might think it's a slow week in college football. It's not. There's always something to talk about, always something to get excited about. So listen to us 9 to noon this Saturday.
Love it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Another segment I also love. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
It's the Cowboys top 5 next on the Fan.
Roger that, Sally. used to be what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, there's just so many things happening in the world, Kevin.
It is.
I'm glad we have this show so that we can have a place where it's nice and fun. A place where you can turn to and go, those knuckleheads. Remember one time I wrote a headline that said a bunch of knuckleheads wins the district. And that was a direct quote from one of the players.
Yes.
And people got mad that I directly quoted a player. He's a good player, too. Last name Snodgrass. That's all what I remember.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a good kid. I'm going to ask this question. What is your first, your greatest, your everything when it comes to revenge stories? What is your greatest revenge story? 877-881-1053. We'll get to it. Your stories in a moment, but here is one. Jackson Dart says, there's always a chip on my shoulder anytime something like that happens, in reference to the fact that the New Orleans Saints had a chance to draft him, yet did not. And guess who he's starting against this week?
Oh, my God. The terrible Saints?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, it actually is the Saints.
What a dreadful game that should be.
Dude, that could be the un-Super Bowl.
Yeah, you might be right. All right, I'm back in.
So he said, but yeah, I'm going to go out there and play as hard as I can. Like he wouldn't for every other game, but this one's different. I don't know.
You know what? That's a good point. I like the idea that somebody would ask a follow-up question and be like, so if it's a different team, would you not play as hard? Yeah. Like, that's a good follow-up question. But I don't know.
I mean, but yeah, he said, yeah, I felt like my team visit with them went good. You kind of have thoughts in your head about what options are realistic, and I felt like that place that could have panned out, but things didn't work out that way. He said, I love it here. I love just how passionate people are outside the facility, in the facility. I like the attitude that the East Coasters have.
Oh,
it's a lot of fun, so I love it. So that
East
is
Coast bias.
Jackson Dart. He would have his revenge game against Kellen Moore, who chose Tyler Shuck over Jackson Dart.
How's that going so far?
On his way to the number 1 overall pick. So maybe exactly the way that he planned. So 877-881-1053. Text in your greatest revenge story. Because I still think to this day, my greatest revenge story is this show. And I've told you this many times.
Oh, yeah.
The person that asked me, actually I had a coach once tell me also that I would never amount to anything. So what are you up to, coach? Dude, you don't say that to a high school kid, especially just because. Never mind. But also, I had somebody at another TV station say that, what are you going to do when your little radio show comes calling? And since he said that, this show has been number 1 in its time slot every single place that it's been. Woo! Whether it was weekend, night, middays.
And
we just keep getting better.
Your little radio show.
Thanks to the Tolos out there.
That's kind of hurtful.
You guys y'all made this little radio show into a Juggernaut little radio show. You know, Juggernaut.
Yeah, there you go.
Not Juggernaut.
I wasn't going to say anything about it.
What is that? Is that a thing?
I'm not answering that question.
Oh no.
Would this probably, I don't know if I should say it like this, but whatever. Is your greatest revenge that, your kid is always at your house and not the other person's house, and that other person's parents talk to you and not them? I don't know if that counts or not, or just kind of proves a point that you were trying to make a long time ago.
I think that's, that is, do you believe in karma? Or do you think coincidence is just kind of the way things happen?
I don't know if I believe in karma, but I know there's a lot of people who do. So
I believe in putting good things into the world and getting good things back.
Okay.
You work hard, you get good work back.
Yeah, and
I don't think that necessarily that's karma, but it's part of the world.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, that's dumb. It's maybe not totally for me, but I appreciate if that's how people feel.
Best revenge story for me, in short, stepdaughter names her girls after me.
I get it.
Her mother did me wrong. 15 years of marriage. Man. That is.
So a lot of these already are clearly more serious than maybe you anticipated.
No, I love it. From the 858. I got turned down by a company in my industry because I didn't have a degree. Took a job with their competitor. Ended up taking 65% of their business in my territory.
Ooh, good point. My best revenge story was Blockbuster going into bankruptcy. Although, I guess that happened here too, so perhaps I'm the problem.
Yeah.
We're in the good kind of bankruptcy.
From the 214, my biggest revenge story is that they traded me out of Dallas for being overweight, and now I've brought multiple championships
that is
to the
not
city of LA.
Luca, who is texting into our show right now. I refuse to believe that.
I bet Luca would text into this show, though.
Fortune favors the bold.
Thank you.
All right, Nico.
He's right. You can't be, timid.
Okay, then just admit to me that you made that deal with the NBA knowing you were going to get the number 1 pick. Otherwise, I don't want to hear it.
I'll give Lucy a little bit of a revenge story. Not that the doctors were.
This is not revenge on Lucy, right?
No. The doctors weren't being mean, but this is one of those cool things, I think. And we were discussing this with Lucy a couple nights ago. We were just telling her how proud we are of her. And dude, Kevin, you were there the first day I talked about this.
Yeah.
The doctors literally looked at us and said, we don't know if she'll walk or talk. And our minds were, oh man, this might be a lot more than we expected. And every step of the way, Adrian's fought her butt off for her.
Yes.
I've been as much of a support as I can be. I got to give Adrian so much credit. And Lucy is last night she was handing out candy while walking in the homecoming parade.
Can I tell you
student council, mind you?
Okay, so 2 things. First of all, if she sticks with student council, just ask her not to make it a night under the stars for the dance theme. Secondly, One of the things that I love about her, and I know this is like not as important as the other things that you were talking about, is man, does that girl have some fiery opinions, and she will let you know about it. And so she is not like timid by any stretch of the imagination.
She's not. No, she is definitely not. All right, let's do the Cowboys top 5 as these texts continue to come in. The Cowboys
Some
top
of these
5
are heavy, man.
The top 5 most exciting things about this Cowboys team. And this week, for me, my top 5, number 5, Ezeruku. If, as Mickey once said.
Don't. That's wrong.
Donovan Ezraku, and only because again he's still developing. I'm excited to watch some of the things he's doing. You used to say almost there, Anthony Spencer. Yep. Anthony almost there, Spencer. Yep. Ezraku's been almost there and gotten there. Like he's right there. And a few more games, I think you're going to start to see even more come out of him.
I will agree with that.
Number 4. Most exciting things about this Cowboys team, the fourth quarter. Tell me the fourth quarter hasn't been exciting.
Now that you think about it, that Giants fourth quarter was bananas, and so was the Packers one.
Yeah, and Jerry's, and even the Chicago. Well, never mind.
Yeah.
But Jerry Jones basically said, "Guys, I want more drama. I don't want drama at the beginning of the game.
Kidding me,
I want
man?
drama at the end of the game.
This team is nothing but drama.
We gotta keep everybody around longer, so that NBC pays more.
Hey,
so that
you got a great rating when there was a hurricane of lightning or whatever in that first game, and it was delayed for an hour. You still had a good rating. People are gonna watch.
I'm working out some deals with Yahoo.com right now.
Would you say .com?
Not Yahoo Sports though. Just Yahoo.com.
If anybody ever says a website and says .com on it, do you just like kind of judge them? I mean,
wasn't it Expedia.com?
Yeah, it's a different deal if you have to like make it clear that it's a .org or something. But like if you said, yeah, my website is theprideofmansfield.com, I'd be like, all right. I know how websites work.
From the 214, my greatest revenge is getting traded away from the team that drafted me, and then when I came back, we tied with that team.
No!
That's not even revenge.
Micah Parsons is not,
That's not revenge.
Listening. Yeah.
He loves it.
That is weird revenge. Now we're the same.
Number 3 on my Cowboys top 5 most exciting, Javonte Williams.
Agreed.
Javonte Williams is an absolute blast to watch. It is... Kevin, I kept saying over and over, if he can make a cut. And now I've decided he doesn't want to cut. He wants to lower his shoulder and run through.
That's true.
And
he's been good at it.
And it looks like, I like that. I really do. But it also looks like defenders are like, crap. Once they see it, they're like, oh no, he's going to hit me. And they're afraid of it. Number 2, most exciting things on this team, Dak Prescott.
Fascinating. That's only second, huh?
Well, this is this week, Kevin, because George Pickens is number 1.
Oh, okay.
Dude, grabbing the ball out. He still doesn't look like he and Dak have gotten on the same page on where they should high point, because whenever he caught that ball down the sideline, Kevin, I said he jumped too soon. And then I started thinking about Evan Carter and how you were complaining about that. And I was like, he still made the play. Why am I complaining about when he jumped? But, dude, it's not just the deep ball, it's the slant routes. It's all the other little things that he's doing. And then hearing Dak Prescott talk about the way he is in the huddle right now. And he's like, dude, he's the ultimate professional in our huddle. He's telling other guys to keep their heads in the game. He's doing the things that he needs to do as a leader, and it's helping me.
I know it's only been 4 games, and you just saw surely his breakout game with the Cowboys. Are you to the point where you are no longer worried about him above other players in terms of shenanigans? Because he came here with that.
He threw his helmet down the other day because
I thought
he was
that was
frustrated.
competitive.
You thought it was competitive. I thought it was expressionism. I don't know. I'm looking for a word here that didn't need necessarily to happen. But I understand the competitive vibe that he gives off. And yeah, I'm not concerned. He might be a little different with the media. He might be a little different with some things, and some medias don't understand how to handle that.
Right.
Maybe that's why they were looking at it a certain way. So far, he's been great here. I've really enjoyed having him here, and he is for me, at the moment, the most exciting thing about this team, even though Dak is playing at a high level and there are some other really good things here. That's my. Would you add anything else to this list, Alec, Kevin? Would y'all add anything else to my top 5?
Brandon Aubrey's always in the top 5.
I don't want Brandon Aubrey to be in the top 5.
I understand that. Just like sometimes I don't want Jake Ferguson to be in the top 5 because he's making a crazy amount of catches, and I know they keep putting that up there, but his yards per catch is really low because it feels most of the time like it's, yes, exactly. And like it's a check down that's pretty well read because he is making the catch, but he's like swarmed immediately.
Mm-hmm. Alec, you have a feeling on any of these?
Kyle Yeomans.
Damn right. Every Friday at 1 o'clock, Kyle Yeomans joins the show. Tomorrow we'll be at Uncle Julio's right here off of Lemon. Looking forward to that. Ooh. And this will be my first opportunity. Actually, I've had multiple opportunities. This will be the first time I'm ordering a chocolate piñata for Kevin.
Yes.
Make sure I get that chocolate piñata done.
Hell yeah.
Wow.
That's a friend.
In your face.
Alec, you're not even going to show up?
Yeah.
I can't.
Oh.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
He's running
my
the
job,
show.
you know. Yeah.
Dude, I don't trust anybody else but you back there.
That's nice.
That's
You ever heard those segments where Corey was back there? It was just pushing buttons.
Dude, it was hilarious.
That sounds amazing. I
Yeah.
need to find this.
Yeah. I mean, can you imagine if they put Peyton back there? How much trust I wouldn't have?
Yeah, because you like donked all over him this morning in the morning show.
That was glorious.
Somebody did text in a few minutes ago and they were like, I am so glad Corey brought this up. I, too, have been very offended.
God, y'all.
By the way that he says truck wreck. Truck attorney.
Okay, look.
Just listen next
I
time.
will admit.
I bet now he starts doing it. He's like, you know what? I'm going to show.
Tomorrow it's going to be like truck wreck attorney. Like, or he's just going to be so clear with his enunciation. I have never noticed that.
I want everybody to listen to the morning show tomorrow.
And every day.
And every day. But specifically for that tomorrow. Just to see.
He's going to be like, right now. Brought to you by the Truck Wreck Attorneys. It's Brian Schottenheimer.
And Ed Werder. And that's C Block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, with the season at an end and a new manager needed, what grade would you give the Texas Rangers for 2025? Let's do that next right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps somebody you know, unfortunately, you get injured in a car or truck wreck.
Sponsor Flagtober and be on this year's flag. We love you, G-Bag Nation. Stop by our Mesquite showroom October 4th and grab your flag.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And the pitch. Young swings. It's a high fly ball to left. This should end it. Coming on is Martin. He takes care of it. And the ball game's over. The Twins win it by the score of 4-1. The Rangers have been officially mathematically eliminated from playoff contention.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So we have a bunch of important questions right here. On the baseball front, what grade would you give the Texas Rangers for 2025? Side question. When you hear that Colby Tolbert commercial, at the end, do you ever think he's going to say, "We love you, Jesus"? Because I love...
No, never. Not one time.
Oh, okay. See, I do. And I love Colby Tolbert, and I'm gonna be there as well. I'm going to pop by on Saturday when Flagtober's really getting going in full effect at Tolbert Garage Door with Broadus in Mesquite. And then Colby and his team helped me out last week, and he's awesome. Every time I hear that commercial, though, I think, is this going to be the time where he says, "We love you, Jesus"? And I just wanted to know if anybody else ever thought that he was going to say that. All right, now.
Actually, I have.
Okay, thank you. For the Texas Rangers, look, you saw how the season went. It was problematic for all sorts of reasons, but the pitching was phenomenal. It's probably the best pitching we've seen in the history of the Texas Rangers.
Have we ever seen them be first in ERA?
I don't. I'll need to check, but I don't think so, man.
And not by a small margin.
Oh, yeah.
3.47. The Brewers were 3.58. That's a pretty significant margin.
And the starting pitchers were phenomenal pretty much the entire season, maybe like a 1 week kind of hiccup. The bullpen did way better than anticipated, even though I know the lack of a true closer and things falling apart kind of in the back third of the season really did them in. Every level of the pitching was better than I could have possibly dreamed. So I have a tough time destroying their grade.
This is interesting, though, because, Kevin, we did a study a while back on strikeouts and their effects on playoff teams.
Yes.
And there was 1 year where the top 7 or 8 leading strikeout teams were in the playoffs. The Rangers were 19th in strikeouts for pitching. So as great as their pitching was, it benefited from great defense also.
I agree.
So those two things go hand in hand.
Their defense was back to 2023-esque levels after 2024. I thought their defense was really poor. And that's all great. But you wonder, how did you end up at 81 and 81? Well, we can talk about the offense, and we will. But you go back to that Marcus Semien quote. I'm not the one making the decisions about who's in this clubhouse. I definitely know the kind of team I want to play on. The guys who are hungry and wanting to go for a championship every year.
Who's he calling out?
I'm
dead serious about that quote right there. Is he calling out Chris Young? Who was the guy who put together a World Series championship team? Is he calling out players in that clubhouse? Was he calling out the manager?
Who
was he making that comment about?
Okay, so I'll give you two theories. And if I'm wrong, people can be mad, and I'll be glad to talk with them and apologize if I'm off base on this. Part of it I do think is Corey Seager, because they have very different approaches. Now, both of their
Corey Seager never seems hungry, does he?
Yeah, but
even though he might be,
exactly,
he doesn't seem it.
And I don't believe that either Corey Seager or Marcus Semien aren't doing what they think is the best routine to get the team ready and get themselves ready for the team. It's just very different. So I kind of wonder if it's Corey Seager. I'm not going to lie. Part of me wonders about the disciplinary tactics by Bruce Bochy, and if maybe they were a little bit more lax and that didn't vibe for everybody.
Maybe Jock
Yeah, it could be.
Who got brought in.
It could be
Josh Young. Like, there's a lot of things that went wrong.
At the same point, if we're being fair, maybe Marcus Semien has too harsh and too high of a standard that is not achievable, or maybe other people on the team don't want to hear it for somebody who is bottom 10% in the league offensively for somebody who played that much. You know, like I get it. But if somebody's in your face, like, it's not Alec, because Alec is phenomenal at his job. But if Alec wasn't phenomenal at his job and he was in our face every day and he was like, hey, you need to do better and you need to focus on the team, wouldn't you be like, bro, why don't you shut the hell up?
Would you punch him?
No, definitely
because he's
not.
wearing glasses.
And
you can't punch him with glasses.
And I think he will mastermind a plan to destroy me.
We've seen it happen before.
But, like, is that who you want to hear that from? And they might have the best intentions, but if they're not carrying their weight in terms of play, do you really want to sit there and get browbeaten by that person all the time? No. Exactly.
No, yeah, you definitely, you follow the leaders that are doing as well as saying.
Yeah. And he didn't hold up that part of the bargain. But I think that definitely shows kind of the rift that, at least to a certain extent, there was in the clubhouse. And you don't have to take my word for it. You have to take one of those players' words who just said that. But for a lot of this, it comes down to the offense. The offense was, it's kind of like what we've been talking about with the Cowboys defense. If you could have even gotten to middle of the road in, DH, middle of the lineup, on base percentage.
They were 26th in average. They were 26th in OPS.
Yeah.
They were 18th in home runs.
Okay.
That's bad.
But I know their batting average and OPS with runners in scoring position was abysmal as well.
They were 11th. Hold on. Oh, that's a wrong number.
Okay.
They were near the bot. They were actually pretty good about strikeouts. They were 11th strikeout.
Okay.
That's so in a positive way. But yeah, they're the putting ball in play.
Yeah.
And getting a result that was positive was not there for the Rangers this year.
Yeah.
When it seemed like, at least when they on the road in the World Series run, they got it whenever they needed to. Remember, there was that window right at the end of that season where you were like, this is not the team I've watched all season in 2023. And then all of a sudden, it just seemed like anytime they needed a big hit, they got the big hit.
Yeah.
And this year, they needed big hits all season and couldn't find them.
Look, and I don't know if this is a sarcastic message. It might be. Let me guess. This is the best team ever to not make the playoffs. I don't feel that way at all. I think that this team reflected exactly who they were, a mediocre team. And one of the issues was you never really saw all those phases clicking at the exact same time, because for the brief time that the offense was picking up the pace, I feel like that ran pretty parallel to when the bullpen was having all kinds of their problems. When the offense was terrible for the entire first 2/3 of the season, at least the first half of the season, that's when the starting pitching was just on point. That's when the bullpen was doing significantly better. I don't really think you can look at a whole bunch of runs in this season where you're like, man, starting pitching, relief pitching, defense, offense, that was really clicking for this whole time. It is really hard to find those stretches. So I think it's actually kind of perfect that the Rangers finished at 81-81, because I think for a lot of those reasons, they were the definition of mediocrity this year.
I have I'm very curious, because I'll say the pitching grade was A.
That's fair.
Starting pitching A+. Like, even Patrick Corbin had some amazing outings. More so than I think he had bad. Jack Leiter developed and grew through this season. Like, those are all positive things. The bullpen, I'll give a B-, because I really didn't expect anything out of them.
Yeah.
And somehow there were times when they didn't have a closer. They didn't have a real closer all season.
Yeah.
They're trying to find one all year long, and that's unfortunate for Bochy too, even though he's like, well, I guess I got to figure something out here. So I'll give them a B-. I'll give the bats an F. Like,
that's what I agree.
It was miserable. The defense an A+. I thought they were phenomenal this year. That's in the grand scheme of things. But Kevin, now I'm real quickly going to look ahead, because we're talking about these certain things. Nobody else can become the leader of this team as long as Corey Seager and Semien are here. Like Evaldi is.
Yeah.
He means so much to the
I
club.
mean, offensively, yeah.
Because the way he treats everybody
Sure.
and the competitor he is. But because those guys are here, they make the most money. They're the most significant names on this team. You can't pay anybody else more to come in and lead the team.
Right.
I don't think. Unless, like, I think Kyle Schwarber's a good teammate. Okay? I've asked for him for years now. I think he's a really good I've been told he's a very good teammate. And that maybe that is something you need better teammates in this clubhouse to be around the guys that aren't great leader teammates at the same time. But because those guys make what they make and are so important to the lineup, they're the leaders.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know how to solve that.
And do you think leadership needs to be loud at all? Because
sometimes,
even back in 2023, this was not like the loudest clubhouse. Even
when were they loud?
In those key moments.
And because baseball is 162, it's long, you can't overreact to everything.
For sure.
But you do have to react to something.
Yeah.
They didn't react this year. They just never seemed to react and if they did, it was for a game or two.
Okay.
And not for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think you have to be loud all the time. But I do think you have to understand the urgency of every situation, and they never stepped up to it this year.
From the 806, the lack of closer is the only thing I would give a failing grade for. From the another 806, lineup was too talented and expensive to be that awful again. Overall, gave him a C-. Pitching and defense saved it from being even lower, which I think is very fair. From the 817, Rangers grade D-. Lights out pitching, but a lot of high dollar bats, and no one even got to 30 bombs.
I think C- is with the D and F thing. I think that's the most accurate text that we've gotten.
I was going to say C. I have a hard time saying lower than that, and this is just me because I have been a Rangers fan my entire life. I bet we have a lot of fans listening like that right now, and this is legitimately probably the best pitching I've ever seen. And so I have a hard time going lower than C because it's the whole thing. But if you
feel like you're offending the pitching
a little bit, yeah. But if you wanted to break it down by saying pitching, starting pitching, and defense gets an A to A+, and offense gets an F, absolutely agree with that. And that's kind of how I ended up like right in the middle.
What about Bochy?
A C.
Look, I don't want to sugarcoat this. I love Bruce Bochy.
I actually think he's probably about in that same
won
line.
us a World Series. He was the manager for that team. I think he did the best job that he could, like given the talent, the injuries. Like there were lots of other things that were problematic throughout the year. But I also do know that he gave leash to things that he may not have needed to give leash to, and maybe he just didn't want that fight, you know?
I'd probably say like a C+, and I kind of think he would say about the same.
I think he would too. I think he would be very honest. I think he would say the same thing too of I didn't come into work and just sit there and watch. I tried. Mike Maddox gets an A+.
I mean, how could he not?
All the hitting coaches.
F.
Tony Beasley. He does a lot of the infield work.
Yeah, that's true.
And coaches third base.
And we saw a couple of snafus there, including a really important
good too
one.
sometimes too. Like hits third base. It's such a volatile coaching spot. I'm not judging him. I'm just judging Boch and the pitching coordinators.
By the way, for the people asking, and we can go, long form in this next week. If we were to trade Seager or Simeon, what would you get? I think you would get almost nothing for Simeon, and I think you would have to pay like half his salary. For Seager, that's dependent on how much of his money you want to pay. Like if you're paying a quarter or higher of the money he has left, I think we can make a palatable deal that will bring people back. But for Simeon, I just don't see it. I think you're going to have to pay half the money to get him out.
I understand that. What are you wanting in return? Because a lot of times when you're trading something like that, you're wanting prospects.
Yeah.
But this team doesn't need prospects. If they're trading that, they need players that can play. Or is Sebastian Walcott ready?
No, okay, so I'm not going to say that. And even if he is,
you're not getting the power production from him that you get from Seager.
And he's one guy. I would say I would love to be in that meeting to know what is the actual direction that you want to go. Because Chris Young went out of his way the day before we found out Bochy wasn't going to come back, or the day of, to say this is not a rebuild. All right, so if it's not a rebuild, then I exactly agree with your point of view about who you're going to try to bring in for Seager. If you're going to take a step back, don't mind paying some of that money so you can get an increased haul of prospects for somebody like Seager, and you're about to just turn it over to Wyatt Langford and be like, it's your offense now, then that's a whole different deal that I would be willing to listen to. I just don't think that's the case whatsoever.
All right, I know we gotta bounce here, but last question. Maybe this is for next week too.
Okay.
What will Bruce Bochy's legacy be here then?
I think
if that's his grade, and he did in the last 2 years weren't good.
I think his legacy here will forever be, and it'll be his legacy with me, is he's the guy who came here and figured out how to make it all work and win us a championship. Like, I think that 2011 Texas Rangers team is probably the best I've ever seen. And if it wasn't them, then it was the 2012 team that was the best ever. But guess what? Those teams didn't finish it all off. Bruce Bochy figured out the magic formula, especially with that pitching staff, to have the greatest stretch of baseball in the history of my life, and maybe the greatest sports experience I've ever had in my life at broadcasting from that parade. So his legacy here should always be, he's the guy who got it done.
We'll look back and probably forget these last 2 years.
For sure.
But there's no way we'll ever forget 23.
Yeah, absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
No, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very good one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Girls?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, getting you hyped up for Flagtober this weekend. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is it today?
Amazing, Hagee, and yes, that is a good idea.
Okay, thank you very much. Broadus.
Are you going to go on Saturday?
26
minutes worth, probably.
And I think I've already disappointed Broadus.
Might have some food over there for him.
Because I was like, hey, I'm going to be there at Tolbert Garage. And he was
Are
like,
they a sponsor of yours?
No.
Okay.
They're not.
They're just friends.
I'm just helping out the team.
Help out
But
the
I think
team?
I've disappointed Broadus if I'm not there the whole 2 hours.
Well, you said you're supporting the team and stuff. I mean, why don't you hang in there the full time?
What else you got to do?
Yeah. Like I've showed up at your events before. I had to wait around.
Mm-hmm.
I was there the whole time, and then I did a show afterwards.
Broadus is known for not leaving events early.
Dude, he'd do 4 hours of Peace-a-thon.
That is actually
Back in
really,
the
really
day.
true. All right.
He wasn't even part of the real team yet.
That's a great point.
Well, he is a workaholic. That was for him.
Yeah.
You know.
Honestly, you're right.
Don't know what to do with myself for the next 5 hours.
He did always come on and say the first thing was, I always loved overnight radio, and I
did.
always wanted to be part of it. So
I
I'm
always
here for
wanted to
the
be part of overnight radio.
It is awesome.
I think overnight radio would be a blast.
Absolutely. Are you guys jazzed up for the triple header of elimination games today or in MLB? Or are you more like, hey, that's cool, but our season ended?
Was that a Jazz Chisholm reference?
Yeah.
He was awesome last
Exactly.
night. Yeah, I mean, it is fun. I mean, there's certainly a disconnect when your own team's not in it. There is something a little bit nice about like the pitch to pitch stress that you go through. And especially we're dealing with elimination games here. Other than the Dodgers, right?
Yeah.
They're going to handle business, but everybody else, and especially when you start to consider like Red Sox, Yankees, yes, for the crash outs. Whoever loses, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I mean it's Yankees, Red Sox, and then this Tigers Guardians thing. Just the way that season ended.
That's the series I care most about.
I mean, the emotions are running high. It's win or go home, and then I'm having fun with the Cubs and Padres as well. That game starts at 4:00 with you, Darvish, on the hill.
Ooh, all right, I like that. Do you guys have any picks for today?
I do think that I'm going to rock with my guy Darvish. I'm going to rock with him.
Who are the pitching matchups, Eggy?
The pitching matchups, you've got Darvish against Jameson Taillon. In the first one, Flaherty against Ciccone. And then the night one is early against, I'm always nervous about, is it Schlittler?
Schlittler, you nailed it.
I get nervous about that name because I don't want to say it wrong and get in trouble.
You'll end up on the Schlitt list.
Yes. Did you know when we worked at the newspaper, somebody wrote in an article instead of self-deprecating, they wrote self-defecating.
Yeah.
And our newspaper was on the Tonight Show. You know when they would do those headlines and stuff? And people started to laugh. I think I've told you this. This is the most scared I'd ever been at the newspaper in my life. Because our editor came up from behind where I was sitting facing the other way at the table, and he goes, well, it's not effing funny. He slammed the newspaper on the table, scared the crap out of me because I didn't know he was going to do that. But yeah, we put self-defecating.
We had editors for this thing? You guys had David Hellman's in the business?
It wasn't our paper that we were the editors
That
of.
being said, for the next 2 months, most papers we'd ever sold because they were on the Tonight Show.
Is that the truth?
No.
I don't know about the sales.
I have no clue about sales.
I did edit one of Corey's headlines wrong once.
Yeah.
It was right, and then you made it wrong?
No, yes, correct. Because I was not familiar with...
What was the term?
The spelling of the phrase he
Plano
used.
West baseball team had won the state championship, and so I said it was with this ring, the West. And it was THEE, and he changed it to THE, and I was like,
And I kind of was having a broadest moment. I was like, come on, Corey, what are we doing here? The is spelled with one E. And then the next day he's like, the hell, did you change my headline? I was like, yeah, you spelled the wrong.
Now,
but is it to thee? That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, but I didn't I didn't know that.
How could somebody that's Louisiana educated get that, and somebody that's supposedly at the higher learning of education at Texas A&M would mess that up?
There's a reason I didn't get to graduate from A&M. Yes, I was embarrassed.
There also was
I felt really stupid.
There was the night, though, that Kevin said, Corey, I got to go early. Can you take care of the paper? And I was like, I got this. And our intern put a headline in that said, outdoors column about outdoors things. I didn't look at that page. So the next day, Kevin goes, Corey, what is this? And I was like, oh, crap. Our intern came in, and I showed it to him, and he goes, that's hilarious. And Kevin was like, that is not what I needed you to learn from this.
Fun fact, that intern went on to work in Metroplex Sports Radio.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
If you guys want to wildly speculate.
Zach Wolchuk. Kyle Yeomans.
Oh, man, that would have been a great spot for that drop.
Now, you got me interested now.
Quick question. We're going to be at Uncle Julio's tomorrow. Have you ever had the chocolate piñata?
Yes. Absolutely.
Is it worth it?
It's pretty awesome. I mean, because you get the whole experience, right? I mean,
are you a cheater on the piñata?
How do you
look?
You look.
Oh yeah, no, it's not in a situation like that. You don't need like another patron getting clubbed over the dome, right?
Yeah.
So I think they actually want you to keep your eye on the ball.
I saw a guy let go of a bat, and people were filming. Like he swung and let go of the bat and hit a gal with the bat.
At Uncle Julio's?
No, just on we were at a crawfish boil. We were at a backyard. Me and David Hellman were standing there cooking crawfish. And my man let the bat go, and she was filming that. We got the camera, we got the video. You see the bat hit her in the face, and then we had to take her to the hospital, broken nose.
Yeah, there's that video of the kid who's doing it, and like the grandma's trying to help him, but he's blindfolded, so he doesn't realize grandma's still right there. Bam!
He hits the grandma?
Like multiple times.
Yeah.
Oh,
who was the bat swinger brought us? Would we know?
No, you wouldn't know. But me and Hellman, we were in the backyard. This is a full-on party. And, like, Hellman goes, oh, my gosh. You could hear him on the camera. And, like, in David Hellman voice, like, we were standing there, and I was like, oh, jeez, I think she broke her nose, Dave. You know, we're just he was filming it, and they actually got the camera where you see the bat flying, and it hit right on the camera.
Surprised we haven't seen that go viral.
We were trying to think about grabbing it for the funny home video things.
Oh yeah,
but I don't think you could turn them in when people get injured.
Oh,
that's I feel like unfortunate.
That's half their show. Yeah. What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Only
today?
When dads get batted in the nuts.
Then
it's hilarious. Anybody else? We got Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. 5 hours of sports and stuff.
All right, roll.
It's the stuff that I'm excited
with the G-Bag Nation.
A lot of stuff.
We have the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way with us tomorrow. Uncle Julio's in Dallas, off of Lemon, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Good night, Kevin.
Piñata.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys practicing today. There's been a number of updates, and we'll get to those throughout the next 5 hours here on your home of the Cowboys. Home of the Rangers. Of course, we'll be watching afternoon playoff baseball with you, keeping you updated as this thing cruises through. And I'm Gavin Dawson, general at your service. If you see me, bear me. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout, Super Bowl champion with his pink shirt on. You like to rock the pink, you rock it well. There.
Thank you, sir.
Pink's
Appreciate
looking
that.
good on you.
Felt very festive today. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there, Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. Go 5 flawless like it's nothing. Chiafalo was in the house. Wolchuk, as we discussed yesterday, has a holiday to attend to today.
Atoning for his sins.
Yeah, doing his best.
Yeah.
Might need 2 days for that.
Yeah.
But Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And
you can carry over.
Watch us every day, 105.3 Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, I'm going to need overtime for this.
He's probably on hour, what do you think? Like hour 16 or so
of the fast? Oh, yeah, this is when it gets real.
This is when you start to get the shakes a little bit.
Well, I mean, he might be coming up. Do you think you go home and eat a real robust dinner, go to bed, and then start targeting 9 o'clock the next night? Is it one of those?
Yeah, I think
24 hours, or is it throughout the whole day?
Yeah, it's a 24
sun
hour.
up, sundown.
Is it a midnight to midnight?
Yeah.
Not midnight to midnight. I think it's more of probably like an 8 to 8 situation.
See, yeah, that's the perfect fast right there. Because really, for me, a lot of days I won't eat till noon. So my body's kind of used to it.
Yeah.
We can do this 5 or 6 hours, although it gets rough. You start getting those headaches. You start feeling the fatigue.
Well, especially if you're not allowed to drink water and stuff unless you have medicinals that you have to throw down.
I wonder if that's a real rule. You got to have water, right?
Well, maybe not. Maybe I mean, you could survive
here
without
I
it
am,
for a day.
my son's Jewish. My ex-wife's Jewish. I don't know the rules.
I mean,
let me ask some questions.
I mean,
we looked this up.
The AI says no. Jewish people cannot have water or any food during a fast like Yom Kippur.
That's
involves a complete 25-hour abstention. So that's serious right there. Salute to Wooly Bully. Send that man some love on social. Let him know he's missed.
Especially since he's got to play dad today. And she's just eating all the goldfish
just
and
crushing.
all the delicious snacks. And he just has to pull them out of the box and feed it to her. And he doesn't get to actually get the dad tax.
Okay, if he breaks down, do you think it's like the animal crackers or something like that? What do you think he breaks down on?
I think he breaks down on the Cheez-Its.
You think so?
Yeah.
Those little Cheez-Its are good.
They're incredible.
If I'm going to break down, it's not for a couple of Cheez-Its,
No,
I'm
but
heading for the drive. I'm going straight to Wendy's.
Let me ask you this though: do you get the little baby like a like a Big Mac and stuff, like a full
Just
meal.
a couple of bites.
Oh, she can't eat it.
Not gonna let this go to waste.
She's like kind of pulling on it, but and then you like, oh, I got to scarf it on down.
Just give her one of the
Yeah,
buns.
you did. You order like a Philly cheesesteak. Oh, here, honey.
Yeah.
Then you're just like, you jump in.
That would make it extra irritating as a parent, your kid demanding food and then taking one bite and walking away and then saying they're hungry for something else 3 hours
have
later.
lived that, right?
Oh, constantly. I mean, with you having 3 little ones, I can't imagine.
Yeah. It's like, no, I'm not hungry. I'm done. It's always like, I'm done with my meal, and then can I have a popsicle?
Yes.
Or
yeah.
so can I have? And I'm like, you took 2 bites of your breakfast.
Let me ask you this: did you ever have the problems when you took them to like the McDonald's Playhouse area thing? Did you ever have that problem where they wouldn't eat their food?
They just wanted to play.
They just like, you get the food with the fries and the little cheeseburger and all that, and you're kind of like watching and like, okay, we're going to eat this. Then you get it's just like
Just
one
goes
bite
to
and then
waste.
it just a run, just straight sprint into the
Yeah.
the germ
The
pool.
only thing that actually gets eaten is the packet of ketchup.
That's right. Yeah, it's delicious. Okay, send Wolchuk some love on. So he's probably battling right now, and
send Wolchuk a pizza.
That would be hilarious.
That'd be funny if just like we put his address out there,
Load him up
and
with
just
crumble
all of a
cookies
sudden
and
people
tiffs.
people are just delivering all kinds of food to his house. I think that's a good bit. I think we need to do it. Hey, not against the Jewish. We're not doing anything bad against the Jewish folks. We're not saying
No,
that.
just a little friendly trolling.
We're just having fun.
We're just setting them up for a huge dinner tonight.
That's right. Put that bad boy in the
Bless
fridge.
you all for what
throw
you
it in the throw it in the air fryer. Brings a pizza to life like nothing else. Might even be better second time around out of an air fryer. A little extra crispy.
Dawson, I saw some people cooking wings in that air fryer. Is that
It's
a
been
thing?
done.
Does that get
It's
it fried?
been done.
Lucius, you're kind of an expert of the air fryer. Wings cooked in the air
That's
fryer.
the only thing I can cook out of is the air fryer and the
Really?
stovetop. Yeah, that's
Do they
about
get
it.
crispy?
Yeah, they get hella crispy, man.
Do they really?
Yeah, you just got to watch them because you don't want them to cook to nuke the inside too much.
Oh,
And you lose that nice
I've seen
tastiness.
I've seen people use this cornstarch with them, kind of in the flour.
Oh,
with
that
the
sounds
wing,
lovely.
They made nuggets out of them. Is what they did in the air fryer.
Is the
Like
starch
with
for
thighs?
like the
They use
crisp?
chicken thighs.
Yeah, it's like 15 minutes, bro. 10
They
minutes.
use chicken thighs.
And you got a whole
breaded them
meal
up.
done, dog.
That's gold, dude.
Yeah. From
I
frozen.
need to
It's amazing that the magic that air fryer works. I will make meals, freeze them, and then just throw the wings or the barbecue or whatever
Wow.
in the air fryer, and it'll bring it back
Can
to
I-
life 12, 15 minutes, no problem.
Here's another question. Hard cleanup on that thing?
It can be.
Hard cleanup.
Because if you burn something by mistake, it gets that smoky smell
Like-
in there, and it starts being on all your food. So you got to get an SOS pad, Brillo pad, and like really scrub it out.
The George Foreman was a hard clean for me.
Okay, so you know what I found, and I don't know if the other manufacturers do these, but Ninja makes these little, they almost look like coffee filters that are fireproof, and you drop them down in the air fryer bowl.
So they're a catcher.
And then you cook in there, and then you just throw that thing away. Yeah, it holds oil.
It's like an oven bag.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a big old joint.
Yeah, and you know,
Big, bro.
How many
you got a giant one.
Yeah, it's one of them big ones, bro.
Nice.
Mama Law came through.
Yes.
Merry Christmas.
got like
150 wings.
Yeah. I want to leave right then and there. Like, all right, y'all have a good Christmas. Huh?
Like a Hemi engine putting power in that thing.
Okay, so Cowboys
I am
Thursday.
concerned that it may be in about 15 years they're going to let us know, like, hey, did you have the Ninja air fryer?
Right. Yeah.
Call this number at the bottom if you can still see.
Mesothelioma stuff.
Yeah.
I'm Jim Adler.
Yeah.
There is an interesting smell in there. I do wonder about that
Oh,
sometimes.
geez, don't tell me that.
Okay, what do we have cracking here across the world of sports? We're just watching the Cowboys news kind of churn and hope guys are healthy. I think we're all excited about the potential for Jaden Blue. Hopefully the payoff is
I think
worth.
you're going to get your wishes on this week.
And you know that thing is exciting. Apparently today he was in some Louis Vuitton cleats at practice, so he is ready. I would save those for the game myself.
All right.
I can't imagine. I'd want to stockpile too many pairs at that dollar figure. But Miles Sanders not at practice today during the media viewing portion.
Yeah.
Blue has been close to playing, and Joseph Hoyton in the morning news asking, "Is this the week?" You're hearing it is.
It is.
Right on. It is. Brian said that with certainty.
Yeah.
So I wonder what kind of a role it is. Is it running back, special teams, and receiver? Are we going to get this guy taking some of the Kevontae Turpin stuff too?
Yeah, I think I'll tell you what.
Can't put too much on his plate now. I mean, they didn't want him on the field for the first month of the season.
That's where I think you're going with the right direction there. I think they're going to make sure that there's some special team stuff. He can do that. There's also going to be some things that the running game stuff. I think the problem that he's had is kind of picking up some things they were worried about him with some blitz pickup stuff a little bit there. And when we get to the Jets, we're going to talk about some blitz pickup stuff.
Okay.
So this could be, one of those things, hold on to your rear, here we go kind of a things. But hopefully everything will work out for him. I mean, he's had plenty of time to sit and kind of take everything in, and hopefully he's got, with him getting a lot more reps at practice, that he's going to be ready to go.
We should at least add the route that he scored on against Ohio State there in his last competitive game, the wheel route.
Yeah, the wheel route. He scored wins Texas A&M. He did really well on another route that he caught. I mean, he's a very good receiver. Like I say, I think the only thing that they worried about with him is the blitz pickup stuff and the protections. That was something that was a little bit made him a little nervous,
which is pretty par for the course for a rookie running back, generally speaking.
Yeah.
But there's ways to kind of take that off his plate, isn't there? Like just because he's playing running back, does he have to be a pass protector?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on if you're just going to take him off the field every single time. I mean,
or get him out in a route.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Make sure that he's doing something. I mean, if it's check and then go. Make sure you check before you go.
You
just don't go.
Order
just
of operations.
Check. Yeah,
the PEMDAS of pass protection.
Yeah, look inside for that blitzer and then look outside and then go.
Jonathan Mingo is back practicing. What could he be capable of? Are we having to wait more weeks? I mean, with missing wide receivers right now, it'd be great if he's ready already, but he just got into this 21-day window.
Yeah, that's. I kind of feel like that we're in that mode. Remember, we were talking about this a little bit yesterday. It's not just immediately come back. It's you have to kind of navigate what players come back and what positions you bring back. So for every move, there's another move that has to be made. So sometimes they'll slow play these guys. Won't get him. It will carry him out a little longer, and then when they need him, then you bring him back. So I think he's in that mode right now.
Okay, Thursday night football this evening. Are you guys in?
Well, can I say something real quick though about with Turpin, that situation? The reason that you were able to get away with not playing with Lamb last week is because Pickens and also Turpin did the role of CeeDee Lamb. Because what happens is you don't move Pickens around very much, but you do move Lamb around. He plays left, he plays right, he plays in the slot. So you move him around. It honestly took two players to make up for what you have in CeeDee Lamb, because the one guy that moves all around is Turpin. So here you have Pickens that doesn't move. Now you have Turpin that does move. So they kind of, both of them together, kind of gave you what you get from CeeDee Lamb every week. And so that's, if you don't have Turpin this week, now you lose that element, that element that we got from Lamb.
Is Tolbert your main moving guy now?
Well, that's probably what's going to be happening. I mean, like I say, Pickens doesn't play in the slot a whole lot, if at all. And so that's, if they lose that ability to motion and have somebody that plays that way or plays in the slot, this could be troubling, because Sauce Gardner is going to travel. I mean, he's going to travel. We're going to talk about that today. He's going to travel with you guys.
Krusty's Corner is coming up at 3:40. I think, unfortunately, I'm leaning towards picking the Jets. And I'm 4-0 right now with my Cowboys games pick, so I think you should, take heed to that.
Yeah, you called that tie.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
you're 3-0-1.
I'm 3-0-1. Thank you. I'm undefeated, is what I meant to say.
Absolutely.
No, you didn't. You were trying to make us steal. You were 4-0.
Well,
look at me. I'm football guy of the week.
He almost slipped it past me, but the tie, you know.
I called that 40-40. I actually had the score on the money. No, I've been going.
You did call the Bears one.
Yeah, the Bears one is really the one that, standing ovation.
You gave the Bears
Thank
one.
you.
Yeah.
Let's focus on that. Rams and Niners tonight in Los Angeles. The winner is going to be 4-1. Rams are flying high after knocking off the Colts, and they should have beaten the Eagles the previous week. Big problem for the 49ers. Cannot get a pass rush since Bosa's been out. They just lost to the Jags. They feel very vulnerable here, sitting at 3-1. And then for whatever reason, they can't run the football yet. Like McCaffrey's doing work, but a lot of it is in the passing game. They're 29th in rushing DVOA, and they do not have a rushing touchdown yet for the San Francisco 49ers as we're sitting here in the month of October. That's crazy. I think Mike's calling Kyle and saying, what the hell is going on out there, boy?
Yeah, seriously, this is what we do. Even if we suck, we can run the football. I think Trent Williams is just, you're starting to see the age catch up to him. I mean, just for instance, 2023 season allowed 20 pressures. He gave up 17 pressures in 11 games last year. Through 4 games this year, he's allowed 12.
Wow.
So, and that's just from a pass protection standpoint, but obviously they can't run the ball either. I'm sure there's been some slippage in his run blocking as well. And now when you look at the Niners, they're just so banged up. Like, who are they going to be able to run out there? This is basically just going to be Christian McCaffrey. Please help us. Pearsall, Juwan Jennings. They still don't have Brandon Ayuk. Kittle's out.
Wow.
So they just, I mean, they're throwing to a bunch of randos.
I'll tell you what, man, if this turns into a game where all of a sudden the 49ers, it turns into just them throwing the football, they're in trouble against the Rams. Because the Rams
pass rush.
Yeah, the Rams pass rush, and when the Rams blitz, they're getting pressure like 70-75% of the time when they're blitzing. And that's so if this thing turns into just you become very one-dimensional, there's going to be some problems with the 49ers today.
That lines up to 8.5 points, so it's getting worse there for San Francisco, and I guess they're 3-1, so they bought themselves a little bit of time, but that division looks like to be a fight between the Rams and the Seahawks right now. All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We'll get the champ on the other side. G-Bag of the day, every day 5:30. We replay the champ for you here early in the show. And then we'll get to Wolchuk's top 10 that Chief has today, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Forbes has released the top 10 highest paid athletes of the year, including endorsements. There's only one NFL player on the list. Who is it? That's next year in the nation.
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has both.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. You said that. Was it Spice Girls? Was it Saffron Squad?
Here we go. Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, cardsforkids.org. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with our champion.
What it do, baby? What it do? G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. You caught it. You lucky son of a gun, you. This is day number 2, going for 3 of this champion audio. It comes from the General, Gavin Dawson, ourselves. What were you talking about here, my guy?
If he doesn't want to live in Miami, he cannot take a pay cut and get cut. Tyreek has 0 guaranteed money in 2026.
I just wanted to see him stand up and like shake that thing out one time, you know? I'm just like, oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I couldn't. I mean, after the first time or two, I was like, man, I can't look at this anymore.
Oh, just the
You
way
want to see
he was-
Byron Jones put it back in place?
Yeah. Put that
my
finger
gosh,
back in place.
That was insanity.
I mean, it's just high anxiety just looking at it. Very intimidating, you know?
Yeah, you know?
That
You
clip's
want somebody to agree with him, you know?
That clip's getting longer and longer,
Yeah.
isn't it?
You know how I do.
Yeah.
I mean, it made me feel creepy staring at it like that on TV. Come on, man. Put that thing away.
Jang-a-lang.
Okay. I love it. Let's get Woolchuck's top 10 at 220. Here's the Chief with his broadcast responsibilities.
I'm going Omaha at the line of scrimmage. I was going to do the top 10 courtesy of Forbes. But then I just stumbled upon the top 10 best things about fall. Aren't we here now?
I love it.
I mean, we're in October.
Yes.
Come on.
It's like 8 degrees higher than normal.
Yeah,
it's a little bit
on an
toastier.
average.
Yeah, it's going to be a warm October, so the lady said.
Yeah.
CBS 11 in the morning is where you should watch your news.
All right.
Yeah, especially your weather report. CBS 11 in the morning. Watch your weather report there.
You get reports from the state fair?
I'm telling you what.
They're reporting hot.
It's a great weather report. Fantastic
It's
broadcast.
well-rounded, isn't it? It's a well-rounded report over there.
Oh, my God.
Well, that's exciting. I'm going to go ahead and DVR that moving forward.
Yeah, for real, bro.
Now, we did hit the first pumpkin patch. early surprise pumpkin patch.
Yeah, I mean,
over the
sweating
weekend.
the storm over there.
It was a little bit toasty, but they got one. It's like Ruby's something or other. We had never done it. It's over like kind of in the Rome area,
like the barbecue.
It was
place, Ruby's?
it was really really cool. They had like all sorts of different. They had like obstacle course deals set up for the kids. They had like a basketball jump shooter deal.
Yeah,
it was totally legit. And then they had like a petting zoo, basically. My kids are holding bunny rabbits. Now they're talking about having a pet bunny rabbit, but they got to actually ride on a horse as well.
Do they charge you to be a part of that?
I think because it was the first day, so they were just doing like, hey, everything's just kind of free game except for the food.
Okay.
You know? So, but yeah, it was like a free 99 hangout for the kiddos. Probably the best pumpkin patch I've ever been to. It was less about the pumpkins and more about just everything else they had to offer.
Pumpkin patch or the Bass Pro Shop?
Oh, well, the Bass,
for entertaining the kids.
Yeah, Bass Pro has been,
or is it Cabela's by you?
Well, it's Cabela's. Yeah.
Okay, Cabela's. Gotcha.
But it's too hot. It's Cabela's. But at this point, when it's 80s, maybe
exactly. Like Cabela's is always there for me. It's like that security blanket. It's like the tight end of trying to keep my kids entertained. I always know I can find it.
I love the concept of the pumpkin patch like mini theme park with the animals, maybe a ride, maybe a trampoline. Like this is good.
Yes,
and
you
you
need
need
a huge
it.
slide.
Oh wow, a slide. Because I feel like pumpkins have maybe exponentially increased in price since I was a kid. I was shocked the first time I took Abby to a pumpkin patch, and they hit me for like $80 for 3 pumpkins.
Oh no!
Like, what are we doing?
No, sir.
I mean,
I've never actually bought them. Like we go, we take pictures, we hang out, but like
you steal it
we've
from
never.
the supermarket. You're just walking out with one.
No, I
just throw it in the basket as you're pushing it out there.
Take a bundle of wood and a couple pumpkins.
Never once considered to take the pumpkin or purchase it or anything.
It's complimentary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, look, I
that's
spent
true.
money in here. I get to take a pumpkin.
Yeah,
and
that's why they have the grills outside. You bought some meat, go ahead and take that grill with you, buddy. Appreciate you shopping here.
That's how that works.
Yeah.
Wow, parting gift. I mean,
a case of water. Go ahead.
Get some water on your way and some Topo Chico for the wifey.
With the price of groceries these days,
Let me get to that Topo pop.
Lucius, I look at that every single time. That Topo Chico when I walk it by, I'm like, oh, do I need some of that?
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm with you.
All right, Ruby Creek
Water
is
good?
what it's called
By the
in
way,
Rome.
you drinking your salt water today?
Yeah, I got a little salt water. Got a little.
My man drinks salt
Got a
water.
little creatine in there.
Salt water.
What kind of salt we talking?
This is actually This is like it's actually an Italian salt. It's supposed to be lead free and all that other crap.
Good stuff.
Because they're supposed to be good stuff.
I like
Is
how
that
you
for
did
hydration?
I like how you did the chef's kiss when he said it. Italian.
yeah. Because it's crazy how much crap is in salt.
Yeah.
Like you got to
In a
find a
good way?
legit one. As soon as I think Celtic sea salt's getting me done at a high level, bang, all sorts of lead and bull crap in there. So I'm sure I'll find something bad about this salt that I've been using, but nonetheless,
Let me look it up for you.
that keeps you hydrated right there. Okay.
Yeah.
oh, sorry, that's the problem with that whole industry. You know, the supplements, they don't have to have any like testing. There's no scientific testing required. You can claim whatever you want on the packaging. Buyer beware.
Yes.
It's a bunch of nonsense.
It is, man. That's the world we're living in right now.
Oh yeah, that's the most healthy thing for you. Sugar. Found that out about the liquid IVs.
Oh, yeah. You found that out the hard way.
Take a grill as you're walking out. I love that.
This is my favorite quote of the day. You have the Browns taking on the Vikings for a little
In
London affair.
Mhm.
8:30 breakfast football with the Browns just to start your day with an upset tummy. Actually, Dylan Gabriel's starting, so it'll probably be just full-fledged vomiting. Probably going to be terrible. Versus Brian Flores, are you kidding me? But their safety, Grant Delpit, your guy, LSU Tiger,
Go Tigers.
was asked by a local, like a London TV reporter,
BBC.
like why, perhaps.
Sky Sports.
Why people unfamiliar with American football should choose to root for the Cleveland Browns. And he's ball-sacking the Europeans by saying, quote, we're a fun team. Okay, first lie. Cleveland is a great place.
Cleveland rocks. WMMS. We suck.
Second.
We can't get relegated.
Second lie.
We can't get relegated.
It's a lot like Miami. Third lie.
Oh, is he just lying on purpose?
And then he says you should come check it out. Yeah, he's being super tongue-in-cheek
He's trolling
the
Cleveland?
entire time. He's trolling Cleveland and all the Euros who might be taking him at his word, face value. Like, oh wow, we need to book an American trip to Cleveland so we can have ourselves a time.
A holiday to Cleveland, right?
Yeah, or just any type of.
See the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I bet you that's cool.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I guess you could go. I don't know how far Canton is from Cleveland, but try and go check out the
we
NFL
did that
Hall
one
of Fame.
time. It's a bus ride.
That's crazy you mentioned Canton because I was just trying to find where the best Halloween theme thing is, and it's
Canton, Texas.
It's Canton, Yesterland.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like
Out
an
there in the
hour
world's
east.
biggest garage sale.
Oh, they do like
Yes,
Halloween
yeah.
festivity stuff out there?
Bruce just got that.
It's like the total
every
biggest
Monday
flea
or
market
second
ever or
Monday.
whatever.
Second Monday, second Tuesday. What's it called? Second something.
Yeah, it's like a giant Halloween theme park. I think they do something for Christmas too, but the kids are gonna love that deal. Look at that. They're just gonna be like, oh my goodness.
yes.
You ever going to take your
It's like
kids
art.
to like one of those haunted house things?
No. My wife is so anti-Halloween, and we got like a big Halloween-loving neighborhood, so we're just driving by like the scariest crap you've ever seen, just trying to get to your house. Remember last year, I thought they had this like zombie like dead girl on their garage door. That like the first double take, you're going, whoa.
Oh wow!
Like even as an adult, kind of freaked me out a little bit.
So you guys handing out candy?
I don't know.
Since the wife's against it?
Yeah, I can't be sure. Can't be sure.
We're having a blast driving around, look at them, and now she's wondering, is our house spooky enough? Because ours is not good. Ours is not spooky. We have like a bad skeleton dog sitting on the front porch. That's it. I'm trying to like rig it up, but it's
Go
huge
get you
money.
a goat head, let it rot up there for a while.
Yeah, get a rotten goat head. She goes, Dad, I want to scare the crap out of the other kids. My kid's saying that to me at 4 years old, and I can't correct her because it's freaking hilarious.
That is so funny, dude.
Yeah.
I want to scare the crap out of the other kids. That's pretty all time.
Have you ever seen those clips where those like in the stores they have those like those things that pop out? They
yeah.
Like the little kids are standing by, and then the things like jump out, and the kids like fall over on the ground and rolling around.
The same people in my neighborhood with the death zombie chick that scares you, they have this giant spider
pop out
that if you're walking on the sidewalk by their house, it'll jump out and attack you.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right, what are the top 10 greatest things according to Americans about the fall? Does anybody have like just a quick
Weather.
shooter? I mean, I'm thinking football, of course.
The colder weather with the smell of that fire cutting through the air.
Yeah.
You don't know where it is.
Yeah, there you go. Fireplace smell.
Yeah, bonfire stuff. Lucius, anything?
All the eating holidays. You can gorge like a fool.
This is the time.
Pumpkin
for it.
pie and pecan pie is all out there.
Yeah, the pies were all sort of on the outside looking in, but like pumpkin pie, pecan pie, the whole deal. The perfect pumpkin, all that kind of stuff on the outside looking in. Number 10 is going to be Thanksgiving. I feel like Thanksgiving should be higher up on the why falls badass list. I don't know.
Yeah. Thanksgiving's really good.
Thanksgiving's great.
It's a free week off.
It's football.
Basically,
It's
you're
days
hanging
off.
out.
It's food.
Yeah.
You can have like 4 plates in front of you and nobody's judging out. Like, oh, you hungry today?
100%. It's
They'll
almost
let you
like
take some home too with you. Yeah.
they almost respect you more the harder you go when it comes to the plates.
I think as a sports fan, it's just undeniable. You get the World Series, football, basketball, and hockey all getting underway or wrapping up.
Yeah. It's an all-time sports situation right now. The nature trails. I don't know how much we.
Oh, people see the leaves change. That's a big thing.
Yeah, seeing the leaves change.
That's big up in the Northeast.
Yeah, there are areas that it's as beautiful as it gets. Yeah. We don't totally get to experience that, but that is number 9. Yeah. Getting back at number 8 to wearing sweaters. Now, I mean, like Dawson, Bobby, these guys are still wearing all throughout the year.
We get our heavy hoodies out,
but you get the heavy hoodies out. Maybe you get the beanies going again. I do love the beanies.
Maybe Dawson gets them out, but Bobby's wearing his in the middle of August.
Yeah, Bobby doesn't really apply here.
How about the other day?
He'll wear the thickest hoodie you've ever seen.
Pre-game show, I thought he was going to take a dive. Pre-game show the other day, remember he was just sitting in the sun, sweating them up.
I wanted to give him my salt water so bad. Number 7 is Halloween. So America is claiming that Halloween is better than Thanksgiving.
I love Halloween, bro. I don't know about better than Thanksgiving, but I just love Halloween. So festive.
You love the costumes.
I love the costumes. I like the creativity from the people. There's like mad parties in a weekend, like 2 parties one weekend type vibes.
The kids are having fun, there's all the laughing, and in our neighborhood, they're all like walking around, milling about. Yeah. We'll see you next Halloween. Yeah. See a lot of people out there.
Lucius, can you wear the same Halloween costume you have to wear different costumes for different parties?
Nah. You can have, if you got one that really jams, you can wear that twice.
Okay, that's
you can clean up, especially if they got cash prizes,
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. If you really go. You got to go hard, though, because the super Halloween crazy folks are really going all out with those costumes. You're not going to half-ass a costume.
So,
win.
but you can wear the same costume to multiple parties.
I would
right?
say, yeah. Like that's my costume of the year. Are you eyeballing one for this year, Lucius? Or
No.
Not yet?
No, I haven't dressed up in a minute. Last time I dressed up, I was Tiger Woods. Yeah.
In red?
And I had my girl with her friend, and it was Tiger Woods in his hose.
Nice. Could have won it. Number 6, best things about fall, hot chocolate. Yeah, I do love hot chocolate. Yeah, let's just be real.
You got marshmallows in there, the little ones?
I'm marshing it up, absolutely. Number 5 is the bonfire stuff. Yeah. That's just tried and true. Gets chilly outside.
You guys don't like s'mores?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
Oh, yeah.
I seen Dawson's face. He turned up over there.
I mean, I love sweets. I feel like I'm not getting my money's worth. There's too much graham cracker and marshmallow in there. Not enough chocolate. Plus, it's messy.
Is somebody making it for you? You can make it yourself. You can put double chocolate on there. You're a grown man now, bro. You can do that.
Right, I could.
You have that right.
You have adult money now. You're an adult,
I can even get the cinnamon graham crackers.
Yeah.
I mess up when you do the marshmallow part. I just feel like I char it too much. Need to pay better attention.
Yeah,
You know,
there's
it's
that
kinda-
perfect. Once that thing gets caught totally on fire.
Yeah, you gotta.
It's
get
not
it-
a Mardi Gras Brian event.
No, you got to get it out of there. Like somebody will ask me a question, the thing's still burning, and it's like it's like eating a briquette.
Getting a lot of hunting season texts here.
Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
877-881-1053, no question.
Fishing in October is not
Especially in
bad either.
Texas because it's not that cold.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you don't actually have to suffer through the frigid.
I mean, you just pull into your deer lease and,
I'll
get
tell
out
you what,
your tripod and wait for them.
I've sat in a duck blind and froze my ass off though before. I will never do that again. That's tough, man.
Yeah.
Sitting in that duck blind.
You get a little damp.
Yeah, you just get cold. I mean, I just can't do anything about it.
They're asking the G-Bag Nation, the 214, a gentleman just met a girl about 3 weeks ago. Everything is going perfect so far.
Good.
Do I invite her over for Thanksgiving? I mean, I would say, you got to hold off a little bit on that. It's still a
You've
little
got a
early.
month.
Right now, you're
got
making
about 8 weeks.
Right now, you're maybe making Halloween plans.
yeah.
Maybe
8 weeks.
You know, but
Big
we're not
Halloween plans.
thinking about Thanksgiving until once you get into November. If things are still going perfect, maybe you tee that up. And now all of a sudden, because Thanksgiving, the synonym for Thanksgiving is family.
3
Now all of a
weeks,
sudden,
bro. He must be
it's meshed.
swooned.
He swooned.
He is swooned. She got a snap or something on this one.
She must be doing weather
Should I
reports.
introduce her to the folks? 3 weeks, man. No problem.
Send Lucius a picture.
Yeah, she's doing weather on
This
Channel
might be the
11.
one.
I mean, I guess if you're young,
put a ring on her.
maybe you're under 25. You're kind of dating and bringing new dates to the house and stuff.
That's dangerous.
Maybe. If you
I used
got
to do that
kids,
just to show off for the unks.
oh yeah.
Oh, that's you right there. That's your nephew. All right, nephew. He used to show off for the unks.
Good play right there.
That is really good.
Yeah, get some respect.
Pumpkin spice is being texted in a lot, and that comes in at number 4. The American craze on pumpkin spice, I think, is not something that I can't identify with.
I had the gingerbread that way, but never coffee or anything.
I like the cinnamon rolls. Pillsbury's cranking out some pumpkin cinnamon rolls.
Yes.
There's not a lot of pumpkin spice in there.
Yeah.
But just enough.
Yeah.
I can do it.
Yeah, they do like a pumpkin muffin thing that my mom will make, and I'm like, it's actually pretty good.
Yeah,
but where everything has to have pumpkin spice into it, no.
This is the time of year your mom makes
maybe a
that
couple
bread,
things.
right? That Italian bread.
around
for us.
Christmas time.
We need the Italian bread.
I'll bring that back in.
Please do, Mom.
The crisp, cold air at 2, and number 1 is the leaves changing. There it is. Fall. It's here, boys and girls.
Well, thank you, Chief. Which NBA teams gained or lost the most in the offseason? Where do the Mavs rank in that? Plus, AD has answered questions about his dad bod that made an appearance at training camp up there in British Columbia. And we'll be back with some hoop talk here with you. Flagtober starts on Saturday at Tolbert Garage Door, 10 to 2. Then noon to 2 at East Dallas Diesel here on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20, Babe Laufenberg at 9:20.
The Bearded Monkey and Forney with the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jake Ferguson show coming up about 5:20 today. His fiance, Miss Cavender, going viral for impersonating him today on Instagram, doing his celebration and doing the thing where she's like mouthing the words while Ferguson's voice is in the background. You've seen that trend on social, I'm sure.
Yep.
Well, they're engaged to be married. They're a power couple. And she's done it today, knocked it out of the park. We'll have to get his thoughts on that and the Jets and him leading the NFL in receptions among tight ends. He's just crushing it. He's having his best year ever, I feel like, right now. So
yeah, I found pay dirt for the first time. I wonder what that kind of out-of-body experience was for him.
Yeah, that was quite a run. I think since late 2023, he had not scored, but he got back in the end zone, and that had to be a very exciting game to be a part of. So we'll have Jake Ferguson on coming up at 5:20. Flagtober 2025 starts this weekend. Tolbert Garage Door, 10 to noon on Saturday. Come get your 2025 G-Bag Nation flag, then East Dallas Diesel, Brian.
Is it 9 to 11 or 10 to noon?
I got 10 to noon and noon to 2. So
I need to be there 10 to noon.
It'll be late morning.
Okay.
Off 30
I thought it was
Mesquite.
9 to 11, but here we are.
Tolbert Garage Door. I'm sure we'll get clarification on that.
Thank you.
I'm working off a social media post myself.
Thank you. Well, then I'll be there from 10 to noon.
All righty. Anthony Davis, quote, "I feel good. I kind of gain going into almost every season," he says on the additional 15 pounds. Davis has always been a very lean type of guy. He says, I put on so much weight over the summer. Then by the time November comes, I'm usually like 255, 258. I never want to come in at my playing weight because then I lose weight during the season, and then I am too small. Okay, that's 9 to 11. Okay, thanks for the clarification on that. Yeah. Davis was also listed at 268 in February when the Mavs acquired him and Max Christie in exchange for Luka, Kleba, and Markieff Morris. So I don't know. That math's not mathing. Said he was at 268 in February, but gets down to 258 by November. I think this might be older gentleman denial. I mean, every time you tick off another decade, your body holds weight differently.
Yeah.
This one might catch him.
Well, I wonder too if he lost some muscle mass along the way with the eye issue, and maybe that's why he technically weighs a little bit less than what he was listed at for last year. But he looks doughy. He looks doughier. I think that's something that could, in theory, happen. But like I was listening to Sean and RJ this morning, and Sean had some really, really incredible analysis about this that we will get to in Sounds of the Sports Day. But Bobby was researching the way Bobby does about have we seen articles written in the past about Anthony Davis coming in a little bit more bloated than he looked in the previous season? And that's not really the case. This feels like the first time. I'm blaming it on the retina.
So it was a detached retina, which would take away his ability to intensely work out.
I would think
you got to let that thing heal.
Yeah, I mean, you could even see yesterday in his interviews, I guess it's his right eye.
Yeah,
and you can tell it's still got the aftershock of just that, like the blood vessels.
Yeah, I thought that. I thought, was that from this week, or was that some sort of press that he did immediately following the surgery? No,
that was from yesterday.
Yeah, it's a real serious thing, and my dad dealt with that. Eric Nadel, I think, dealt with that last year, or maybe a couple of years ago. I remember talking to him about that.
He did. It's been some years. It's been like a decade for him now.
But they say if you start to feel pressure, or there's it looks like you got maybe something stuck in your eye that's obstructing your view. But my dad said it felt like maybe there was some pressure, or there was sand in there. And if you wait too long, they can't fix it. It can be a real complicating type of deal. So if you do have those kind of symptoms, you got to, head to the doctor real quick. And get that handled ASAP. Davis said he couldn't do much during the offseason while he recovered from his procedure on his eye, which limited his vision. Veteran cited his history of dropping weight during the season. Says, I lose about 10 to 12 pounds very quickly. During camp, I already lost 5. All the running and playing, so I'm never concerned about that. I feel great. I'm moving great, and I feel good. He's got to be, good, healthy, two-way player, able to impact you consistently night in and night out to make it to when Kyrie Irving comes back and not have to make that mad scramble. I think there's enough talent here that this team could be 5-10 games over 500, maybe 25-15 or 35-25 whenever Kyrie Irving comes back. I think that'd be a good target. What do you think? Is this an over 500 team without Kyrie Irving?
I don't think so. Because I also am not banking on Anthony Davis being super healthy. It's like, how much time is he going to be missing throughout the time that you're also waiting for Kyrie Irving to come back? I just think it's a lot to ask.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because one of my favorite parts of yesterday's show was when Brian was talking with his sources, and the guy said he doesn't think Nico's going to talk soon or often this year.
No.
I think that's the smart play by the Mavs. Now that is a blinking light telling Patrick Dumas that he needs to move on from from Nico, because he has a GM that needs to just stay quiet to stop fanning the flames of the relationship between the fans and GM. Like you have a dysfunctional GM if that's your situation where the guy just has to be quiet. But as long as you're going to keep him, that's the smart idea, because I don't think the guy can say anything. I don't think he's capable of it physically to not troll the hell out of Mavs fans desperately trying to defend himself whenever he opens his mouth.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. And I think the only question I'd really want to ask him right now is, what is it like to get run up on it like a Twin Peaks and get called out for sucking?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Like, what is your professional response to that?
That would be a good question. And
are you just door dashing from here on out? Are you just eating at home?
I think if we sent Fred Davis over there, he'd have no problem asking that question.
No, not at all. Not Fred.
Where's Nico? We got some questions for him. Let's make this thing real uncomfortable.
I guess him or KG will fire off the question.
KG too. KG and Fred in a Mavs media scrum. I love it. Dodgers just pounded their way past the Reds the last 2 nights. 18 runs combined. They win even though they surrendered 9, which usually wouldn't get it done in the playoffs, especially 2 in a row, but they're so dang good offensively, and they're going to face the Phillies Saturday, time to be determined at Citizens Bank Ballpark, Brian.
Okay, can I ask a real quick question about baseball for you guys? If the Rangers were in this situation where it was a game 3 and you used DeGrom and you used Evaldi, who would you want to be pitching game 3 for you to try and end this thing?
Merrill Kelly.
As long as we're not in Houston, right?
Yeah.
He'd had the Astros number up till that time.
Yeah. It was just like in Houston, that got away from him. Hometown, something weird.
Did you throw Jack Leiter out there?
Yeah, I did.
Dawson's going.
Dawson's going to say, heck no. I mean, when you saw the way Jack closed the season out.
By the way, that was one of the best tweets I've ever seen you have, though. After the Jack Leiter, you're kind of like, hey, listen, I'm happy about sports teams. I'm really happy when our players. I was reading that.
Is that a PR message?
No, yeah, he was basically saying, listen, I see all you guys railing on me right now, but
trust me. I like it when the Rangers are doing well. I think I'm disappointed that Jack Leiter had a good start. I mean, he'll strike out a side. My Twitter fires up, so I appreciate everybody out there showing me but I'm a Rangers fan, so please allow me to just enjoy this a little bit, okay? And let's stop pretending like your average player who was the 2nd overall pick is the next Cy Young, okay? Great. Maybe the pick wasn't a total bust. You have an average starting pitcher who you could replace every offseason with one of about 40 dudes. No, I'm starting Merrill Kelly, and I'm wondering how healthy Tyler Mahle is before I get to Jack Leiter.
I was going to say Tyler Mahle deserves to be mentioned here in this conversation.
The tweet goes out at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Boy.
I hope you guys aren't noticing right now, but
is that the easiest way to draw you off sides right now? Is a Jack Leiter situation?
I think they've gone after you more. They go after you about Dak, right?
That's true.
And then here's the Jack and 10-10 Jack Leiter Yeah.
And the heavyset athlete. No, I'm good right now. I'm in a good relationship with Twitter. I don't feel like I can get pulled off sides. I'm more like consciously choosing my responses than reacting emotionally. But stay tuned. We could be back in that mode at any time.
Couple of setbacks.
I thought it was awesome. When I read it, I started laughing.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Or thank me. I did that segment. What are we doing? We got the top stories at 3 coming up next, and the C note around the corner as well. And we're back here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I want to chat Frankles with you before we do that, though, because if you're out there in the highways and byways and you have an accident.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, it's your name. Oh, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Getting some good text response. You want to talk more baseball? You want to talk more Jack Leiter? Give me your best thoughts. 979 says, stop pretending 3.5 and 3.8 ERA are so much different. I mean, so the difference between Merrill Kelly and Jack Leiter is Jack Leiter's ERA is way lower than the predictive analytics would say. And Merrill Kelly's 3.5 ERA falls more in line what the walks and hits per innings pitch, the average exit velocity, the whiff rate, the base on balls rate. Like Jack Leiter is not, pinpoint enough with his controller or has a thorough command of all of his pitches enough to be a consistent guy that I'd want to put out there in the playoffs. Now, if you could tell me you're going to get Jack Leiter's best game in the playoffs, then yeah, I would take that. But let's not pretend like Jack Leiter didn't have significant sample size of games this year in which the location continued to hold him back.
Some struggles, yeah.
And maybe he takes a jump, in 2026, 2028, 2030. He's got plenty of time, to become the pitcher I think you're hoping for. But 3 years out of college, being kind of an average pitcher, I think people cling to the idea that I called him a bust. I never thought he was going to never have a big league career. But if you're taking a player that high and you want to get excited about, like, what wins championships in sports, it's difference-making players. You can get average guys. It's not a hit if Jack Leiter has a decent career where he wins 10 games a year. That's a depth pitcher, and you're trying to find guys that are going to play at all league levels, at Hall of Fame levels. If you want to go win a championship, you need guys that are incredible. And I know you need depth too. Not everybody's going to be incredible, but if I'm using a top 5 pick in any sport, my goal is to not find a guy that I could replace in free agency every offseason with an equally capable guy. Okay, 214 says, Gavin, it's just a matter of time before you give out your daily Stevie Wonder scouting report on any sport. I'll go toe-to-toe with you in any sport. I think maybe besides hockey, I think I'd take you down pretty good. Dawson, you can't have this Jack Leiter conversation without Jared Sandler. I appreciate that. And, I know Jared's going to add depth to it, and he can probably, paint the optimistic picture, and as announcers that are paid by the team, I'm sure Jared would be right there. He'd be Johnny on the spot with that. 469, let it go. You're not right all the time, barely half the time. I know I'm not right all the time, but I think that the Rangers community is being unfair to me here, Brian.
I will say this, and it has nothing to do with what you're saying. You said something to me earlier today before the show about you're interested in doing more scouting stuff with college players.
Yeah.
And I take that as a super positive thing.
Right on.
Because I think the most that when we can all talk about these things.
Yeah.
Like I say, you guys talk about basketball a lot.
Uh-huh.
And I feel like, God, I got to catch up on this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I mean, yeah, there's some opinions and stuff you have. You don't have to, nobody has to always agree on everything about this. We all have different opinions and stuff. But yeah, I think the thing with Jack Leiter, my hope is that he gets better. I mean, my hope is that he becomes more consistent. That he doesn't have the 2 or 3 starts where all of a sudden it's, he's thrown 60-something pitches in 3 innings, and it's, and I hope he has better control. And there's been some starts where the latter part of the year where he was a lot better. I'm to be honest with you, I was surprised he won 10 games.
Yeah, it's trending in a good direction.
But I just wanted to say I'm enthusiastic that when we start doing our draft stuff,
me too, man.
That you're going to pick up some of these and like take a look and have an opinion on these players.
I figure cool. I want to talk like the first 3 rounds. I don't know if I can get into looking at college players because I just don't have the time for this.
No. Yeah. I say it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, but I was encouraged that I like to be a part of the conversation.
I don't know how Wolchuk's going to do it with 2 little ones running around the house. I mean, right now I got a 14 and a 4, and if I try to work for an hour, the requests on my time are flying through the roof, and there's dad guilt involved here.
Big time dad guilt, man.
Yeah,
that is that's not something you learn about.
Oh wait, so I was encouraging
class.
Here we're going to have dad guilt.
Well, there is going to be dad guilt for sure. I mean, I think one of the big advantages you have right now is your kid's an adult.
My kid is asking me for money every day.
Yes. Well, there's that side of it. Yeah. But as long as you can keep those skids greased, you're good to go.
Well, no, I mean, I think the more that we could talk about, like I say, you guys do a great job with the basketball. I love, I got my gang of one that I can kind of go to and stuff. But I think it's cool when you pick up other sports and have opinions on them. I really do.
Okay. Speaking of Cowboy opinions, how does Vegas see the remainder of the Cowboys season playing out? It's time for an edition of Cowboys Things You Can Gamble On here on your home of the Cowboys 105.3 The Fan. Like the video if you're watching on YouTube. Hit the sub. Leave us some comments down below. Let us know what we could be better at. I'm sure you won't hesitate to do that. How many games are they fixing to win, you think, here at 877-881-1053? If you want to go more traditional, jump in on the Franklin injury attorney text line. At 1-2-1, what would you guess is the Cowboys win total over-under for the entire season? After the 17th game, how many wins does Vegas think you'll have?
I would say that I think they're going to have under 7. I think they're probably setting this at 6.8. I'm starting to see where people are talking about that Dallas could have the 9th overall pick, and that would put them right at 6 wins.
It sucks because their defense, they should have the number 1 overall pick, and with their offense, they should be picking like 28th.
Yeah. No, you're right. I was surprised. I think Brian's nailed it. I mean, you said 8, Brian said 7. That's in the same ballpark, but Vegas actually has it at 6.5.
Yeah.
Which means, and the over-under before the season started was 7.5, so they've moved you down a win, maybe based on the tie and the loss to Chicago. I think so many good things are happening right now. There's a lot more optimism internally, and I feel like from the fan base, not in the defense, but just generally overall, the direction of this team is headed. And my thought on seeing that 6.5 is exciting because a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
That's exactly what this team needs right now. It's hard to screw one of those up.
I'm surprised that it maybe hasn't gone up with the wins because maybe Denver's not what we thought they were. Maybe the Kansas City Chiefs aren't not what we thought they were.
Might be winnable if their receivers aren't
if they're
healthy.
And then the Chargers
Suspended.
Then the Chargers go lose the Giants. Are they what you thought they were?
Are you going to face them with Joe Alt and Slater out?
Yeah, there's your questions right there. And are the Commanders as good as you thought they were? That's 2 games right there.
I would go over right now if I had to bet it. I think they're going to win 7 or 8 games, but the possibility that they could, finish that low is where the excitement really is.
They've played well against very good teams, and they've played kind of iffy against bad teams.
Okay, without looking at the players yet, Brian, if you could make any position your best player on the board when you're picking there, say at 9, and you can do whatever you want in free agency to get there. You could let Terrence Steele go, or you could let George Pickens go. If you want to say, I want a wide receiver at 9, or I want a corner, a tackle, what is it?
I would like Jared Verse.
You want an edge rusher?
Yeah, I'd want a difference maker at edge.
I'm excited for you to watch Ruben Bain of the Miami Hurricanes.
Yeah, I've heard about this guy.
They're talking about him being like a Heisman candidate because of how dominant he's been.
And he's tackle for loss, sack man?
Yeah. Pressure man, sack man, big play man. Got an interception, I think. He's just how
many are we talking here through 5 weeks?
He's a force of nature. I'll get it pulled up. I don't think his sacks reflect his dominance in the same way that his pressures do right now, but he has been otherworldly. And like Hellman was talking to us yesterday, just watching some Ohio State defense. You'll start circling dudes like, I'd like him. They got a safety, a linebacker, or really 2 linebackers that you would fall in love with.
Yeah, I think edge, linebacker. I mean, a generational safety. Is Ed Reed on the board? I want him.
There's a guy from evidently the best safety in the country is the Ohio State kid.
Yeah, Caleb Downs.
Evidently. I haven't seen him myself, but yeah, I'm looking at Ruben Bain.
Is there a Patrick Surtain available at 9? That'd be something.
Yeah, you're asking questions I've got no answers to right now.
If there is, I want him. Okay, let me ask you this then about the offensive line, because we haven't mentioned tackle yet. And I looked up Terrence Steele's contract. It's a $9 million cap hit to let him go. It would count 18 against the cap if he stays. Could Nate Thomas just plug in there? Or and then do you feel like Dak is playing so well under pressure that maybe we've hit that point where he's going to help a porous offensive line just by getting the ball out quick?
Yeah, that's where I'm at now. I guess you could say it's a little bit of a small sample with these 4 games, but if this continues for majority of the season where Dak's playing this way, then yeah, I think you can get away with it a little bit. And can't understate how awesome Terrence Steele is in the run game.
Yes.
He's been really good.
So it's like, if I understand wanting to upgrade there, but at the same time, you have so many issues on your defense. That's where you have to be looking.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's going to be awesome to see these next 13 games play out and see how Dak Prescott does with more consistent pressure and teams with an opportunity to feel like, well, maybe we got to blitz up the middle on him. If he can mitigate things to the outside, or we got to send extra guys. But right now, it kind of looks like they can approach the offensive line and say, you know what, as long as you're awesome in the run game and you can be like a heat-seeking missile like Terrence Steele, or be a big, strong athlete like Tyler Guyton, we can deal with pass rush win rates that aren't ideal. We can figure out a way to still pass the ball like that and then take advantage of what you do while punishing guys in the run game. Like, that would be an incredible advantage that this coaching staff has blessed you with, if that is reality. And that's kind of what they were doing at Kansas State and Arizona.
Yeah, they were able to get by with it, and then you couple it with a quarterback who's more than capable of handling the pressure like Dak is right now, and you're like, okay, now we can skimp to some extent with premium assets and really use those defensively where you are just absolutely desperate and barren right now. So is it a corner? Is it a pass rusher? Is it a safety? I mean, it's all of the above ultimately, but I think there will be some pretty good defensive options for you in this draft.
All right, at 877-881-1053. The 254 says 14-2-1. It'll be a top 10 defensive unit by the playoffs. I think that's Jerry Jones checking in here.
Boy, this Bane's got some bend to him. I mean,
you're watching tape already?
Yeah, I got a game of him. Yeah, just looking at him.
All righty.
I'm listening to you guys, but watching this guy.
Thank you. So A.J. Brown says the Bible verse wasn't directed at anybody inside the building. He does admit he's frustrated. The Bible verse that he posted, if you're not welcome, not listened to, quietly withdraw, don't make a scene, shrug your shoulders, and be on your way. People interpret that as frustration with his role on the team, said it wasn't directed at anybody. And, maybe it was him explaining why he didn't want to talk to the media. Like the media... was the people that are unwelcoming and not really listening to him, so he's quietly withdrawing from them. Maybe he feels like they're being unfair to him. I think he's probably conflicted about how he feels because he's not getting the ball and he has no filter, so the story jumps around a little bit. But he indicated that he is happy being in Philadelphia despite his most recent frustrations. Says, absolutely, this is home. Unfortunately, I did it to myself, but this is home. I think that's just one of those deals where you feel great about some stuff, but it's not ideal, and you're being real. And it's not very often that athletes decide to give you like, hey, here's how I'm really feeling about it. I guess this is cool, and it's Philadelphia, and it's good that we're winners, but he says, you just see frustration because we want to be great, and most definitely I want to be great as well. 14 catches for 151 and a touchdown on 28 targets. His 10.8 per catch is well below his career average of 15.6. And he's only like 27 years old. If he's 34, you'd say, okay, he's washed up. Go figure. But it's just a matter of him not getting the ball. I hope they trade him. It's a major problem to deal with, and I feel like they're going to play it safe because they have a winning formula. Why do we need to put the ball in the air and put it at risk until we absolutely have to?
They are going to have to.
Yeah, they will eventually.
You saw it versus the Rams. They had to.
Yeah,
and they did. Fortunately for them, I just don't know. I don't know what happened in that second half versus the Buccaneers, but they're not running the ball so well that you can feel like we don't need to throw it.
Yeah. Yeah, what was the stat that you had yesterday? Like Saquon Barkley has the lowest yards per attempt in the league, something like that.
Don't they lead the league in 3 and outs?
They lead the league in 3 and outs. They're not getting the yards before contact where they've been always number one for the last 4 or 5 years. They're now just middle of the road. Yards per carry for Saquon last year, you're talking about between the tackles in particular, he was popping off almost 6 yards per carry. 4 yards before contact. This year, 3 yards per carry and under 2 yards per carry before contact.
And they're
totally different.
They're 31st in passing with 138 yards per game. That's just unbelievable. They're 4-0. I mean, I think at the NFL league office, you got to be panicking. Like Aaron Rodgers is just playing sit on the ball or throw it away for 3 quarters. He's statistically one of the 5 worst quarterbacks in the NFL, and they're 3-1. And Jalen Hurts is over here, just again not trying to turn it over. We're going to run. We're going to take what we can get, and they're 4-0. Like the winning formula is not good for ratings right now or entertainment, is it?
No. I mean, Drew Brees is coming out talking about how the Eagles have the most boring offense he feels like he's ever seen.
Yeah, it's
and this is a guy that was throwing like 4 yards at a time his entire career.
Yeah, and it's not like either of those teams are playing great defense. But anyway, Tigers and Guardians are in action. Detroit leads 1-0 in the bottom of the 4th inning, and looks like 0 out. And Cleveland's going to open up the inning with a double there. So they got a threat in order there in the 4th inning. All righty, G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk more Cowboys with you. We got the C-Note coming up. The Cowboys news of the evening is next year on The Fan.
But you follow here, talking to Fort Worth, talking to the 817, the all.
little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. Look at this. We're just 20 minutes away from Brian Broaddus' Krusty's Corner. He's going to preview the Jets defense for us, and at the conclusion of that, I'll feel like I'll be armed with all the information necessary to make a responsible prediction about what's going to happen Sunday afternoon right here on your home of the Cowboys. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Thanks to Tolbert Garage Door for sponsoring Flagtober 2025. We'll get started Saturday in Mesquite, 9 to 11 there at Tolbert Garage Door, then on to East Dallas Diesel. Come get your 2025 flag while they last. I think it's the best flag ever with the Texas theme edition, and the grenade is back, baby. I do want to start off the C-Note congratulating one Darren McFadden. You guys listened to some of that last night on the way home with Bobby and Nate Newton. Celebrated 2 years sobriety.
Mhm.
Wanted to do it for his family, so that was cool to hear, and it's always something that I always perk my ears up hearing about people's sobriety journey, and his is quite interesting. Okay, we got a couple of Trayvon Diggs cuts for you, and this has been the big topic of the week is just how good he's doing, why didn't he start, and do the Cowboys need to play more man? Here is Trayvon on not starting in Sunday's tie with the Packers.
A rough week. I guess coach holding me accountable, and I accept it. It's cool, but back on track this week. Ready to work.
So you like in practice?
Yeah, sure.
Rough week. You will be starting this week.
Yeah.
So I think he's got to feel good about the way Sunday's game went. Like he felt like you held me accountable. That's fine. And
Got
if he'd gone out
challenged a
there,
little bit,
but I feel like, man, that was maybe that was good for me, or we're on the same page now. But I feel like Trayvon is headed in the right direction. Brian, is that saying too much?
Yeah, that was there was some talk that why did he go off on Schottenheimer, and is that why that he didn't start? Was there something that he was complaining about?
That's the speculation that he went off on a coach.
Yeah, and I specifically asked about Schottenheimer, and I was told I wouldn't characterize it that way.
Okay.
And then I said, well, was it somebody of the staff? And he says no. So I don't know, what. There was something that was said or not. They used to have a problem with him that he would show up late to meetings, and Al Harris would kind of
cover for
him is what he would do, but this staff right here, you're not. No, they make you accountable. You're at meetings and things like that. So.
I mean, if you're out there getting 11 picks and taking a bunch back to the house and you're late for a meeting, that's one thing. But if you're out here getting cooked and we feel like we have communication breakdowns and you're not taking this serious enough to be on time, that would be an issue. I think, maybe being late for meetings, I would love it. Last year I felt like Zeke looked at practice like it was optional and the team didn't want to keep him accountable until like 2 months into the season. So if this coaching staff is more serious about that kind of stuff,
yeah, they are.
Whatever the case, I thought what we heard from Trayvon Diggs this week was very encouraging.
Just the fact that he sort of accepted it.
Yeah.
Understood. Hey, I get it. I'm not. He didn't pout or whatever during the game and say, well, if I'm not starting, I'm not going in. Something ridiculous like that. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
So we'll listen to this cut about playing more man, and I'll add to that. Here we go.
Yeah.
You want some more man?
Yeah.
Because you're historically been a man guy.
Yeah.
How comfortable you're doing the zone? Is it a matter of getting more comfortable?
Yeah, being comfortable, being uncomfortable.
Right.
One of those type things.
Right.
Yeah.
You talked about positioning. Is that because there's been a lot of guys in and out of the lineup, adjustments to new DC, or what is the positioning stuff?
I feel like just getting accustomed, to the system and where the routes are going to be, where the routes are going to end up, putting yourself in position to make plays. I wouldn't say it's more complex, but when you play man, you're right there with the person. You're literally right there. He go over the field, you go over the field too. And then you covering an area, so you have to cover an area and be in position to make the play. So I feel like it just comes with repetition, getting the feel for it. I feel like, as the week's been coming, it's been getting way easier, and I feel like, we're on our way to getting the ball and being on our way to making plays.
That's a really strong, statement, I think, for people in any industry, the comfortable being uncomfortable part. And that's huge, because the way it kind of reads, this story from an outsider's perspective, is that I'm not comfortable being in zone. I'm, maybe not the best practice player. I've been benched. Are you fighting it? And we can talk about, is it in the Cowboys' best interest to play zone or play man? But as a guy who's on a team, if you're so disappointed that you're not going to play man and you're going to play more zone, that you're not giving your all into figuring it out, then you go play like that. I'm surprised. I guess you need him right now, but I wouldn't be surprised. That seems like a more accountable thing than just not starting. We have a 5-alarm fire going on here. If you're more worried about getting your point across that we should be playing man than learning what the team is asking you to do at $18-19 million a year, we have a major fundamental problem with how this relationship is going. But again, I what I hear from Trayvon Diggs now is a guy that's gotten the message and is, hopefully working harder. And I think he played better on Sunday. Coach Eberflus was asked about it and said he asked him to play more man. He said, I value his opinion, and it's important that you do that as a coach, but we're growing as a group. There's an improvement, and we keep growing as a group. Do you think it's a mistake to ask Trayvon to switch to being more of a zone corner at this point in his career, Brian?
Man, I'll tell you what. I just listen. There has to be some give and take here. Like, there has to be some. Okay, man. Listen, I get it. You're a man corner. You like staying in position. You don't like having to read. And I mean, he was very, very open what he just said about playing the scheme. There's a lot of things that you have to prep and a lot of study that you have to do to be able to play that way. If you're a man corner, you lock up and go. You don't look back. You don't have to worry about dropping an area. You don't have to worry about depth. You don't have to worry about where routes come in your zone. You've got your guy and you chase him all over the field. There's an element to make that a lot of corners, if you're talented enough to play, it's a very easy way to play. You're a zone corner. If you're a Rondé Barber and you can't run worth a damn and like that, you want to play more zone so you can react and be smart and cerebral and all those things and read routes. He read a route the other day, the one that his interception was out of zone coverage. He did a really good job of seeing what was going on. But there's some players that just, man, let me just go play. Don't make me have to drop at depth. Don't make me have to read crossers. Don't make me have to know what the guy next to me is doing.
Mm-hmm.
That there's these players don't want to do that.
And it's totally understandable that if you didn't have a training camp, you would really be struggling to be the player that you used to be.
You got
to play with your eyes at this point a lot more.
You have to play with your eyes a lot more. You have to be able to react, but then your reactions get affected because you're not sure.
Yeah.
Like, you're thinking, okay, if I react here, am I putting the defense in harm's way?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got to be on the same page with everybody else.
So I could fully understand. There's a lot of players that just don't like the cerebral part of football. They just like going and playing and covering that way. They don't want to have to read coverages and or read zones and read men and routes and stuff like that. He's telling you, he's telling you he doesn't want to.
It gets very complicated with them trying to mess you up by, having route combinations that put you in conflict and have to make difficult decisions. It's
on
just
the fly.
It's a completely different, obligation or responsibility as a defensive player.
It's like Micah Parsons not wanting to play linebacker anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Micah Parsons rushing the passer. Yes, there's things you have to do as a pass rusher, but it's rushing the passer. Linebacker requires drops, reads, knowing what everybody's doing around you. That's classroom football.
And knowing when the quarterback's about to throw it at the same time, it is very hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to me, there's players don't like being put in those situations.
Okay, according to Next Gen Stats, Diggs has allowed 17.4 yards per target. That's the most in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I think that's the other side of this coin is how long can you keep up with this before you got to be like, okay, maybe we are a zone defense. Can we look at what some of these teams are doing where it's zone on one half of the field and man on the other?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not a crazy outside-the-box idea at all. A lot of NFL teams do that.
Yeah, you just need Eberflus to be willing to.
How about flexible?
Yeah.
How about being more flexible to what you're trying to do? Like, listen, if you work with me on the zone coverage, I'll mix in some more man. I'll find a way to mix in some more man for you. But if the coach is going to be inflexible about this, I don't blame the player for being pissed off if that's the case. His skill set is playing more man coverage. Like, this is on the front office too. You brought in a coach that plays a lot of zone when you got guys that are man cover corners.
Sounds like they're not planning around the future of Diggs.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I say bingo. I say, how about when you're interviewing these coaches, what does your team look like currently? Are you asking a lot? Are you going, square peg, round hole? What are you doing here?
Yeah.
You got to know your team. When you bring in these coaches and it turns into, the last couple of coaches have adapted. Zimmer adapted late. Zimmer's like, I should have done more. I tried to do what I thought they could do or what they were good at, but I should have done this a little bit more. Dan Quinn, he's like, whoa, I've got rushers and I got man cover guys. Watch this. That cover 3 stuff that I play and all that, the Legion of Boom stuff, he went completely away from that.
And that's the hallmark of a really great coach.
Absolutely.
Being able to take different ingredients and crank out badass recipes.
Yeah.
So Dan Quinn did more cover 1?
Yeah. If you look at what Seattle and how they played, or, they always played with Cam Chancellor down and, they were switching it back and forth. So they played more single high stuff, cover 2 stuff. But it was Dan completely, the year he had off, he completely said, man, I need to change how I call things as a coordinator.
So then I wanted to follow up as well and ask about, the other guys that are trying to work their way back. Do we need to be ready for a similar learning curve and maybe blown coverage with Revel?
Revel is a zone cover player.
Okay.
He's got the ability to play man because of the length and his ability to turn and run. That's what he had in college. But he played a lot of Matt zone in East Carolina.
And then does this help Kalen Carson or does it hurt him?
I think with Carson, he's probably more of a man cover guy than he is zone. I kind of felt like that Matt was going to have to, when this all got started, I kind of felt like that Matt was going to have to change things. I said it last week in the pregame show. Matt's got to call an uncomfortable game where he does more things that he's not used to doing. That's just coaching right there.
It really is. And I just hope he's not a coach that's from a bygone era where you have a system and you either impress it on players that aren't fit for it and blow them out and go looking for different ones, or you just fail, because I do feel like on both sides of the ball, coaches have to be adaptable to basically every scheme that's working in today's NFL and know how to coach it.
Yeah.
And if that's not the case, then maybe we will be looking for a new DC. I mean, there's a lot going bad with this defense. I don't think they should be quite this bad. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, we talked about it. It's the Jets defense. Let's see where they're really good and where they maybe take some advantage. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, Brian Schottenheimer.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper lady.
Pepper lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters? Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Time for Krusty's Corner. We've been waiting all day for this. The Jets defensive preview brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much again, Lucius, for playing that. Dawson, thank you for the introduction. Thank you to Reliant again for being a part of this. Been great partners with me for a while now. Really do appreciate
Doing a heck of a job, man. They're
really,
getting their money's worth.
Really appreciate them for doing that, though. They don't have to, and they do. And it means a lot. It really does.
Salute.
All right, here we go. Jets. I think there's 4 players you need to be concerned about with the New York Jets defensively. I think I'm going to start with Sauce Gardner on this one because he's the cornerback that if in fact that you are down another wide receiver with Turpin, we'll get the report today. That should be out here in a little bit. Whether he practiced or not, I don't think he is. I don't think he's going to play. He's got a sprained foot. They're concerned about that. But I didn't get a timetable on that either yesterday when I asked. So maybe something better came about. We'll see. But you're going to be down likely another wide receiver this week. And what you're going to do is you are going to get Sauce Gardner, who will travel. He didn't travel very much last year, but he's traveled a lot now that Aaron Glenn and Steve Wilks are part of this defensive package. And so I would expect to see them try to take away Pickens, and if there's no Turpin, see if anybody else could beat you on the outside. Now, Dallas did a good job last week of their receivers winning. You know, when you looked at the other receivers and how Tolbert got involved and then Flanoy got involved. But It's going to be a challenge this week for this reason, just because I think they're going to try and take Sauce Gardner and put him on your best guy.
What are you seeing from Sauce? Because when I just look at it's Pro Football Focus, I get their grades are a little wonky sometimes, but it seems like he's gotten progressively worse as a player.
He is, when you watch him play, the things that I respect about him as a player, and I watched all 4 of their games, and what I do is I break them down to their sacks, their pressures, the way they defend the ball, the pass, the breakups and stuff like that. So the thing with Sauce, I've always admired him, is his ability, how competitive that he is. And you're right. I think the grades are a little wonky on him, but I think when it comes to playing the game, I'm a fan of his. I'm a fan of the way he covers. I'm a fan of the way he moves. I'm a fan of the way that he is, that he puts himself in position. I think he's super competitive. And I think that he relishes these opportunities to get to walk with these guys and try and cover them. I think he gets a lot of respect that way. But I'm not saying that he is the detriment, because on the other end of that scale, the guy that's the real problem for the Jets is Brandon Stevens. He's the one that quarterbacks have almost a perfect rating against him throwing the football. When you look at his game, he's number 21 for the Jets. He usually plays as the right corner, and teams, when they've attacked him, it's been outstanding.
Tolbert and Flournoy have enough to do that?
Well, that's going to be the trick now. That is going to be the trick, because if whoever's going to play on the outside there has got to, and I hope that they stay away from Gardner. I just think the Gardner-Pickens matchup is, now Pickens tore him up in a game last year in Pittsburgh.
Nice.
So that's
all right.
Something to keep an eye on. But you in this particular game, we'll see what happens a year removed. Pickens played great last week, as we all know. But man, if I'm going to go after somebody, it's the other corner, because Brandon Stevens is having problems, and and it doesn't matter what route. He is a blinking light for opposing offenses when it comes to coverage. So that the way that secondary plays, I feel like you could do something against Andre Sisco, their safety, is another guy that I feel like that maybe we'll see with Ferguson what he could do, but they're having some problems covering some tight ends. And Sisco's a big guy, but he doesn't run particularly well. And the movement and stuff will give him some problems. So stay away from Gardner, I would, because I think he's got that ability to make plays. We've seen him do it before. Stevens, I don't think can make the plays. And Sisco, if you're running the seams and stuff like that, the middle of the field, I think that's the guy you go after. This team struggles when they don't get pass rush. They struggle. They give up completions. They give up a lot of completions when they don't get pressure. But the way they're going to bring pressure is they're going to bring it. They think that they could get home with Jermaine Johnson and then also Will McDonald. Now, they played pretty well against when it came to the running game stuff against the Steelers in week 1. They gave up only almost 3 yards a carry against the Steelers. But they've struggled kind of since. Buffalo got them pretty good. And then you've seen the last Tampa and then Miami, I think, has been right around 124 yards rushing. But the pass rush stuff has to come with pressure. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to try and bring help for McDonald and Jermaine Johnson. And then also with Quinnen Williams there being in the middle.
And that's if Johnson can play, right? I saw he's day-to-day with an ankle.
Yeah.
How big would that be if he can't go?
Well, that would mean that maybe then you would see either Brandon McGregor or Michael Clements would be the guy that they would have to step in and be that guy. He's
a handful.
Yeah. The thing that I like, I mean, I think the McDonald, he's a little bit like what you're doing with those the Giants edges, that he's a thinner, longer guy, and maybe you take the ball right at him a little bit. So in the running. Now, this team, Dallas running the football, I think they've got a shot at running the football against these guys because I think that when you watch the Jets, their front tends to slant. And teams that were catching them going one way and then the ball kind of breaking back the other way, they take themselves out of a lot of position. Chief, your tackling stuff with the Jets was worse against the Dolphins than it was anybody else.
Watching them versus the Dolphins the other night, it was like,
yeah, they had a problem. They had problems.
They were missing everything.
They had a problem. They had problems tackling in the Dolphins game, but overall, but the biggest problem that they have is they will take themselves out of position when it comes to playing run defense. They will slant one way, and then they haven't been capable of getting back and then making a play from that.
That's the thing about those slant fronts. It's like it can result in some great TFLs if you're on it and you're slanting the appropriate way. But if you get caught slipping, you can give up explosives in a big way.
Yeah, and teams were able to, like I say, they struggled with having to play some run defense. But
now, when they slant, are they trying to get in the gaps quicker?
Yeah, they're trying to wreck your blocking scheme is what they're trying to do. So, for example, they're playing as that say they're playing as the 3 technique, that outside eye of the guard, and then maybe they're slanting them to the right. They're slanting them further away. So they're trying to take it. Say you're running the ball going to the left. They're trying to say, okay, we'll slant the front to the strength of the offense because most teams run behind their strength. Sometimes teams will mess you up and set the strength one way and then take the ball back the other. But they're mainly trying to get in gaps to kind of deal with the blocks going strong side is what they're trying to do. But this crew, like I said, they will run themselves out of some plays. I think that Quinnen Williams he's done a much better job. Last year I felt like that he wasn't as good getting pressures. This year he's getting back to his old ways. He's hard to block one-on-one. He's got a lot of power. He does play with some quickness. I will say this, though. I felt like that T.J. Bass did a pretty solid job last week in the pass protection and the run blocking. But this is
different. Like Green Bay has the smaller, quicker defensive tackles.
This is a big, bulky, square playing guy that will just pick you up and walk you back to the.
He's so damn strong.
He's an animal.
Really, really, really strong.
Two-way guy. You mentioned the pressures tied for 7th in terms of interior defensive linemen with 13 pressures, 15 run stops, 5 more than any other interior defensive lineman.
He is that, and that's the thing too. The run stuffing is big for him, and it's gotten better. I mean, like I say, last year he probably didn't have as many, but right now he's absolutely doing a great job with that. And
I don't know if I'm sleeping well if I'm Brock Hoffman right now.
Well,
no, you can't be if you're Brock.
No, this could be some difficult, but these guys together have done a pretty good job. Like I say, against Pittsburgh, you could watch Pittsburgh, and they played really, really well against the run. Like the Steelers didn't. Steelers had no explosives in that game, whereas Buffalo, Tampa, and Miami all had explosives.
I trust this Cowboys rushing attack now.
Do you?
I trust it. I know it's going to be solid.
What if Smith is the only starter? What if it's the line of, what if it's if we get Nate Thomas as the starter at left tackle, then it's Smith, Hoffman, Bass, and Steele.
I would still trust that. I trust Nate Thomas enough. Steele's an animal in the run game. But if you lost Tyler Smith, like with the knee tendonitis thing, if that thing flares up in a way, then all of a sudden you don't have Tyler Smith and you got 3 backups on the interior, now I would start to have questions. But with Tyler Smith, still got Steele, and then even with Nate Thomas in for Guyton, I don't think that's necessarily a huge drop-off.
Yeah. To recap all this.
Am I crazy for that, or do you agree?
No, I think, to me, I like Nate Thomas in the run game. I think Nate Thomas.
Same here.
I think Nate Thomas brings you a little something. I don't think there's the thing I would worry about is the backups to the backups.
Yes,
I would worry.
Yes,
because
good problem to have.
No, that's the issues that they if it gets to where somebody else gets dinged up, do you have enough, like you're now into your third guy?
No, I don't. I mean, the Cowboys have really good depth on the offensive line, but
They do.
You don't really have it to the third stringers.
No, they don't. But just to recap this, expect Sauce Gardner to travel. Will McDonald is, I think, their best pass rusher. It's going to be a little bit of a problem with Quinnen Williams inside because of his run stuffing ability. And then also the guy, if you're going to throw the ball, go after number 21, Brandon Stevens. He's the guy that seems to be the mark for them.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Could be a breakout game for Flanoy. I think that's what I just heard, if you can handle this guy on the inside.
Old Chuck will be throwing a party.
Yes. Well-deserved party as well. He's been sticking by him for some time. What's coming up next, Eric?
Sounds of the Sports Day featuring an all-time dad move. Baker on the good old days, and your Throwback Thursday football clips of the day next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady. Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in. Cowboys practice report was just sent out, and you do have Jermaine Johnson edge for the Jets, DNP there with his ankle situation. Braylon Allen has gone on IR. Michael Carter, a cornerback, DNP. And Mason Taylor, their tight end, has been limited the last 2 days. I think he is tied for their second most receiving yards.
He's a good player.
Yeah, LSU guy, right?
Yeah, LSU guy.
And then Cowboys, nothing changed from yesterday. Just a whole bunch of injured dudes and limited dudes. And here's Chief with your Sounds of the Sports Day.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, we got some good ones in here for you today. I'm fired up about this. Wait till you hear the Throwback Thursday football clips of the day. I got 2 of them that I think are pretty all-time. But we start with ESPN on ABC, where they're broadcasting the Padres and Cubs game. And they're teasing ESPN's NHL opening night coverage. Trying to cross-promote a little bit. We understand that.
Mm-hmm.
And Ben McDonald, the analyst on the broadcast,
LSU guy,
he was not having it.
And the Blackhawks return to the ice next Tuesday, NHL opening night against the defending champion Florida Panthers at 5 Eastern, 4 Central on ESPN. Triple header that night, Penguins, Rangers, Avalanche, Kings. Ben, I know you got an opinion on this. Panthers three-peat this year, what do you think?
If you say so. I mean, good luck to them. Are you asking me if I'm going to be watching?
No, you'll be watching, of course, because you work for ESPN. You'll be watching Friday night.
There is zero chance I'll be watching. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Where will you be?
I will be somewhere, but there's zero chance I'll be watching.
All right, thanks, Ben. We'll be watching. Thanks for the rating.
I do love the honesty there for Ben McDonald.
Yeah.
I will not be watching.
Yeah.
If you think the Panthers can get it done once again and go for the three-peat, then I'll take your word for it. I'm sure ESPN really appreciated that. Not much of a hockey guy.
Hey,
but ESPN's not much of hockey guys.
South Louisiana guy.
Yeah, that's not really where
probably not much of a hockey.
Where the ice.
I think though the ice skaters or something like that. I think we have a really creative name in Baton Rouge for our hockey team. I probably should have looked this up before I said it.
The Ice Cats,
ice skaters, something like that. Lucius, do you have a nickname for our Baton Rouge? I think we have a.
Yeah, everybody knows it's the Skating Cajuns.
The Skating Cajuns,
baby. I bet that's probably it.
I believe Lucius when he says that.
I think you nailed it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Speaking of cross promotion, let's go ahead and do that right here because we had the Anthony Davis story. He's putting on some LBs, and the morning show was discussing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anthony Davis coming into camp a little bit heavier than usual. He's saying much
Oh,
to do
wow.
about nothing. What is it? Did you find it? Is it the Skating Cajuns?
No, it's the Baton Rouge Zydeco's.
Hey.
All right.
Yeah,
You're
the
close. So what's your next guess?
Is that French for Raging Cajun?
Zydeco's. Yeah, Lucius got it. It's that music, selling music.
Oh, cool.
What was it? Buckwheat Zydeco.
Buckwheat Zydeco's, yeah. Yeah.
I bet those games are a heck of a time.
How hot and humid, probably. Well, maybe not.
How do they keep that ice?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How does that thing not become a slush fest down there?
So this is Sean letting us know that everything's fine with Anthony Davis. He's giving us some good basketball analysis here. If Anthony Davis is going to be a big man now and really dominate in the paint, then fine. Sean's cool with the bloated nature of his current body.
If Anthony Davis, if I knew that part of his offseason plan was, I'm gonna start pounding dudes. I'm gonna start backing up that rear end, and I'm gonna start back 3 seconds, 3 seconds, 3 seconds.
Caked up.
Bam.
Yeah. Is that a lot?
Explosion.
That's the basketball analysis you can get every morning.
Whew. Sounded like RJ really liked it.
And RJ was really, he was like
Pound those guys.
He was like Zolak on those Patriots touchdown calls. Man. Really good basketball analysis right there, man. And we'll probably have our first rim session coming up here in the near future.
I never remember that working for a single hooper. Like, hey, I know I got to play Shaq. I'm going to put on 50 pounds of fat. This is going to go great.
If I just get a little bit fatter, I can be better at my job where I got to be a great athlete.
Yeah, there will be some muscle involved here. I'm going to work out, be super doughy, and just, step to Shaq. It ain't happening, bro. Your only chance is to get athletic and lean.
Especially
pounding that guy.
Especially for a guy that's been so banged up throughout his career, you would think like being lighter would be the best thing possible.
Yeah,
for a
Might
guy
need
like
some
Anthony
body
Davis.
armor, man. Maybe need some body armor.
Yeah, maybe. We'll find out.
Lean muscle? That'd be good body armor.
No, man. Body armor.
Throw that gut around a little bit.
Yeah.
Watch how it can work for you.
It only works for Patrick Mahomes, to my understanding.
Yeah, he's the one guy that's defying that right now.
Yeah, he's Taco Bell built.
Was Dak kind of initially kind of a heavier quarterback initially?
Yeah, but he was kind of like
husky.
He was husky, but he was husky everywhere. It wasn't just like, and then here's our quarterback with the
Carried
gun,
it well.
like Ben Roethlisberger or something. Like Dak was strong.
He was a big guy. Like,
He was he was definitely on the thicker side of things. But
And if you evolve as an athlete like Luka Doncic, being over 20% body fat for the majority of your life, you learn how to operate with that, or you've proven I can operate with that. You take a super lean guy, start pounding on that extra weight,
not the easiest thing to adapt to.
No, it's a completely different deal.
Okay, to the world of college football, we had Lane Kiffin beating LSU. LSU has a linebacker that's dating his daughter. We all found out about that.
Wick Weeks?
Yeah, this is Whit Weeks, the LSU linebacker. Apparently he was vomiting during the game because Ole Miss was cranking up the tempo so much. Here was Lane Kiffin on Pardon My Take.
Hey, man, we got to win the game, and even though I embraced it and he's a great kid and everything, we might have increased the tempo just a little bit, like there's 50 plays in the first half, see if we can get this guy to throw up,
So he cranked up the tempo quite a bit.
He did.
We knew that he had something up his sleeve
He always does.
for the boyfriend of his daughter who played for the opposing team. Like he was going to find a way to get him in.
She was cheering for Ole Miss.
Well, was she?
They showed her, yeah. She's cheering for Ole Miss. After the game. They
all
showed
right.
her. Yeah.
After the game, of course, when Ole Miss wins. All right, I'm an Ole Miss fan.
She was with her family members cheering for Ole Miss.
I just love that from a sports dad standpoint. Like he had an opportunity to make a statement here and literally has the guy vomiting during the game because he's just running so much tempo and attacking.
Is this your king?
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
Like I think every dad would love that opportunity. Like, hey, no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
We're just we're in the throes of competition. I'm trying to win, but also I'm trying to let you know who's daddy.
Clearly not the one here for you, honey.
Yeah, that's true. Got to start thinking about that. I can't imagine and I was exhausted in some games, and I threw up at some practices, whatever conditioning, but vomiting in a game. I remember watching Riley Dodge do that for Southlake. Yeah. And I don't know if he was exhausted or if he just had an upset tummy.
Sometimes
but he puked. I think that was a state championship game.
Sometimes you drink too much Gatorade.
It can be an anxiety thing, I think, more than anything.
Yeah.
Where it's pregame. It's just like
pregame puke or
the
whatever.
butterflies.
Yes.
This was a pure exhaustion of vomit. It could have been, playing girlfriend's dad. There could have been a lot going on, creating a butterfly type of situation. As a dad, I think you want your kids to root for the same teams, or if I'm coaching a team, can you support this team? But at some point, they're going to rebel, and I think you have to encourage that. But it really got to me about 4 years ago when Abby was on the NBA YouTube just watching nonstop Kobe and Shaq videos, like the documentaries were coming out, and she decided she wanted to be a Lakers fan. And it floored me because the Lakers are my number one hate watch in the history of sports by far. Mm-hmm. And I just laid low. I didn't want to be too heavy-handed because as a dad, you get heavy-handed with the boyfriend. Next thing you know, it makes her like him more.
Yes.
You got to be careful with these kind of deals.
Yeah, you got to act.
Lucius used to troll me with that all the time. He did, dude. I mean, it set me off. It was triggering. Anything Laker or Kobe related.
So you just had to kind of keep your mouth shut a little bit and then just let that seasonal
just run its course.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of trends, but I think you can almost traumatize it into permanence if you have too strong of a reaction as a dad.
Yes. Yeah, that's a pro tip right there. Veteran move. Thank you for that.
You got it.
Now we head to the podium in Tampa where Baker Mayfield is at the mic, and he's about to square off versus Sam Darnold. This is a fun game. It's a big game this weekend. Bucs Seahawks, two of the upper-tier teams in the NFC. No question. Now, Baker and Sam, this is a bit of a reunion for them because they were teammates together, if you remember, in Carolina. Now, this was, and that was not a great stay for either one of those guys, but this is him asked about reminiscing on the good old days with Sam and their time together in Carolina.
Reminisce about the good old days in Carolina? What are you talking about?
Reminisce about what days?
Good old days in Carolina?
Oh, nope. No, we don't.
The what days? Those were not good days for me. When I think of Baker Mayfield in Carolina, don't we all think about the same thing? Yeah. Where he's playing practice squad edge rusher?
Oh, that's right.
He's got his hand in the dirt, bro.
That was rock bottom for him.
That was absolutely rock bottom. Believe it or not, it wasn't Cleveland. It was playing scout team edge rusher for the Carolina Panthers. And now he's just throwing touchdowns to Emeka Egbuka. What a turnaround. What a turnaround for both those guys.
Yeah, him and Sam Darnold, get there, do that. When it looks like your career is over and you're going to have to go be the failure back home in your college town or whatever, or, hey, sorry it didn't work out for you in the NFL, to suddenly you're considered one of the top 10, top 15 players in the game, got to be an incredible relief.
Yes.
Like, holy crap, that was close. I started to doubt myself.
Wasn't that the same season? Didn't he go from Carolina to L.A. to play with the Rams, and then on a short week on a Thursday night game makes his first start, and it's a comeback victory versus the Raiders because the Raiders do Raiders things.
Yeah.
That was the turning point. That was the Gavin Dawson turning point in the Baker Mayfield career. How about that? All right, two Throwback Thursday football clips of the day. We start with Broadus's head coach, Brian Kelly. This is when he was at Notre Dame. Notre Dame had just lost to FSU, and I can't believe he said this.
What did you think of your team's ability to withstand Florida State's impressive comeback?
Yeah, I'm in favor of execution. Maybe our entire team needs to be executed after tonight.
That was Brian Kelly talking about his football players.
He actually was trying to steal a line from John McKay, who said it with Tampa Bay when he was the first-year coach at Tampa. And he said, "Coach, what'd you think of your execution?" He says, "I believe in execution of my team." He was basically he was trying to steal a John McKay line. Is what I'm in favor of execution.
A much more violent
of my team. Yeah,
misquoting there.
Yeah, very violent. Yeah.
Okay, now this one popped up courtesy of our buddy Mike Sando of The Athletic.
Yeah, Mike likes us.
Yes, and this is not some sound I had ever heard. I would imagine you guys haven't either. Maybe Broadus has. Yeah. This goes back to the New Orleans Saints when they were absolutely terrible, and it was Jim Morris Sr.
Oh, yeah.
As their head coach.
Yeah.
This guy, I mean, he's known for the playoffs rant, right, with the Colts.
He's got some good ones.
This one right here, let's play a game called Count the S-Bombs. This was after a training camp practice.
Dean told me he blew his knee out. You got to block people on a screen. He gets the ball out there, and two guys, big old animals, nail his ass. It's ridiculous. We run a screen before that, we get our ass nailed. I don't know. You know, Dean said he couldn't put any weight on his leg. That didn't sound too good to me. We're down. You know, we're down in back. We're down in everything. We you know, we don't have enough people right now. It'll be hard to practice next week effectively.
Pinkett done for the year, you think?
I don't know. Dean told me it looked like he tore 2 knee ligaments. That doesn't sound very encouraging.
Do you take into account of all the fact that Dave Ayers?
I don't take into account shit. All I take into account is they kicked our ass today. That's what I take into account. Stowers. Well, let me just tell you something. He looked pretty good, right? They cut him before they came to camp. The Kansas City Chiefs cut Stowers before they came to camp. Looked pretty good for us. Maybe that shows you the difference between our team and their team. I don't know.
Will you go back to?
What do you guys think about that? Pretty good indication, right? They won't even bring him to camp. He looks like a star of the day for the Saints.
Will you change the focus of practice?
Depends if we got anybody that can practice. You know, we can line up and do something.
Jim, was the effort there today? Did you?
It was all right. You know, Buford Jordan goes in there and gets a little hit and knocks the ball out. Head gets in there, gets a little hit, ball goes out. I don't know if that's effort or not. It's horse ball carrying, I know that. Horse.
Is that not incredible, dude?
Dean Kleinsmith, the trainer at the Saints, is a great guy, too.
Yeah.
Every time Dean.
Yeah,
Dean Kleinsmith.
okay.
Yeah, what a great guy. Great guy. Yeah.
That's incredible, dude.
Wasn't that amazing?
Yeah. It kind of sounded like if Tom Landry was a cusser.
Yeah. Those coaches back in the day, man.
Characters.
Seriously, man.
Doing bits up there, doing routines.
They just...
And do you know how funny you're being right now?
I don't think so. They hadn't found the mindfulness to sort of rein it in yet.
They don't. They really don't. They're just seriously like they're asking the reporters like, "What did you think?" He's like, "Hey, the guy wasn't good enough to be on the Chiefs." What do you mean?
That is frustration and urgency and intensity all snowballing on you to a point that
he turned that team around, though, man. He had the Dome Patrol in the '80s. Yeah, he turned that thing around.
A couple of good years there between brown bags.
Yeah, he did. He did a good job.
Well, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Always amazing to listen to the sounds of the sports day with Eric Chiafalo, and then, go back to back with some college football coming up next. What do you say?
Yeah, let's crank up the Darty featuring NFL scouts talking about these college quarterbacks in the Big Ten versus the SEC. That's next year in the nation. But I want to tell you about my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration and Advanced.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Some Cowboys Twitters coming up at 4:40. We'll give you what Dak's saying about why he's playing so well and what these next two games mean for the team. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Chief with the college football Darty.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Let's take a look at some of these the big matchups for the weekend, and we'll hear from Sark after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset?
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them now to say our name again!
Well, I don't get the bring the head cold.
So a couple of people have been asking, like, what's the Darty? What's the Darty? Broadus, what's a Darty?
Stay partying, man.
Come on now. Yeah. Well, they were doing Darties
that might be a good
back
thing
in
about
the 40s when you were in college.
Oh, yeah.
Called it day drinking back then.
Yeah, we had speakeasies. We go to speakeasies, dress up, go to the speakeasies, knock on the door, say a code word, they'll let us in.
Dress up like bow tie style?
Oh, yeah. Hat, bow tie. Yeah.
Maybe a pimp cane?
Not that. I didn't have that.
Okay.
I had that. I had like the bow tie, the hat, you know.
The good old days, right?
Good old days, yeah. Drove with my Studebaker over there, you know.
Is that the ones that go, ooga, ooga?
Yeah, Lucius, I'd go to the college football game with my mink coat on, you know, my hat, with my pennant, ready to roll.
Does anybody feel like Vanderbilt's going to roll over Alabama this weekend?
I have not seen Vanderbilt play this year, but I'm hearing like they're actually pretty good, and LSU's got them here in a couple of weeks. So
they can see him coming. They're not
they beat them last year. Yeah. Vanderbilt beat them. Vanderbilt got off to a great start in that game and hung on.
It would be. I mean, berserko mode if they could go into Tuscaloosa and beat Bama.
I wonder when the last
for the second time.
I don't know if that's ever happened
in back-to-back seasons. That would be crazy. Alabama's obviously gotten things together a little bit. Their quarterback Ty Simpson.
Yeah,
is coming around to be kind of the real deal. But the problem, I think, for Alabama right now is like and you could say like, oh, that's all they got is a quarterback in a passing game. But they don't run the ball particularly well. They don't stop the run particularly well. They were awesome on third downs, like 13 of 19 versus Georgia. But, I mean, Vanderbilt runs the heck out of the football. Pavia's playing his tail off, dual threat quarterback. So I can't wait to see how this one shakes out. I feel like just about everyone in the country is pulling for Vandy once again.
Yeah, and it would be such a juicy storyline. I feel like from the Bama perspective, if your coach loses twice, there should be a clause in the contract. We can fire you with no buyout. You lose twice in a row to Vandy.
Well, they play that clip of Saban.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, they play that clip of Saban always saying that there's no easy games in the SEC except when you go to Vanderbilt. You played in Nashville.
Yeah,
and they played that after the game. They played that.
They got some rich alumni throwing money at them now. They're sick of being the laughing stock.
I don't know what their NIL situation is. I know that it's one of the great schools, but I mean,
I was
as far
surprised
as
they didn't send them to the Sun Belt.
By the way, the last time that Vanderbilt won in Tuscaloosa, would you like to guess the year? I was in college, put it that way.
Oh, okay. So 82. It was like 84.
84. Yeah, Vanderbilt won 30-21. And that was kind of a down Alabama team.
Had to have been.
Yeah.
It's the only way to explain that.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's going to be, I mean, game day will be there. It'll get all the hoopla, and hopefully it's at least a fun, close game that comes down to the wire.
Sean's nephew plays for Vanderbilt, correct?
That's well documented, yes, sir.
He went to the game. He was in Nashville last year when that game was going on. Sean went to that.
Oh, that was the game that he was at?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
What a game to go to. You're thinking, we're going to get
They're taking the field goal post down Broadway.
Yeah. Is it Broadway? Is that the name of the street in Nashville?
Pretty sure it is.
Is it really?
You can go ahead and fact check me.
I'm fact checking.
Speaking of like NIL and stuff like that, Front Office Sports is reporting that the College Sports Commission is the new enforcement group that runs the NIL. And they have created a snitch hotline of sorts to where you can stop improper NIL deals from taking place if you have been made aware of them. So
sounds healthy.
We'll see how. I mean, that could get crazy. What did I nail it?
Heck yeah, you nailed it. Good for you. I need to stop questioning you. Broadway Street, you say Broadway Street, right?
Sure did.
Is Nashville's famous for being the heart of Nashville's entertainment and nightlife, referred often to Lower Broadway or Honky Tonk Highway.
They were honking that night.
Be a great song, Honky Tonk Highway. Come up with that.
Probably out there.
It's not already there.
You think we got that one already?
Probably Jerry Jones' favorite song to karaoke.
I know
too.
the honky tonk but donkey donk. I'm familiar with that one. I think that's Trace Adkins.
Is that really a song?
Oh, yeah.
Want to fact check you again?
yeah, please. I actually could see you singing that one on a karaoke night.
I'll look it up.
Read the lyrics.
I'll read the lyrics.
Yeah, why don't you look up the lyrics?
Okay.
Right now, quarterbacks.
Honky donk. What?
Honky tonk, but donkey donk.
Okay, got you. Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
It's a big butt, Brian.
It is.
I got you there.
Do you? I would imagine rivals are going to be calling the hotline on each other.
That's what I'm. It's exactly where I wanted to
be
take
a waste
this.
of time.
This is just going to be just ball sack reports left and right to the CSC, and they're gonna within 6 months they're gonna throw their hands up and say this was the dumbest idea we've ever created because we are just chasing squirrels down dead ends.
Backup QBs and third string QBs getting people out of there.
Yeah. Oh.
Get you out of there, bro.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've heard that.
Mr. Porsche under the table. I got you, bro.
Yeah. See you later. Guess who's starting now?
Look out.
I don't know. I do feel like at college, the only schools that would get caught on this are just being lazy. Just create a fake company, funnel the cash.
Yeah, go Steve Ballmer on the beat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly
that Pablo find out.
Yeah, but I think it's so loosey-goosey in college right now. It's trying to create some sort of a governing body to bust these kids is just pure hating. Right? Let the kids get paid. Like, how do you look yourself in the mirror at night going, yes, I'm the guy that tries to take money out of kids playing a violent sport for 4 hours every Saturday? That's just a horrible place to find yourself in life.
How do you sleep at night?
What's that number?
Yeah, Broadus will be calling up on Georgia and
Alabama
real quick. Yeah. By the way, Pro Football Focus College has the Miami Hurricanes with the #1 defensive line carried by Ruben Bain, the guy we talked about earlier.
They look good.
But Texas Tech is #2 with the second best defensive line.
Put that oil money to work.
Yeah.
We're surrounded by oil. Why aren't we good?
Yeah, they're throwing money around in a big way. Joey McGuire's getting it done, and they will be starting Baron Morton. We have some sound that we can maybe get to him later on in the hodgepodge talking about their backup, Will Hammond. But, Texas Tech, they got a big one in Houston for sure, night game. And Houston is undefeated, 4-0. So, which has already matched its win total for each of the first 2 years since they moved to the Big 12. So they've turned things around a little bit. I'm excited to watch Texas Tech play football once again off the bye week. Now, this was Steve Sarkisian, Texas head coach, talking about kind of Arch and then all these super hyped up quarterbacks that haven't really lived up to the hype.
One thing that came out of this weekend as well, and I'm looking around the country at the high-profile players, I don't know if any of them are living up to what everybody said they were supposed to be. But we're in this era right now of everybody's got a phone, so everybody's got Twitter. There's 9,000 podcasts going on.
Thank you.
The coverage over college football is more and more intense than it's ever been. And so players are getting put up on these pedestals really quickly in their careers. And I felt like this weekend I could feel some guys pressing, not so different maybe than Arch was pressing early on, to where they feel like they have to live up to, whether it's whatever they're allegedly making through NIL or because this is what the media is saying I'm supposed to be or I'm not being. College football players are getting critiqued and criticized more now than they ever have in the past too. And so this is a different era that we're in. And I think that we've got to do a great job as coaches of, I don't want to say shelter, but we got to protect our guys, and because they're not pros yet. All right, and the majority of them probably will be, of the guys that I'm talking about. But we've got to do a really good job of putting them in the right mental space to where they're still enjoying playing the game of football with their college football teammates. And so to me, that's the point to these guys, and I think that they got to play for the love of the game, because they do love the game. They need to play football and not work football. And I think that's something we've been working on with Arch, and I'm sure there's a lot of other coaches around the country that are going through similar things in that realm.
Bruce Feldman in The Athletic has a quote from somebody within the Texas program saying Arch was simply gripping the ball a little too tight. But one NFL scouting director, after watching the film from the Buckeyes game, described it as ugly and wondering if Arch had the yips. And the last time we saw Arch looked quite a bit better, but that was the last tune-up game of the season. It's a big one versus Florida. We'll see if we can get it done.
That'll lighten up the grip looking over and seeing Sam Houston uniforms.
Yeah, that can.
Suddenly I'm so much more poised.
Yeah, they said he's talented. He needs to get rid of whatever is going on with him. I don't know if it's all mental, but I do know he's dealing with a level of pressure that nobody else we're talking about is dealing with.
Yeah, it sucks. Basically you're managing pros that are 4 to 8 years younger than real pros now, and so much expectation and hype is coming along with that. I think that's just part of the new landscape of managing players, and you just can't insulate them from it.
NFL scout on Nussmeier, Broadus' quarterback, saying he doesn't look right. Something's off with him, not firing the ball the way he used to. Dave Hellman was saying he's definitely injured.
Yeah, something going on with the arm or the shoulder. Yeah.
Which I think is more encouraging. Like when there's the guy's banged up, it's like, okay, at least that gives you kind of the reasoning behind why he's not playing very well. And then they were ripping up on Aller from Penn State. These NFL scouts, I don't know if he's just so afraid to make mistakes. You just want to see him cut it loose more. He's got the tools, but I'm not fired up about him when I watch him play. He's kind of robotic with his decision-making. So there's like a couple of the top quarterbacks coming into the season, and the NFL scouts are giving their thoughts on them.
Yu Darvish just went hit by pitch to load the bases for the Padres, bottom of the second inning in Chicago.
In Chicago, yes, sir.
Bases loaded, bottom of second inning, nobody out, as the skipper is having to come out here and talk with Yu Darvish very early in this game. Yu's been struggling all season, so it's not that much of a surprise.
Honky tonk but donkey donk. Are we going to get this later payoff? I'm fine with that. If you want to brush up on your vocals.
Oh, it's hustlers shooting 8-ball, throwing darts at the wall, feeling damn near 10 feet tall. Here she comes, Lord help us all. Old TW's girlfriend's done slapped him out of his chair. Poor old boy, it ain't his fault. It's so hard not to stare. And then you got a chorus.
Which is?
At that honky-tonk.
But donk-a-donk.
Donkey-donk. Keeping perfect rhythm make you want to swing along. You got to go on like Donkey Kong and oh wee, shut my mouth, slap your grandmother.
Wow, all the slapping.
Keeping perfect rhythm make you want to swing along.
There you go, baby.
Yeah. All right.
You can't be slapping people just for looking at your girl's butt,
No, it's a look, but don't.
Especially if it's a badonkey donk.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You don't see those all the time.
That's what you signed up for.
Swaying and moving. Somebody's going to be like, whoa.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, be proud of that.
She probably got some Rocky Mountains on, too. The Rocky Mountain jeans, boy. Come on, now. They made flat butts look good.
It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And Flagtober starts Saturday, Tolbert Garage Door, 9 to 11. Then from noon to 2 at East Dallas Diesel. We want to see you there and give you the all-new G-Bag Nation flag. What's going viral from today's Cowboys practice? We have Cowboys Twitter. Dak Prescott talking about why he's playing so well here at this point and what he thinks of these next two games for the Cowboys, why they're so important. That's coming up next to the Nation.
Chiafalo here on behalf of my...
What's it, Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got some Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral about America's team. We're going to start with Dak Prescott on how he's seeing the game right now. He says, I'm seeing it just the way I want to see it. Just the experience paying off on top of the film study and my preparation. And then just the clear communication when a play is being not only called for, but what the play is clearly being designed for and how we feel like we can attack this or attack that. I think it's just a result of me knowing all of that and putting it all together. I'm feeling good out there. I'm for sure playing as confident as I've ever been. Every year I felt like I've gotten better, making strides in every part of my game. I know sometimes the numbers and things don't always show that, but I think right now they are. So if the question is, why is Dak seeing those things so well? Why is he playing his best football? What do you attribute that to?
Wow. Okay. So I think there's plenty of things involved here. I actually have some pretty good numbers on what it is they're doing offensively right now. I think the first thing clearly is just Dak is at an all-time comfort level within the offense, in the pocket, under pressure, accuracy, like all of those physical things that are on you as a player to handle. He's dialed. We talked about the bad throw percentage yesterday. He's usually 15, 16, 17%. Last year, 18% bad throw percentage. This year, it's under 8%. Like, that to me just is you as a quarterback are playing lights out. And
that's such a jump. I'd feel like, man, if you could cut half of that for the rest of the season, that'd be great. Like, how sustainable is that? Are the best quarterbacks in the NFL at bad throw percentage that low?
Yeah, I need to look around the league and see what the other percentages are to get a gauge on if Dak is like otherworldly right now. I do know he is the most accurate passer, so I'd be surprised if there's anybody that's much better than the way he's doing it right now. How sustainable is it? Fair question. But when you also consider the offense that he's in, we've always complained about the offense, right? I mean, Dak's never had a play caller that's giving him much of an advantage, setting up guys for success, setting him up for success. But in this Schottenheimer offense, we've already talked about the run game, Clayton Adams and everything that he's done, and they've built that to perfection. And now they're doing it with backups on the offensive line, really not missing a beat, doing it with Javonte Williams, who, hey, he's playing really, really well, but he's not a household dominant running back, and they're still getting it done. So the run game is clearly working. But when you look at some of the other things, like I was watching Robert Mays of The Athletic, and he was kind of breaking some of the stuff down. Cowboys offense, top 10 play action rate at 30%.
Yeah, I think this is where I think the running game here has really helped. I think the numbers are 37 of 42 for 368 and a touchdown off play action this year. And I was going to say the running game has probably opened up some stuff for him. The air yards, it seemed like, are off the play action have been more.
They're finding chunk plays. It's like play action, and we're trying to go for a shot.
Yeah.
That's been a big difference for Herbert, too, with the Chargers.
Yeah.
Just a lot more play action.
Yeah, and you see the random quarterback. I'm trying to think of somebody who comes to mind who is not good off play action, but by and large, that helps your quarterback. And Dak has proven to be really awesome off of play action, and now he's in an offense where they're running play action at a top 10 rate. So there's one difference. Over the last 2 seasons, the condensed formations, 21% of the time, one of the lowest rates in the league. This year it's at 31%. And we talked about those condensed formations and the best teams in the sport and the way they do that and how that can be very challenging for defenses to account for different things, create different angles, get the bunch formations, things like that going, and it helps create separation. That was something that Shadi had talked about as his vision. We were hoping he would do it. Now you're up 10% over the last 2 seasons doing just that.
Yeah, but I think that might be a little fool's goal. He's still throwing into a lot of tight windows. He's still one of the top. They haven't had the separation that they've.
I think part of that is because George Pickens is not a separator.
No,
he's just simply not a separator.
I agree,
but I'm watching Jalen Tolbert wide freaking open.
Yeah.
It's no brainer he's going to catch the third or fourth down play because he's got great separation on it.
You're talking about the one he came back on?
No, I'm talking about the one that he's coming over on.
Yeah. I like I said, to me, to his credit, he throws more tight window balls. They've got to think about something one day where you actually do get a separator or get separators.
Yes,
to
as
be receivers
for sure. As players,
I mean,
yes.
Every year he throws more tight window balls than anybody else.
Yeah, and I
blame McCarthy for that stuff.
Right,
but it's
and
still
Garrett.
It's gotten better, but not to the level that some of these other quarterbacks have enjoyed. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean you can at least see on the television like they're running more routes that can help create some separation as opposed to just always running the stop routes and things like that. Right?
Yeah,
like you can just see that. But yeah, there is some element to having guys that can just create that separation. And George Pickens in particular is just not one of those guys.
No. I'll tell you another thing I think that's benefited Dak is the fact that he's thrown the ball, as we talked about earlier, further down the field. Like, they used to run routes that were at the sticks, short the sticks.
Yes.
And it was constant, like, throw it and hope for the best, hope for a run. The ball he's throwing is further down the field. And he's always been a good deep passer, but the routes, those intermediate routes, like, the 15 to 20, he's hitting a lot more of those.
He is
what he's doing. So that's something I think that's really kind of helped his game, is that he's gotten even better at completing those passes in that 15 to 20 yard window.
They're also doing the motion stuff like you would want to see, like a top 10 rate. They're not doing quite as much motion at the snap as some of these other teams, but their overall motion is right up there within the top 10. So that's another big one. And then back to the play action stuff. Through 4 games, the Cowboys have more total EPA generated on play action passes than they had from 2022 to 2024 combined.
Wow.
In 4 games.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of it, that's related to what Brian was just saying. You're testing the back end. You're threatening to play them deep. And you're also making them so worried about your run. It's coming together. It's holistically marrying the run game to the pass game that the Shoddy has accomplished in a lot of the work that they did after they got back from Oxnard, California. And I think the way that is all synchronized and complements each other, it all adds up to the best version of Dak. But you don't want to get too far from just giving him so much of the credit for some of these passes that he's throwing to Kevontae Turpin in tight windows. The touchdown to Pickens, the second one. Or I guess that was the first one in the end zone there right at the end of the first half, just how close the corner is and the safety is. And Dak just hammers that ball in there on the numbers. On the next 2 games and how important they are, this is Jets and Panthers. He says, I think these next 2 coming up, we should know exactly who we are after that. We should know what we're capable of. We should know our strengths and our weaknesses. We should be fixing the things that we need to fix to make sure that we're just getting better each week as we move forward. It's massive. If you cannot take care of business against the Jets and Panthers, then we're what are we doing here? We're getting ready for the draft, and we're talking about that's why Vegas has them over under right now, win total for the rest of the season at 6.5. Yesterday, Brian, you're talking about trading George Pickens.
Yeah.
I feel like you might be as pessimistic as anybody right now on what this team is capable of the rest of the season. What do you expect the rest of these 2 games, and what's it going to say about the Cowboys?
Well, they're going to have to, depending on what happens with this offensive line and the injuries and stuff like that, can they go to New York and play a game that they just can't roll their helmets out there. The Jets being 0-4, I think it's really super important for this whole month of October. If you're a Cowboy fan and you want Jerry Jones to do something, you need to keep winning games. You need to go out there and find a way. And Jerry doesn't discriminate against it. He's like, hey, if it's the Jets or it's the Packers or it's the Eagles or Carolina, it doesn't matter. A win's a win. You've got to go out there and find a way to these next 3 weeks. And I'll throw the Commanders in there too. As far as finding a way to win these next 3.
Got to.
Because that's gonna make Jerry want to go. He'll probably over-evaluate his team again and say, man, I need to go out and get somebody. I need to go out there. We're playing well enough. Let me help the quarterback. Let me try and help the defense. Let me do those things. But if you go out there and just mess around, and lose this game, the Jets look bad against Carolina, get beat by the Commanders, he's going to sit there and hold those picks. And that way, then you'll know who this football team really is.
Yeah, it's Jets, Panthers, then Commanders, Broncos, Cardinals, Raiders. So they could really win the next 6 games in a row. A quality football team would. They get that game against the Cardinals the day before the NFL trade deadline.
Yeah.
So a lot of interesting things could happen. But this week especially, you've been good against the run. Can that keep up against the Jets without Justin Fields breaking your back and without you having to commit too many extra resources to open the passing game?
Yeah, I was just kind of looking through metrics last night because the film showed how the Jets were running the ball to their left, your defensive right. That metric showed up because Fashanu, the tackle, the young tackle, they've had the most success running behind him. He's been a little bit like Guyton, where he's had some really good moments as that run blocker, but struggled with pressures as a pass protector. So he's kind of had a a little bit of a hit and miss season so far, but you've got to figure out who's playing right in for you in these games, because if that ball is going to come that way, the corners are involved, the safeties involved, linebackers, but that edge to that right side is the one that's going to be setting it, and that's where your defense is going to play from there.
They do have a really good run game. I just hope it's not a shootout. And I feel like that's the most likely scenario at this point, as you're dealing with the game in the high 20s, mid 30s. Okay, what's coming up next, Chief?
Football's finest. Let's take a peek at the Jets and hand out some quarter season NFL awards next in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. karl-fm Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, boy. It's hour 4 of the nation. And we got the Expressway coming up here in about 20 minutes. G-Bag of the Day, LA Live, all the fun going all the way until 7 o'clock when Fred and Blake will take over for some Fan After Dark. But here's Eric Chiafalo with an edition of Football's Finest.
Okay, the good news when it comes to the Jets passing attack. Their only receiver is Garrett Wilson.
True.
I mean, when you look at their receiving numbers, their second leading receiver, like if it's a wide receiver, after Garrett Wilson, you probably wouldn't even know this guy existed based on his name.
So it's not Allen Lazard.
It's not Allen Lazard. Allen Lazard is their third leading receiver with 3 receptions.
Ooh.
Their second leading receiver goes by the name of Tyler Johnson.
Tyler Johnson.
He has 4 receptions on the season. Their passing attack is Garrett Wilson by a mile, 27 receptions, and he's one of the best in the league. And then it's their running back, Breece Hall. That's where the bad news comes in.
Yeah.
Because they will throw to those backs. It's like, is Garrett Wilson open? No. Let's throw it to a running back. And unfortunately, we've seen the Cowboys basically have no answer to teams that want to just throw the ball out to the running back and go make plays.
I don't think they've completed a screen to a running back, though.
It's just like throw it to the flat.
Throw it to him, yeah.
So, like, when you look at their breakdowns, they're throwing. There's only like maybe 3 teams that are throwing to their running backs more than the Jets. It's just like, is Garrett Wilson open? No, check it down to a back. And in theory, that's beautiful. Like, this is awesome. I just don't know if the Cowboys can rally and tackle on Breece Hall if he's going to catch the ball like 5 times in the game. We saw what Jacobs just did.
I mean, I guess the good news is the wide screen is a little bit harder to defend and rally to. Maybe if you're just checking down over the middle or out in the flat, that's an easier play to defend. I guess your edges and your linebackers are closer in that scenario. But if you're the Jets, you got to be figuring out how are we going to get to the ball out here on this edge, especially against cover 3 with their corner bailing. That's the opportunity.
No question. And we'll see if, hopefully Eberflus and company has a little bit of a plan to slow that down, because to this point, they haven't really shown the ability to be able to do that.
I mean, it comes down to which thing that we're bad at can we start to be good at? And if you do cover 2 and try to take that away, are they just going to, ding it into the middle between Reddy Stewart and Kenneth Murray standing around looking like they don't know what time it is? That's the kind of stuff Trayvon Diggs is talking about. Like, we're running defenses that tells us this is where the offense is going to attack, and then we're acting surprised by it.
So tonight, Thursday Night Football, you'll get Niners and Rams. Puka Nacua is on pace to be the Offensive Player of the Year right now, I think. I mean, he's got 43 catches through 4 weeks. The next highest is Garrett Wilson of the Jets and Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Lions. They're tied with 27 catches. So he's at 43. The next closest is 27. And I love the cut-ups of him because the way he plays in the run game as well, just blocking his tail off. Like, he is everything you want. He's a total gamer. And Stafford and Devontae Adams were talking about the Puka Nacua pregame ritual.
Oh. Yeah, I got something for you real quick on that blocking thing, because I was reading a game preview today that said the opposing team's number 1 wide receiver is always going to go Adams because they hate having to play run defense against Nacua, because at the end of the games, like, his face mask is all scarred up and scratched because he's just an animal. He's relentless. And they're like, dude, I don't want to have to try to guard Nacua and then handle him in the run game for the entire 3 hours.
Yes.
It's insane.
Yeah, he's an absolute menace. He really is. And so he's a guy that you just have nothing but respect for. Now, Matthew Stafford, Devontae Adams, this is them talking about the Puka Nacua pregame.
Puka watches LeBron James highlights before NFL games. Not really sure how he correlates the two, but he loves LeBron and also thinks he could play in the NBA. So
I will vouch and say that is true, because I just saw him before this last game.
Yep.
Sitting next to me watching it, and I was confused. I'm like, what?
That's what he does.
Yeah, it was a LeBron James career highlights.
I get it. The guy's a stud.
Just LeBron James career highlights. That's how he locks in.
I mean, it would be. I mean, I guess cool. Maybe it's part of his routine. Is that one of those good luck things? They call it superstitious.
Yeah, maybe there's some superstitious nature to it, but I also just think he is as his favorite player. He loves
inspiration.
He loves
How many minutes are we talking here every Sunday of LeBron highlights?
He's played 41 years, right?
What are we doing?
What's his stamina?
I mean,
41.
it's great.
Yeah. He's played, what? How many years he played? 21?
Yeah, if you're doing
highlights?
career highlights,
This is going to be year 23.
Going to be hours.
Yeah.
It's a lot of great highlights. A lot of good dunks. Him running fast. Step back threes.
Jesus pose.
The Jesus pose alley-oop with Wade. I mean, the D. Wade years, there's got to at least be a couple hours of highlights in there.
Almost hit my head on the rim a few times, bro. Come on, man.
All the chase down blocks off the glass.
Chase down blocks, bro.
You could watch that for 30 minutes probably, just those.
The glorious. Just locked in. Oh, man, I remember the 80 times I've watched this one. Can't wait to watch it again.
Is it the same thing every week, like career highlights? I guess so. But that's how he locks in, and it's paying off for him. He's an absolute animal.
It does get him in the zone.
He's a sick puppy.
Now, so I'll be excited to watch him tonight. Like first time you can really kind of sit down and just soak in a full Rams game. Right now, Pro Football Focus, their quarter season All-Pro team, they have Matthew Stafford as the quarterback. I think it's bogus.
You don't think he's that good?
Well, I think he's awesome. If we're being real, like Dak is playing at an unbelievable level. I don't know, like through 4 games, can you tell me somebody's playing better? Pro Football Focus will tell you that Dak is like 20 points better from a grade standpoint when under pressure.
Wow. Yeah,
than Stafford.
I think it's the record, and I think people have some like Dak PTSD from believing in him and then seeing how horrible it's gone in the playoffs and how horrible it was last year.
Yeah, and I get
think
that.
They don't want to believe it yet.
I get that, but it's like it's just
or
right
he might
now.
get hurt.
It's just through the first 4 weeks. We're not talking about, hey, I'm going to give you the MVP today. We're just talking about through the first 4 weeks.
He has been playing damn good.
Okay, if there was an all-league draft and you're only drafting for this year, is Dak's going what? 3rd? If Burrow's hurt,
if you're basing it off the last 4 weeks,
Allen, Mahomes, Dak,
Allen, Mahomes,
maybe Herbert, but Lamar keeps getting hurt,
and listen, Stafford would be up there. He's playing great.
He's in the conversation,
but I don't know. I feel like through the first 4 weeks, you'd be hard pressed to find somebody. Even Sam Darnold would be in the mix.
They say that like the 90 range as a PFF score is fairly unsustainable. I guess like Myles Garrett can hold it or Patrick Surtain can hold it for an entire season, but it's just so rare. But I mean, to your point, it's just a quarter season award. I think they're hating on our guy here.
PFF has given the running back All-Pro team through 4 weeks to Bijan Robinson.
It seems like it's breakout year time.
Yes, and he has forced the most missed tackles in the league this year at 27. Right behind him is your guy. How about this? Both have brought us as guys. Bijan at number 1, Ashton Jeanty number 2, with the second most missed tackles.
That's a shame. And Ashton Jeanty, that offensive line, that's just horrible what he's going through.
It could not be more disgusting. Puka Nacua, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Amon-Ra St. Brown are your All-Pro team for the quarter season right now. At wide receiver, those 3 guys are playing some dang good football. Then it's Brock Bowers at tight end, which is interesting because he hasn't been totally lighting it up. I know that from a fantasy perspective. Garrett Bowles is your left tackle. The Broncos.
I think he's battling an injury. Bowers.
He got hurt in I think it was the first game of the season.
New England maybe.
New England. You got Penei Sewell at right tackle for the Lions, Trey Smith, the right guard for Kansas City, the Cardinals, Hajalte Froholt,
bless you,
Cardinals center, and then David Edwards is the Bills left guard. That's who they have as your All-Pro team right now for Pro Football Focus offensively. Who do you guys think is the odds-on favorite now to be the first fired head coach?
It's kind of stabilized in Miami a little bit.
A little bit. Enough to make sure that Mike McDaniel's not the leading candidate.
Isn't this Brian Callahan's first season in Tennessee?
No, this is, I believe, his second season.
He's out of there.
He's out of there. Yeah, he is at a minus 275 right now as the favorite to be the first head coach fired. Then it's McDaniel, then it's Dable, then it's Canales in Carolina, and Kellen Moore with the Saints. You're like, man, hating on the Saints right now. Why are you doing that?
Shouldn't it be Zach Taylor? Like, what do they do well? What would you say you do around here?
That's a great point, dude. I absolutely. Let me see if Zach Taylor is anywhere even close.
Yeah,
here.
but didn't he have to play with a bad quarterback?
Yeah,
he's
the Jake Browning.
But remember I gave you the game. Their drives for the last 2 games.
Oh, I understand, but man, you're playing with that guy.
He's not even in the mix. He's not even in the top 10.
Fight for the Brown family's not going to do that.
I think it's time to get Amari Cooper back on and ask him if the best team in college, if Ohio State, could beat the Bengals. That's hot chatter right there.
Oh, that's right.
I think he would still fight me.
I think he would. He probably would, but I think I'd be more on your side this time.
Oh, thanks. Where were you back then? Tell him, Amari.
I didn't see a team as bad as the Bengals back then.
Guy was a pro scout at one time in his life. Super Bowl champ. Can you believe that crap? God. See what I have to work with, Amari?
I'd like to apologize on behalf of Brian, Amari.
Yeah, you're one of the best, Amari. Best I've ever interviewed.
Rev that engine for us again. He'd be driving around in his like V12 Jaguar or something.
Yeah, he was always cruising.
What'd you pick up for Mom for dinner?
How many offensive snaps?
With the window down, too, by the way, doing an interview. It's crazy.
My man.
Sorry?
My man knew how to shift a car, too, man. Paddle shift that thing. Yeah.
It's a good sound.
It is a good sound.
Yeah.
How many offensive snaps do you
7.
think the Saints have played with a lead this year?
Oh, 7.
I think I saw the Cowboys were super low on this.
They are. The Cowboys have only had 15 offensive snaps this year with a lead. But that's still not as bad as the Saints, who have a bagel in that category.
Wow.
They have not ran an offensive play this year with a lead on the scoreboard. The Browns have run 2 offensive plays, the Titans 3 with a lead.
Let's get Kellen Moore out of there, too.
That's where things stand right now. Yeah, that's why Kellen Moore is like 5th on the first head coach to be fired.
Couldn't see that coming.
No kidding. All right.
He's the anti-Dan Campbell.
Joel's
Let's pat him on the rear.
Him and McDaniels hang out, coaching meet and greets.
All right. Are you guys ready for a little impromptu? Guess that spread?
Jake Ferguson?
Oh, yeah. We got to get to Jake.
I think we should get to Jake.
All right. Eric.
We're going to have to do that in the 6 o'clock hour.
We'll leave it.
That is a great tease because we got to get to Jake Ferguson. The Cowboys tight end joins us every Thursday at 5:20, and he's next here on the Fan. I want to chat Window Nation with you before we get there, though, because if you...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
brought to you by Miller Lite, proud sponsor of the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys and Jets, Sunday at noon. Our pregame at 9, and Jake Ferguson joins you now here on The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. I guess that tie, it made us excited because you guys went out there and put all that points on the defense. How'd that tie treat you?
Yeah, I'd rather win. There was something on Twitter, or I guess X, but it was some reporter had asked Dak, it was like kissing your sister, and that's what I ran with. I mean, it's just, you work all week, you go all week, and you're grinding, and it is better than a loss, but at the same time, it leaves you with a weird taste in your mouth for sure.
It made me it made me start to look up, Jake, that ball players with really attractive sisters. I fell down that rabbit hole. I think Brady Quinn. I don't know. Maybe there's some other players that have really good looking sisters, but it was a bad rabbit hole there for a little bit.
What are your thoughts on that, Jake?
Yeah. What was your
that's
thoughts?
interesting. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I personally did not do that.
I figured you wouldn't.
But you are crushing 20 catches combined the last 2 weeks, back in the end zone last week. Congrats on that.
Thank you.
How much do you track you're halfway to a career high right now, bro, for catches.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't really look at the stats too much. However, I did want to get in the end zone. I always want to get in the end zone. That one meant a lot to me. But, I'm never really looking at the stats too much. I really honestly just focus on, the grade coach gives me at the end of the game, and then, whether we win or lose.
Do you have people in your life that have you on their fantasy teams and they're always updating you?
Oh, my God. I hate it. Like, that's one thing, like fantasy and like stuff like that. And like, people are like, I got you on my fantasy team. And my go-to now is like, oh, that's a good manager. Like, you're good. You're doing well. Yeah. And then I had a buddy who, it really didn't happen. It only happened like my rookie year. He'd be like, hey, man, like, I need you to get like, I don't even know how fantasy works. I don't even do fantasy. He's like, I need you to get X amount of points. And I go, listen, if you keep telling me this, I'm not going to talk to you. Like, it's stressing me out. Like, you're one of my boys. I talk to you a lot, but I do not need to hear this from you. So, it's crazy. And I know that fantasy stuff is crazy, so I try to stay out of it.
Hey, Jake, if I could circle back on your touchdown, though, when you kind of widened on the play, were you looking inside at McKinney, and when he didn't move, you knew you had a touchdown?
No, I did a lot of scouting on their defense, and then just knowing what they'd run down in the red zone. And
sure,
I think I honestly think as soon as I lined up, I knew, all right, this ball's coming to me.
Yeah,
just make a play on it.
Gotcha.
And that honestly happens quite a bit more than you'd think.
Right.
Like, you see it covered, and it's like, all right, this should be mine right here.
Right.
So honestly, that was going through my head. Honestly, as soon as he called the play, I was like, all right, I'm scoring.
Yeah. I just thought when you kind of motioned I was thinking, man, he just widened a little bit to give himself some room to get inside there. But it was a hell of a play. I mean, great job of you kind of getting it done.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I love being able to move guys with my demeanor and my body language and stuff like that. So it's nice.
What goes through your mind, like when you break the huddle and then you realize it's a pass play and you're set up to block Micah one-on-one? Like, you just want to tell Shoddy to go off himself?
No. I could have. No. That's not on anybody. First of all, I should have won that. I've won one-on-ones against him in practice several times.
Hell yeah, you have.
Yeah, that was just he dove down a little bit, and I fell for it and forgot how, which I should never have forgot how athletic and slippery he was. Yeah. And don't get me started on those Green Bay jerseys. You can't even grab a hold of those dusters. Yeah. But he just slipped off, and then, that's one I wish I could get back 100%.
Jake, I worked in Green Bay. I think they use silicone.
Yeah, what's going on? They got different jerseys?
They make them. They're the old school.
Oh no, yeah.
They make them up in Ripon, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
I don't know why I know that. It's because I'm in Wisconsin. I have no idea.
Yeah.
But they're like, it's like they weld them to the pads. Like they're tiny, and you can't get a grip on them or grab them at all.
Yeah, that equipment man Brian Nearing is pretty good. But yeah, back in the day, the Reggie White days, we had some silicone going on up there.
Uh-huh.
It's stuff to keep the shoes clean. in the bottom of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were kind of doing whatever it took up there for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of the scouting on your own, like what goes into that? How do you do it? Are you home on an iPad? Do you have a film room for that? And how much extra can you harvest beyond what the team kind of scouts up and shows you during the week?
Yeah, so we all get iPads and stuff like that. I don't know if you guys know I almost think every NFL team gets an iPad. But there's huge fines if you lose them. Huge fines if you come to meetings and they're not charged or something like that. But yeah, just going home, going on the iPads. I usually watch the game immediately after the game, and kind of go into the next Monday, talking to the coach with my thoughts and stuff like that, and then also self scout, and then all throughout the week, obviously watching film. But
so
yeah,
all your cut-ups are on that thing too? All the cut-ups, all your red zone stuff, everything?
Everything, yeah.
Everything
so
you need, wow.
Yeah, so each day installs go in. There's an app for your playbook. There's an app for the film itself.
Right.
And then there's a couple other apps, but I honestly only go on the film and the playbook app. And it's got the coaches here can type some stuff up. Put in pictures and stuff for the playbook, and then they send it out that night. All you got to do is click down, sync.
Wow.
And it syncs everything. And so, let's say tomorrow we're doing red zone, which we are. So tonight the coaches will all be working. They'll put in red zone. And then, usually Coach Lunda Wells will text us and be like, all right, cut-ups are on your iPad. Go check them out. And that's around, 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And so I can even look at it tonight, all right, this is what's going in tomorrow. Sometimes what I like to do is, see what's going in tomorrow, watch a little film on the red zone, because I love the way Coach Wells does it. He's got this tape that he starts basically on Monday/Tuesday of every scenario, and this is a bunch of stick routes ran against these guys. This is like base blocks and all this stuff, and you can go in there and be like, okay, this is what I'm marrying up. How does this look based off of what we're trying to run? And you can just pull pieces and kind of just see what things might look like, or what you're planning on doing and stuff like that. And so it's a great system, and yeah, you just got to buy in, obviously. So,
hey, Jake, with all the stuff you do now with that, but have you ever fallen asleep in a meeting?
No.
Do you have teammates that have it? I'm not asking to call out names, because I had a teammate at LSU one time fell asleep, and the coach called him out, and he said he was praying for the team. That was his answer.
That's a good one.
He goes, coach is praying for the team. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what do you say to that? But you never fallen asleep in a meeting, right?
I've had a couple of those ones where, my eyelids are getting real heavy. And I've had one or two where, my eye might shut, and then I jolt back up, and everyone looks at me, and I was like, I just held a coffin or something. You just got to play it off. But yeah, no, I haven't. I had a dude in college who would sleep, and he obviously, I won't say any names, but he would just be knocked out.
When you say huge fines for leaving the iPad, losing it, or not having it charged, what is it? What would you consider a huge fine?
I think it's 20 racks if you lose it.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and then if you don't have a charge, they're pretty lenient on that one, because we've got charges all over the place. But if you need it charged and you're in this meeting, and they're everyone pull out your iPads or something like that, it might be around 4 or 5, something like that.
Who would you say is the funniest coach, especially when it comes to the discipline stuff, chirping in meetings, things like that? Is there somebody that is just hilarious?
Shoddy's pretty good at it. But it's not in the moment it's funny. It's after the fact that it starts to be funny.
Yeah.
And then Clayton Adams always has. And then obviously Lunda Wells, he's got he'll take for example, he'll be taking the rookie through a down block. So we have this down block that's a type of block or whatever, and Coach Wells wants it said just like he says it, his words specifically, just as he says it. And the rookie, I'll call him out, Rivaldo Fairweather, was finally starting to get it, and he'll be like, if he stutters at all, if he says it in the wrong order, if anything, we don't hear anything behind us, because Dub sits behind all the guys, and we all look back, and he looks like he's sleeping. He's like, "We're getting close, champ. You're getting close." And then so the other day, Valdo had gotten it right, or somewhat right, and Dub goes, "Oh, there's a god. There's a god."
Hey, how about his wardrobe selection though? Linda Wells, like he's a pretty stylish dresser, man.
Oh yeah, he's dialed in. He's always dialed
really
in.
dialed in on his clothes.
He only wears all black though.
Yeah, I know, Johnny Cash look for sure.
Yeah, so I'll try to bring in like some clothes for the guys. Like if I get some like Under Armour will send me some stuff.
Yeah,
and like I'll try to give it to him. He's like, "Oh, it's not black. I don't want it. I don't want it." All right.
Do you take pride in your your attire showing up to the game, like that whole walk-in deal?
I mean, I don't too much. If I could come in sweats every single day, I would.
Respect.
But my girl Haley loves picking out my outfits, and then Lunda Wells, he takes it makes sense, you know what I mean? Because
Sure.
it's business, so you got to look sharp. I understand that.
Jake Ferguson show here with you on 105.3 The Fan. What do you think about the way that Dak handled the pressure against Green Bay? That was just amazing to watch from our
Doesn't
end.
surprise me. You know what I mean? The way that dude works, the way he, he's the first one in the building, last one out. He's always doing some sort of work. The way he leads this team, but then on the same like when he's off the field and outside of the facility, like the kind of guy he is, and like. Honestly, it pisses me off when people talk crazy on him. It makes me just want to fight him. Drives me nuts. But like I don't understand how you could not like the dude, because the way he works and the way he loves the game, you can see it and how hard he works. And then off the field, he's one of the most stand-up guys ever.
All right, you said fight. You get one teammate to have your back in a fight. Who's the guy?
Probably Tyler Smith. Yeah, I'd probably say T Smooth.
Amongst the leaner guys, it sure seems like George Pickens knows what to do in a situation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know if I'd want George, because if there was like, if it's 2 on like, call it like 5.
Yeah.
I'd be ended up fighting 4 of them, and George is just beating the living life out of the other one. Yeah, he got real personal with the other one. I'm like, George, help me out. So I don't.
Jake, my final question here for you. Maybe you're used to this stuff. You mentioned Under Armour earlier, and if you Google Jake Ferguson right now, it's a story about your fiance Haley Cavender perfectly mimicking the Fergie Fresh for the Under. Is this a trend that they're doing on social today?
Yeah, so we're an Under Armour household actually. So she's signed with Under Armour, her and her twin sister Hannah, and then I'm also signed. I recently just signed with Under Armour this past off season. So yeah, we're Under Armour household. So they like copying me. So
now, do you copy them? Do they recruit you for videos? Are you up for those?
I haven't done any yet. That was the first one, and they just showed me that. I was dying laughing because they're funny. They had her, they had her and they had Haley in a full Wisconsin padded uniform. I was dying. Yeah. That was funny.
All right, we do have a question from one of the Tolos here, and they're curious about if you enjoy the state fair shenanigans.
I'm going to say something, and you guys are not going to be happy.
Uh-oh.
I've never been.
Never been?
Yeah, I see all the grub everywhere, and it drives me nuts because I want to try it, but I've just never been.
Is it because it's in season?
It's just in season, and then like Mondays I'm usually winding down, and we sometimes have meetings and stuff, and then Tuesdays I'm just like recovering. Like I don't know if you guys remember in fall camp when all love to K9, but when Kenneth Murray hit me, I don't know if you saw that video. Man,
light you up pretty good.
I mean, my back's still humming, so like I'm doing all the work I can to just like make sure I can like, because when I wake up I'm like super sore, and then like I'm basically just preparing for practice and stuff like that. But yeah, my Tuesdays are pretty full with recovery, so
just ice bathing the hell out of it.
And I actually just got a sauna and a Nordic Wave cold plunge in the backyard.
Clutch, bro.
Yeah, it's big time. I got it set at 38 right now. I go in for like 3 to 4 minutes.
You're an animal.
It makes sense, Jake, because you're big time. We appreciate you every Thursday at 5:20 here on The Fan. Have fun up there in New York. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Appreciate you guys.
Salute. There he goes. Of course, we have Jake Ferguson every Thursday, brought to you by Miller Lite, proud sponsor of the Dallas Cowboys. Let's step aside real quick. We'll come back, get you G-Bag of the Day, LA Live, and all your fun for the rest of the night here on The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared.
Way. Brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup.
All right, here we go, baby. G-Bag of the Day. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If you see anything we should be playing, hit me up. I don't care where it's from. It could be from a whole other station, which I've showed you. This week I would play. I don't care. Let's see here. Day number 2, going for 3 for this champion audio, comes from our very own General Gavin Dawson. What was he talking about here? Hey, yo.
Doesn't want to live in Miami. He cannot take a pay cut and get cut. Tyreek has zero guaranteed money in 2026.
I just wanted to see him stand up and like shake that thing out one time, you know? It's like, oh my goodness. I couldn't. I mean, after the first time or two, I was like, man, I can't look at this anymore.
Oh, just the
Let's
way
see
it was.
Byron Jones put it back in place.
Yeah. So graphic. Disjointed.
I didn't even think about it, what I was saying.
Yeah.
God, I hate myself sometimes.
That's what's good about it, bro. That's what's good about it.
I mean, what's worse is I was actually thinking about what I was saying. You know? At least you have an excuse.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
All right, I got to get these out the way. I really do, man. They've been sitting there for too long. What is this? It's Thursday?
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Jeez, I got some Monday night clips still sitting in here. So I'm going to make it a Monday night combo pack. J.K. Dobbins, post-game interview. He speak a little Spanish. Yeah, speak a little Spanish. He sound like me drunk in Cancun, trying to get my way back to the resort.
¿Dónde está?
Yeah.
Hotel.
Oye, anunciaron que un latino va a cantar en el Super Bowl, Bad Bunny.
Yeah, me gusta Bad Bunny.
¿Qué opinas que un cantante va a cantar en español en el Super Bowl? What does it mean that a Spanish singer is going to sing in el Super Bowl?
It means a lot. Solo escucho reggaeton y dembow y bachata. Así que me gusta mucho que Bad Bunny, a.k.a. Bonito, el Bonito,
el conejo malo,
el boricua.
El boricua.
Sí,
bueno.
Me gusta mucho.
Hoy que estuvimos en Denver, es lunes. It's Monday.
That little laugh is crazy.
That was actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It was long, too. He talked for like 3 minutes like that, getting all those Spanish words.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's a big fan of it. The reggaeton and that style of music.
Yeah, that bachata. Them girls be spinning that bachata. All right, let's see what else. I did say it was a combo pack. Let's go to the Fred Davis of coaching. Coach JB was watching the Monday night game. Jets and Dolphins. Coach JB is yelling at the kickoff returners. Number 18. Who was that? Anybody know?
Oh.
For the Jets.
That might be Tyler Johnson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Coach JB is not a fan. He's got a cigar in his hand. He's spilling a little bit of his drink. He's holding it, but he doesn't realize it's spilling. you know when you're grooving like that?
Oh, yeah.
When the cup is kind of spilling a little bit and you're talking? Mm-hmm. He's breaking down the play right there on his flat screen.
All right, here we go. Regular punt return, all right? Punt the football. Why are you backing up? Why are you backing up? Why are you backing up? And now you don't know where you are and you act like a f***ing retard because you don't f***ing take your heels off the 10-yard line when you're a punt returner. Why are we teaching it in high school, college, and the NFL at the biggest level? You don't know where you are on the field? Holy f***, cut your motherfucking ass.
Wow.
Isaiah Williams, right?
Isaiah Williams.
Isaiah
And that was
Williams,
a fair catch at the 2-yard line. One of the dumbest things a punt returner has ever done.
Isaiah Williams, yeah.
So you stay at the 10, and if it goes over your head, it's just let that thing touch back.
Plant your feet at the 10, and if it goes over your head, let it ride.
That was bugging Coach JB out, bro. He got upset. Press record real quick. We're going to send this out. Okay. What else we got? Hey, hold up. Let's go to the RJ and Choppy show.
Oh.
Tolo Jason Cervantes. I believe that's your last name, sir. Cervantes. I know it's Jason. Tolo Jason. He sent me this voicemail of Sean Sharif talking about Anthony Davis. Now, we played the clip earlier, but I'm going to keep it in the voicemail version because it just feels so raw this way. Pause.
And athleticism. So if Anthony Davis, if I knew that part of his offseason plan was, I'm gonna start doling out some damn punishment. I'm gonna start pounding dudes. I'm gonna start backing up that rear end.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna start back 3 seconds. 3 seconds. 3 seconds.
Okay.
Look back at it.
Bam.
Yeah. Is that a lot?
Explosion. Dunk.
What?
I'd be cool with that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
I love that. No, Anthony Davis, he's not going to all of a sudden change his...
I just like it that way. My man was like, "Hold on, I recorded for you, LA, and send it to you, dog."
You got to hear this. Done. Shout out to Jason. Hooking you up, dude. No other way you could get this audio.
Hold on, what did he say? I'm going to punish?
So doling out some damn punishment. I'm gonna start pounding dudes.
No Diddy, dog. I'm gonna start doling out some punishment.
Choppy's like,
start pounding dudes till we get this beat right. God, dog. What else we got right here? Must be love. Oh, yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. Get well, sir. Sending you nothing but healing energy. This church right here must be from Dallas.
This is only for the ratchet people. On my mama, on my hood, I look fly, I look good. Somebody say, come on, tell them. On my mama, on my hood, I look fly, I look good.
Not him harmonizing with it. I look good.
Sound like you had a big congregation.
They
were
was
into
jamming,
it.
bro. They was jamming. The tambourines and everything.
Oh, man.
They get that Holy Ghost in church. You ever heard that? When they doon 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 doon. Oh, get them plates out, boy. Get them plates out. Trying to get that usher going.
Yeah, we had the boring hymns, you know?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my goodness, another song, we got to stand up.
Yep.
No. Yeah. It was real like low key. Now the preacher man himself, he would get lit, dude. He was a scene, you know.
Like that.
Pastor
like that.
Marvel.
Sweating.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Red, just all red. Like,
get Pentecostal on you?
Yeah,
yes. That's what I like, bro.
He was amazing.
Spitting, there's diamonds and there's jewelry.
Yeah, that was the show.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's speed this up. Get to Pastor Marvel. He's barking.
Pull the plates out.
All right, is it Dawson on Cheetah? He wanted him to shake that thing out one time. Is I don't know what he was thinking. J.K. Dobbins? Is it Coach JB? Is it Sean Sharif on Anthony Davis pounded dudes, or is it Church? Everybody was looking fly. I'm going to go with man. I don't know. I'm going to go with Coach JB. Suppose, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with Dawson.
All righty, Lucius.
Sean.
We're tied at 1, Brad.
Start handing out some punishment.
Yeah,
Start pounding dudes.
I like the Dobbins. Dobbins was the one I liked.
Like Dobbins?
Yeah.
That creates a 4-way tie at 1? Is that your
That's
vote?
a combo
That's
pack.
my vote, yeah.
Okay.
It's a Monday night combo
Oh, there was a
pack.
combo pack.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Dobbins.
So there's two for the Monday
coach,
nights?
So it'd be the coach and Dobbins, right?
Yeah.
For the
All
combo
right.
pack.
By a score of 2-1. Your combo pack is your new G Bag of the Day champion. And with that, we stay in the Pimp Cup. It's time for LA Live with Lucius.
It's a ladies' night. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. I say, it'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Do I like someone who's dressed well? Yes. Do I think less of you if you aren't dressed well? Yes. Hi, gentlemen. My name is Lydia. I'm looking for my match. Somebody equal to or greater than me. I would love a man greater than me. I'm looking for a big man. Well, I love to watch basketball. I grew up watching that with my father. I'm a Lakers girl all the way. Can you dunk me? That's what I want. I want to know, can you lift me and place me somewhere? I'm very passionate about volunteering at the local soup kitchen, but once a year, and that's fine. I do believe in God, because what a scary world it would be if I didn't. I need a watchful eye.
Yeah, we sure do.
Passionate at the soup kitchen, but we do it one time a year.
One time a year, man.
One time a year.
Take a photo, post it to the gram.
Yeah.
Fine, brought us at the soup kitchen multiple times a year.
LA Live for Thursday, October 2nd, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday, Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Shout out to all the Tolo ladies that listen to this station. You are 100% appreciated, even if you're being forced to listen to this right now. Shout out to you, man. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. There's a new kind of sports bar. New kind of sports bar. Is it a trend? Is it a trend? Yep, there's a new sports bar, and they're only playing women's sports.
Okay.
They're only showing women's sports on the big screens.
All right.
48 big old screens all the way around, and it's all women's sports.
Lingerie football league.
They might have to, at some point, you might have to turn it on. Like, what? There's no women's sports on today? Damn. College soccer and lingerie football is what we got up here.
American Gladiator VHS tapes. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's called Babe's Sports Bar. It's in Chicago. Babe's Sports Bar. They had a grand opening and it sold out first night.
There you go.
Sold out. They ran out of alcohol and everything.
Those ladies will drink.
I mean, come on.
Now, this video posted on social media shows a line of people down the block to get into Babes. You know, it was supposed to be open today, but they posted online that they had to close because, quote, you all drank literally everything and we need a day to recoup.
Oh, wow.
Terrible planning.
How else are you going to watch those games?
Yeah. All the ladies' games. So how about
we
that?
need Al Capone to get us some liquor in that building.
Now, I heard that there was like I don't know if it was true or not, but it was like a all-women's nightclub that opened that had to close because no alcohol was sold.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've seen that going viral, and I kept trying to see how real it was.
Surprising.
I see stories about it, but I don't know. I'm still...
Even wine.
Like how? Come on.
And then mixed drinks? I mean, yeah.
They don't want to buy them.
Ladies, I know. Well, yeah, they don't want to buy them.
You got to have, like, where's my man to buy me my drink?
Yeah, they don't want
Need
to
some
buy
AI buyers in there. AI
that might be true. That might be true. They didn't want to buy them.
Then if you try to buy them a drink, they'll act offended. How dare you? Yeah. I'm
Ew.
independent. Yeah. Creepy.
Girl.
That looks desperate.
All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan, ladies' night. It's real. Seen it yesterday. Brittany Renner wants PJ Washington to break more bread.
Yeah.
Eric brought it up a little bit, man, but yeah, it's really, really, really real.
It did seem like he got a great deal if he's only doing $5,500 a month.
Yeah, that was like from their first time.
See, that's where I was getting kind of ball sacked on, was he just got the new contract, so now she's looking for the new contract, right?
Exactly.
She needs a piece.
He said, I got a raise. She said, no, we got a raise, player. She was making like $5,500 a month, you know, and now she wants more. She's asking for $35,000 a month. $35,000 to raise her 4-year-old son. She says she's out in California. She can't afford how much it is out there, how much the cost out there, and she's also hurting herself by pocket watching PJ and his new wife. She's looking to see the Instagram stuff. It's like she said they have multiple cars. She has multiple bags.
Yeah.
They're taking trips, and I'm getting $5,500. I want more.
Is she still doing her Muslim thing?
She is no longer a Muslim. Oh, you Muslim now?
You're Muslim now.
Yeah, she's not doing it no more. I don't see her with the garb.